In the southern frontier of this empire, a pharmacist from an elite background has found himself reduced to working among the miners. In the Lin-Ta region of the Ninth Empire on the eastern continent, December's winter is harsh and unyielding. The biting cold wind howls across the snow-clad wilderness. Sparse, withered, and yellowed weeds have long surrendered to the winter, covered in frost and swaying helplessly in the wind. Yet, the tall trees, though barren and withered, stand proudly in the wilderness, defying the snow-covered land, stubbornly awaiting the arrival of spring. In a remote corner of this barren land lies a mining site, where roads paved with rubble and ash wind through. Scattered around are chunks of dark ore, staining the pristine snow with gray and black patches. A few rudimentary wooden huts are scattered around the perimeter of the mine, where guards employed by the consortium stand idly at their posts, smoking cigarettes. Within the mine, a young boy dressed in a thick, furry coat is intently examining a few withered herbs laid out on a smooth stone. His slender fingers gently pick up the herbs, inspecting their veins and hues under the faint winter sunlight. This boy, named Du Xiu, despite being only 16 or 17, has a face marked with traces of gray and black soot, his skin turned purple from the cold. Yet, his chiseled features hint at an extraordinary presence. As he delves deeper into his examination of the herbs, his eyes grow brighter, and a slight smile forms at the corner of his lips. As Du Xiu carefully places the herbs into a wooden box he carries, a guard's shout echoes from afar. He responds simply, then strides purposefully towards the mine entrance. By now, the entrance is already bustling with people, the shrill sound of a gathering bell summoning 40 to 50 miners from all directions. These individuals are clad in tattered coats stained with soot, wearing cheap snow boots, carrying wooden baskets, and holding shovels, their eyes vacant as they gather at the entrance. The guards of the consortium, armed with batons and whips, hurl insults at these failures of the empire, these worthless slaves. On a distant high point, a guard has set up a heavy machine gun, watching the miners below through the haze of smoke. All of this is a consequence of the Empire's failed 13th expedition to the Western continent 2 decades ago. The elite corps crumbled under the onslaught of the Church's forces, leaving this millennium-old empire on the brink of losing control over its territories. Now, across the empire, each region, influenced by geography, culture, climate, and ethnicity, is isolated and fiercely independent. From hospitals to schools, from businesses to cemeteries, the lives of ordinary people are inextricably linked to the local consortium. A serious illness can plunge a family into debt, forcing them to depend on the consortium, with the capable serving it and the incapable becoming slaves. However, when the guards see Du Xiu, their tone suddenly turns respectful. Among these slaves, who are regarded as mere weeds, Du Xiu, a pharmacist, stands out. Although he shares the status of a slave, he is a valuable one. Ultimately, Du Xiu politely declines the guard's courtesy and walks shoulder to shoulder with the peer, joining the other miners as they head into the mine. The spotlight above, combined with the incandescent lights on the mine ceiling, dispelled the darkness within the tunnel. Du Xiu ventured deeper into the mine, relying on his memory. The air grew increasingly thick, filled with a foul stench, dust, and dampness. He and Lien Ruofei reached a secluded spot. The latter was tall and burly, his bulky winter coat making him resemble a black bear. Both were orphans who had relied on each other for years and had now become mining slaves. Once sure they were alone, Lien Ruofei dug into a crevice, revealing dozens of black ores with silvery specks. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sure, no one's been here. We can't keep hiding these secret tungsten ores for much longer. Du Xiu nodded. We'll take it one step at a time. Is the potion ready? Lien Ruofei rubbed his hands eagerly. Did it come out all right? Du Xiu pulled 2 packets of powder from his backpack and handed one over. He had learned this skill from a Ma family alchemist who had been exiled to the mines, although it was just a crude, unfinished product. They both ingested the powder and began practicing the 1000-gene technique, trying to sense the primal force. After a long while, Du Xiu opened his eyes, a hint of desolation flashing through them. He had a talent for alchemy, but his progress in primal force cultivation was non-existent. Lien Ruofei also shook his head expressionlessly. Du Xiu patted his shoulder. That makes me feel a bit better. Once everything was packed away, they prepared to leave. As they walked through the mine, Lien Ruofei asked cautiously, Has your headache been acting up lately? Du Xiu irritably rubbed his face. Not yet, but it's probably coming soon. He had suffered from these tormenting headaches since childhood, with no cure in sight. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from ahead. The two stood on guard, watching the crossroads intently. A moment later, a dark-skinned young miner appeared. He waved excitedly. Little sir. Du Xiu responded with a smile. Brother Sun, are you heading back too? The young man named Sun adjusted the basket filled with ores. Yes, I had good luck today, and found enough ores early. Let's head back together and leave this dreadful place. Oh, Sun Gu, You're really lucky to have gathered enough or so quickly. Unlike me, I've been searching for ages and still haven't got enough, Du Xiu said enviously, a barely noticeable glint in his eyes. The young man with the surname Sun waved his hand with a smile. You're kidding, you don't need to gather ore. Du Xiu's expression darkened as he replied quietly, I still need to gather my share. I'm just a mining slave too. Even Master Ma met with such misfortune. I should definitely follow the rules. Mentioning Master Ma brought a heavy silence. Lien Ruofei suddenly pointed to another tunnel, exclaiming excitedly, Xiu'er, look, is that secret tungsten ore? Du Xiu's eyes lit up. Hey, it really is. Great Eye, Defei. The two immediately dashed towards the tunnel. As their figures disappeared, the young man with the surname Sun's expression turned grim. A frail middle-aged man holding an iron chisel appeared silently. Sun lowered his voice. That kid Du Xiu has a whole basket of secret tungsten ore. They went down that tunnel. The middle-aged man looked pleased but hesitated. Maybe we should pick another target? Du Xiu can at least provide us with medicine. Sun snapped angrily. Have you had enough of this life? Secret tungsten ore is becoming scarce, and getting whipped is the least of our worries. In this freezing weather, you'd turn into an icicle if left hanging overnight. He threw his basket to the ground, revealing only a few pieces of secret tungsten ore with silver speckles, far from the required amount. After a moment of thought, the middle-aged man nodded. All right, let's go for Du Xiu. The two picked up their baskets filled with ore and pursued Du Xiu down the tunnel. Around the corner, Du Xiu thrust his iron chisel forward. Sun was terrified, but couldn't avoid it due to inertia. The sharp tip pierced his neck. Simultaneously, Lien Ruofei's entrenching tool whistled through the air, striking the middle-aged man's skull. The middle-aged man grabbed the entrenching tool with his left hand and raised his chisel with his right, ready to strike. Du Xiu kicked Sun away and turned to stab the middle-aged man's heart. Blinded by blood, the man failed to sense the danger in time. The iron chisel hit its mark. After killing both men, Du Xiu showed no fear. Instead, he squinted and smiled. I knew you were out to get me. You brought this on yourselves. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with confusion, fear, and regret, finally realizing the seemingly harmless Du Xiu was far more ruthless than he appeared. In the middle-aged man's eyes, emotions of confusion, fear, and regret flickered rapidly. He never imagined that Du Xiu, who seemed harmless, always smiling with squinted eyes, and ready to help anyone with minor ailments, could be so ruthless. If he had known, he would have been more cautious, especially at such a vulnerable spot as the corner where ambushes are easiest. He suddenly recalled the bodies in the mine that no group of enslaved miners claimed responsibility for. Could it be that these two young men before him were responsible? A look of realization flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes, and then he closed them in pain, his breathing growing faint. Du Xiu watched coldly, feeling nothing inside. He remembered the days of being educated with sticks in the orphanage, the bullying he suffered while wandering, and the hardship of bearing heavy burdens in the mine. These experiences taught him that no one ever taught those who inflicted pain to respect life. Even when he later met Master Ma, the apothecary, Du Xiu only gained some knowledge of alchemy through diligent service. When he showed talent, Master Ma attempted to mold him into a tool for revenge. But Du Xiu understood he couldn't bear such a burden. He chose to end the relationship without a trace of guilt. Lien Ruofei finished inspecting their baskets and picked out some secret tungsten ores. He looked around, searching for a safe place to hide these valuable ores in preparation for tomorrow. Around 5 in the afternoon, Du Xiu emerged from the mine. The sky was a shade of yellow, with oppressive clouds looming low over the land. The fierce wind that had raged all day finally subsided, bringing a calm to the world. At the mine entrance, guards were busy counting the miners' haul of ore, while several burly, intimidating men stood ready to take away those who hadn't met their quota. As Du Xiu stepped out, a young man in a uniform waved at him. Du Xiu gestured toward the basket on his back, indicating he still needed to hand over the ore. The guard, sounding impatient, said, Young man, stop messing around. People die in the mines every day. Why won't you listen? Captain Ma is calling for you. Hurry up. Du Xiu apologized. Sorry, Brother Wang. I didn't mean to cause trouble. The guard sternly replied. Starting tomorrow, you are not allowed back in the mines. It's too dangerous. Du Xiu nodded absent-mindedly, set down his basket, and jogged over to the young man. Captain Ma, you look well. Du Xiu said respectfully. Captain Ma smiled. Not too bad, follow me. Inside the room, the walls were adorned with decorations, the most striking being the large oil painting behind the Chiran image of a god-slaying scene. Du Xiu couldn't help but be drawn in. Captain Ma, seated on a white bearskin chair, pointed to a pile of herbs on the table. Check out these herbs, the usual routine. Du Xiu nodded in agreement and began sorting and assessing them. After half an hour, he divided the herbs into 2 piles. Captain Ma, This pile is worth around 760 gold coins, and this pile is useless. Captain Ma nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Go ahead and dispose of the useless ones. Nearby, a chubby man named Old Lu sighed. Out of all the mines I supply, you guys are the most difficult. Captain Ma dismissively said. Come on. I never held it against you for overcharging me in the past. Old Lu asked with interest. What's this little alchemist's name? Would you let him come with me? Captain Ma wary replied. Dream on. Don't even think about it. Old Lu clarified. I'm not trying to cheat you on herb money. I want to introduce him to a pharmaceutical company in the consortium. We can split the referral fee 50-50. While ores are easy to find, skilled alchemists are rare. Because of this, every faction is eager to recruit talented alchemists. Captain Ma shook his head and refused, saying, No, it's not a matter of willingness. His brow furrowed, and his tone was firm. The secret tungsten ore is under quasi-military control. In a few days, all these mining slaves, including Du Xiu, will be executed. Lowering his voice, he continued, Moreover, Du Xiu was trained by Master Ma, who's an archenemy of our superior. Besides, he has a head ailment and could lose his talent as a pharmacist at any time. It's not worth the risk for us. Old Lu sighed helplessly after hearing this. What a pity, he remarked, then reminded. By the way, this time the supplies are double the usual amount, and the next delivery will be in 20 days. Make sure you manage your time well. In this wilderness with no signal, no one will help if you run out of food. Why so much this time? Captain Ma asked, puzzled. There's been a major snowstorm recently, making the roads difficult, Old Lu explained. Captain Ma thought to himself, rubbish, they're just too lazy to come to this barren place. Did you bring any liquor this time? He inquired. Yes, enough for you to have a birthday bash, Old Lu chuckled. Inside the mining area, a row of modified off-road vehicles was parked on the open ground. Drivers curiously glanced around as guards drove the weary slaves to unload the supplies. As the black tarps were lifted, various living supplies were revealed. The slaves remained expressionless, not daring to even consider pilfering. Du Xiu emerged from a room and exchanged a glance with Lien Ruofei. Understanding the signal, Lien Ruofei headed towards a particular supply vehicle. In the open area, several pieces of firestone were placed under the wood. These stones, which ignite into a fierce flame when struck by a spark, are the best material for warmth and lighting fires. With a flick, the lighter's flame ignited the firestone. In an instant, the woodpile crackled and burst into flames. More than a dozen bonfires were lit one after another. The entire mining area was enveloped by waves of heat, casting a red glow on everyone's faces. The guards grouped together based on rank, personal relationships, hometowns, and personalities, forming small cliques as they chatted about the trivialities of life. The guards at the mine gathered in small groups, laughing and chatting without any concern about the possibility of the miners escaping. They knew these ordinary people were no match for them. As long as one person stayed alert, they could easily take down several with a single shot. Meanwhile, the miners were deep in the mines, working hard to meet the next day's quota. The entire Ninth Empire was in a state of celebration. Across dozens of regions and countless fortress cities, people filled the streets in joyous revelry. Children ran around, students played, and couples embraced. The elite threw lavish parties where young women competed for attention and handsome men sought romantic encounters. The stark contrast between the lively cities and the desolate wilderness, where only the howling wind could be heard, was evident. In the afternoon, Captain Ma felt a snowflake land on his nose. His breath, smelling of alcohol, quickly melted it, leaving a cool sensation. Suddenly, he felt warmth in his nose. Looking at his hand, he saw blood. A wave of weakness overcame him. His legs trembled, and he collapsed to the ground. Looking around, he saw others convulsing on the ground as well. The mine descended into an eerie silence. Before losing consciousness, Captain Ma spotted a pair of dirty snow boots. Struggling to lift his head, he saw Du Xiu standing at the entrance of the mine, looking at him with a faint smile. In a moment of clarity, Captain Ma realized it was poison. He was stunned by Du Xiu's terrifying talent as an alchemist, having concocted such a potent poison in just a year. Desperately, Captain Ma begged for mercy, but Du Xiu mercilessly drove an iron spike through his throat. The other miners also stopped what they were doing, and the mine's defenses crumbled instantly. Du Xiu let out a long breath of relief. He had been planning this for an entire year. What he didn't know was that without this action, they would have faced a massacre. Exhaling a puff of white mist, Du Xiu thought to himself that he had waited a long time for this day. Du Xiu extended his hand, letting the icy snowflakes land on his palm before they melted away. He withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping over the desolate mining site as he resolved to leave the place that had imprisoned him for years. The robust figure of Demang appeared beside him, clutching a gun he'd salvaged from a guard's corpse. Brother Du, should we rest for another night? Demang asked worriedly. It's not safe to head out in this heavy snow. Du Xiu shook his head, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The blizzard's duration is uncertain. We need to leave before the roads are blocked. Demeng nodded in agreement. Having been born into slavery, his loyalty to the strong was deeply ingrained. Make sure to bring extra fuel stones, Du Xiu instructed. An hour later, the group of 9 had gathered all the essential supplies and set off in 3 vehicles, leaving the secret of tungsten mine behind. The remaining slaves might find a surprise the next day, but whether they would survive to escape was uncertain. Shortly after the convoy departed, muffled explosions echoed from the mine. The resulting collapse buried all secrets forever. As night fell, the snowstorm intensified. Fist-sized snowflakes whirled madly in the air, blanketing the thorny wilderness. The dim sky, illuminated to a pale glow, combined with the crystalline ground and biting wind to create a hauntingly beautiful winter scene. We'll rest here, Du Xiu said, looking towards the dense forest ahead and signaling for the vehicles to stop. As Du Xiu gave the order, Lien Ruofei hit the brakes, causing the off-road vehicle to come to a halt in the snow. Du Xiu pulled out 2 cigarettes, lit them, and handed one to Lien Ruofei. He took a deep drag, feeling the sting spread through his chest. Although he wasn't a regular smoker, in this vast, white wilderness, a cigarette was indeed refreshing, clearing his mind and dispelling his irritation. Head to Burt City, Du Xiu said, exhaling a stream of smoke. It's the nearest fortress city. Lien Ruofei frowned. Won't the Ma Corporation issue a bounty on us? They won't, Du Xiu replied calmly, analyzing the situation. All the guards are dead, and the mine has collapsed with no survivors. They can't find the culprits, so they'll likely classify it as a bandit raid. The Ninth Empire spanned vast territories, dotted with fortress cities, while the lands between were perilous wilderness. Ordinary people huddled within city walls, becoming the fuel for the Empire's machinery. Those with capability ventured into the wilderness to gather resources. This gave rise to hunter squads, bandits, and other entities that together formed a chaotic stage. Corporations had a strong grip within the cities, but in the wilderness, strength ruled. It was common for mines to be raided, and they wouldn't go to great lengths to investigate. However, Du Xiu cautioned, we'll need to dispose of these vehicles as we approach Burt City. They have the Ma Corporation's markings, which could expose us. After saying this, he stepped out to relieve himself, shivered in the cold, and then climbed back into the car. The night passed in silence. At dawn, the blizzard lessened, and the group set out again. Du Xiu used a compass to navigate roughly in the right direction. Suddenly, a rumbling noise arose from a distance. 4 or 5 vehicles bearing white wing insignias approached from the west. Brother Du, what should we do? Should we avoid them? Came the anxious voice of Demeng over the radio. Du Xiu glanced at the heavy artillery on the approaching vehicles and gritted his teeth. No need, just keep driving. In these conditions, speeding away was impossible. If their actions raised suspicion, they would be sitting ducks under a barrage of fire. At that moment, a stranger's voice came through the radio. Avoid who? Which company are you with? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, realizing the other party had tapped into their channel. Du Xiu calmly retorted. Which company are you with? There was a brief silence before the response came. That's not something I can disclose. Du Xiu eyed the white wing emblem on their car doors and replied indifferently, sorry, but our business is beyond your pay grade. He knew the white wings signified a Ma Corporation subsidiary officer, someone of equal rank to them, so there was no need for undue fear. The radio fell silent again for a while before the voice returned, asking, what's your destination? Burt City. You're heading this way to reach Burt City? The voice held a note of skepticism. Du Xiu hesitated. Was this not the right direction to Burt City? He only had a rough idea of its location. Before he could respond, the voice crackled over the radio again. Haha, what a coincidence. We're also headed to Burt City. Why don't you follow our convoy? Du Xiu furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Refusing might provoke a forceful stop, but following could risk exposing their identity. After weighing his options, he forced himself to remain calm and replied, all right. Lien Ruofei noticed Du Xiu's hesitation and expressed concern. Sure, won't traveling with them make us more likely to be exposed? We have to follow, Du Xiu whispered. Otherwise, if they sense something's wrong, they'll take action. With our speed, we can't escape their firepower, he instructed. Go tell Demeng and the others not to panic or speak. Just follow my lead. Lien Ruofei nodded and got out of the vehicle, while Du Xiu parked, pretending to wait for the other convoy. Before long, several vehicles joined Du Xiu. The passenger window of the lead vehicle rolled down, revealing a burly man with a thick beard. Du Xiu also rolled down his window, maintaining a wary expression. The bearded man noticed Du Xiu's Ma Corporation security uniform and curtly said, stay close to me, before attempting to roll up the window. Hold on, Du Xiu said, feigning distrust. How do you prove you're with the corporation? Meanwhile, his right hand subtly moved down, as if ready to draw a gun. The bearded man, growing impatient, rolled down the window again and pulled out an ID from his pocket. Zhou Yuan, head of transport for Dingsheng Company, he snapped. Take a good look and see if I'm with the corporation or not. Du Xiu nodded, deliberately showing a displeased expression as he rolled up his window, ignoring Zhou Yuan further. Zhou Yuan was visibly irritated, muttering, "Damn, this little punk needs a lesson." However, he didn't ask to see Du Xiu's ID. The other man's arrogant demeanor resembled that of a young recruit who had just joined the corporation, acting as if he had its backing and feared no one. Night fell. 8 vehicles split into 2 groups and settled on a sheltered hillside. Du Xiu and his team quickly cleared the snow and set up 7 or 8 insulated tents. Not far away, Zhou Yuan's group was also busy. The 2 groups sat distinctly apart, each gathered around their own campfire. Zhou Yuan, with his imposing figure, approached Du Xiu. The heavy weapons mounted on the vehicles behind him added immense pressure on Du Xiu. When questioned, Du Xiu replied in a steady voice, "Transporting supplies." Zhou Yuan scoffed, "With just you and your ragtag bunch?" Unfazed, Du Xiu continued roasting meat over the fire and calmly responded, "The captain took a team to hunt down a level 2 snow wolf." This statement made Zhou Yuan's eyes flicker with apprehension. Although he suspected Du Xiu might be lying, he dared not act recklessly. Du Xiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but sensed something was amiss. It was highly likely that Zhou Yuan's group was not part of the consortium, and their destination wasn't Burt City. A sense of danger crept over him. As the night deepened, a man with triangular eyes whispered to his companion, "We'll leave here at midnight." The young man hesitated. Why not follow the young master? The man with triangular eyes sneered. Are you really that naive? Du Xiu is an apothecary. The consortium won't kill him. But us? As slaves, there's nothing good waiting for us in the city. Well, that's true. So, bro, what should we do next? The man with the narrow eyes lowered his voice and instructed, "When it hits midnight, I'll grab the flint, and you get the jerky. No need for water. The snow will do. We'll sneak away and head for the woods not far from here." The young man nodded in agreement. The moonlight was hazy, casting a cold, pale glow on the snow. The campfire had died down, with occasional sparks popping out, leaving faint marks in the snow. 2 figures with guns slipped out of a tent and quietly made their way to the vehicles. Just as they were about to leave, a voice sounded behind them. "Gentlemen, where do you think you're going?" The man with the narrow eyes turned around to see a burly man with a full beard pointing a gun at them. "Captain Zhou, we were just taking a walk," the man with the narrow eyes said with an awkward smile. Zhou Yuan sneered. "Taking a walk with all those supplies? If you can't give me a good reason, I can't let you leave." The man with the narrow eyes hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Captain Zhou, I'll tell you a secret, but you must promise to let us go." Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Let's hear it. If it's worth it, I might just let you go." Just as the man with the narrow eyes was about to speak, 2 people suddenly burst out of a tent, firing a submachine gun at them. Zhou Yuan quickly dropped and rolled to a lower spot. The man with the narrow eyes and the young man were instantly riddled with bullets, their backpacks igniting the flint, turning them into burning corpses. The shooters were Du Xiu and Lien Ruofei. Zhou Yuan's face darkened with anger, feeling that a few bullets had been aimed at him. The gunfire woke the others, and they quickly armed themselves and came out to see what was happening. Zhou Yuan's men swiftly took cover and aimed their guns at Du Xiu's group. Zhou Yuan stormed over to Du Xiu and slapped him across the face. "You little brat. What do you think you're doing? How is it your business if we deal with deserters?" Du Xiu's face flushed with anger. "Wait until our captain arrives. You can ask him." Zhou Yuan grabbed Du Xiu by the collar, eyes glinting coldly. "Kid, don't try to scare me with your captain. If you don't wise up, I'll end you myself." Du Xiu was silent for a moment, fear flickering in his eyes, and said with humiliation, "We're actually from the mining transport team." "Transport team? Why so secretive?" "Transporting military-controlled minerals." Zhou Yuan was taken aback, then felt a chill down his spine. Military-controlled items meant a heap of trouble, definitely involving the Empire and corporate secrets. Du Xiu turned to Lien Ruofei and said, "Go to the truck and bring down the minerals for Captain Zhou to inspect." Forget it. Forget it. Let's pretend I didn't hear about this." Zhou Yuan waved his hands, not wanting to get involved in this hot mess. Suddenly, a thumping sound came from one of Zhou Yuan's convoy trucks, emanating from a closed compartment. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, and the tension rose once again. Du Xiu scoffed. "In that case, Captain Zhou, can you let go now?" Zhou Yuan released him, forcing a smile. "Heh, my young friend. It's all a misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding. Also, I just realized tonight that we took a wrong turn. This road doesn't lead to Boat City, but it's too late to turn back now. We don't have enough supplies or fuel. There's a hunter's town up ahead. We should reach it by tomorrow afternoon. We can restock there and then go our separate ways. How about that?" "Sure." Du Xiu uttered a single word. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, signaling his men to lower their weapons. The tense atmosphere in the camp eased slightly. Du Xiu returned to the tent, his anger dissipating in an instant, as if the young man who had just lost face was someone else entirely. Lien Ruofei sighed inwardly, noting that Du Xiu always seemed to wear a mask, effortlessly switching between different emotions. You've got some nerve, Lien Ruofei remarked, offering a cigarette. Du Xiu accepted it and rubbed his face. The area is only under quasi-military control now, with restrictions significantly loosened. Captain Ma is just an ordinary man. Caught off guard, he flicked the ash from his cigarette, suddenly recalling something. In 2 hours, when they're sound asleep, we'll slip away quietly. Why this sudden departure? Lien Ruofei asked. The items under military control are too important, and the captain's absence is suspicious. No matter how valuable a secondary beast is, it can't compare to military-controlled goods. It's absurd to let an ordinary person guard them and go without showing up for 2 days. They were bluffed for now, but by morning, there will definitely be trouble. Weighing the pros and cons, Du Xiu decided to make a nighttime escape. Lien Ruofei agreed, and they prepared themselves. After setting up a watch, Zhou Yuan returned to his vehicle. A middle-aged man, Wang Feng, approached the car. Old Zhou, not sleeping at 1 in the morning? Damn it, I'm worried. Did you hear what that kid said? I did. Handing military-controlled goods to a young guy is really bold. Plus, the person in the carriage woke up. Are you worried about them leaking information? This is a deal that could cost us our heads. They probably won't. After delivering the goods, they're likely to be dealt with. But there's always a risk, Zhou Yuan said with concern. Wang Feng lit a cigarette. It's definitely tricky. Killing them isn't easy. We'll see what the buyers at Hunter's Town suggest. That's all we can do. Over an hour later, Du Xiu and Lien Ruofei quietly left the camp. Du Xiu, wearing gloves, sprinkled some powder around the tent. The moonlight grew increasingly cold. The snow, piled 4 to 5 feet deep, completely buried their lower legs. If Zhou Yuan were to chase them by car, they would eventually be caught in the snow. So their only option was to flee into the snowy forest. Du Xiu and Lien Ruofei stumbled as they ran, the snow crunching beneath their feet. The howling wind pierced through them with a bone-chilling coldness. They knew the dense forest was impassable by vehicle, offering their only chance for survival. Over an hour later, the two arrived at the edge of the snowy forest, gasping for breath. The winter woods were desolate, with bare branches adorned with icicles that glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Du Xiu glanced back at the winding trail of footprints behind them and said in a grave tone, "We should split up. There's a high chance they'll catch up, but if we separate, our chances of survival increase." Lien Ruofei looked up at the bright full moon, momentarily recalling the night he was beaten and left in the swamp years ago. He sighed softly. The moon is brighter tonight than it was back then. Stop with the sentimentality. Du Xiu punched Lien Ruofei on the shoulder. Get moving. After more than a decade of shared hardships, they had become each other's only family. Lien Ruofei's eyes showed reluctance as he earnestly instructed, "Shower, whoever makes it out alive, live for both of us. See the cherry blossoms when they cover the sky. Witness the grandeur of the insect hives. Behold the towering heights of the wolf tribe's sacred mountain. And see what the gods look like for me." Du Xiu nodded in agreement and turned to stride into one side of the forest. Lien Ruofei watched him depart and then used the barrel of his gun to scrawl in the snow, "Come and catch me, idiot." After writing, he fled in the opposite direction. In his mind, he knew the opponent wouldn't fall for such childish taunts and would most likely head his way. A few minutes later, Du Xiu stood in front of the words on the ground, looking speechless. Staring at the writing on the ground, Du Xiu's mouth twitched. Lien Ruofei was at it again with his self-indulgent antics, a routine he loved to play out at critical moments over the years. Du Xiu felt disdain. Wouldn't the opponents split their forces to pursue them? How naive. He quickly walked in the direction Lien Ruofei had fled and wrote a line in the snow, "Come catch me, idiot." After finishing, Du Xiu unzipped his pants and urinated on the snow. The urine was yellow, a sign of some internal heat. Satisfied with his work, he nodded and disappeared into the dense forest. At dawn, as the first light broke, a large crowd gathered near Du Xiu's tent. Zhou Yuan emerged from the tent with a grim face, coughing a few times, evidently bothered by the smell inside. "Have you figured out what happened?" Zhou Yuan asked Wang Feng. Wang Feng looked displeased. "It's all fake. That kid was full of lies. Something about military-controlled items, but it's just secret tungsten ore. These people are escaped slaves from the secret tungsten mine." Zhou Yuan ground his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, always hunting the geese, and now I've been pecked in the eye by one. I have to personally kill those 2 brats." He worried that Du Xiu might expose their operations. "What about these people?" Wang Feng pointed at the 5 people kneeling in the snow. "Kill them," Zhou Yuan said coldly. Gunfire erupted, and the 5 mine slaves were riddled with bullets. Zhou Yuan, with 2 others, followed the footprints, quickly noticing they split in 2 directions. Split up? The little bastards aren't entirely stupid, but it's useless, Zhou Yuan sneered. Captain Zhou, there are words on the ground. The 2 team members shouted. Seeing the provocative words, Zhou Yuan was furious. When I catch you, I'll knock out all your teeth one by one. He noticed the yellow urine stain on one side and instructed his 2 subordinates. You go after that one. I'll chase this one. Following Du Xiu's tracks, Zhou Yuan was infuriated by the constant taunting messages he encountered along the way. It was the first time he felt the power of words so strongly. By afternoon, Du Xiu was leaning against a tree, panting. After hours of trekking through the snow, he was exhausted, driven only by his will to survive. He hoped the poison he used would work, but against someone like Zhou Yuan, it might have limited effect. Dragging his weary body up a hillside, he gnawed on some tough jerky for energy while scanning the terrain behind him. Soon, he spotted a rapidly moving black dot, and his expression turned grim. A flash of determination crossed Du Xiu's face. Back at the campsite where Du Xiu had spent the previous night, several tents still stood in the snow, untouched by the fierce wind. The bodies of Demang and the others lay on the ground, their blood drained and staining the white snow red. Nearby, a large convoy of vehicles slowly came to a stop. A moment later, the RV door opened, and an elderly man stepped out. He appeared to be around 60, of average height, with dark skin. His eyes were deeply set, his nose was hooked, and his eyebrows were sparse to the point of almost non-existent. Beneath heavy bags under his eyes, his gaze was indifferent yet piercing. There was an aura of isolation and ferocity about him that kept others at bay. The elderly man surveyed his surroundings before his gaze settled on a tent not far away. 2 young men behind him seemed ready to follow, but he stopped them with a single glance. He walked alone towards the tent, examining it carefully until he reached the one where Du Xiu stayed. Suddenly, he noticed some powder near the zipper, leaned in to sniff it, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Confirming that no one else was around, he took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. Go ahead, I'm here. What's the situation? The voice on the other end sounded anxious. Leader, as agreed, the person has been retrieved. It's said that 2 slaves from the mines escaped during transport. They sent people to hunt them down, but they haven't returned yet. The elderly man chuckled coldly. How old are these slaves? 16, one of them named Du Xiu. Oh, and leader, there's more. Apparently, one of the escapees is an alchemist who poisoned dozens of guards with a colorless, odorless toxin. A gleam flashed in the elderly man's eyes. Interesting. All right, I'll handle the matter of the slaves. Plant a poison seed in the one you captured and release him back. Deal with the rest. Understood. Leader, about your antidote for this month. Before the person on the line could finish, the elderly man hung up and turned to a man with slicked back hair. Captain Wang, please track a young man using the snow trail. Captain Wang quickly obliged, arranging for several drones to follow the footprints into the snowy forest. The 2 disciples behind the elderly man exchanged puzzled looks, clearly surprised by their master's sudden interest in a young man. Half an hour later, a hunter arrived with a report. Master Lung, we've found him. Captain Wang took over the conversation. Old Wang, put the image on the big screen. 4th brother, take some people and bring that young man here. The screen displayed a small black dot deep in the snowy forest. As the image zoomed in, a delicate-looking young boy appeared, sitting on a hill, chewing food, and gazing into the distance with an increasingly fierce look. It was Du Xiu. Soon, the screen split into 2 halves. On one side was Du Xiu, while the other showed a man leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. Hey, isn't that Zhou Yuan? Captain Wang remarked in surprise. Ding Yao quickly suggested, Captain Wang, do you know him? Maybe we can use the drone to communicate and ask him to spare the young man's life. Captain Wang hesitated. I've had some business dealings with the Ma family consortium before and met him a few times. Although he's just at the Qi and blood stage, he's still with the Ma family. I can give it a try. Master Lung waved his hand. No need to rush. Let's watch a bit longer. Suddenly, Captain Wang frowned. Something's off. Zhou Yuan's Qi and blood are scattered, and his energy seems lacking. Something's not right. As a seasoned hunting party that frequently traverses the wilderness, they've been to the nearby dense forest before. It's quite expansive, enough to exhaust an ordinary person. Zhou Yuan frowned as he surveyed the snowy forest before him, puzzled. As a practitioner of the Qi and blood realm, how could a mere few miles leave him so fatigued? He paused, leaning against a tree to catch his breath, his gaze falling on the footprints that marred the snow. Damn kid, he sure can run. Zhou Yuan muttered through gritted teeth, as a wave of weakness washed over him. He quickly inspected his own condition internally, shocked to find that his Qi and blood, originally in the dozens, had dwindled to just 2. This was unheard of, and alarm bells rang in Zhou Yuan's mind. Did someone poison me? He swiftly analyzed. Poisons were uncommon in the wilderness. They were difficult to concoct and not very effective, so few used them. Yet, there seemed to be no other explanation. Zhou Yuan instinctively suspected Wang Feng. Only he had both the opportunity and motive to do this. When I get back, I'll settle the score with you. Zhou Yuan vowed, gritting his teeth, determined to continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, Du Xiu stood in the snow-covered forest, surveying his surroundings before choosing a spot to build a snowman. Beneath it, he scribbled, "I'm your uncle," then hurled his backpack in a certain direction, carefully retracing his steps toward Zhou Yuan. Those watching on screen were dumbfounded. Yang Tiyuan, beside Master Long, sneered, "Master, I think this kid has given up." Master Long frowned but remained silent. Although he didn't believe Du Xiu was merely fooling around, his actions were indeed perplexing. Escaping should be his top priority, so why engage in these seemingly pointless activities? As the spectators pondered, Du Xiu's every move was quietly setting up an intricate plan. This 16-year-old boy was using his astounding intelligence and courage to prepare for the impending life-and-death confrontation. From a bird's eye view, it was clear that Du Xiu and Zhou Yuan were not far apart. Yang Tiyuan, another disciple of Master Long, showed a hint of excitement. Though he didn't understand why Master Long favored Du Xiu, he knew that if Du Xiu perished, everything would be resolved. His reasoning wasn't due to any personal vendetta against Du Xiu, but as a disciple of a pharmacologist, he naturally didn't want another competitor. Pharmacological knowledge isn't like regular teaching, where one teacher can instruct a class of 50 or 60 students. The vast and complex foundational knowledge required in pharmacology means that a pharmacist's focus is limited, and each student faces different challenges. This often leads to a dilemma when pharmacists are mentoring their apprentices. He changed direction again. Ding Yao suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to the screen. They saw Du Xiu's figure abruptly shift direction, veering off the higher ground where footprints had been left, now heading down a slope to the side. The thick snow left clear imprints with each step, causing the group to wonder if leaving such obvious tracks was a reckless move. Standing on the hillside, Zhou Yuan could see the footprints clearly below, making the pursuit seem straightforward. Just when everyone thought this was a grave mistake, Du Xiu surprised them again. He suddenly crouched mid-slope, swung his arms, and leaped forward, landing perfectly behind a large boulder the only blind spot. Impressive, someone couldn't help but praise. Although this move wasn't particularly sophisticated, coming up with it in such a short time was no small feat. Yang Tiyuan snorted, just being clever for a moment. Once Zhou Yuan notices the footprints stop, he'll surely redirect his search. It's only a matter of time before Du Xiu meets his end. Captain Wang glanced at him. Though Yang Tiyuan's words were harsh, they were true. With the snow freshly fallen and so deep, a seasoned pursuer chasing an adolescent seemed like a hopeless situation. Du Xiu could rely on clever tricks countless times, but a single mistake would allow Zhou Yuan to catch up, likely resulting in a swift end with a shot or a blow. The only hope now was for his people to arrive in time. Yet, given the distance, it seemed unlikely they could reach him quickly. Moreover, Master Lung's refusal to use a drone to communicate and rescue Du Xiu was puzzling. After a moment of contemplation, Captain Wang shifted his gaze back to the screen. On the screen, Zhou Yuan followed the footprints, drawing ever closer to Du Xiu. Suddenly, he halted and turned to look to his side. With sharp eyes, Zhou Yuan scanned the footprints on the slope. This was Du Xiu's usual trick, leaving false clues in one direction before retracing his steps to continue forward. Normally, Zhou Yuan would leap up to the treetops for a better view in such situations. But this time, he only needed a glance to conclude it was a decoy. It seems Du Xiu has reached his limit too. Zhou Yuan smirked coldly and pressed on. Not far ahead, a snowman stood silently, with an eerie grin on its face. Zhou Yuan snorted in disdain, his gaze falling on the crooked words in the snow, "Was sure Nan die." Rage surged in Zhou Yuan's chest as he lifted his P90 and unleashed a barrage on the snowman. Snow exploded in all directions as the snowman collapsed. At that moment, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from behind. Zhou Yuan instinctively rolled to evade as bullets whizzed past his arm. He took cover behind a tree, gasping for breath, his heart racing. How did that kid get behind me? Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, checking his wound. Luckily, it was only a flesh wound, but his intent to kill burned fiercer than ever. Quickly assessing his surroundings, Zhou Yuan spotted a low-lying area not far away. He hunched over and moved swiftly toward it, all the while keeping tabs on Du Xiu's movements. Once in a safer spot, Zhou Yuan grinned maliciously, shedding his backpack to gear up for a lighter assault. Suddenly, he caught sight of a backpack above the low ground. He dismissed it, assuming Du Xiu had discarded it to move more nimbly. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to relocate, the gunfire resumed, bullets striking trees and snow, sending splinters and snowflakes flying. Zhou Yuan curled up, sneering with disdain. To him, Du Xiu was just a cornered animal, wasting ammunition in a futile frenzy. However, as Zhou Yuan believed he had the upper hand, an unusual scent wafted through the air. He frowned and looked up, noticing Du Xiu's backpack had been hit and was burning. A sense of unease quickly gripped him. Zhou Yuan tried to rise and escape, but dizziness overwhelmed him. Touching his face, he felt warm liquid. Before he could react, a searing pain shot through his heart. Blood streamed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose as he cried out, Du Xiu, you, but before he could finish, he collapsed heavily into the snow, lifeless. Elsewhere, Du Xiu slumped exhausted in the snow. He muttered to himself about various poisons and their effects, finally feeling a weight lift from his chest. Yet, just as he was about to relax, a severe headache struck again. Du Xiu curled up in agony, soon losing consciousness. The remaining onlookers, watching until the end, were left baffled as to how Du Xiu had managed to kill Zhou Yuan. A moment later, the girl spoke with uncertainty in her voice. In the backpack, there were firestones and poison. The bullet hit the firestones, igniting the poison and killing Zhou Yuan. Her voice trembled, eyes filled with terror. He used footprints to disappear, circled behind Zhou Yuan. He left offensive words to provoke Zhou Yuan, and built a snowman as a target for Zhou Yuan's anger. While Zhou Yuan was venting, he attacked from behind. She paused, furrowing her brows. No, the snowman's position and the offensive words were carefully planned. The terrain there is flat. The only place to hide is under the backpack. The position of the backpack was calculated in advance. After she finished speaking, her gaze fell on the screen showing the unconscious Du Xiu, leaving her with a sense of horror. She had witnessed Du Xiu surveying the snowy landscape for a few minutes and coming up with this intricate plan, all while maintaining a stoic expression. His heart is like stone, his intelligence surpassing that of a demon. The 8 words echoed in her mind. Could it really be that terrifying? Could it just be a coincidence? A tense hunter group member asked. No, it was no coincidence. It was all calculated by him. If he was off by even a step, he would have been the one to die. The girl shook her head, recalling every meaningful action Du Xiu had taken. Seeing the girl defend Du Xiu, Yang Tuyu was slightly displeased. In the end, it was the poison that was powerful. The girl didn't even glance at him. No one else responded either. While the poison was indeed powerful, Du Xiu himself was even more so. Everyone assumed the potion came from Master Long, unaware it was Du Xiu's creation. Du Xiu slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Soft beige light emanated from 2 light strips on the pink ceiling above him, and the blanket smelled faintly of milk. He cautiously examined his surroundings and found himself in a moving RV. The vehicle's suspension was excellent, with hardly any jostling. Beside him, a girl was resting her head on the table, a glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth. Du Xiu struggled to sit up, feeling waves of pain throughout his body. He lifted the blanket, noticing his clothes had been changed, leaving him only in shorts. His shoulder was swollen, and his left leg had extensive frostbite. The wounds were treated and bandaged, significantly easing the pain. The girl was startled awake, wiped her mouth, and blushed. She tried to hide her embarrassment. You're awake? Yes, thank you for saving me. Where are you headed? Du Xiu asked calmly. It was Master Long's orders. We're going to Boat City. We'll arrive in 3 days. Master Long? Du Xiu was puzzled. You don't know Master Long? The girl asked in surprise. Yet it was his orders for us to search your camp and the snow forest. Du Xiu fell into deep thought. Why would an alchemy master want to save him? Only Lien Ruofei and Wang Feng knew his whereabouts. Excluding Lien Ruofei, that left Wang Feng. He recalled Zhou Yuan probing him, possibly to eliminate him. The sound of banging on the car in Zhou Yuan's convoy suggested someone important might have been kidnapped. Master Long might be connected to Wang Feng's trading partners, checking on Zhou Yuan's delay. But why save him instead of silencing him? Du Xiu felt he was grasping at something but couldn't quite piece it together. The girl watched Du Xiu in curiosity as he pondered. She had witnessed how he arranged the scene, evaded capture, and ultimately used the firestones to ignite poison and kill Zhou Yuan, leaving everyone in awe. Du Xiu's stomach growled, and the girl giggled, revealing adorable dimples. She glanced at her watch. Hungry? It's almost 7, and the caravan will stop to camp soon. There are clothes over there. Change and come down for some food. By the way, my name's Nini. What's yours? Lien Ruofei. As night fell, the caravan came to a gentle halt, and everyone set up camp in a spacious, flat area. The Silver Fox hunting group, consisting of about 60 people, settled down in the wilderness. Led by Wang Tuan, an adept at the Kaiqiao level, along with over 20 Qi and blood level practitioners, this seasoned group was well known in Burt City. The camp was orderly, with everyone performing their duties. Du Xiu sat waiting for dinner, feeling anxious. He was supposed to thank his savior, Master Long, but was unsure of the person's identity, suspecting that such good fortune seemed too good to be true. Aren't you going to see Master Long? Nini asked as she turned the grill, the aroma of meat filling the air. I'll go after eating. It's easy to be impolite now, Dushio replied evasively, though he hadn't figured out what to say. He observed that the camp was centered around Master Long, surrounded by a dozen formidable practitioners with heavy firepower arranged meticulously. Nini also seemed to have a significant background, enjoying the luxury of her own caravan. Try some, Nini offered, bringing over the grilled meat. Looking at the charred rabbit meat, Du Xiao was about to say he had no appetite when his stomach growled in betrayal. Reluctantly, he took it, biting into it and nodding unexpectedly. Not bad. Then have more, Nini smirked. The two fell silent. Du Xiao remained cautious and taciturn, while Nini was silent due to curiosity and annoyance. Half an hour later, Du Xiao navigated through layers of guards to reach Master Long's yurt. Master Long was reading when Nini led Du Xiao inside. Master Long, Lien Ruofei is here to express his gratitude. Du Xiao's face was suddenly full of sincere appreciation. Master Long set down his book, giving Du Xiao a peculiar look. Du Xiao immediately launched into an emotional performance, recounting how he was pursued by bandits and eventually fainted in the snow. His expressions ranged from indignation to fear to gratitude, showcasing his acting skills. Master Long and Nini exchanged glances, clearly puzzled by this version of Du Xiao that was so different from their impression. Are you sure they were bandits? Master Long probed. Absolutely. I didn't know him, yet he tried to kill me. It must have been for robbery, Du Xiao declared righteously. He was poisoned, Nini said, squinting. Du Xiao feigned surprise. I had no idea. He must have been poisoned while chasing someone else. Nini's smile widened. So it wasn't you who poisoned him? Du Xiao's expression changed, filled with righteous indignation. I would never resort to such despicable means. If you think saving my life gives you the right to slander me, then I'll take my leave. As he walked away, he claimed he would return to his family to prepare a proper gift in gratitude, portraying a virtuous young man to perfection. Just as he was about to leave, Master Lung suddenly called out, Du Xiao? Du Xiao paused, then asked in confusion, was that bandit named Du Xiao? I'll remember it, and make sure to inform my family elders to repay the Du family. With that, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Master Long's rigid face twitched slightly. A flicker of barely noticeable anger passed through Master Long's eyes as he spoke coldly. You've got a stubborn mouth. There's no need to pretend. We saw everything through the drone when you killed Zhou Yuan. Upon hearing this, Du Xiao pursed his lips, and an awkward atmosphere began to fill the air. Master Long turned to Nini and said calmly, you should leave. Yes, master. Nini turned to exit, her cheeks flushed as she tried to suppress her laughter. As they briefly made eye contact, Du Xiao lowered his gaze to the ground. The pattern on the cold-proof floor was clearly visible, and Du Xiao thought to himself, if there were a crack, it would be perfect. He harbored a slim hope, yet understood that Wang Feng must have already confessed everything to Master Long. As his thoughts raced, Du Xiao speculated that Master Long might be seeking him out because of the poison powder in the camp. Besides Zhou Yuan, there might be others who were poisoned and knew it was his doing. Master Long, being an expert in pharmaceuticals, might have taken an interest in his talents. With this realization, Du Xiao turned to Master Long and bowed deeply, saying, I, Du Xiao, have wandered for over a decade without meeting a worthy teacher. If you don't mind, I wish to become your apprentice. A tinkling laugh came from outside the tent, and Du Xiao blushed slightly but looked resolutely at Master Long. Seeing no change in his expression, Du Xiao lowered his voice and said, Master, truth be told, I don't hold much loyalty to the Empire. Master Long's eye twitched imperceptibly, and he pointed to the books on the table, saying, take these with you, and remember, speak less and do more. Yes, master. Feeling a bit more at ease, Du Xiao respectfully bowed and left with the books. Watching him leave, Master Long muttered to himself, he's a good seedling though shameless. Inside the pink tent, Du Xiao asked expressionlessly, so you saw everything I did on the screen, clearly? Nini laughed, yes, exactly, including the writing on the ground. It's really ugly. Why didn't you tell me during dinner? You didn't ask. Why didn't you warn me before I entered Master Long's room? I did. I laughed really happily. After a long silence, Du Xiao finally understood what it meant to be socially dead. Nini comforted him. If you can't make it as a pharmacist, you can try acting. I think you could win an award. You'd make a great wronged suspect, a resolute young man, or a noble gentleman. You've got a wide acting range. Du Xiao sneered. Do you think you're funny? Kind of. My friends say my jokes are hilarious. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Nini, may I come in? Come in. Ding Yao entered and looked at Du Xiao with a smile. You must be the junior apprentice, right? Hello. I'm Ding Yao, your second senior brother. Hello, senior brother. I'm Du Xiao. Du Xiu forced a smile. You're impressive, junior brother. You managed to kill a practitioner at the Qi and blood stage. Ding Yao gave him a thumbs up, looking genuinely impressed. Du Xiu's face darkened, and he remained silent. Nini's smile grew even brighter. Come on, junior brother, you'll sleep with me tonight, and I'll help change your bandages, Ding Yao said warmly. Was it you who treated my wounds while I was unconscious? Thank you, senior brother. Du Xiu expressed his gratitude sincerely. We're brothers, no need to be formal, Ding Yao said dismissively. As they left, Nini called out to Du Xiu. Sorry for meeting you like this, Du Xiu. Du Xiu's body stiffened as he quickened his pace, laughter echoing behind him. The night passed quietly. On the way to Burt City, there were no major incidents. They encountered a group of bandits once, but upon seeing the formidable Silver Fox Hunter group from a distance, the bandits turned and left. To Du Xiu, these people were not even worthy of being called bandits. They were more like refugees. They were in rags, unkempt, with a few holding guns, but most wielding knives or even sticks, wandering the wilderness in search of food and shelter. Du Xiu pondered the stark contrast between fortress cities and the wilderness. City dwellers enjoyed the conveniences of high technology, facing economic pressures, but without fear for their lives. They could watch movies, enjoy hot pot, and engage in various social circles. In contrast, the wilderness refugees lived by the law of the jungle, constantly worrying about their next meal. From the initial exiles to bankrupt individuals, escaped slaves, and adventurers, generations had formed a large group of wilderness refugees. Many spent their entire life savings just to secure city residency for their children. If not for leveraging Master Lung's name, Du Xiu realized it would have been extremely difficult for him to enter the city. Science is one of the most brilliant jewels in the history of human civilization. Over the course of the empire's history, 3 centuries have witnessed the rise and fall of technology. In the 1st century, science began to take root. Pioneers discovered fundamental laws and laid the groundwork for scientific exploration. They were highly revered and enjoyed great prestige. The 2nd century marked the height of scientific achievement. Technological advancements succeeded tremendously across various fields, benefiting the empire's citizens. Scholars tirelessly endeavored to prove that science surpassed the divine. In the 3rd century, science reached its zenith and then rapidly declined. Prominent scientists began to take their own lives, and the supremacy of science started to wane. Intellectuals realized that scientific truths might only apply within a limited scope. Dai Lixing closed the yellowed forbidden book, lost in thought. Ding Yao exclaimed, "Isn't this the empire's traitor?" He then recounted Dai Lixing's legendary story to Du Xiu. This exceptionally talented genius, once the pride of the empire, betrayed at a crucial moment, leading to the downfall of the imperial expeditionary forces. From then on, he became an imperial taboo, with a bounty on his head that was outrageously high. Ding Yao remarked, "Smart people fear death." The empire's traitor was too clever, believing the empire was doomed, so he defected to the papacy. Truly remarkable. Du Xiu placed the forbidden book atop a stack of books and stretched. Reading in a moving vehicle is truly exhausting. Du Xiu sat in the bumpy carriage, his eyes fixed on the book in his hands. Fortunately, as they neared Burt City, the road became smoother, allowing him to focus on reading. The books mostly covered the basics of pharmacology, along with some imperial history and general knowledge about life. Besides the books given by Master Long, Du Xiu also delved into pharmacological works brought by Ding Yao, which opened his eyes to new insights. Noticing Du Xiu's intense concentration, Ding Yao curiously asked, "Have you finished all these books?" "Yes," Du Xiu nodded. Including the basic knowledge of pharmacology and the foundational formulas. Ding Yao looked astonished. "Are you kidding? You finished so many books in just 3 days?" Du Xiu explained, "I've read the basic knowledge books before, just skimmed through them. I mainly focused on the foundational formulas." Through his conversation with Ding Yao, Du Xiu gained a deeper understanding of the profession of pharmacists. There is a clear hierarchy within the field. From lowest to highest, it goes from junior apprentice, intermediate apprentice, senior apprentice, and then from level 1 to level 6 pharmacist. Ding Yao and Yang Tiyuan were only senior apprentices and not yet official pharmacists. Master Long, on the other hand, was a level 3 pharmacist, which held considerable prestige. As for Master Ma at the secret tungsten mine, he's at most a senior apprentice, Ding Yao added. If he were really a level 1 pharmacist, the consortium wouldn't dump him at the mine. Even if he slapped a high-ranking member of the consortium, they'd likely just lock him up and force him to keep concocting potions. Burt City, with a population exceeding 100 million, was originally built for just a few thousand. Among them, there are only about 40 or 50 pharmacists, excluding apprentices. Du Xiu leafed through a book of basic formulas, marveling at the scarcity of pharmacists. Seeing this, Ding Yao, with a hint of pride, said, "You need to memorize the basics for 7 or 8 years, and understanding the formulas depends on your talent. I started learning the basics at 9, formulas at 14, and this year I can take the level 1 exam." Du Xiu responded nonchalantly, Not bad. He compared himself privately, having completed the basic knowledge in just over a year, but saw no need to discourage his talkative senior. Ding Yao misunderstood Du Xiu's subtlety, assuming he was progressing slowly, and offered reassurance, don't stress, make sure to balance work and rest. Du Xiu nodded in agreement, recalling those busy days. As their vehicle moved forward, the imposing silhouette of Burt City came into view. 3 layers of alloy fortifications, towering 100 meters high, bristled with cannons and laser weapons. While the Silver Fox hunters processed their entry, the guards, upon learning that Master Long was among them, proactively registered Du Xiu's identity information. Entering the city, a jungle of steel structures rose in orderly rows. At the crossroads, cars paused, their drivers gazing enviously at the hovering flying cars above. On a large LED screen, an advertisement from the Ma Corporation played repeatedly. What's the price of love? Can it fly in the sky? Can it produce anti-aging potions? Can it install a mechanical heart when yours fails? Love can't, but Ma Corporation can. Welcome to join the Ma Corporation. The elite members of the consortium move swiftly between towering skyscrapers, clad in sharp suits, their pace brisk and determined. After fervent phone conversations with clients, their gaze inevitably lands on the LED billboard across the street, its advertisements flashing brightly. These corporate elites, weaving through the urban jungle, can't help but curse inwardly at the sight of the ads. Those damn slogans again. They think, years with the consortium, and none of them have come true. Their attention then shifts to the floor-to-ceiling windows, where magnetic levitation trains zip along aerial tracks. Hope that clueless boss doesn't make us work late again. Countless workers silently wish, though this hope has never materialized. As night falls, the city is awash with neon lights. The maglev trains, with their flashing red lights, streak through the sky like ribbons. On the skyscraper's LED screens, a charming woman enthusiastically introduces the consortium's products. The entire city is engulfed in a sea of neon. Du Xiu lowers his binoculars, smacking his lips in awe. Damn, this place is something else. As a newcomer to Burt City from the wilderness, even with a mature mind, he's left speechless by the dazzlingly futuristic metropolis. Nini appears beside Du Xiu, her voice soft. It's overwhelming the first time in Burt City. But once you've been here for a while, you'll realize we're different from them. She gestures toward the skyscrapers. Those people are trapped within the system, confined to this fortress for life. They only see what others allow them to see. What they think is freedom is merely a handout. She pauses, then continues, those skyscrapers may look grand and impressive, but over time, they feel suffocating and cramped. Even if you own a luxurious penthouse overlooking the city's splendor, that sense of satisfaction and superiority is merely instilled by subtle comparisons with those at the same level. She then points to a distant area. That's where people like us belong, our world. A place where, through our own efforts, we can reach the highest peaks of the world. Du Xiu followed the direction Nini was pointing to and gazed at a relatively quiet area. His eyes scanned this unique enclave within Burt City. Unlike the towering skyscrapers elsewhere in the city, the buildings here were low and unpretentious, yet exuded an aura of mystery. There were no bustling corporate towers, only the various structures of the Hunters Guild standing silently. This was a world dedicated to hunters. Facilities like the Wilderness Resource Trading Platform, the Potion Hall, and the Divine Judgment Hall catered to every need of the hunters. The area was also adorned with sprawling villas, green parks, and lakes, providing a haven for these extraordinary individuals. Du Xiu withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly. Thank you, I understand now. The urge to experience the bustling world outside dissolved instantly. Seeing this, Nini flashed a mischievous smile. Hey, buddy, don't be mad at me. We're all wanderers at heart, right? My laughter isn't that awful, is it? Du Xiu ignored her. For the past few days, he had been avoiding Nini. It wasn't out of arrogance. It was just that every time he saw her smiling face, he felt an overwhelming urge to push her into the snow. What a wonderful girl. If only she were mute, he sighed inwardly. As Du Xiu walked away, Nini shook her fist playfully at his retreating figure. Du Xiu, you're too much. The next day, Master Long met briefly with Du Xiu. He advised him to focus on studying potion knowledge, promising to assess him in a month, and warned him not to get distracted by practicing original force. After giving his instructions, Master Long hurried back to the potion lab to continue his research. Du Xiu agreed, feeling grateful for this peculiar yet genuine mentor-student relationship. Under Ding Yao's guidance, he officially joined the Potion Hall of the Hunters Guild, albeit as a low-level apprentice. That evening, Ding Yao led Du Xiu to a luxurious villa. Here you go, the key. It's a gift from the teacher. Du Xiu was stunned, not feigning surprise, but genuinely shocked. Having been a wanderer all his life, he suddenly found himself with such a lavish home. Seeing his reaction, Ding Yao reminded him, don't be overly sentimental. The teacher has several villas like this. In our world, this is just standard treatment. Dushio realized the truth. As 9 million talent, such treatment was indeed quite normal. He gratefully replied, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Half a month later, Dushio logged into the house of the bronze tree once again. On the computer screen, a bronze tree stretched its branches in all directions, each branch ending in a bronze eye. The eyes opened and closed in unison. Successfully logged into the house of the bronze tree. Every time he logged in, Dushio couldn't shake the feeling that these eyes were alive and conscious. The Bronze Treehouse. It's a forum exclusively for pharmacists, inaccessible to outsiders. Dushio entered his identification code and logged into the forum after an eye scan. The eyes on the bronze tree still sent a chill down his spine. A notification popped up, saying, "Welcome back, health by your face," with 99 unread messages flashing. He opened the thread he had previously posted about how to treat headaches. Over the past half-month, there had been few responses, mostly basic pharmacology knowledge. Dushio scrolled through the comments with a sense of resignation until one highly upvoted reply caught his attention. "Diao Mao, check your private messages." This brief comment sparked a frenzy. Users exclaimed, "Admin boss." A top-tier expert replying in the newbie section, "I feel the love from the Hunters Guild." Some even began to flaunt their status. "I'm from the Imperial Capital's royal family. I'm from a millennial consortium." Dushio was exasperated and was about to close the page when he noticed the admin's username, Soft Rice Hard Eater. He remembered that this person had indeed sent him a private message, but he hadn't paid attention at the time. Upon opening the private message, he found the admin inquiring about his symptoms and memory after the onset of his condition. Dushio pondered for a moment and carefully replied with his situation. Shortly after, Soft Rice Hard Eater responded, "Your issue is a bit complex, so don't post about it on the forum just yet. Try buying a concentration potion first." "Can't afford it, too expensive," Dushio replied helplessly. "A soul calming potion would work too." "Still can't afford it. Can't afford even a level 1 potion? Are you very poor?" "A month ago, I was a slave in a mine, and now I don't have a single gold coin." Soft Rice Hard Eater was silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating. Then he said, "Well, I don't know if your problem is neurological or the other type. If it's neurological, a few soul calming potions should solve it. If it's not neurological, well, that's interesting." Dushio was probably not suffering from a neurological issue. He checked, and his symptoms were different. Over the past half-month, aside from studying pharmacological formulas and filling in theoretical gaps, he'd been researching his headache issue. He compared many typical symptoms and found none matched. "Soft Rice Hard Eat, I've got some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Dushio's brow furrowed as a sense of caution crept into his mind. He slowly typed back, half full on charm, "Huh." Soft Rice Hard Eat seemed to be annoyed and replied, "You're really no fun. Good news is, you might become very powerful in the future. Bad news is, you might not live for many more years." Dushio was startled and asked, "What do you mean?" Instead of answering directly, the other person asked, "Have you heard of ability awakening?" This question hit Dushio like a bolt of lightning. His pupils contracted sharply. Ability awakening is the pinnacle of power in the Empire. He suppressed his excitement and cautiously replied, "Are you saying that I'm an ability awakener?" Soft Rice Hard Eat explained, "I can only say there's a 50% chance. All ability awakeners have headaches, which are actually due to mental energy absorption. The ability is like a seed. Your brain is the soil, and it needs nutrients to awaken." Dushio's heart raced as he inquired about his own situation. The other person analyzed and was surprised. "Are you sure you fainted over 30 times? This ability seed is quite impressive." Dushio immediately flattered, "Oh, great one. Should I kneel? Want to invest in me?" The other person declined but suggested he confess to a consortium and seek help, warning him to keep it confidential. They then sent over some documents and quickly logged off. Dushio studied the documents carefully and weighed the pros and cons before deciding not to seek the consortium's protection for now. He opened a basic alchemy formula book, thinking to himself, "This stuff doesn't seem that hard. When it comes to pharmacology, I do have a bit of talent." A flicker of hope ignited in Dushio's heart. He contemplated his situation, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Everyone needs a dream," he murmured to himself. "A man should not remain subservient to others all his life." This thought stirred a sense of boldness within him. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Nini. "Hey buddy, are you there?" Soon, a reply came. "What's up?" Dushio hesitated for a moment, then asked to borrow some money. However, he quickly noticed that the other person had retracted a message. Staring at the recalled message, Dushio fell silent. Once again, it became clear that he couldn't rely on others for hope. Taking a deep breath, Dushio began to outline ways to earn money for his potion making. He listed 3 options: venturing into the wilderness to gather herbs and hunt insect creatures, taking on tasks from the Hunters Guild, or concocting potions. After weighing the pros and cons, Du Xiu decisively ruled out the first two options. In the past 2 weeks, he had tried to sense the primal force but made no progress. Without its aid and unfamiliar with firearms, entering the wilderness would be nothing short of courting disaster. This left only the third option. The Hunters Guild provides advanced potion-making apprentices with a monthly quota of free herbs for practice. Over the past 2 weeks, Du Xiu had passed both the basic and intermediate apprentice certifications. With half a month until the next advanced apprentice exam, he was determined to give it his all. Having made up his mind, Du Xiu didn't hesitate further and continued focusing on studying the fundamental formulas of pharmacology. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message. It was Nini, sending a grinning emoji. No woman can toy with my feelings. Empire Year 962, January 3rd. At the gates of Burt Castle, a fleet of heavily armed vehicles was parked. A group of burly Yuan-shou queued at the entrance, occasionally glancing at the long line of vehicles ahead and shaking their heads in resignation. They gathered in small clusters, chatting idly as they waited for their identities to be verified. Inside the checkpoint, staff meticulously compared each Yuan-shou's iris and fingerprint to prevent any intruders. The Yuan-shou expressed their discontent, feeling that their movement was more restricted than that of ordinary citizens. Since last night, people from all walks of life had poured into the city from the wilderness. Hunter groups, executives from resource companies, lone adventurers, and herbal merchants all flocked to participate in the Hunter Guild's Alchemy Hall's Advanced Apprentice Assessment. They weren't just there for the spectacle but also hoped to collaborate with potential advanced apprentices to reserve some semi-finished potions. Although these semi-finished products weren't as effective as the final versions, they were cheaper. For advanced apprentices, it was a valuable chance to gain experience. For hunter groups and other forces, it was a way to obtain affordable potions. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. At 10 a.m., Du Xiu, along with over 70 other intermediate apprentices, entered the examination area. Each was assigned a small private room. As Du Xiu stepped inside, a virtual screen appeared in midair, displaying a countdown. The assessment consisted of two parts. The first was herb identification, and the second was potion formulation, each lasting an hour. As the countdown hit 0, a realistic virtual herb appeared on the screen, with 4 name options below. Du Xiu glanced at it and confidently selected his answer, handling the task with ease. Meanwhile, the invigilation team closely monitored the candidate's performance from a conference room. Led by Deputy Hall Master Hu Yinlai, the heads of various alchemy departments and young members gathered to discuss the reasons for the surge in assessment participants, reflecting on the challenges faced by ordinary people trying to change their fate through the Imperial Academy. Suddenly, an exclamation from a senior apprentice interrupted their conversation. Following his gaze to the screen, they saw a young candidate yawning while answering questions at an astonishing speed. In just 7 minutes, he had reached question 193, completing each one in mere seconds. Hu Yinlia's eyes widened in displeasure as he said, "Who is this kid? Answering so fast? He must be randomly guessing. This can't be real. How can he be so fast? He must be guessing. Who is this kid? Randomly answering questions just causing trouble, isn't he?" Hu Yinlai glared with a fierce expression, clearly annoyed. Even for a seasoned alchemist, identifying herbs from the wilderness takes time, let alone an apprentice. But this kid? He just glances and answers. It's reckless. Hu Yinlai stared at the screen for a long time, his expression shifting from anger to suspicion. He squinted, closely observing the young candidate's answers. Initially, he attributed the perfect scores on the first dozen questions to luck. But as time went on, with over 100 questions answered without a single mistake, Hu Yinlai's suspicion turned to shock. Other pharmacists exchanged glances, a frightening thought creeping into their minds: could this kid possibly get every answer right from start to finish? An hour later, the first part of the assessment concluded. The screen displayed total questions answered 1123, correct answers 1118. The few wrong answers seemed to be merely due to the young man's speed in answering. Hu Yinlai trembled with excitement and urgently asked, "What's this person's name? Whose apprentice is he?" When no one responded, he loudly declared his intention to take the young man as his apprentice. Just then, someone identified the candidate was Du Xiu, the newly accepted apprentice of Master Li. Hu Yinlai was incredulous. That old man hasn't stepped out in 800 years. How could he have taken in such a genius? The second part of the assessment began. This was the true test of skill. On the screen, Du Xiu appeared deep in thought. This part involved virtual potion formulation, requiring the correct combination of given herbs. The pharmacist watched Du Xiu's responses intently, amazed at his understanding and innovation with complex potion formulas. Time was up, and the results were revealed. Du Xiu received an grade rating, indicating that his seemingly perplexing formulas were indeed correct. The pharmacists exchanged looks of disbelief. To innovate potion formulas at 17 was a once-in-a-century talent. Hu Yinlai's eyes were red with envy. silently lamenting that such a rare talent had fallen into the hands of the old eccentric Long. He hurried to the exam hall exit, stopping Du Xiao as he emerged. Du Xiao, right? Come with me to the office, he said, grabbing Du Xiao's hand and quickly leading him away. Ding Yao watched curiously as the two disappeared into the distance. Around him, the apprentices buzzed with excitement. Who is Du Xiao? I'd like to meet this grade genius. Ding Yao grabbed a person's hand and asked uncertainly, the one who got its level rating in the assessment. Is it Du Xiao? That's right, old Ding. Do you know him? The person responded in surprise. Images of Hu Yanlai's daisy-like smile flashed through Ding Yao's mind. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, someone's trying to poach talent. I need to find the teacher right away. The square was bustling with people, and the huge screens on all sides simultaneously displayed the results for advanced apothecary apprentices. A third of the original cultivation forces of Burt City had gathered here, buzzing with discussion. Several leaders of large hunter groups stood at the back of the crowd, smoking and chatting leisurely. Quite a few passed this year. Our groups can compete a bit less, said Captain Wong of the Silver Fox Hunters with a smile. Indeed. Let's not raise the prices, the others agreed. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. S-level rating? Where? Captain, there's an S-level 1. Hearing this, the group leaders quickly tossed their cigarettes and pushed towards the screen. Damn, S-level? Are you kidding? Captain Wong couldn't believe it. Captain Wong, it's that kid Du Xiao. S-level rating, shouted the bald man from the Silver Fox group excitedly. Are you sure? Captain Wong stood on tiptoe, stretching his neck to confirm. Yes, it's him. Absolutely certain. We need to find Master Long immediately. Captain Wong slapped his thigh and turned to leave. Meanwhile, inside Master Long's mixing room, Master Long put down the beaker, revealing a relieved smile. Yang Tiyuan hurriedly brought over some warm water, Congratulations, teacher, on the successful mixture. Master Long nodded. Yes, tidy up here. At that moment, the doorbell rang urgently. Master Long frowned, and Yang Tiyuan quickly went to open the door. Seeing it was Ding Yao, Yang Tiyuan said displeased, Don't you know the teacher is mixing potions? Disturbing now could cause a mistake. Ding Yao pushed past him directly and urgently said to Master Long, Teacher, something's happened. Master Long put down the glass of water and said calmly, What is it that's got you all worked up? Teacher, Du Xiao has passed the advanced apprentice assessment. Upon hearing this, Master Long raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He said calmly, Not bad, he didn't disappoint me. He recalled discovering the toxic powder at the Snow Forest camp and realized that Du Xiao had significant expertise in alchemy. Especially when Du Xiao used the poison to kill Zhou Yuan in the Snow Forest, Master Long became certain that Du Xiao had reached the level of an advanced apprentice. Being able to achieve this at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Moreover, his skill in using poison aligns perfectly with some of Master Long's plans. He thought to himself that although he had anticipated this, Ding Yao was clearly unaware. You must be here to congratulate him. Master Long nodded slightly. Though it was a bit reckless, it can be forgiven. But remember, next time, don't be so unruly. Ding Yao quickly shook his head and said urgently, Master, it's not just that. Junior brother received an grade rating during the assessment. What? Master Long's eyes widened instantly, and he leaned forward sharply. There are differences even among advanced apprentices. An grade rating means something significant, and he knew this all too well. It at least guarantees the potential to become a third-level alchemist, with a strong possibility of reaching the fourth level. Remembering that he only got an A in his advanced apprentice exam, Master Long was even more shocked. To him, an graduated alchemy genius skilled in poisons was a dream come true. Could his years-long dream finally be realized? Master Long trembled with excitement, muttering to himself, I've finally found him. Just as Master Long was reveling in his joy, Ding Yao quickly added, Master, Hu Yanlai has taken junior brother away. I feel like he's trying to poach him from you. What? Master Long erupted in anger. That scoundrel Hu Yan. How dare he? He's courting death. With that, he smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground, releasing an intense aura of ferocity. He stood up abruptly and with incredible speed, vanished from the mixing room like a gust of wind. The two remaining disciples looked at each other in shock. One of them murmured, Is Master still in his prime? Du Xiao, have a seat. Hu Yanlai said eagerly. As Du Xiao was sighing at the doorway, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, young man. It was old Wang, the enthusiastic leader of the Silver Fox Hunters, rubbing his hands together as he approached. Just as Du Xiao was about to respond, Ding Yao came running up to him, slightly out of breath. Junior brother, where's the master? Ding Yao asked urgently. Du Xiao gestured inside. He's catching up with Hall Master Hu Yan. Good. Ding Yao sighed in relief, then asked with concern. Hall Master Hu Yan didn't threaten you, did he? Don't worry, your master and senior brother have your back. Du Xiu shook his head. No, he didn't. Thanks for your concern, senior brother. By the way, did you notify the master? Yes. Ding Yao replied proudly. I saw Hall Master Hu Yin looking for you, so I quickly informed the master. Luckily, I made it in time. A hint of helplessness flashed across Du Xiu's face. Although senior brother Ding was more of a hindrance, his intentions were good. Over time, Ding Yao frequently brought him books and insights on pharmacology, and often some fruit and delicacies to check on him. Junior brother, you passed the assessment with grade? Ding Yao announced excitedly, both shocked and proud of Du Xiu's talent. Du Xiu nodded slightly, suddenly understanding why Hu Yinlai had been so warm earlier. Seeing this, Wang Dahai quickly interjected, Brother Du just became an advanced apprentice. He must need herbs to practice. I'm here to propose a collaboration. Noticing Ding Yao's presence, Wang Dahai realized it might cost him more. If he had spoken to Du Xiu alone, he wouldn't have had to offer so much. Ding Yao thought for a moment. Collaboration sounds good. Let's discuss it in my office. Once seated, Du Xiu proactively asked, Captain Wang, how do you propose we collaborate? Wang Dahai suggested providing 30 sets of herbs each month, a generous offer above market rates. Unfamiliar with the market, Du Xiu looked to Ding Yao for guidance. Ding Yao took over, negotiating with Wang Dahai. They finally agreed on 50 sets of herbs per month, with the added benefit of Ding Yao offering discounts on first-level potions. After signing the contract, Wang Dahai breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Brother Du, what potion do you plan to concoct? I can prepare in advance. The Tranquil Soul Potion, Du Xiu replied calmly. What? The Tranquil Soul Potion? Wang Dahai's smile froze instantly. Yes, is there a problem? Du Xiu asked innocently. Ding Yao, noticing the issue, explained, Junior brother, the Tranquil Soul Potion is a high-end potion among the first-level ones. The cost of herbs is double. Oh, I see. Du Xiu realized. But didn't the contract state that the alchemist can specify any first-level potions herbs? Isn't the Tranquil Soul Potion a first-level potion? Ding Yao was momentarily at a loss for words due to Du Xiu's choice. As an experienced senior, he was well aware of the challenges the soul-calming potion posed for beginners. Yet he couldn't bring himself to dampen his junior's enthusiasm. Captain Wang was nearly driven to despair. Although the contract clearly stated that the potion was to be chosen by the alchemist, who would opt for such a difficult entry-level task, it was not only a waste of money but also a waste of time. Senior brother, I want to give it a try, Du Xiu said firmly, looking at Ding Yao. Seeing this, Ding Yao's heart softened. After all, his talented junior was fearless, just like a newborn calf. He remembered how, in his own early days, he was also ambitious and eager to tackle challenges, only to learn the hard way that it was wiser to start with the basics. Though he wanted to advise against it, Ding Yao decided to respect Du Xiu's decision. Some lessons are best learned through personal experience. Hearing this, Captain Wang felt even more distressed. A simple potion could at least recover costs quickly, but the soul-calming potion seemed a distant prospect. Captain Wang, the contract is signed, so no backing out, right? Du Xiu asked innocently, though his eyes twinkled with mischief. Yes, yes, Captain Wang replied, his eyes vacant, hoping that Du Xiu would give up after a month. Yet, recalling the young man who had turned the tables in the snowy forest, he felt utterly defeated. Clearly, Du Xiu was a stubborn one, and it seemed Wang would be working for him for quite some time. Brother Du, you must become an alchemist soon. Captain Wang shook Du Xiu's hand, his heart bleeding. Just one batch of herbs for the soul-calming potion cost 1,000 gold coins, which meant 50,000 a month. As night fell, Du Xiu, clutching the contract and full of anticipation, arrived at Master Long's house. He planned to concoct the soul-calming potion before the mental strain from his power seed worsened. If successful, it might help awaken his power seed. Master Long's residence was more imposing than Du Xiu's home. Passing through the courtyard to the door, Du Xiu assumed a sorrowful expression. Master, I finally found you. Master Long, reading in his study, frowned at the wailing. Du Xiu pretended not to notice and continued lamenting, Master Hu Yin is too much. I spoke of my talented master, yet he tried to coerce me. I had to feign compliance and wait for your rescue. My loyalty to you is as clear as day. Master Long remained unmoved, even smirking slightly. Weren't you ready to go through hell for Hu Yin earlier today? You must have misheard, Master. I would only go through hell for you, Du Xiu declared confidently. Master Long spoke calmly, You're friendly in Ruafei. I had someone look into it, and it seems he might still be alive. In the snow, there were 3 sets of footprints. 2 turned back halfway, likely the pursuers. The farthest set ended where there were tracks from a carriage, so he might have been rescued. Oh, and the human trafficker Huang Shulang, who sold you to the Ma Corporation, died a couple of days ago. Du Xiu was taken aback, his expression quickly turning neutral. After a moment, he bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. Master Long glanced at Du Xiu. Today, at least, there's some sincerity in calling me master. As his investigation continued, Master Long grew increasingly astonished. Du Xiu had only been exposed to alchemy at the mine for a little over a year, yet in just 2 years, he had mastered all the basics and received ins grade in the advanced apprentice assessment. Such talent was truly frightening. Master Long frowned. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? A hint of confusion crossed Du Xiu's eyes, thinking about the past. Sometimes I've worn so many masks that I can't tell which is the real me. He recalled being taught to smile at the orphanage and switching expressions when begging on the streets. This habit had become second nature. Master Long said, whichever feels the most natural, that's the real you. Du Xiu grinned, his face full of mischief. The most natural? Then it's this. Master, please accept my bow, and thank you for forgiving my foolishness. Humph, a dog can't spit out ivory. Let me ask you something else. Are you willing to become a yuan cultivator? Master Long inquired. Master Long squinted his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through Du Xiu. Du Xiu felt a shiver in his heart, but quickly regained his composure, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Yes, I am. Can you teach me yuan cultivation, Master? Master Long's lips curled slightly. To be precise, it's not yuan cultivation, but poison cultivation. Poison cultivation? Du Xiu frowned. Isn't that just poisoning people? Does it really require cultivation? It's not poisoning in the conventional sense. Master Long's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It's about integrating poison into oneself and using elemental force to poison others. This cultivation method comes from an ancient relic and has been refined by me. It's unique across the entire continent. Du Xiu pondered for a moment before asking, is it dangerous? Very, but not life-threatening, Master Long replied candidly. As long as your cultivation doesn't surpass mine, you'll be safe. Is it powerful? It's on par with the top-tier techniques passed down by the leading conglomerates. Du Xiu fell into deep thought. Master Long didn't rush him, patiently awaiting his decision. After a long while, Du Xiu looked up and said, Master, let me think it over. Master Long nodded. All right, there's no hurry. He then asked, I heard from Xiao Ding that you signed a contract with the Silver Fox Hunter Group? Yes, 450 batches of herbs a month. Brother Ding handled the negotiations. Master Long glanced at Du Xiu, then added, Ding Yao has a good heart, but he's a bit naive. That kid even praised you for having a pure heart. Du Xiu gave an awkward smile and quickly changed the subject. Master, could you prepare a concentration potion for me? Master Long frowned. What do you need that for? I learn things quickly, but after each session, I feel mentally exhausted. So I thought a potion might help replenish my mental strength. Oh, I see. Master Long shook his head. I can't. Most of my energy is focused on concocting potions that complement my cultivation techniques, and those are poisons. I don't know many third-level potions. Du Xiu sighed in resignation and asked one last question. Master, besides being an alchemist, do you have any other identities? Are you part of a conglomerate? A church outsider? A bandit? Get lost. All right then. Zhou Cheng sensed something was amiss, a hint of seriousness appearing on his face. Mix the dried leaf grass and wisteria juice in a 3:10 ratio to meet the potion formula. Du Xiu carefully combined the dried leaf grass and wisteria juice, his eyes fixed on the changes in the potion. He slowly added 90 grams of purified iron-backed beetle blood, ensuring not a drop more or less was used. The active elements in the blood must remain intact, or all efforts would be in vain. Sweat beaded on Du Xiu's forehead, yet his hands were steady as a rock. He cautiously controlled the amount of white orchid grass, then sequentially added 3 other herbs. The potion's color gradually shifted from pale yellow to bright yellow, and then to deep yellow. At each color change, he promptly added yiming flower to neutralize it. Master Long observed silently from the side, occasionally offering reminders. When Du Xiu completed the final step and looked up expectantly, Master Long calmly said, Next step, pour this failed mixture away and start again. Du Xiu was taken aback, not expecting his first attempt to end like this. Master Long continued to critique. You didn't notice the change in the potency of yiming flower. You should have used other herbs to enhance its neutralizing effect. An alchemist must adjust according to the situation, rather than rigidly follow the formula. Du Xiu humbly sought advice, and Master Long patiently explained, the basic formula is crucial, but you haven't fully mastered it. Relying solely on the formula for the soul-calming potion is insufficient. You need to flexibly apply other foundational formulas as well. In the following days, Du Xiu kept trying, with Master Long always by his side offering guidance. With each failure, Master Long pointed out mistakes and provided suggestions. Despite his exhaustion, Du Xiu persisted, knowing that in 10 days he would face another bout of his recurring ailment, and time was running short. 5 days passed, and all 50 batches of herbs failed. In desperation, Du Xiu called Wang Dehai to request an advance on next month's herbs. On the other end of the line, Wang Dehai's heart sank. He was aware of Du Xiu's current situation. Among the advanced apprentices, many budding geniuses often choose a challenging potion to concoct over the course of a month to prove their exceptional talents. Du Xiu, however, was different. As a disciple of Master Long, he didn't need to prove himself deliberately. Yet, he chose the more challenging soul-calming potion, drawing attention from many. Some admired his courage to take on the challenge, while others mocked him for overestimating his abilities. Regardless, Du Xiu became a formidable figure in the eyes of his peers. Wang Dahai knew that Du Xiu's chances of success were slim, but young people are often concerned about their reputation. After weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and said, "Give me 3 days, and I'll gather enough herbs from the town to support you." Du Xiu understood that Wang Dahai had misunderstood his intentions. He didn't explain, simply thanked him, and promised not to forget Wang's contribution if he succeeded. Wang Dahai gladly agreed, stating that the Silver Fox Hunters would be Du Xiu's most steadfast allies. Master Long shook his head privately, thinking that the Silver Fox Hunters were unwittingly getting themselves into trouble. He decided to give them a fair warning. After hanging up the phone, Du Xiu requested a few days' rest until the herbs were delivered. Master Long agreed and asked him to call Ding Yao and the others in. Back at his residence, Du Xiu opened the House of the Bronze Tree. During a chat, he learned that the soul-calming potion had a weak effect and required large quantities to be effective. The cost of one potion was as high as 1,000 gold coins, a figure that left Du Xiu feeling hopeless. Ruan Dalao bluntly pointed out, "You're just poor." He also asked if Du Xiu planned to enter the Imperial Academy this year. Upon learning that Du Xiu had just been promoted to an advanced apprentice, Ruan Dalao suggested he try next year, as competition was fierce this year. "Go check the forum yourself," Ruan Dalao said, dismissively opting to cook instead. After Soft Master left so nonchalantly, and the gray avatar stopped blinking, Du Xiu made his way to the forum. The Bronze Treeho forum was bustling with various sections, and Du Xiu headed straight for the Potion World section. The place was buzzing with activity, and a hot thread caught his attention. "This year's Advanced Potion Apprentice Assessment is terrifying." The content of the post was astonishing. The original poster exclaimed that over 90 level potion geniuses had emerged in the area today, with Fortress City alone accounting for 22 of them. There were even reports of more than 200 level talents appearing in the capital in a single day, causing quite a stir. One person commented with a hint of envy, "Those kids in the capital start learning potions from the womb, with masters living in their homes to teach them." No sooner had they spoken than someone chimed in, "Exactly. In terms of talent, level in the capital isn't even as good as a level in the suburbs." The conversation shifted as someone lamented the shortage of herbs and a debt of over 2 million gold coins. Another onlooker quipped, "Being a potion master is really tough." Suddenly, a voice broke through the chatter, "Your words feel foreign to me. Are there really so many levels now? I remember 5 or 6 years ago, a level was the ceiling." Someone explained, "Things changed 3 years ago. The quality of advanced potion apprentices in recent years has been astonishing. A few years back, there were even some SS-level geniuses. Now that was scary." The topic shifted again as someone mentioned the even fiercer competition at the neighboring Yuanxiu Academy. Apparently, this year's admission standards at the Imperial Yuanxiu Academy had been raised, with a group of prodigies eagerly eyeing their chance. Rumor had it that those few SS-rated geniuses from previous years were all holding out to enroll this year. An insider revealed, "I've heard from family elders that this year's students at the Advanced Academy will have numerous opportunities during their studies, and upon graduation, they'll catch some major event. All the major corporations are doing their utmost to get their people into this cohort, creating a manufactured golden generation." This revelation sparked a wave of astonishment. Someone remarked, "No wonder my dad's been pushing me to take the Imperial Academy exam this year." At that moment, someone claiming to be a genius from the Far East Lin family, who has slept for 100 years, suddenly appeared, boasting about their intention to rule the world. "The golden generation, now that everyone knows, I won't hide it anymore. I am the genius from the Far East Lin family, who has slept for 100 years, and this year I will rule the world." Du Xiu's eyes lit up as he browsed through the forum content, developing a keen interest in the Imperial Academy. The discussions about the golden generation captured his attention, prompting deep contemplation. This term refers to an era when geniuses in various fields emerge in droves, akin to a dazzling array of stars. Historically, such phenomena often foreshadow significant shifts in the world order. According to imperial records, the last time a golden generation was recognized was 160 years ago. It marked the beginning of the 12th Imperial Expedition, a decade-long conflict among the empire, tribes, and the church over the continent's spine. Imperial champions made their mark across the stars during this great war, ultimately leading the empire to prevail, decimating several races under the church's command and ushering in a century of prosperity. A surge of ambition welled up in Du Xiu. He recalled his initial arrival in Burt City, where the bustling metropolis left a profound impression on the once wild mining slave. Now, he felt an urge to venture onto a broader stage. However, his immediate priority was to enhance his skills in pharmacology, concoct a soul-soothing potion, and nourish his latent abilities. Only by successfully awakening these powers could he secure a place among the strongest generation. Furthermore, he aimed to pass the Level 1 pharmacist exam in June to gain entry into the Imperial Academy. Master Long's mention of the poison manual also piqued his interest. Du Xiu understood that weakness is a fundamental flaw. Only by becoming strong could he attain a sense of security. He decided to inquire about the poison manual from his master once his abilities stabilized. After pondering for a moment, Du Xiu picked up his book on basic formulas again. With less than 5 months until the Imperial Academy's June enrollment, it was crucial to thoroughly grasp the foundational knowledge. At dawn, the Hunters Guild's apothecary hall was already bustling with activity. Apprentices were busy cleaning, disposing of potion residues, and preparing herbs for the pharmacists. Some senior apprentices had stayed up all night concocting potions, exhausted yet focused. As Du Xiu approached the entrance to the mixing room, Yang Tiyuan emerged, yawning. His face was greasy, and dark circles underlined his eyes, a testament to his all-night practice under Master Long's guidance. Du Xiu glanced at him briefly and was about to enter the mixing room when he heard a sharp, mocking voice. "Oh, the genius with grade rating is here to mix potions again? Is the Silver Fox Hunter Group's herb supply about to be squandered once more? A wild kid will always be a wild kid, recklessly wasting others' resources without a care." Yang Tiyuan's voice grew louder, dripping with malice. Ever since their first encounter in the wilderness, he had inexplicably loathed this wild child, Du Xiu. An Ai's friendliness, Ding Yao's protection, and Master Long's favor only fueled his animosity. Du Xiu looked at Yang Tiyuan in surprise and approached him, asking, "Are you a primal adept?" "No, speak your mind, but don't get so close. It's disgusting," Yang Tiyuan replied with disdain. Without hesitation, Du Xiu slapped him 4 times and then kicked him in the stomach. "If you're not a primal adept, why are you so arrogant?" Yang Tiyuan staggered back, falling to the ground, incredulous as he pointed at Du Xiu. You dare hit me? Point again, and I'll twist your head off," Du Xiu said with a chilling smile. Yang Tiyuan withdrew his finger, trembling, suddenly remembering that this was a madman capable of killing a primal adept with just his bare hands. As Du Xiu was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and crouched beside Yang Tiyuan, speaking calmly, "I know you dislike me. I don't hold it against you out of magnanimity, but because when I truly dislike someone, I simply kill them. It's a bit troublesome to kill you right now. I'm curious, Thuffme talent surpasses yours, I can fight better, and our master values me more. So why do you still provoke me? For now, I just think you're foolish, not quite at the level of dislike yet. Take care." With that, Du Xiu entered the mixing room. Yang Tiyuan stood up, embarrassed and furious, casting a venomous glance at the mixing room door as some apprentices watched the spectacle. Du Xiu stood at the workstation, beginning to concoct the soul-soothing potion. 4 days ago, the Silver Fox Hunter Group had delivered 100 portions of herbs. Over the past 9 days, he had wasted nearly 100 portions without producing even a semi-finished product. Looking at the remaining 50 portions, Du Xiu murmured to himself, "This time, it has to work." He carefully mixed the ingredients, controlling the quantities and observing the color changes in the potion. At the final step, a hint of delight crossed Du Xiu's face. The vessel contained a light purple potion. Although it wasn't the deep purple of a finished product, its potency far exceeded that of an average semi-finished product, estimated to be only 1 or 2 grades below a complete one. It seemed the approach was correct. The basic formulas could indeed be substituted. The combination of the decomposition formula, the complex decomposition formula, and the restoration formula proved quite effective. In the initial attempts, Du Xiu failed because the number of foundational formulas involved became overwhelming, and he hadn't encountered them before. Trying to learn them all at the last minute proved to be insufficient. Du Xiu furrowed his brow, staring intently at the failed potion in front of him. He took a deep breath, and a sudden idea struck him. "Let's try a different approach," he murmured to himself, beginning to rework the potion. This time, he abandoned the complex and obscure advanced formulas and opted for the basic ones he was familiar with. Standing at the workbench, Du Xiu moved with practiced skill. He carefully mixed the ingredients, alternating between deep concentration and bursts of excitement. As time passed, the potion's color gradually changed, finally achieving a perfect deep purple hue. Du Xiu exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He went on to prepare 4 more batches, each achieving the desired effect. Just as he was about to celebrate his success, Master Long entered the room. Master Long paused in surprise, then meticulously examined Du Xiu's work. With a furrowed brow, he asked incredulously, "Did you really concoct these?" Du Xiu nodded proudly. "Genuine articles. What do you think? Success?" Master Long's expression was complex as he slowly revealed the results. One genuine potion and 4 others with 80% effectiveness. His voice was filled with astonishment and confusion. Something's off. Master Long suddenly recalled. I remember when you were mixing the potion earlier, the color was wrong. It should have failed. Dushio explained with a grin. Following the original steps, the color was indeed wrong. I just changed the steps. The formulas involved in the latter part of the soul-calming potion, I haven't learned yet, so I replaced them with the ones I knew. But I wouldn't recommend using my method since I made it more complicated. Master Long was utterly stunned by this revelation. He looked at Dushio in disbelief, his mind reeling with shock. Mastering the foundational formulas in just 2 months, concocting the soul-calming potion in 9 days, and even improving the process on his own. This was an unprecedented feat of genius. How did you manage to do it? Master Long finally found his voice and couldn't help but ask. What's so difficult about it? Dushio responded casually. I just started mixing right away. It kept going wrong, and I couldn't learn the foundational formulas fast enough, so I thought of a different way. The book says it, doesn't it? In potion making, the process isn't important, the result is. I replaced the formulas I didn't know with the ones I did, ensuring the final outcome was the same. That's all there is to it. Dushio scratched his head, aware of his remarkable talent in alchemy. He couldn't help but smile wryly. While his aptitude for potion making was indeed exceptional, he knew it wasn't something to boast about. In his eyes, the real challenge lay not in the basic formulas, but in the foundational knowledge. This required extensive memorization and familiarity with the properties of various herbs. For Dushio, those basic formulas were as effortless as drinking water, easily mastered. Master Long gazed at Dushio, a chill creeping into his heart. As an experienced alchemist, he understood the arduous journey of mastering potion formulas. Once a renowned prodigy himself, he now felt his pride in alchemy crumble completely. Don't mention the success of formulating the soul-calming potion just yet, Master Long advised after a moment's contemplation. Why, Master? Dushio asked, puzzled. He had hoped to use a few potions to help the silver fox hunters recoup their losses while gathering more herbs to nurture his ability seed. With a worried expression, Master Long explained, sometimes, being too talented can be a curse. If word gets out that you concocted the soul-calming potion in just 9 days, the church will surely take notice. Hunting down prodigies of the empire is a task for the others. Dushio took a cautious step back, wondering if his master intended to kill him for a reward. Master Long saw through his apprehension and snapped, You ungrateful disciple. Both of them tacitly avoided further discussion on the topic of the others. Dushio suggested they continue working on the soul-calming potion, concerned that the silver fox hunters couldn't sustain supplying herbs for long. Master Long, deep in thought, agreed to help with the supply issue but insisted on diluting the potion's effects. As night fell, Dushio left the alchemy hall feeling satisfied. In 1 day, he had successfully concocted 16 potions out of 20 sets of herbs, a success rate that would astonish any alchemist. He looked up at the starry sky, reflecting on the twists of fate. The hardships he endured in the mines seemed like they were just yesterday, yet now he had illuminated his own star. Black Mamba Bar. Zhou Chang tracked down the 2 individuals who had returned to Burt City after failing to assassinate Lien Ruofei. Under Zhou Cheng's friendly inquiry, the 2 revealed everything about Zhou Yuan's pursuit of Dushio. Following the leads, Zhou Cheng discovered his brother Zhou Yuan's body. Surrounding the corpse were the remains of several wild beasts, evidently poisoned after gnawing on the body. Zhou Cheng picked up his brother's identification, struggling to believe that Dushio, the talented alchemist who had recently made a name for himself in Burt City, had actually killed his own brother. What are you trying to say? Yang Tuyuan glared coldly at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng leaned in close to Yang Tuyuan's ear and said deliberately, You despise Dushio, and I have a way to make him disappear from your sight. Yang Tuyuan was startled by this and retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhou Cheng sneered, Dushio publicly humiliated you, and the whole Hunters Guild knows about it. Why deceive yourself? Although Zhou Cheng's words exaggerated the reality, they clearly hit a nerve. Yang Tuyuan's eyes turned red, filled with bloodshot lines. Zhou Cheng continued to entice him. All you need to do is lure Dushio to a designated location, and I'll handle the rest. No way. He won't trust me. Yang Tuyuan hesitated, looking down. Then just give me his whereabouts, Zhou Cheng said nonchalantly, smoking a cigarette and swirling his glass. He knew that jealousy and hatred would eventually lead Yang Tuyuan to make a choice. Half a month later, as dusk fell, Dushio left the apothecary hall with 10 semi-finished soul-calming potions, heading for the hunter group's base. During this period, with the nourishment of a significant amount of soul-calming potions, his ability seed had begun to show results. Dushio thought to himself that revealing a few semi-finished potions now shouldn't attract any unwanted attention. At the Silver Fox Hunter Group's base, the courtyard was packed with various vehicles. As soon as Dushio arrived, Someone greeted him with a smile. To these ordinary members, Du Xiu was their hope for advancing to a new level of enhancement. After exchanging pleasantries, Du Xiu reached the door of the top-floor meeting room, from which the sound of a heated discussion could be heard. Captain Wang, it's been half a year since our group last paid us. Are you aware? The deputy in charge of finance couldn't help but ask. Wang Dahai looked pained. I know. How much money do we have left in the account? Just over 4,000 gold coins, barely enough for the ammunition for the next mission. Where is all our money gone? Captain Wang furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with helplessness. He recalled the massive expenditure from 6 months ago. Over 300,000 gold coins spent on acquiring the fire control system, which nearly drained the group's savings. Then, they incurred a debt of 60,000 gold coins for ammunition. They managed to save a bit, only to spend 150,000 on Du Xiu's herbs. The vice captain, visibly pained, tallied the expenses. Brother Du needs 50 doses of herbs a month, each costing 1,000 gold coins. Just for him alone, it's 50,000 gold coins. That nearly equals the expenses of 7 regular apprentices. Captain Wang sighed after hearing this. He regretted his impulsive promise of 100 doses of herbs, admitting, I was too eager then, agreeing without consulting you. Wasn't that just putting on airs? The vice captain shook his head. It's not about the compensation. The brothers have savings and can hold on for a while. The main issue is that Du Xiu's herb expenses are too high. He continued analyzing. Normally, a senior apprentice needs only 15 doses a month, each costing 500 gold coins, totaling 7,500. But Du Xiu uses more than 3 times the amount, and the cost is doubled. We can't sustain this at this rate. After pondering for a moment, Captain Wang suggested, should we talk to Brother Du about switching to a cheaper potion? The vice captain shook his head. I'm afraid that's not possible. I've heard that there's a market demand for the herbs used in the soul calming potion, and the price is rising. Next month, even 50,000 gold coins might not suffice. Captain Wang fell silent. The hunters group had enormous expenses. Ammunition, fuel, equipment, pensions, and wages all required funds. Balancing these costs had become a thorny issue. The vice captain added, Captain Wang, perhaps you could talk to Brother Du again. Maybe he could switch from the soul calming potion to something else. I heard that the market is buying up the herbs for this potion, and they were already rare. Prices might rise next month, and then even 50,000 gold coins might not be enough. No way, we can't let the supply of herbs be interrupted. Whatever Brother Du needs, we'll provide. Even if it means using up our reserves to subsidize it, we must ensure the supply. Wang Dahai said decisively, slamming his hand on the table. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Everyone exchanged looks, filled with both admiration and concern. Deputy Leader Old Lu took a deep breath and cautiously said, Captain Wang, I understand your determination, but even if we give it our all, we might not be able to sustain this for a few months. The other officers chimed in. Exactly, Captain. If we continue like this, our hunter group will be in dire straits. Maybe we should have a talk with Brother Du to see if we can ease the pressure a bit. If it takes a year or two to develop the soul calming potion, we'll have to invest millions of gold coins. Just as the room was about to erupt into chaos, a knock on the door interrupted them. Du Xiu stepped in, looking slightly embarrassed. Clearly, he realized that his demands on the hunter group had been somewhat excessive. The moment Du Xiu appeared, the previously noisy meeting room fell silent again. An awkward tension filled the air, as if their discussions had been caught by the very person they were talking about. Wang Dahai gritted his teeth, thinking how his subordinates really needed some discipline, not even bothering to announce a visitor. He forced a smile and greeted Du Xiu. Brother Du, is there something you need? Du Xiu, full of gratitude, replied, Captain Wang, I've really caused you a lot of trouble lately. Despite the substantial funds he had consumed, Du Xiu never hesitated to express his gratitude to his benefactor. Wang Dahai waved his hand dismissively. Brother Du, there's no need for such formalities. Are you here because you're out of herbs again? He turned to the deputy leader, Old Lu. Go buy herbs for 20 doses of the soul calming potion. If the account doesn't cover it, pay up front and get reimbursed later. Old Lu's face turned sour, silently cursing. I can't believe this old fox. He acts so sincere. Sooner or later, we'll have to sell that precious fire control system of his. The others kept their heads down, not daring to speak. Seeing this, Du Xiu quickly interjected, Captain Wang, I'm not here to ask for herbs. I'm here to deliver the potion. Wang Dahai was taken aback, then quickly looked up in disbelief. Wait, what did you say? Delivering the potion? Du Xiu smiled and took 10 doses of the potion from his backpack. Wang Dahai trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with both joy and disbelief. He asked in a shaky voice, Is this the soul calming potion? Yes, but it's only a semi-finished product, Du Xiu explained. Wang Dahai was so excited he was almost incoherent. Old Lu, quick, hit me to make sure I'm not dreaming. Without hesitation, the deputy leader swung his arm and delivered a loud slap to Wang Dahai's face. Watching the captain's cheek quickly swell, he confidently told the others, "This isn't a dream. It's real. Brother Du has actually concocted the soul-calming potion." Suddenly, the meeting room erupted with excitement. "Oh my god! He developed a semi-finished soul-calming potion in less than a month. That's incredible. It's been years since anyone heard of a new apprentice creating a semi-finished high-level potion so quickly. Is this the terrifying talent of an class alchemist? How old is Brother Du? 16 or 17? He's a prodigy." Despite his swollen cheek, Wang Dahai's face was filled with joy. He had bet correctly. Du Xiu's talent was even more formidable than he had imagined. He had been prepared for a year without returns, but in just a month, he had witnessed astonishing results. Seeing this, Du Xiu quipped, "Captain Wang, don't just stand there celebrating. You should secure these potions. They're quite valuable." Wang Dahai snapped out of his daze and carefully put away the potions. Although this batch wouldn't recoup their costs, it promised a future of continuous production and signaled the Silver Fox Hunter Group's friendship with a top-notch alchemist. "Brother Du, it's getting late. How about we have a drink to celebrate your first successful potion concoction?" Wang Dahai eagerly invited. Du Xiu politely declined. "Thank you for the offer, Captain Wang, but I need to get back to the lab and organize my recent findings." "Of course, that's important." Wang Dahai nodded repeatedly. With such talent and dedication, it was no wonder Du Xiu had achieved results so quickly. After seeing Du Xiu off, Wang Dahai returned to the meeting room, humming a tune. He clapped his hands and addressed the group. "All right, let's reorganize our tasks. I'm planning to take on a few missions in the Wildlands Forbidden Zone. What do you all think?" The group was taken aback, and the joyful atmosphere diminished slightly. Someone expressed concern. "Isn't that a bit dangerous?" Wang Dahai explained, "Didn't we encounter a relatively agreeable band of outlaws last time? We could head to that area and see if we can collaborate on exploiting the Wildlands resources. If not, we can resort to other measures." The group fell into contemplation. The last mission brought them close to the wilderness's restricted zone. There, they indeed encountered a group of bandits. The bandits initially tried to sneak up on them, but upon seeing the Silver Fox Hunter's emblem, they mysteriously backed off. A glint flashed in Wang Dahai's eyes. "The bandits fear us. We can use that to our advantage. Whether in negotiation or combat, we have the upper hand." Deputy Leader Lu frowned. "Going to the wilderness's restricted zone is too risky. You need to give a solid reason. I want to increase our investment in Du Xiu." Wang Dahai slammed the table, his expression almost maniacal. 50 doses of potions are far from enough. We must expand our territory and seize more resources to support him. I have a hunch that Du Xiu will soon bring us even greater surprises." Everyone fell silent, their gazes involuntarily landing on the safe in the corner, where 10 miraculous potions were stored. "Let's do it. Let's back Mr. Du." Someone broke the silence first. "Yes. Let's go all in. Once Mr. Du becomes an apothecary, he'll shamelessly request a few doses of primal potions too. Expanding our territory means dealing with the bandits." The group's enthusiasm surged, once again addressing Du Xiu with the honorific Mr. Wang Dahai nodded in satisfaction. "All right, it's settled. Everyone go prepare." As the group gradually dispersed, Wang Dahai suddenly felt a sharp pain on his cheek. He rubbed his face, as if recalling something, and called out, "Old Lu, wait a moment. I have something else to discuss with you." Hearing this, Deputy Leader Lu quickened his steps even more. As night fell, Du Xiu walked out of the Silver Fox Hunter's base. Located on the outskirts of the inner city, the surrounding area was sparsely populated. Feeling cheerful, he walked with a spring in his step. During this period, he had been concocting soul-soothing potions by day and studying fundamental formulas by night. In another half-month, he would have them all mastered. Suddenly, he was approached by 4 or 5 burly men carrying firearms. The crew cut leader met Du Xiu's eyes, causing a chill to run down Du Xiu's spine. The man bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Yuan. Du Xiu halted abruptly, a wave of coldness washing over him. He quickly averted his gaze, a look of regret crossing his face. "How could I forget my phone?" he muttered before turning to leave, pretending he was in a hurry to retrieve something. However, this little trick did not escape the seasoned hunter, Zhou Cheng's notice. "Du Xiu, don't move," Zhou Cheng sneered. "If you shout or run, they'll kill you right here. I've been investigating you for a long time. You're smart and can poison people, but I advise you, don't play tricks, just come with me quietly." Du Xiu felt a chill down his spine and said coldly, "Following you is as good as dead, right?" "Not necessarily. An class apothecary is valuable," Zhou Cheng said, clamping a hand on Du Xiu's shoulder with a sinister grin. "Don't be afraid. Although I'd love to kill you for revenge right now, your reputation as a genius apothecary has temporarily saved you. Now, come with me, stay silent, and don't let anyone notice anything unusual. Otherwise, I might just kill you on the spot." Fine, Dushio replied icily. The group surrounded Dushio and led him along a tree-lined path to the Black Mamba bar. Exiting through the back door, 2 black vans were already waiting. Zhou roughly shoved Dushio into one of the vehicles. Dushio was calculating silently. This kidnapping was clearly premeditated. The location was secluded, the route cleverly avoided surveillance, and even the bar's power outage was likely their doing. The key question was how they had discovered his whereabouts. Dushio's eyes narrowed to a slit. Yang Tiyuan. Only he knew about his visit to deliver potions to the Silver Fox Hunters. A flash of regret crossed Dushio's mind. He should have eliminated him sooner. This period of relative peace had made him complacent. While he was deep in thought, someone beside him struck him on the neck, and everything went black as he lost consciousness. In the van, after Dushio fainted, Zhou Cheng's men taped his mouth shut, put a hood over his head, and bound him tightly. Boss, this kid's master is the deputy head of the apothecary hall. Taking him like this could cause trouble. Yeah, we should just kill him and get out of the city. Our base isn't in Burt City, so we don't have to fear his master. I agree, killing him and fleeing seems safer. A glint of greed flickered in Zhou Cheng's eyes. Killing him now would only satisfy our anger, but gain us nothing. It's better to sell him for a good price. Boss, what's your plan? Don't rush. We'll keep him locked up for a while. I'm contacting potential buyers. All right, so are we heading to the wilderness or hiding out in the city? Zhou Cheng pondered for a moment. Let's hide in the city. I won't drag this out for long. If I can't contact a buyer within 2 days, we'll kill him and leave. That works. Burt City is big. Hiding for 2 days without being found isn't too difficult. The next morning, Wang Dahai stood before Master Long. His forehead covered in sweat and his lips pale. Master Long's piercing gaze felt like a sharp sword directed at Wang Dahai, causing him to swallow hard. The news of Dushio's disappearance had exploded like a bomb in the potion hall. Ding Yao was anxiously reporting the search efforts, while Master Long's furrowed brow and icy eyes showed his growing concern. Captain Wang, you really have no leads at all? Ding Yao asked urgently. Wang Dahai wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. We've reviewed the surveillance along the route. Brother Du disappeared in an area without cameras. Our entire hunter group is searching with all our might. Master Long interrupted with a cold tone. Ding Yao, go to the Hunters Guild and post a task. 30,000 gold coins for finding him. 5,000 for any useful clues. Ding Yao left to carry out the order. Not long after, Hu Yanlai stormed in, his face full of worry. What happened to Dushio? Wang Dahai briefly explained the situation, mentioning the possibility of it being the work of non-humans. Upon hearing this, Hu Yanlai flew into a rage, his mustache bristling as he exclaimed, "Those damned non-humans! If I catch them, I'll tear them to pieces." With the efforts of the 2 deputy leaders of the potion hall, the entire Hunters Guild mobilized. The high reward and the goodwill of a potion master drove numerous hunter groups into the wilderness to search. The involvement of the Divine Judgment Hall further amplified the momentum, making the entire Burt City bristle with tension. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit, luxurious room, thick curtains blocked out the sunlight, and women's clothing lay scattered on the white bear fur carpet. On a large feather bed, a young man embraced by several delicate arms was awakened by the urgent ringing of a phone. With heavy dark circles under his eyes, he impatiently fumbled around, causing the women next to him to let out soft whimpers. Unable to find the phone, the young man, filled with anger, roughly pushed the young women off the bed. They hurriedly dressed and left, not daring to make a sound. Answering the call, the young man spoke with a playful tone. Hu Yanlai wants me to help him find someone? Why should I? Doesn't their Hunters Guild look down on our Ma group? The voice on the other end cautiously reminded him of the influence Master Long and Hu Yanlai had in Burt City. But the young man was dismissive. It's just a 4th-tier city fortress. Outside Burt City, they're nothing. Do I really need to care? After hanging up, the young man was about to go back to sleep when the phone rang again. His frustration boiled over, and he grabbed the phone, shouting, "Didn't I say not to disturb my sleep? Do you have a death wish?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end. After a moment, a cold voice replied, "Say that again." The young man heard the voice, his body trembling uncontrollably, a hint of resentment and a forced, unnatural smile on his face. "So it's you." He suppressed his anger and managed to force a smile. "Find someone for me," came the cold command from the other end of the phone. "Find someone?" The young man was momentarily taken aback. "Who do you want me to find?" "Dushio. Go ask at the Hunters Guild about his appearance." The call ended abruptly. Staring at his phone, his expression darkened like ink. He suddenly hurled the phone against the wall, clenching his teeth. "Damn it. A bunch of filthy rats. All of you can just go to hell." At 4 p.m., in early spring of the year 962 of the Empire's calendar, the first light rain quietly arrived. The drizzle, carrying a chill, washed the dust off the skyscrapers. The entire neon-lit city was enveloped in a mist, with puddles gradually forming along the streets. A large number of security company members and gang affiliates flooded the streets, constantly entering and leaving various lodging places. Property management companies and transportation groups worked overtime, scanning surveillance for a particular person. The entire fortress city felt as if it was being stirred by an invisible giant hand. In a small motel, the youngest member of Zhou Cheng's team cautiously pulled back the curtain, observing the rough-looking gang members outside. Boss, something's not right. It seems like someone is searching for something. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng immediately went to the balcony to check the situation, his expression changing drastically. Let's go. Move to another place. They quickly packed their belongings and left the motel with Du Xiao, following an evacuation route. Once in the backup vehicle, the youngest member wiped the rain off his face and asked, Boss, where are we going? Zhou Cheng's eyes were resolute. I figured out a place. If we can negotiate, we will. If not, we'll kill him and dump him in the river. You mean the outsiders? Someone asked uncertainly. Yes. Zhou Cheng glanced around. What, are you scared? Zhou Cheng explained that there are 12 major cults among the outsiders, and the Lintao region is home to the Tianyi cult, which is quite powerful. He planned to sell Du Xiao to the Tianyi cult for a hefty reward. Hearing about joining forces with outsiders, the team members were surprised but shrugged indifferently. Not scared, just surprised. Outsiders or not, money is money. I don't care about the rest. Haha, no worries as long as we get paid. Zhou Cheng made the decision. That's settled then. I was going to wait for a contact to set it up, but since I couldn't reach them, we'll go directly. Bringing in glass pharmaceutical genius. They won't doubt our sincerity. 2 SUVs drove into the rain, heading straight for the Tianyi cult's base in Burt City. On the ground floor of a certain building, in a shop named Integrity Agency, a bald young man in his 20s was idly watching a tablet. Suddenly, he received a phone call. Yeah, I've already passed the message on. We're looking, the bald man replied impatiently. I just don't get it. Aren't we supposed to kill these geniuses? Why are we looking for them now, and alive at that? Who's the big boss giving these orders? The person on the other end snapped back. Are you arguing with me? Just do what you're told, stop whining, or you won't get your antidote this month. Figure it out yourself. The bald man sighed helplessly. All right, you're the boss, okay? I just don't understand why the Tianyi cult is like this. I thought being a fugitive wasn't this tough. Hey buddy, need any help? Zhou Cheng poked his head through the door. The bald man glanced at Zhou Cheng, hung up the phone, and smirked insincerely. Sure, do you have a contract for sale? This is a legitimate business. No paperwork, no deal. He knew many bankrupt individuals would sign contracts to sell themselves, ending up in mines through intermediaries. How about a pharmacist? Zhou Cheng suggested cautiously. The bald man immediately became alert, his hand reaching under the counter. What do you mean by that, friend? Stop pretending. I'm with Lao Zhao from Qingzi City, a member of the Tianyi sect's outer circle. Zhou Cheng pulled out his phone, showing a picture with a sect manager. Recognizing the person in the photo, the bald man relaxed slightly. A pharmacist? Huh? What level? He was still skeptical, as many outer circle members had pretended to be pharmacists to claim rewards. Advanced apprentice, top-notch. S-level genius Du Xiao, Zhou Cheng replied confidently. Holy crap. The bald man was shocked. Are you serious? Du Xiao was precisely the person they were ordered to capture alive. Zhou Cheng waved, and Lao Yao pushed in the bound Du Xiao. After confirming his identity, the bald man was ecstatic. Man, you're incredible. You brought him here, not for free, right? Zhou Cheng smiled. Definitely not for free. The bald man dialed a number. Du Xiao is here with me. Get lost. Stop joking around. The person on the other end didn't believe him. It's true. I've sent the photo. Moments later, the bald man told Zhou Cheng, hang tight, guys. They're sending someone over with the reward. Zhou Cheng and his group weren't suspicious. Although the organization was ruthless, it had a decent reputation. The church offered significant rewards, and even after being skimmed at various levels, it was enough for the lower ranks to be satisfied. Offering moderate rewards was a common tactic to attract more people. The rain poured harder, and there were few people on the street. A figure approached from a distance, wearing a demon mask and holding a black umbrella. Though walking slowly, he reached the door in seconds. Inside, everyone became alert. The bald man spoke first. Who are you? Where's Du Xiao? Are you from the sect? What's with the mystery? Who captured him? The masked man scanned the room. I did. Zhou Cheng quickly responded. Are all your people here? They're all here. Zhou Cheng assumed he was asking about the number of sect members. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of dark energy erupted from the masked man, slamming everyone against the walls. The massive impact left them feeling like their insides were shattered, and the black energy relentlessly corroded their bodies. Terrified, They couldn't even scream before turning into piles of decaying flesh. The masked man untied Dushio. Dushio removed his blindfold, peeled the tape off his mouth, and stretched his sore limbs. 2 days of captivity had left him feeling utterly powerless, a sensation he despised. As the masked man turned to leave, Dushio silently followed. The stench of decay in the room was overwhelming, and the mix of fear from the past days and relief from being rescued stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. They walked through the rainy night, a tall and a small figure huddled under the black umbrella. At the street corner, Dushio extended his hand, feeling the raindrops fall into his palm, the lingering chill of early spring spreading through his body. Master, I want to learn the poison scripture. The masked man turned around, meeting Dushio's determined gaze. The rain fell like arrows, piercing the city, as a twisted bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking a tall building. Silver sparks danced around the lightning rod, followed by a deafening crash. The masked man calmly uttered a single word, "All right." Receiving Cold Master's approval, Dushio quickly brushed aside his sorrow, grinning cheekily. "Master, aren't you curious how I recognized you?" "Not curious," Cold Master replied flatly. "Well, I'll graciously tell you anyway." Dushio smacked his lips and patted Cold Master on the shoulder. "Because in this life, no one else cares about me as much as you do. Don't worry, old Cold. Now that I've accepted you as my master, I'll definitely treat you well, from the heart." "Oh, does the person you'd go through fire and water for resemble me?" Cold Master suddenly asked. Back then it was just for show. How come you, this little old man, still hold a grudge?" Dushio scratched his head awkwardly. Under the mask, Cold Master allowed a slight smile and tossed a sandalwood box to Dushio. "Here's something for you." Dushio opened it to find 2 vials of potion inside, exclaiming in surprise, "Concentration potions? I thought you couldn't make them?" Huyen Lai, a mere 3rd-level alchemist, dares to boast about his wealth. "I've been an anomaly for so many years, shouldn't I be considered wealthy?" Cold Master scoffed softly. "Absolutely. Absolutely." Dushio's eyes glimmered with emotion, and he chuckled. "Master, in this life, I'll go through fire and water for you alone, without hesitation. Get going, head back on your own, and don't say you were kidnapped. Make up an excuse yourself." Cold Master handed Dushio an umbrella and vanished into the rain. Dushio watched the disappearing figure, a smile playing on his lips. What a stubborn old man. Rainy night. Train station. The magnetic levitation train roared away like a silver dragon. A tall, coolly elegant girl walked on the platform with an umbrella, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. At the exit, Nini waited with her bodyguards, waving excitedly, "Zao Zao." The girl gave a faint smile and walked towards Nini. Moments later, 3 floating cars landed in the courtyard of a villa within the Hunters Guild city. Nini, now in her pajamas, carried a glass of red wine into the living room, smiling. "Welcome to my humble abode, Your Majesty." Zhang Zao Zao lazily accepted the glass. "You're still as free-spirited as ever, Nini." "Can't help it. I can't bear the weight of family responsibilities. I'm taking it easy while I'm young. Who knows where I'll be sent after graduation?" Nini shrugged and sat down. "Come on, tell me what brought you to Burt City all of a sudden." "There's a mission, but I can't disclose the details." Zhang Zao Zao sipped her wine. "Ah, you guys are always so mysterious. How long will you be staying this time?" "Probably for a while, waiting for further notice. It's been 3 years since we last met, and it feels like you've changed a lot." Nini looked Zhang Zao Zao up and down, smacking her lips. "You weren't always this icy beauty, you know," Nini teased with a squint. "What's up? Going for the aloof vibe now?" A hint of weariness flashed in Zhang Zao Zao's eyes as she sighed softly. "I'm just exhausted. I really don't like my life these days." Nini raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with a bit of envy. "Seriously, what do you have to be tired about? You're so talented, your family dotes on you, and you're stunningly beautiful." She scanned Zhang Zao Zao's lovely face. "So beautiful it's hard for me to handle." Zhang Zao Zao's gaze shifted, and her previously cold demeanor melted away. She feigned distress, furrowing her brows. "You couldn't possibly understand my troubles. These are the woes of someone exceedingly excellent. I truly envy you never having to deal with my kind of problems." Nini snorted, a flicker of irritation in her eyes. "If I could take you on, I'd toss you right into the yard." Zhang Zao Zao chuckled and shook her head. "That's just impotent rage, my foolish mortal friend." Watching Zhang Zao Zao switch between her aloofness and jibes, Nini felt a sense of relief. Her old friend was still there. "I found someone who looks a lot like you." Nini suddenly remembered. Her interest piqued. Zhang Zao Zao's expression turned indifferent again. "Aren't you curious who it is?" Nini pressed. "Not at all," Zhang Zao Zao replied coolly, then patted Nini's shoulder with a mock-serious tone. "Curiosity killed the cat, dear. With your intelligence, It's safer not to be too curious. Nini rolled her eyes in exasperation. Jiang Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow, looking rather smug. Count yourself lucky. There's no shortage of young talents in the Empire lining up to chat with me. Yeah, right? Nini scoffed, then asked, by the way, aren't you supposed to be on a mission with the others? Don't tell me you snuck out again. Not this time. Jiang Zhaozhao stretched lazily, her perfect figure subtly revealed. I've recently advanced in my cultivation. So the elders have loosened the reins a bit. Nini's eyes widened in surprise. You've awakened? Jiang Zhaozhao replied calmly. Is that so unexpected? Nini's eyes were filled with deep envy. The Hunters Guild, known as the Divine Tribunal, acts as the Empire's sharp blade against the Church. Within its ranks gather the most formidable veteran hunters of the region. The Divine Tribunal wields immense power, capable of arresting suspects at will. Many regard its members as wild beasts from ancient times. Inside a sealed interrogation room, two members of the tribunal stared sternly at Du Xiu. So, you went out on your own and got robbed? One of them asked coldly. Du Xiu shifted uncomfortably, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He lowered his head and replied, that's exactly what happened. After concocting the tranquilizing potion, I was exhausted and needed to relax. I went out through the back door of the Black Mamba bar to clear my head, but I was knocked out and robbed. I only woke up when it started raining. The two tribunal members exchanged a knowing glance, clearly displeased with the young alchemy prodigy's reckless behavior. Do you realize how much manpower we deployed to find you? The other member barked. It wasn't just us. Your master and hall master Hu Yin also issued a huge bounty. Over 100 hunter teams went out searching for you yesterday alone. Du Xiu felt even more remorseful, his voice growing quieter. I'm truly sorry. This month has been overwhelming with the potion making, and I just needed some time to unwind. All right, you can go now. Don't be so reckless in the future, one of the tribunal members said, waving him off. Du Xiu bowed repeatedly in gratitude and quickly left the interrogation room. As he exited the Divine Tribunal, Du Xiu pondered to himself, they'll probably just rule it a regular robbery, right? He recalled Master Long's warnings and couldn't help but think about the Tianyi sect. Master Long holds quite a position among the outsiders. Du Xiu mused, definitely not a good person. Inside the interrogation room, the two tribunal members continued their conversation. Do you think Du Xiu was telling the truth? It's a bit far-fetched, but it could be true. He's only 16, a wild refugee by birth, cooped up for a month and wanting to relax. It's understandable. Could he have joined the outsiders and been sent back? Impossible. Those outsiders only care about money. They'd be more likely to kill Du Xiu and claim the reward. Groom him as an undercover agent? Who knows when he'll become a master alchemist? True. These prodigies sure have guts. Understandable. Alchemists find their work terribly tedious. By the way, I heard our Divine Tribunal has nurtured a group of super talented individuals this year. Their strength is terrifying. I know, the most outstanding one even gained the recognition of an imperial artifact. That artifact, dormant for centuries, finally has a new master. An imperial artifact, there aren't many in the entire empire. Outside the tribunal, Du Xiu was immediately grabbed by Ding Yao as he stepped out. Junior brother, they didn't do anything to you, did they? Ding Yao asked worriedly. As the guild's enforcement arm, the Divine Tribunal was feared by many. I'm fine, they just asked where I went, Du Xiu replied warmly, smiling at his senior brother's concern. Ding Yao earnestly advised, Junior brother, you've really caused a stir this time. Please don't be so impulsive in the future. Make sure to apologize properly to Master later. Afraid he might have been too harsh, he added. But don't beat yourself up too much. If you're feeling troubled, talk to me. Don't shoulder everything alone. Got it, senior brother. Du Xiu nodded obediently. By the way, where's Brother Yang? He seems to have gone back home, took leave from Master. Du Xiu nodded thoughtfully. He suspected that Old Man Long had already found Yang Tiyuan and wondered what would happen next. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Du Xiu's eye. She was not one to repay evil with kindness. In the distance, Hu Yinlai approached hurriedly. Ding Yao stepped protectively in front of Du Xiu. Hallmaster Hu Yin, what do you need with my junior brother? Ding Yao asked cautiously. Hu Yinlai smiled amiably. Ah, little Ding, you go ahead with your tasks. I need to discuss something private with Du Xiu. Seeing Ding Yao's hesitation, he added, have you completed this month's assignments? Written your reports? If you're done, help Old Wang check the herb quotas. Du Xiu intervened. Senior brother, you should go ahead. After a few more reminders, Ding Yao left. Hu Yinlai stepped forward and asked with concern, nephew, are you all right? Du Xiu bowed once more. Thank you for your concern, Hallmaster Hu Yin. I'm fine. I heard you went to great lengths to find me, and I'm immensely grateful for your care. As the deputy head of the apothecary hall, it is naturally my responsibility to look after you. Besides, you disappeared during my duty hours. If we truly can't find you, It would be quite embarrassing for me. A glint of cunning appeared in Huyen Lai's eyes as he feigned concern, saying, "Why don't you accompany me for a walk?" He was secretly plotting, recalling how he was caught red-handed by Master Long last time in the office with a hoe. This time, he planned to act cautiously and find a secluded spot before making a move. Sensing something amiss, Du Xiu politely declined. "It's not that I wish to dampen the mood, but my master is still waiting for me. I'm afraid I must decline. If you have something to say, please do so directly." The mention of my master hit a nerve with Huyen Lai. He blinked and then smiled. "It's like this. My card can't hold all the gold coins. Could you keep them for me for a while?" Du Xiu frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "Hallmaster Huyen." Huyen Lai was taken aback, wondering if this kid's appetite had grown. Forcing a smile, he said, "Why pretend? My dear nephew, though we haven't met often, we've felt a deep connection. Our last conversation was delightful. Why the coldness now?" Du Xiu replied coolly, "I only regard you as a respectable senior, Hall Master Huyen, not as someone I've bonded with." Huyen Lai's suspicion grew. Had this kid been hit on the head and lost his greedy nature? He said sharply, "Did you lose a 50,000 gold coin card?" "I found one," as he pulled out a Hunter's Guild-issued gold card. 50,000 gold coins? Who do you think I am?" Du Xiu stepped back, putting distance between them. "Hall Master Huyen, please don't. I wouldn't want my master to misunderstand. If there's nothing else, I'll go pay my respects to my master now." Huyen Lai stood there, stunned, watching Du Xiu's retreating figure, feeling uncertain. Something was off. He wasn't like this before. How could a blow to the head erase Du Xiu's love for money? Nightfall at Master Long's residence. "Are you sure you want to practice the Poison Sutra?" Master Long asked seriously once again. Du Xiu nodded firmly. "Yes. Without the force to protect myself, I'm always vulnerable. The world is unstable now, and I can't hide in the apothecary hall forever, living under someone else's protection." Master Long no longer objected. "Since you've decided, tell me about the levels of elemental cultivation." Du Xiu shared what he knew. Elemental cultivation is divided into the Qi and Blood stage, Aperture opening stage, and Meridian connecting stage. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Master Long nodded. "Correct. Elemental cultivation is said to have the first 3 stages and the latter 3 stages. The first 3 are as you said. The latter 3 are the core condensing stage, domain stage, and immortal stage. The latter stages are difficult to ascend, hence they're not widely known." He then detailed the cultivation process of the Qi and Blood stage and the concept of Dao value. Du Xiu was surprised. "What's the maximum Dao value in the Qi and Blood stage?" Master Long explained. "Theoretically, it's 120 Dao values, but the Empire hasn't seen anyone break 100 in a century. Ordinary elemental cultivators reach their limit at 30 or 40 Dao values before advancing to the Aperture opening stage." Du Xiu inquired about the strength differences due to Dao value disparities, and Master Long explained further. He also discussed the 3 main factors determining Dao value limits: talent, techniques, and rare treasures. As time quietly passed, the mysteries of elemental cultivation gradually unfolded before Du Xiu. He learned about the characteristics of the Qi and Blood stage, Aperture opening stage, and Meridian connecting stage, understanding the importance of the Qi and Blood stage for future cultivation. Master Long, seeing Du Xiu deep in thought, asked, "How is your elemental cultivation talent? Have you sensed the elemental force yet?" Du Xiu paused for a moment. Not yet. His talent for elemental cultivation seemed average, but its specifics were still unclear. Master Long nodded, not surprised. Although Du Xiu's talent in alchemy was extraordinary, it didn't necessarily mean his elemental cultivation talent was high. The two were on different paths and couldn't be compared. "No worries, elemental force potions can help ordinary people sense elemental force. I've prepared 3 first-level elemental force potions for you, which should be more than sufficient." Master Long handed Du Xiu a box containing the original force potion along with 2 books. "This is the poison manual," Master Long said solemnly. "Sense the original force, draw it into your body, and cultivate according to the force nodes described inside. Once you've completed the first cycle, come see me again." He paused and added, "The poison manual differs from conventional techniques. It requires specific toxic potions. I've recorded my cultivation insights within. Study it carefully." Du Xiu respectfully accepted the items and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance and teachings." Master Long waved his hand dismissively. "I'm tired. You may leave." Just as Du Xiu was about to take his leave, he remembered something. "Master, I have another question." "Go on." "I encountered danger, and I suspect Yang Tiyuan was behind it. He hasn't been seen at the potion hall. Do you know where he might be?" Master Long's expression remained impassive. It was indeed him. "He's dead." Du Xiu was taken aback, shocked. Yang Tiyuan had been a disciple for 3 years, yet Master Long was so ruthless. As he hesitated, Master Long smiled faintly. "Do you think I'm heartless?" Though Yang Tiyuan had the title of a disciple, there was no real bond. I took him in casually as a cover. He shouldn't have harmed you. A cold glint flashed in Master Lung's eyes as he spoke. Du Xiu felt a chill run down his spine, pondering that perhaps his master wasn't as benevolent as he seemed. Master Lung continued, "Today, by passing on the poison manual to you, you become my only formal disciple. Besides Ding Yao, if anyone claims to be your senior brother, eliminate them if you can. If not, be wary." Du Xiu solemnly replied, "I will remember, Master." Inwardly, he thought, "Is Master not a good person? Well, neither am I. All right, you may go." Master Long waved dismissively, as if speaking of disciples had dulled his interest. "Farewell, Master." After leaving, Du Xiu hurried home and eagerly began reading the poison manual. 2 hours later, he couldn't help but marvel at the genius of the manual's author. Unlike ordinary techniques, the poison manual involved ingesting toxic substances to accumulate toxins within the body, gradually increasing in intensity. The result was not mere energy, but toxic energy with formidable power, lethal to ordinary practitioners. Recalling how Master Long saved him, Du Xiu guessed those patches of flesh on the ground were the result of such power. However, the pain endured during cultivation was beyond normal endurance. Theoretically, if one could withstand the pain, they could amass 100-fold power. Scanning through the toxic herbs required by the manual, Du Xiu felt a chill. Sichuan lovage, gray thorn vine, celestial aster, are these really for consumption? The herbs he recognized were already dangerously toxic, and this was just the beginning stage. The subsequent levels were likely even more terrifying. Despite his astonishment, Du Xiu quickly adjusted his mindset. Everything in the world comes at a cost. Having chosen this path, he was prepared to face the consequences. The manual also included several original techniques. One particularly impressive disguise technique allowed one to change their appearance entirely. Du Xiu couldn't help but wonder if Master Long was showing his true face. After quickly memorizing the manual's contents, Du Xiu took out a vial of original force potion. This was a foundational potion every alchemist needed to master, far superior to what he had concocted at the secret tungsten mine. He drank it in one gulp and closed his eyes to sense the force. Minutes later, he began channeling the poison manual's methods, feeling the original force in the air. It was like being enveloped in a misty steam room. Carefully, Du Xiu drew the force into his body. 2 hours later, he sensed a faint ripple of original force within. With a wry smile, he realized that even with the potion's help, he had only completed 1/30th of the internal force node cycle. The potion's effects were waning, and the surrounding force was rapidly dissipating. Soon, Du Xiu could no longer sense any original force. No wonder Yuan Shou places so much importance on alchemists. Cultivation is indeed a costly endeavor. Du Xiu carefully sensed the newfound trace of power within him, and his resolve to follow the path of Yuan Shou became even firmer. Taking a deep breath, he uncorked another bottle of primal energy potion and drank it down in one gulp. The air around him instantly filled with dense primal energy, and Du Xiu quickly began to circulate his techniques to absorb it. After a night of cultivation, Du Xiu was delighted to discover that he had completed 1/10 of a cycle through the primal energy nodes. At this pace, he could complete the first full cycle in 10 more nights and consolidate his energy and blood to reach the level of a Yuan Shou practitioner. During the day, Du Xiu planned to concoct more primal energy potions. However, the biggest issue he faced was a lack of herbs. He assessed his resources. The herbs from the Silver Fox Hunter group were exhausted. His master had just given him 2 sets of concentration potions, and it didn't seem appropriate to ask for more money. Ultimately, he decided to sell diluted soul calming potions on the market to raise funds. Du Xiu spent an afternoon in the mixing room, diluting 10 complete soul calming potions into 40 semi-finished ones. He listed 10 of these on the platform for sale, mentally calculating the cost of primal energy potions. A single primal energy potion sold for 10,000 gold coins, with the herb cost being 4,000. In contrast, a soul calming potion cost 1,000 to make but could sell for 7 to 8,000. This was because the Hunters Guild imposed a price cap on essential items for Yuan Shou to ensure their availability. As compensation, the prices of other non-essential potions were left unrestricted. Du Xiu sighed, realizing that the money from selling 10 semi-finished soul calming potions would only be enough to buy herbs for 10 primal energy potions, which was far from sufficient. Moreover, there would inevitably be some waste while practicing potion making in the early stages. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to only release 10 semi-finished potions. After all, he had just given 10 to Wang Dahai 3 days ago, and for a newly advanced apprentice, producing this quantity was already commendable. Typically, an alchemist might craft a few dozen potions in a month, and for him, a newly advanced apprentice, to produce 20 semi-finished potions this month was already a high output. The Wilderness Resource Trading Market is the only place in Burt City for trading original cultivation resources, attracting a large number of hunters who come and go to take on and complete tasks. Du Xiu entered the potion trading hall, where a giant display screen showed scrolling red text with various potion information. He handed over the semi-finished soul-calming potion to the staff and was about to leave when he heard exclamations behind him. The scalper hunters, who were always lurking around, had rushed to the trading counter. Moments later, Du Xiu's phone vibrated. His account ending in 9527 received a deposit of 39,000 gold coins. He smiled slightly. This was the first money he earned by concocting potions himself. With his wallet a bit fuller, Du Xiu strolled leisurely but stopped in his tracks at the herb hall. These prices are outrageous. A set of herbs for a force potion costs 4,500 gold coins. He muttered to himself, deciding to try his luck with the Silver Fox Hunter group tomorrow. In the evening, Du Xiu left the trading building. The sunset dispelled the clouds, and the sky was filled with golden-red scattered clouds. The air was fresh and pleasant after the rain, and he strolled happily along the grassy path. "Hey, my brother!" a clear female voice called out. Two girls were approaching. Du Xiu's expression changed instantly, and he reluctantly replied, "Oh, hello, familiar stranger." Nini teased with a grin. "Just because I didn't lend you money, don't be so stingy." She winked and added, "If I weren't so reserved, I might have thrown myself at you." Du Xiu smirked inwardly, recalling Ding Yao's warnings about Nini's mischievous nature. He asked directly, "What do you want?" "I'm throwing a party tonight, come and join us?" Nini invited enthusiastically. Du Xiu was about to decline when Nini added, "There will be lots of beautiful and wealthy ladies there." Du Xiu immediately changed his tune. "Well, they are people too. I'll be there as planned." After confirming the time and place, he walked away without a change in expression. As night fell, precisely at 7, there was a knock on the door. Du Xiu opened it to find Ding Yao, which surprised him. Ding Yao invited him to attend the party together, and Du Xiu gladly accepted. The two walked together, and from a distance, the lawn was already bustling. Colorful lights twinkled, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, and music played softly. As soon as Du Xiu and Ding Yao entered, they caught everyone's attention. "Du Xiu, brother Du, right?" A young man approached quickly, introducing himself. "Li Huiping, I took the advanced apprentice exam with you. Brother Du, you truly are an class genius. Concocting the soul-calming potion in just a month, that's remarkable. Brotherly, you're too kind. It's just a work in progress. It's you who have a bright future ahead, being taken under the wing of Master Hu Yin." Du Xiu modestly waved his hand, but his gaze inadvertently caught the look of pride on Li Huiping's face. He knew this genius pharmacist with a grade rating was reveling in the joy of being accepted as a disciple by Hu Yinlai. To catch the master's eye is indeed a great honor, Li Huiping said, lifting his chin slightly, unable to hide his pride. Du Xiu nodded in agreement without showing any emotion. Hu Yinlia's status in the apothecary world of Burt City was undoubtedly unassailable, and becoming his disciple was certainly a ticket to the top tier of pharmacists. The apprentice pharmacists nearby, seeing the two chatting so amiably, gathered around. Du Xiu, who was usually perceived as aloof and unapproachable, now seemed affable, quickly becoming the center of attention. Ding Yao watched from the side, feeling gratified for his junior brother. "Brother Du, if you ever manage to concoct the soul-calming potion, could you set aside a few for me?" Li Huiping suddenly asked in a low voice. "I won't take them for free. I'll pay the market price." Du Xiu raised an eyebrow, wondering if Li Huiping also possessed a special ability seed. Feigning surprise, he asked, "What does brotherly need the soul-calming potion for?" Li Huiping explained with a wry smile that he could only brew a maximum of 5 potions a day before his mental strength waned. Du Xiu then realized his own mental capacity seemed far superior to others, likely related to his special ability seed. The group began discussing the bottlenecks they encountered while concocting potions, while Du Xiu quietly pondered the differences between them and himself. Through their conversation, he gradually understood just how remarkable his talent in pharmacology was. As night fell, laughter echoed from afar. Everyone turned to see a group of beautiful girls approaching, instantly adding vibrancy to the party. With a wink, Li Huiping said to Du Xiu, "Brother Du, you don't have a girlfriend yet, right? These are the daughters of influential families. You might want to get to know a few." Du Xiu suddenly realized this was a matchmaking party in disguise. He was quite averse to the idea of such transactional unions, and politely declined Li Huiping's suggestion. Soon, a few alluring women approached him, but their straightforward manner made Du Xiu even more uncomfortable. He chose to sit alone in a corner, quietly observing the partygoers. It seemed he had been too optimistic. Watching the flirtatious young men and women at the party, Du Xiu couldn't help but reflect. He initially thought his talents might attract some investment, but the forces behind these girls were clearly uninterested in investing and were more inclined to tie him down through marriage. Zhang Zhaozhao sat in the chair, putting down her orange juice. "I didn't expect you'd become a matchmaker," she remarked. Nini, her face flushed from the wine, downed her glass of red wine and refilled it. With a hint of irritation, she said, Damn, I miscalculated. I wanted to throw a party to celebrate your brief freedom, to let you experience the vibe of youth. Who knew this crowd would turn it into a matchmaking event? Zhang Zhaozhao looked around, noticing the brightly dressed girls pretending to be demure while the aspiring pharmacist apprentices were trying hard to appear gentlemanly. The scene left her a bit dazed. Hey, what are you thinking about? Nini waved a hand in front of Zhang Zhaozhao. Zhang Zhaozhao snapped back to reality and smiled. I just had an idea. Let's hear it. I want to become a pharmacist. Nini was surprised. Wow, your childhood dream is coming back to life? Zhang Zhaozhao nodded. Yeah, it's a sudden thought. I should give it a try while I still have some freedom. Nini pursed her lips. Don't look at me for help. My pharmacist skills are mediocre at best. I'm just coasting through life. Recommend a good pharmacist for me. Nini thought for a moment, scanning the crowd until her gaze landed on someone in the corner. There's someone suitable. Come on, they're right over here. Du Xiao was sitting in the corner, absorbed in his phone when two figures blocked the light. He looked up to see Nini smiling at him. What's up? Du Xiao asked. Have you found the wealthy woman you were looking for? Nini pulled Zhang Zhaozhao over and introduced her. My best friend Zhang Zhaozhao, a well-known rich lady. Zhang Zhaozhao blinked, as if asking if this person was reliable. Nini gave her a reassuring nod. How about teaching my friend some pharmacy skills for a while? Nini suggested. No way, I'm busy. Du Xiao flatly refused. Paid lessons. How much? As much as you teach her well. There's no upper limit. Du Xiao looked skeptical. At this point, Zhang Zhaozhao frowned slightly and interrupted. Have you been practicing force? You're a force practitioner? Du Xiao asked, surprised. Zhang Zhaozhao nodded. Du Xiao scoffed. Why would a force practitioner want to study pharmacy? Don't you know that crossing fields is tough? Zhang Zhaozhao chuckled. So why is a pharmacist practicing force? Friend, can you compare yourself to me? I have a natural flair for pharmacy, Du Xiao bragged casually. Zhang Zhaozhao's lips curled into a smile. Talent? It's the first time someone has boasted about talent in front of me. Sorry, I've made some progress in force cultivation. The tension between them was palpable. How far have you gotten in pharmacy? Du Xiao asked. I've finished the basic formulas. Have you successfully concocted any potions? If I had, why would I need you to teach me? Zhang Zhaozhao gave him a sidelong glance. All right, Du Xiao turned to Nini. I'll teach your friend. I have a knack for dealing with stubborn people. After Nini left, Zhang Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled. Coincidentally, I also have a knack for dealing with stubborn people. If you have any questions about force cultivation, I can guide you. Du Xiao paused and asked, how long does the effect of a force potion last for you? Force potion? What's that for? Zhang Zhaozhao asked curiously, then realized, oh, sorry. I can't answer that. I've never used a force potion. The force usually comes to me naturally. Du Xiao was taken aback, then pretended to be nonchalant. Oh, I've never used it either. I was asking for a friend. Zhang Zhaozhao smiled sweetly. By the way, I've heard that people who can't sense the force can use force potions to help. But the duration isn't measured in hours. It's in days, usually 3 to 5 days. So, tell your friend not to push it if it doesn't work out. Du Xiao was stunned. Zhang Zhaozhao gave him a knowing look as if to say, yes, you're the one who's lacking. See you at the pharmacy hall at 8 tomorrow, Du Xiao said before leaving. That night, Du Xiao awoke from a dream, cursing in frustration. Damn it, my resolve is shattered. No wonder practicing force is costing me so many potions. I used 3 bottles in one night, which equals 30,000 gold coins. Even if I had a gold mine, I couldn't keep up with this waste. The next morning at 8:30, Du Xiao arrived at the pharmacy hall, yawning. There, a graceful figure had already been standing in the cold wind for half an hour. Zhang Zhaozhao looked at Du Xiao with cold eyes, while he apologized. Sorry, I got the time wrong. I thought I said 9 o'clock. Zhang Zhaozhao took a deep breath, trying to suppress her anger. This was her first date with someone her age, and she had been stood up. What infuriated her even more was that beneath Du Xiao's seemingly sincere face, she could keenly sense that he did it on purpose. Zhang Zhaozhao exhaled softly, her icy demeanor melting away to reveal a bright smile. It's okay. I just got here too. You must have stayed up late convincing your friend to stop practicing primal force, right? Did he come to his senses? Du Xiao's expression darkened as he interrupted. Thanks for your concern, but my friend suddenly fell critically ill last night and passed away. With that, he walked straight into the apothecary, entering the exclusive mixing room with a swipe of his card. What kind of potion do you want to make? Du Xiao asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. Zhang Zhaozhao curiously looked around. It was her first time in a mixing room. What are you good at making? Tranquility potion, Du Xiao replied, a hint of pride on his face. You can make tranquility potion? Zhang Zhaozhao asked in surprise, familiar with the potion herself. Du Xiao shrugged it off. What's so surprising about that? But whatever you want to make, you'll have to buy the herbs yourself. Zhang Zhaozhao rummaged through her bag for a while before pulling out a gold card. Then let's make the tranquility potion. Here's 1,000,000 gold coins. Go buy the herbs. What? How much? Du Xiu's eyes widened. Zhang Zhaozhao calmly repeated, 1,000,000 gold coins. Du Xiu hesitated, but his conscience made him say, that's too much. You won't need that much money. A day's expenses are around 5,000 gold coins, enough for 200 days. This is the smallest amount on my savings card, Zhang Zhaozhao said, standing under the light, the soft glow highlighting her fair face, her beautiful eyes seemingly filled with starlight. Du Xiu was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Zhang Zhaozhao's smile widened. Consider the leftover money as your fee for hiring you. Du Xiu took the card, his face breaking into a warm smile. During this time, I'll do whatever it takes for you. Let's get started. Over the next few days, the two of them worked on potions in the mixing room. Their relationship warmed, though tensions occasionally flared. Zhang Zhaozhao usually left in the evening, while Du Xiu stayed late to work on primal force potions. On the 5th night, Du Xiu finally succeeded in creating a primal force potion. After returning home and taking the potion, he was about to start his practice when he noticed Master Long had appeared in the room without him realizing. Master, what brings you here? Du Xiu asked in surprise. Master Long instructed, I have to go away for a while and might not be back for a month. During this time, you must practice diligently. When I return, you will accompany me somewhere. Are we going to the wilderness? No need to ask, you'll know when the time comes. Master Long suddenly frowned. Haven't you been practicing? Why is your primal force so low? Du Xiu awkwardly explained. I ran out of primal force potions, so my progress has been slow. Ran out? A single potion should last at least 3 days, and it's only been 6 days. How could it be gone? The duration of the potion's effect is shorter for me than for most people. The effect only lasts 2 days? 2 hours, Du Xiu muttered softly. Master Long fell silent, his expression shifting. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Have you considered giving up primal cultivation and focusing on becoming an alchemist? Du Xiu tilted his head, looking at Master Long. What does that mean? Are you giving up on me? It's too late for that. I haven't considered it. Du Xiu stubbornly shook his head. A hint of helplessness flashed in Master Long's eyes as he said in a deep voice, in a few days, there will be an invitation to a pharmacist's exchange meeting in the Linta district. You should attend. Du Xiu was taken aback. A pharmacist's exchange meeting? Yes. Master Long nodded and explained. The Imperial Academy's enrollment is approaching. Some pharmacists who have gone from the Linta district and are now instructors at the academy will hold an exchange meeting to impart pharmacological knowledge. He paused and continued, the higher you go in the pharmacist profession, the more intense the factional struggles become. They want to recruit local talents in advance. Although their intentions aren't pure, they do impart a lot of knowledge. Master Long looked intently at Du Xiu. If you want to continue cultivating your primal force, it's best to pass the level 1 pharmacist assessment this year and enter the Imperial Academy. There, you can find rare treasures to enhance your abilities. But first, you need to improve your pharmacology skills. Du Xiu pondered. Despite his incredible talent, without guidance, it was all talk. The knowledge available on the market was insufficient to pass the Imperial Academy's assessment. Master, what exactly is in the Imperial Academy? Du Xiu couldn't help but ask. A gleam flashed in Master Long's eyes. There are many things involved, too much to explain briefly. In short, this enrollment is the most grandiose since the founding of the Empire, with the Empire's treasures open to students. I won't disappoint you, Master, Du Xiu solemnly promised. Master Long nodded, taking out a few vials of potion from his robe. These are potions that complement the poison scripture. Dilute them according to the scripture's ratios. After Du Xiu accepted them, Master Long waved his hand, conjuring a black flame that he imprinted on Du Xiu's forehead. Master, what is this? Du Xiu asked in surprise. Use your primal force to manipulate it when you encounter anomalies. With it, you can stay safe in the Linta district, Master Long said before his figure gradually faded away. Du Xiu touched his forehead, staring at the spot where Master Long had disappeared, murmuring to himself, Old Long, what level of cultivation have you reached? 3 days later, in the mixing room. Oops. An awkward noise broke the silence. The culprit, Du Xiu, calmly shifted his position. The toxic potion Master Long had given him, when diluted according to the poison scripture, had unexpectedly caused digestive discomfort. Another noise followed shortly. Zhang Zhaozhao stepped back several paces, hiding by the vent in the corner, and remarked with a peculiar expression, Buddy, you're quite talkative lately. My stomach's been acting up, Du Xiu replied with an awkward smile, not disputing the teasing. Zhang Zhaozhao glanced at the deep red potion in the corner and casually asked, What's this potion? A soul-calming potion. Isn't the finished soul-calming potion supposed to be purple? It's a semi-finished product, not properly mixed. How much? I'll take a few. I've been overworking my brain and need a boost, Zhang Zhao said, reaching out to grab them. Du Xiu snorted. Take them. Just don't say I made them. Once you step out of this room, I won't admit it, afraid that if I get poisoned, someone will come after you? Zhang Zhao raised an eyebrow. I'm not in the mood to argue with you today, Du Xiu said helplessly. He had thought Nini was annoying enough, but she was nothing compared to Zhang Zhao. All right, that's enough for today. I'll come back when your bad breath is cured, Zhang Zhao said, casually taking 2 vials of the soul-calming potion before leaving the mixing room. Bad breath? Du Xiu's face turned dark. In the afternoon, Du Xiu packed the primal force potions he had prepared into his backpack. With nearly 20 vials inside, a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He had been in good form today, successfully mixing all the primal force potions. After tidying up, Du Xiu turned to leave. Just as he opened the mixing room door, he heard Li Huiping calling out, Brother Du, sorry to keep you waiting, I didn't know you were outside. Du Xiu apologized. No worries, I just arrived, Li Huiping replied. My master asked me to inform you that we are to gather at the apothecary hall at 9 tomorrow to head to Zan City for the pharmacists' exchange meeting. Pharmacists' exchange meeting? Du Xiu recalled Master Lung's words and nodded. All right, I'll be there on time. By the way, how many people are attending this time? 3. Only 3? Li Huiping explained, according to our teacher, this kind of exchange meeting is quite high level, only open to advanced apprentices within a grade or higher assessment score, and you can only attend once. Those who attended last year can't participate this year. Du Xiu understood. So, the 3 should be him, Li Huiping, and Hu Chui, who was second in their cohort. They were the only ones with a grade scores or higher this year. Remember to bring some clothes, brother. The exchange meeting lasts 5 days, and with travel time, it will take about 2 weeks, Li Huiping reminded. Got it. Du Xiu nodded, suddenly recalling Li Huiping's request for a soul-calming potion at Nini's party. He went back to the mixing room and fetched a semi-finished product. A few days ago, you mentioned mental fatigue, so I specially prepared a soul-calming potion for you, Du Xiu said wearily, handing the potion to Li Huiping. But don't tell anyone else, or everyone from the party will come asking, and I won't be able to meet all the demands. Li Huiping felt a surge of warmth. He had mentioned it casually at the party, not expecting Du Xiu to remember and even prepare one for him. Seeing Du Xiu's tired face, he was deeply moved. Thank you so much, Brother Du, Li Huiping said, taking out his phone to transfer 5,000 gold coins to Du Xiu immediately. Du Xiu feigned indignation. What do you mean by this, Brother Li? I didn't prepare the potion for money. Brother Du, please don't get upset. Li Huiping apologized, saying, It's not my intention to tarnish your sincere intentions with filthy money. It's just that I have nothing else to offer to show my gratitude. Du Xiu was taken aback for a moment, then relaxed his furrowed brow. Li Huiping's words seemed to carry hidden meaning, hinting at a wealthy background. He probed, Does Brother Li have a significant family fortune? Li Huiping smiled modestly. I'm not particularly talented, but my father runs a herbal business, and the Li Commerce Guild is part of our family enterprise. Oh. Du Xiu's eyes lit up. The Li Commerce Guild was the largest herbal trader in Burt City, known for hoarding raw materials for energy potions during recruitment seasons to drive up prices. No wonder this young master is so quick to throw money around. It's a habit cultivated from a young age. Du Xiu scoffed, feeling somewhat insulted. Seeing this, Li Huiping's face reflected guilt. After the party, the younger generation at Burt City's apothecary hall reached a consensus about Du Xiu. He was exceptionally gifted, had a fiery temperament, and was straightforward in his thoughts. His talent was undeniable, as his exam results outshone everyone else. His fiery nature was evident when Ding Yao's attempt to bully him under the guise of seniority was exposed, leading to a public beating. As for his straightforwardness, Li Huiping experienced it firsthand today upon their first meeting. Du Xiu remembered Li's complaint about his lack of mental clarity and specially prepared a calming potion for him. If that's not straightforward, what is? Li Huiping pondered. Forming friendships with money is beneath me. Using herbs as a bond would be more appropriate, especially since my family has an abundance of them. He then asked, Brother Du, have you been working on any other potions lately? Du Xiu replied with some frustration, I've been trying to develop an energy potion, but unfortunately, I've made little progress and wasted a lot of herbs. An energy potion? Li Huiping was surprised. That's quite challenging. On reflection, it made sense. Du Xiu dared to choose a calming potion as his first, so naturally, his second choice wouldn't be something ordinary. Du Xiu seemed unwilling to dwell on his repeated failures. Let's not talk about it. Brother Li, feel free to visit often. I'll save some calming potions for you to help with your brewing. But, he paused, his tone serious, don't mention money again. Or don't blame me if I get upset. All right, Li Huiping agreed, visibly pleased. Calming potions are notoriously difficult to create, with first-level apothecaries often failing, and even when successful, they keep them for personal use. Second-level apothecaries aren't interested, as they have more lucrative options. Thus, these potions are rare in Burt City. Li Huiping secretly decided that next time, he would directly gift raw materials for energy potions, which Du Xiao surely wouldn't refuse. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two parted ways. Du Xiao watched Li Huiping's retreating figure, his thoughts deep. He should have understood my hint, right? In the distance, two graceful figures approached. Nini and Jiang Zhaozhao. I hope Master Huyan can take care of my friends this time. Nini smiled and nodded at Huyan Lai. A glint flickered in Huyan Lai's eyes as he looked meaningfully at the two girls. No need to be so formal. These young ladies have quite the background, he pondered. Nini was a relative of Master Jiang from the apothecary hall, who was currently concocting potions for her family. As for the other girl, she seemed to have connections with the Divine Judgment Hall, making her someone not to be underestimated. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they boarded a vehicle heading to the airfield. Over an hour later, a small airship gracefully ascended, its energy shield activated, and its rear thrusters propelled it swiftly into the clouds. On board were over 20 people, including a pilot, a chef, a cleaner, and a force cannon operator, all serving Du Xiao and his companions. Du Xiao gazed out at the cotton candy-like clouds for a while before drawing the curtain and focusing on his book about potion making. The airship was remarkably stable, with no sense of turbulence inside the cabin. The Lin Ta region was vast, and even by airship, it would take several days to reach San City. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Du Xiao opened it to find a short-haired girl standing awkwardly outside. He broke the awkward silence. Senior sister, just call me junior brother, and then asked about her purpose. Hu Chui hesitantly spoke. Junior brother, do you still have any soul-calming potion? I'd like to buy some. Du Xiao readily agreed and even offered her a discount. Hu Chui looked troubled and asked if she could owe him the payment, as she had less than 3,000 gold coins. Du Xiao agreed without hesitation. He turned to retrieve the potion and soon received a transfer notification. Hu Chui was immensely grateful, but Du Xiao simply smiled and said, no need to be so formal, senior sister. If you need more in the future, just let me know in advance, and you can have it on credit. Just as Hu Chui was about to say more, a tall girl with an indifferent demeanor approached. Feeling self-conscious, Hu Chui quickly stepped aside. Jiang Zhaozhao entered Du Xiao's room directly. Du Xiao teased, aren't you afraid of rumors spreading about you barging into my room like this? I'm quite the eligible bachelor, you know. Jiang Zhaozhao scoffed, ha. I thought you were shameless the first time I saw you, but now I realize I underestimated you. See? I do have some dignity. You don't have any dignity at all. Jiang Zhaozhao retorted mercilessly. Du Xiao shrugged. Did you come here just to mock me? Don't overthink it. I'm not that bored. Just a heads up. At this conference, don't go signing contracts without thinking. Jiang Zhaozhao frowned slightly and explained seriously. This pharmacist conference is essentially a place for conglomerates to recruit talents. Although the academy mentors have prestigious positions, they act as spokespeople for these conglomerates. They'll tempt you with various benefits to sign a contract. Du Xiao, hearing this, couldn't help but ask, what are the pros and cons of signing a contract? With a sigh, Jiang Zhaozhao elaborated, the advantage is having abundant resources during your studies, but the downside is that you'll be working for the conglomerate for life after graduation. Even worse, once you sign, the academy's official mentors will avoid you. Du Xiao pounded his chest in assurance. Don't worry. I see money as dirt. Jiang Zhaozhao snorted with a hint of teasing in her eyes. So you see yourself as the pit? Then, she switched topics curiously. By the way, did you make that bottle of Anshin potion? Du Xiao's expression turned serious, his tone slightly stiff. Don't pry into social matters. You should focus on cultivating your primal force. Jiang Zhaozhao was taken aback. Why bring up primal force all of a sudden? With a slight smirk, Du Xiao half-joked, once you cultivate your primal force, I won't have to worry about accidentally killing you if I ever feel like hitting you. Jiang Zhaozhao, undeterred, retorted, oh please, why bother with all that? Just live true to yourself and leave the rest to karma. She said this while crossing her legs with an air of defiance. Du Xiao paused for a moment, then gave her a thumbs up. Life's wisdom. I've truly learned something today. Jiang Zhaozhao suddenly turned serious. No, don't learn that. You can't become like this. I hate it when people lack decency. Du Xiao, you can't become someone I dislike. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if afraid of losing something precious. Du Xiao squinted, rubbing his chin as he teased, are you trying to manipulate me? With your looks, that might be a bit challenging. Feigning anger, Jiang Zhaozhao shot back. Oh, so you think I'm ugly? Du Xiao quickly explained, I didn't say you're ugly, just that your beauty isn't obvious. Suddenly changing the subject, Jiang Zhaozhao asked, Du Xiao, how would you describe our relationship now? Du Xiao looked a bit puzzled. It's okay, I guess. Jiang Zhaozhao rolled up her sleeves, showing her fair arm, and said seriously, can I hit you now? It won't hurt much, just bear with it. I'll be gentle. After saying this, Zhang Zhaozhao seemed to realize something. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly left the room, pretending nothing had happened. Before things get too embarrassing, it's best to make an exit. Du Xiu watched Zhang Zhaozhao leave the room, trying to maintain her composure, and couldn't help but chuckle. That girl is smart, knowing when to make a quick exit. But after all this commotion, he lost the mood to read. Picking up his phone, Du Xiu opened the Bronze Treeho app and started browsing the latest trending topics. Recently, various regions of the empire have been hosting alchemist exchange conferences, sparking a flurry of discussions online. One particular thread caught Du Xiu's attention: the ranking of senior apprentices in the Linta district. The top spots were filled with well-known prodigies, but to his surprise, he found himself on the list as well. 20. Du Xiu, age 17, from Burt City, assessment score, grade. Produced a semi-finished soothing potion within a month. Evaluation. Apprenticed for just over a month. Defeated his senior brother, full of martial virtue. Du Xiu couldn't help but laugh at the evaluation, which seemed to focus on irrelevant details. Scrolling through the comments section, he was even more amused. Li Yuanjin, forever a legend. Rebuilding the glory of Jiangsheng. I stand with Sun Peng. Why is Duanmu Chuang ranked third? I disagree. The top 19 can produce level 1 potions, but Du Xiu made it with just a semi-finished product? Rumor has it Du Xiu is from the wilderness, full of martial virtue. Watch out for a beating. I know Du Xiu. He's straightforward but a bit hot-headed. Did he really kill someone at the Qi and Blood stage? It's true. After being chased for hours, he ambushed and shot them. Du Xiu shook his head in resignation. It seemed his incident with Zhou Yuan had spread. Although he wasn't worried about retaliation, the full of martial virtue label was likely to stick for a while. For days later, the airship arrived above Zan City. Du Xiu stood by the porthole, watching the massive steel city come into focus. Skyscrapers reached into the clouds, and aerial rails crisscrossed like giant rings, while colorful lights adorned the city with a dazzling glow. The airship landed on the outskirts, and Hu Yanlai led the team to handle the entry procedures. Zhang Zhaozhao was picked up by someone, giving Du Xiu a glance before leaving without a word, and Du Xiu didn't ask further. At the city gate, a long line stretched out. Suddenly, a young man with an air of distinction, surrounded by bodyguards, cut in line. A young guard stopped him. Everyone has to queue. The young man sneered, "Don't you know who I am?" and ordered his men to call for a superior. In the guardhouse, a middle-aged captain was about to light a cigarette when he heard about the situation and his face turned pale. Oh no! He rushed out, shouting, "Young Master Ma, it's a misunderstanding." Young Master Ma looked at the panting middle-aged man with a trace of disdain in his eyes. The middle-aged man, with a dark expression, scolded the young garrison soldier. He then turned his head, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face as he explained to the young man behind him, "This guy is new and doesn't know his place. He offended young Master Ma, but I assure you I'll discipline him severely later." The young man chuckled, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "I won't stoop to his level. It would make me look petty. Young Master Ma is magnanimous." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped the middle-aged man hard across the face. The sharp sound echoed, and the man's cheek instantly swelled. The young man grabbed his collar, a menacing look on his face. "But I will stoop to your level. How many young masters are there in the Linta Jinwing Ma family?" The middle-aged man turned red, not daring to resist, and replied with a trembling voice, "There are 6 young masters, young Master Ma." The young man sneered, "Everything you eat, drink, and use is provided by the Linta Ma family. Is it so hard to remember me? Do you need me to wear that golden wing emblem every day for you watchdogs to remember who I am?" "I'm sorry, young Master Ma," the middle-aged man said, his voice raspy as his lips twitched. The young man stared into his eyes, threatening, "If this happens again, one night your wife and daughter will be sold to a dance hall, your son to an organ center, and you'll be chained like a dog at the mine entrance." The middle-aged man lowered his head, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, but he dared not show it. He spoke with difficulty, "Yes, 6th young master." The young man released him, his menacing expression vanishing, replaced by a friendly smile. He adjusted the man's collar and said lightly, "Just kidding with you." Then he turned to his bodyguards and said, "Look, he's scared stiff." The bodyguards remained silent. The young man, expressionless, said, "You should be laughing now." As soon as he finished, the bodyguards burst into laughter, some even tearing up from laughing too hard. The young man walked away without a word, brushing past a group of people entering the city. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back, staring suspiciously at one person in the crowd. At that moment, Du Xiu felt a heat on his brow and looked at the young man surrounded by others. Their eyes met, as if they understood each other. Du Xiu pondered for a moment, sensing that the black flame imprinted on his forehead by Master Long was stirring, as if with a slight nudge. the young man before him would encounter great trouble. The young man's pupils contracted as he gazed deeply at Du Xiu, as if trying to etch his appearance into memory. Realizing his reaction was too unusual, he quickly looked away and addressed someone nearby. Hu Yin, is that you? Young Master Ma, you've come to Zan City too. Hu Yinlai replied respectfully. Yeah, just wandering around for fun. The young man said casually. By the way, I haven't thanked you for your help last time. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. Hu Yinlai asked. Did the pharmacist I found for you last time come along? He did. Hu Yinlai turned to Du Xiu and explained. Nephew, when you went missing, I asked young Master Ma for help, and he was quite supportive. Du Xiu politely said. Thank you, young Master Ma, for your assistance. Oh, it was nothing, the young man replied, feigning disinterest. Let's eat at the garden tonight. Hu Yinlai was surprised, not expecting the invitation to be genuine. He reluctantly agreed. All right, 7 o'clock tonight at the garden. They'll be waiting for you, young Master Ma. The young man nodded slightly and entered Zan City with his entourage. After he left, Du Xiu asked, who is he? Hu Yin. Hu Yinlia's face turned grim. He's Ma Juanhao, the son of the head of the Linta Ma family. He used to be an illegitimate child hidden away in Burt City, but now he's rumored to be officially recognized. He warned, during dinner, speak as little as possible. Ma Juanhao is known for his volatile temper and extreme cruelty, with a penchant for keeping slaves and occasionally killing for entertainment. Master, do we have to go? Hu Chui asked, fear evident on her face. We must go. If we don't and he feels slighted, causing trouble for you, I won't be able to protect you, Hu Yinlai said sternly. It's just a meal. Offending Ma Juanhao over it is not worth it. The group fell silent, looking anxious. In the evening, they took the elevator to the top of Zan City Tower. The garden was on the rooftop, and after Hu Yinlai submitted their reservation information at the entrance, they entered. Du Xiu looked up, seeing the faint blue force field shimmering, with the vast starry sky beyond. Inside the garden, lush flora from various regions competed for attention. A wooden arch bridge spanned a gently flowing stream, where golden carp played. After passing through a bamboo grove, a server led them to a private room. Hu Yinlai reminded them again. Remember to speak as little as possible and keep smiling. They all nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, Ma Juanhao arrived, surrounded by bodyguards. He waved them off, saying, go stand guard at the door. The bodyguards bowed and withdrew. Hu Yinlai enthusiastically said, young Master Ma, please take the seat of honor. Ma Juanhao glanced around and unceremoniously took the main seat. Let's order. Feel free to choose. He seemed distracted, not paying much attention to Hu Yinlai. As Hu Yinlai looked through the menu, he grew increasingly alarmed at the potential cost of the meal. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. A black-clad bodyguard entered and whispered something in Ma Juanhao's ear. Let him in. Yes, sir. A few moments later, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly, a round face, and a slightly balding head entered the private room. Bowing obsequiously, the balding man said, young Master Ma, why didn't you notify me in advance? I could have come to greet you. This small room is hardly worthy of you. Let me arrange for the VIP room. Ma Juanhao yawned lazily, accustomed to such flattery. He replied casually, no need. I'll just have a quick bite and leave. Any new dishes lately? The man's eyes lit up. Yes, indeed. We've just gathered some exquisite dishes made from rare ingredients, not yet available to the public. Oh, let's hear about them. Ma Juanhao showed a hint of interest. The first is the deep-sea delicacies, featuring rare fish species caught by sea hunters from the depths of the ocean, each with a trace of bestowed race bloodline. Bestowed race bloodline? Ma Juanhao raised an eyebrow. Exactly. The fish carry the bloodlines of the merman and sea tribes. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Ma Juanhao's eyes. Interesting. I've always wanted a merman slave, but after the last race war, they retreated to the ocean depths, and my fleet couldn't find them. Rest assured, young Master Ma, I'll have the sea hunters keep an eye out for you. The balding man quickly assured him. What about the other new dishes? The second is the three-thread soup, made from the dorsal threads of 3 insect species, rich in nutrients and flavor. The last is the brain of a third-level demon beast, the black gold ape, a rare delicacy. Ma Juanhao nodded. Serve the first 2, and add some signature dishes as well. The balding man left promptly to arrange the kitchen preparations and instructed a few waitresses to attend carefully. After that, he headed to another luxurious private room. Inside, 6 elderly men in their 60s were drinking, each accompanied by 2 young women serving them. The master of the room, Master Ma, teased, Old Wong, you still know how to come back, huh? Running off midway means you owe us a drink. The balding man smiled wryly. Brother Ma, don't make it hard for me. I still have to attend to matters over there. I'll drink one to apologize. Really? You serving personally? Or is this just an excuse to dodge a drink? Master Ma joked. The balding man waved his hand, signaling the girls to leave, and after closing the door, he lowered his voice. Brother Ma, don't joke around. I'm nothing in front of that guest. Who's here? Master Ma's smile faded, and he adopted a serious expression. The sixth young master. The balding man pointed upwards. Master Ma's face changed. He's out and about? Who knows? He just turned up without any notice. The balding man shook his head. I heard he's with someone from the Boat City Alchemy Guild. Master Ma mused. Boat City. I heard there's a promising talent there. Let's not talk about that. Let's keep drinking. The balding man called the girls back in. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Ma Juanhao's room was subdued. Everyone ate in silence, with Hu Yinlai trying to make conversation but getting little response. Midway through the meal, Du Xiu got up to go to the restroom, and Ma Juanhao immediately followed, signaling his bodyguards to stay back. After leaving the restroom, Du Xiu didn't return to the room immediately but wandered down the hallway. He could feel someone following him. In a secluded corner, he suddenly turned around to face Ma Juanhao directly. Young Master Ma, is there something you need from me? Du Xiu turned around to find Ma Juanhao staring intently at him. There was a hint of wariness and unease in his gaze. Is there nothing you want to tell me? Ma Juanhao asked in a low voice. Du Xiu was puzzled. Tell you what? What do you want to hear? He had never met this young master before and couldn't fathom what was going on. Ma Juanhao glanced around to ensure they were alone and sneered. Stop pretending. I don't understand what you're saying. You people are really something. Not trusting me and bringing me here for what? Are you all out of your minds? Du Xiu's expression shifted slightly. Anomaly? In a way, he did fit that description. But how did Ma Juanhao know? Was it because of the black flame mark given by Master Long? Du Xiu's thoughts deepened, and he instinctively channeled his inner force, drawing on the black flame in his mind. Ma Juanhao suddenly stepped back several paces, pointing at Du Xiu and shouting, Are you out of your mind? If you dare to kill me, none of you will leave Zan City. Du Xiu realized the truth. No wonder Ma Juanhao had been watching him so closely at the fortress entrance. By invoking the black flame, he could control the poison seed within Ma Juanhao. This method of controlling people was documented in the original techniques of the poison scripture. At close range, the other person could also sense him through the poison seed. The black flame mark turned out to be a symbol of identity. If an anomaly approached, it would reveal Du Xiu's identity. No wonder Master Long had said that with the black flame, he would be safe in the Linta district. But what exactly was Master Long's status among the anomalies? The black flame could control the air of the Ma Corporation, which seemed like an enormous power. Seeing Du Xiu remain silent, and with the poison seed inside him ready to be activated at any moment, Ma Juanhao was livid. This man was impossible to communicate with, practically insane. Take care of yourself. Ma Juanhao spat, glaring at Du Xiu before turning to leave. Just then, a tipsy Master Ma passed by, catching sight of Ma Juanhao's furious departure and overhearing the words, take care of yourself. He paused, thoughtfully studying Du Xiu's profile. Master Ma returned to the private room. One of the mentors spoke up, Gentlemen, have any of you found promising candidates this time? Let's share our thoughts to avoid any conflicts later on. Ma Juanhao left the elegant garden with a sullen expression. As he departed, he nodded to the balding man, indicating that the bill should be charged to him. Upon receiving the notice from the waiter, Hu Yinlai felt a mix of emotions. Ma Juanhao's gesture was both respectful and distant, leaving him puzzled. As Ma Juanhao left, everyone else felt relieved, and the atmosphere immediately lightened. Hu Yinlai regained his spirits and began to enjoy the food heartily. Nightfall cast its shadow over a certain villa. In the dimly lit living room, Ma Juanhao, dressed in silk pajamas, stared at his wine glass with bloodshot eyes. The door opened quietly, and a tall young man in a crisp suit entered, his face pale but adorned with a graceful smile. Brother Hao, not in a good mood today? The man asked, his voice rich and magnetic. Ma Juanhao responded with a cold laugh. If I hadn't encountered an anomaly, I might have been kept in the dark by you all. He warned, don't treat me as expendable, or I'll drag you down to hell with me. The young man sat down gracefully, pouring himself a glass of wine. How could you be expendable? You're our best partner. I met someone today with higher authority than you, Ma Juanhao said slowly. The young man's body tensed, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Tell me more. Ma Juanhao explained. When I got close to him, the poison seed inside me was activated. If I had any intent to kill, the poison would have erupted. Impossible! The young man exclaimed, crushing the wine glass in his hand, spilling wine all over himself. At this moment, a bald man with tattoos stepped out from the shadows. He spoke solemnly. To trigger Ma Juanhao's poison seed requires the highest authority of the Tianyi sect. Ordinary high-ranking members can't do it. The young man suddenly began to slap himself frantically, his body convulsing. Ma Juanhao watched coldly, a storm raging in his heart. The bald man asked strangely. The leader has been in hiding for years and wouldn't show up easily. Was the young man you mentioned the holy son of the Tianyi sect? Ma Juanhao was shocked. That young man was actually the holy son of the Tianyi sect? It was fortunate he had settled the bill before leaving. Shall we stick to the plan? Ma Juanhao probed. Yes, the leader tacitly allows it. The holy son might have another mission here, the bald man replied. Ma Juanhao felt slightly reassured but still deeply apprehensive. If not for Du Xiu being outside the plan, they would have to rearrange their retreat. On the ground, Mei Jianyuan continued to convulse, his face ashen, fangs growing longer. The bald man ordered 2 blood slaves to be brought in. Mei Jianyuan immediately pounced on them, draining their blood. Once clear-headed, Mei Jianyuan apologized gracefully. I lost control, Brother Hao. Thank you. Ma Juanhao remained expressionless, though inside he was terrified. He recalled being forced to join the Tianyi sect and the agony of being compelled to kill his half-brother. Although valued by the Ma Corporation, he was ensnared by the clutches of the Tianyi sect. A bunch of lunatics. Mei Jianyuan continued. How? Could you help me find detailed information on that young man and let me know? Just as Ma Juanhao was about to speak, the tattooed-faced man interrupted. You can't tell him. Mei Jianyuan turned around with a faint smile on his face. Elder Su, what do you mean by this? Even if I want to meet my junior disciple, are you going to stop me? Meet him? More like you want to kill him. Elder Su retorted coldly. Mei Jianyuan shrugged it off. If I can't beat him, of course, it's just a meeting. If I can, then naturally I'll kill him. The title of the Holy Son of the Tianyi sect is not something anyone can bear. Elder Su shook his head. No way. If the Holy Son dies here, all of us will perish. I'll do it discreetly. No one will know he died by my hand. Mei Jianyuan said nonchalantly. Does the sect leader need evidence to kill someone? A flicker of fear crossed Elder Su's face as he mentioned the sect leader. He recalled the Tianyi sect's former glory and the internal purge that followed the sect leader's decline. Now, the sect's cautious approach was to avoid repeating past mistakes. Unmoved, Mei Jianyuan turned to Ma Juanhao. How? Please tell me about that person. A cold smile lingered on his face. Elder Su urgently warned Ma Juanhao. If you dare tell him, you will surely die. Though the sect leader rarely interferes in sect matters, if the Holy Son dies, he will definitely act, and everyone will die. Caught in a dilemma, Ma Juanhao lowered his head to drink, unable to meet anyone's gaze or speak. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy emanated from Mei Jianyuan. Elder Su, do you think I can kill you? Elder Su's expression darkened. Though he was a Tongmei realm practitioner and Mei Jianyuan was only at the Kaichao realm, the latter's racial talent was extremely troublesome, and his obsessive nature made him a dangerous adversary. Reluctantly, Elder Su conceded. You can go after the Holy Son, but not now. What if I insist on going? Mei Jianyuan pressed on. Cold sweat beaded on Elder Su's forehead. He knew Mei Jianyuan was notorious in the Empire's outsider circles, having crossed boundaries to slay Tongmei realm experts multiple times. After careful consideration, he offered another bargaining chip. I found some traces of the sect leader, and results will come soon. If you refrain from troubling the Holy Son now, I'll share them with you. At the mention of the sect leader, Mei Jianyuan's expression shifted subtly as he looked at Elder Su with a meaningful gaze. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Very well. I'll wait for your good news, Elder Su. Mei Jianyuan sat back on the sofa, pouring himself another glass of red wine. I hope my junior disciple stays alive. His life is for me to take personally. He sipped the wine, satisfied. This is from the Sky Island of the Qian district. Yes, this blood-like sweetness reminds me of the blood slaves from my homeland. How? Could you play Death Nocturne by the Summer Band for me? Ma Juanhao forced a stiff smile and turned to play the song. Mei Jianyuan closed his eyes, holding the wine glass in one hand while using his energy to conjure a conductor's baton with the other, waving it with delight. Elder Huang adjusted the microphone with a gentle smile, his eyes sweeping over the youthful faces in the audience. With a warm grin, he cleared his throat and spoke in a resonant voice. It's often said that this year's admission to the Imperial Academy is the most competitive yet. I couldn't feel it when I was inside the academy, but sitting here today, I see it's no exaggeration. With a hint of humor, he added, it's a blessing for the Empire, but a challenge for you all. The competition is fiercer, and frankly, it's a challenge for me too. I'm not sure how this old body of mine will endure this year. The audience erupted in good-natured laughter. Upstairs in a private room, Huayan Lai and a few old friends watched the elder through the floor-to-ceiling windows. One remarked, I didn't expect Elder Huang to come personally. It's been 30 years. I wonder if he still remembers us. Another agreed, indeed. The once S-class prodigy assistant is now gray-haired. Huayan Lai sighed. Time is truly daunting. In youth, days seem to drag. But once you can face everything calmly, you realize you're no longer young. Their gazes naturally drifted to the vibrant faces below. Once the laughter subsided, Elder Huang continued, "Before we delve into the study of pharmacology, I want to ask a classic question. How do you perceive pharmacology?" He winked, teasing. "I know some of you think this question is old-fashioned. 40 years ago, I thought my teacher was just being verbose." Another wave of light laughter followed. Elder Huang's expression turned solemn as he said, "Regardless of whether your goals are fame or ideals, I respect that. But remember two things. First, pharmacology is tedious and intricate. I've seen S-class geniuses break down in tears in the lab and class talents persevere to the end. There's no shortcut to success, only continuous learning and persistence. Second," he paused. "There is no second." The audience burst into laughter again. "Any questions?" Elder Huang asked, scanning the room. A young woman raised her hand and stood up, asking, "What should we do if we find our talent has reached its limit?" Intrigued, Elder Huang inquired, "Why do you think that?" After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "A problem that takes me days, my junior solves in an instant." "Who is your junior?" "Duxiu." Elder Huang laughed heartily. "Duxiu? Huh. I know him, the lad with endless energy." The room filled with laughter. Reassuringly, Elder Huang said, "Pharmacology does rely on talent, but don't compare yourself to others. Follow your own path. If you feel you've hit a limit, take a short break. Or perhaps, like those youngsters upstairs, return to your hometown to nurture students. Passing on pharmacology is our duty, and it's a unique romance of this field." He concluded, "You're all still young, facing only the simplest challenges. Pharmacology is a personal journey. Forge ahead and persevere." Mr. Huang picked up the remote, and a screen behind him displayed a PowerPoint presentation. Mr. Huang began to explain the principles of pharmaceutics, moving from a broad overview to specific details. His explanations were clear and engaging, making complex concepts accessible and interesting. He skillfully presented foundational knowledge of herbs alongside the core formulas and frameworks to the apprentices. From morning till night, with only breaks for meals and rest, Mr. Huang spoke tirelessly. Over the course of 3 days, for instructors, including Mr. Huang, took to the stage to teach. Each day extended into the late hours, and though the apprentices were exhausted and sometimes confused, their eyes shone with a thirst for knowledge. On the third evening, Duxiu and his peers left the hall with the crowd. Li Huiping glanced through her notes and asked Duxiu about his understanding of the last topic. Duxiu admitted he only comprehended half of it and needed to delve deeper into the subject. The intensive learning sessions over the past 3 days had pushed his brain to its limits. Duxiu realized that he had previously misunderstood some basic formulas, a misunderstanding stemming from Master Long's teachings. He recognized the critical importance of having a good teacher in the field of pharmaceutics. No wonder the heads of various pharmaceutics halls were graduates of the Imperial Academy. Back in his room, Duxiu took out a calming potion he had crafted and pondered its quality. Reflecting on what he had learned over the past few days, he felt the material wasn't difficult, but his flawed foundational knowledge led to gaps when connecting with basic concepts. He needed to reassess and organize his understanding. The next day, Master Ma took the stage. He began with a boastful introduction of his achievements before discussing the significance of herbs and potion making. As time went on, the apprentices sensed something was off and began murmuring among themselves. Master Ma sternly silenced the chatter and continued with his talk on selecting herbs and improving study efficiency. In the afternoon, several instructors took turns teaching. Alongside pharmaceutics knowledge, they imparted advice, such as the benefits of collaborating early with major powers to access more resources. Duxiu wasn't interested in these insights and focused on absorbing the core pharmaceutics content. During dinner, Hu Yinlai advised the group to be cautious with signing contracts, especially those with financial conglomerates. He explained the pitfalls of career-oriented training contracts, warning that such agreements could burden graduates and their descendants with long-term debt. Hoping the next day's instructors would maintain the high standards, Duxiu went to bed with anticipation. This is why Hu Yinlai didn't advise Li Huiping and Hu Chui to give Yup it all comes down to talent. No one knows how far they might go. Hu Yinlai understood the importance of talent. After pondering for a moment, he slowly laid out the pros and cons. You could become a level 3 or even a level 2 pharmacist. But by collaborating with the consortium, you can at least secure a position as a level 3 mixer. The cost is becoming a heartless pharmaceutical machine. Li Huiping and Hu Chui fell into deep thought upon hearing this, recalling a phrase from their mentor earlier that day. Genius is merely a ticket to enter the academy. They looked around at the hundreds of talented peers gathered, thinking about the geniuses from the Lin Ta region who weren't present, as well as the outstanding individuals from dozens of other regions. The fierce competition sent chills down their spines. The group ate in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. As the evening class approached, apprentices gathered in small groups in the cafeteria. Suddenly, a commotion arose, drawing everyone's attention. Master Ma entered with 5 mentors, each heading to different tables. They inquired about family situations and career plans. Then, looking concerned, mentioned the Imperial Academy's resource constraints. When students pressed for solutions, the mentors hesitated before suggesting they seek support from the consortium. Faced with the students' confusion, Master Ma gritted his teeth, looked around and said, "Since you have needs, I'll try to make contact. But whether it succeeds depends on your efforts. Remember, don't ask for too much. Know when to stop." The apprentices expressed their gratitude. Not long after, the consortium representatives arrived with an air of superiority. They scanned the room until their gaze settled on Master Ma, then dropped their haughty demeanor and asked, "Master Ma, where are the students you mentioned?" Master Ma pointed around and said, "They're all here." The representatives were taken aback. "What? I thought there were only 3 or 4. With so many, we can't provide enough resources." Feigning anger, Master Ma retorted, "I've already given my word. Can't you accommodate even this?" He added sternly, "Old Wong, don't make me regret our friendship. I can prepare medicine for your family's elder at no charge." After a moment of internal struggle, the consortium representative relented. "Fine, we'll give them a chance, but the slots are limited." The apprentices rushed to sign up, eager not to miss the opportunity. Some hesitated, but seeing others signing, they quickly followed suit without thoroughly reviewing the terms, fearing they'd miss out. Meanwhile, some from prominent backgrounds, or those more cautious, quietly left. The higher-ups at various city pharmacological halls either doubted the apprentices' prospects, remained indifferent, or didn't want to offend the consortium, and thus watched the spectacle unfold silently. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of Zon City. A graceful figure wearing headphones strolls along the sidewalk. She receives a call, slips her phone into her pocket, and continues walking. The person on the other end chatters incessantly, prompting her to lower the volume and respond coolly, "I'm listening. I'm on a mission, not sure when I'll be back." Distracted, she inadvertently steps into a crosswalk during a red light. The blaring of horns jolts her back to reality, and she finds herself in the middle of the road. The evening rush hour traffic flows like a tide, with horns blaring all around. In a daze, she feels the glare of headlights, with everyone urging her to move forward. The girl quickens her pace, reaching the last line of the crosswalk. She says dejectedly, "Got it. I'm not avoiding it. I'll return as soon as I can." "Is it today?" Ahead of the little girl, a well-dressed woman in her 30s with fair skin was holding the hand of a young girl. The little girl skipped along, her ponytail bouncing. "Mom, the teacher praised me again today," she said excitedly. The woman smiled and asked, "Really? What did the teacher praise you for, my darling?" "The teacher said I'm very smart, and that I'll definitely be someone useful when I grow up." The woman frowned slightly, crouched down to meet her daughter's eyes, and asked, "Sweetie, what do you think? Do you really want to be someone useful?" The little girl nodded. "Yes, I want to be useful." "That's great, sweetheart. You have your own goal," the woman said with a smile. "But I don't want you to just be someone useful." "Why not?" the little girl asked, puzzled. The woman gently stroked her daughter's cheek and patiently explained, "A tree in a park is useful because it provides shade. But if it grows in an empty prairie, it can just be a beautiful sight. I don't mind if you help others, but first, be yourself, and then help others as much as you can. Don't lose yourself trying to help others." The little girl blinked her big, gem-like eyes, looking confused. "Mom, I don't understand. Am I stupid?" "Of course not," the woman said, tapping her daughter's forehead. "It's just that I didn't explain it well. I'll think of a better way to tell you later. Since you were praised by the teacher today, I want to reward you. What would you like?" "I want to go to the aquarium," the little girl exclaimed excitedly. "All right, we'll go this weekend," the woman promised. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then softly added, "Mom, I also want some cotton candy." "You can't, sweetie. You have cavities," the woman replied. "Then why did you ask me what I wanted?" the little girl pouted. The woman crouched down again and said seriously, "Because I want you to know that everyone has the right to say no." Seeing her daughter's bewildered face, the woman shook her head with a smile. "All right, I'll get you some cotton candy, but you can only have a little bit." "Yay, you're the best, Mom," the little girl cheered. The mother and daughter continued walking, leaving behind a lonely girl standing on the last white line of the crosswalk. Watching their receding figures, she whispered into her phone, "Mom, in my next life, I don't want to be your daughter." Jiang Zhaozhao hung up the phone, opened her music player, selected a heavy metal track, turned the volume up to the maximum, tucked her phone into her pocket, zipped her jacket up to the top, stepped over the last white line, hands in pockets, and hummed along as she walked into the darkness. Jiang Zhaozhao watched Du Xiu descend the steps with an air of righteous defiance. From behind him, the angry shouts of their mentor echoed through the hall. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she beamed at him. "Wow, you're brave," she teased. Du Xiu snorted dismissively. "Just a mere level 4 alchemist, not worth the fuss." In truth, He hadn't expected such a reaction. Others had left midway earlier in the day without issue, yet he was singled out. What did you buy that's so special? Zhang Zhaozhao asked curiously. Come on, let's eat at your place, Du Xiu replied, holding up a bag as they headed towards the hotel. Inside the suite, Du Xiu laid out the takeout on the table. Peanuts, smashed cucumbers, fried rice, skewers, and 2 bottles of red wine. Zhang Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. Is this the good stuff you mentioned? Du Xiu sighed. I risked angering a level 4 alchemy master to see you. He poked at the fried rice. Where did you get this? The rice is burnt. Zhang Zhaozhao's face changed slightly, but she remained silent. Du Xiu took a bite of the meat skewer. The skewers are decent. Seeing Zhang Zhaozhao's tense expression, he suddenly had a realization. Don't tell me you cooked the rice? Zhang Zhaozhao reached to take the fried rice away, but Du Xiu swiftly snatched it back. His expression softened. I remember my first meal when I was homeless was fried rice. Ate it for 4 days straight. He began eating from the container. How does it taste? Zhang Zhaozhao asked with a sarcastic smile. Du Xiu swallowed. Terrible. Who puts pickled beans in fried rice? And it's spoiled. Oomph. I didn't cook it, Zhang Zhaozhao retorted, turning her head away. Yet Du Xiu continued eating without complaint. After a few drinks, Zhang Zhaozhao's eyes were hazy with intoxication. Du Xiu, what do you see in your future? Du Xiu pondered. Maybe I'll be an alchemist. An alchemy master, Zhang Zhaozhao corrected. What about you? Du Xiu asked in return. Zhang Zhaozhao looked lost. I can't see clearly. After a long silence, Zhang Zhaozhao curled up in the corner of the sofa. What kind of life do you want? Du Xiu smiled. Just to be with someone I love. I want the truth. Zhang Zhaozhao tilted her head, her gaze deep as the night sky. Du Xiu sighed and began recounting his childhood in the orphanage. Every weekend, he hoped to be adopted, only to be disappointed year after year. I guess I long for a family, he said softly. Zhang Zhaozhao listened quietly. Any other experiences? Du Xiu went on to describe his life on the streets at 9, scavenging through trash for food and joining a begging ring. Those times were bearable. At least I didn't starve, but I lost my dignity. He sold me to the Ma Corporation, where I was forced to work in the mines. Later, an apprentice pharmacist arrived at the mine. He was frail, and I ended up doing his share of the work. In return, he taught me some pharmaceutical knowledge. Du Xiu recounted his dark past in a calm voice, though a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. Zhang Zhaozhao listened quietly, nodding occasionally. Du Xiu continued. I gathered some herbs and poisoned the guards at the mine. I escaped into the wilderness and was pursued by a corporate convoy, but I managed to turn the tables. Eventually, I met my current master and became a pharmacist. Zhang Zhaozhao paused for a moment, then softly asked, Would you like to hear my story? Du Xiu shrugged. Go ahead. Let's trade dark secrets. Zhang Zhaozhao chuckled lightly. I don't really have any dark secrets. Compared to yours, there's not much to tell. I was born into an ordinary family, and people always had high expectations for me, charting out my life path. That's it. Du Xiu raised an eyebrow. That's it. Zhang Zhaozhao replied plainly. How dull. Du Xiu shook his head. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. A group of people, anger evident in their demeanor, approached Du Xiu's room, followed by a large number of apprentice pharmacists. Hu Yinlai anxiously pleaded with Master Ma. Master Ma, Du Xiu is young and naive. Why hold it against him? Master Ma snorted. Hall Master Hu Yin, save your breath. Today, I must see for myself what kind of talent the so-called first genius of Burt City truly is. Hu Yinlai turned to other mentors. Mentor Lu, please say something. Persuade Master Ma not to act rashly. We can discuss matters calmly. The mentors avoided his gaze, remaining silent. Hu Yinlai gritted his teeth. Master Ma, please, spare Du Xiu today. I'll ensure he apologizes to you afterward and gives you a satisfactory explanation. Master Ma looked at him with disdain. Spare you? Who do you think you are? The mentors chuckled softly. Humiliation washed over Hu Yinlai's face as he took a deep breath. Esteemed mentors, is it really necessary to come here over Du Xiu leaving a lecture? Are you determined to cut off his chances of entering the Imperial Academy? Master Ma reached Du Xiu's door, cast a cold glance at Hu Yinlai, and commanded, Open the door. The person in charge, drenched in sweat, unlocked the door with a keycard. The crowd filed in. Hu Yinlai squeezed to the front, signaling to Du Xiu. Du Xiu, hurry and apologize to Master Ma. Inside the room, Du Xiu was leisurely enjoying some grilled skewers and red wine. Zhang Zhaozhao was curled up on the sofa, lost in thought. Seeing this, Master Ma flew into a rage. Du Xiu, you claim to be going to the bathroom, but you're actually engaging in illicit activities in your room? Du Xiu was taken aback, looking at the intruding crowd, frowning. Master Ma, barging into my room without permission and falsely accusing me. What exactly are you doing? Master Ma thundered. If I hadn't come in, I wouldn't have seen your true colors. So young and yet so deceitful, filled with lies, associating with a wild woman. You beat up your senior brother right after joining the pharmacy hall, showing no respect, behaving atrociously, shameless. Other mentors chimed in. Indeed, pretending to go to the bathroom, only to sneak around with a woman, morally corrupt. A student like you in the academy would surely commit countless misdeeds. Master Ma called out, apprentices outside, come in and see what the so-called first genius of Burt City is up to. A large number of apprentices poured in, and Hu Yinlia's efforts to block them were in vain. Master Ma, with a cold expression, questioned, Du Xiu, let me ask you, we came from afar to teach, and you left in the middle. Is that not disrespectful to your mentors? Yes, Du Xiu replied thoughtfully. Claiming to need the bathroom but actually returning to rest, is that not lying? It is. In Burt City, you beat up your senior brother. Is that not violent behavior? That's right. Master Ma turned to the crowd. Everyone heard it. I'm not slandering him. Du Xiu admitted it himself. I will report truthfully to the academy leadership. I hope you will all serve as witnesses. The gathered pharmaceutical talents echoed. We heard it. He admitted it himself. We are willing to be witnesses. Hu Yinlai looked ashen. Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from within the room. Master Ma turned back to see Du Xiu sitting with his legs crossed, his face full of sarcasm. Du Xiu, what are you laughing at? What right do you have to laugh? Du Xiu glanced around, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He pointed at the apprentices who were echoing Master Ma and said disdainfully, I'm laughing at them fools who would help count the money even after being sold. His words ignited a fire of anger among the apprentice pharmacists present. These talented young people from various regions couldn't tolerate such an insult. They immediately retaliated with words, and one even challenged, Du Xiu, do you dare to compete in potion-making skills? You won't leave this room until you explain yourself. Du Xiu remained unbothered, appearing even more pleased with himself. He began to calmly analyze. Do you really think these old folks are just connecting you with corporations to provide you with herb resources? Think about the contracts you've signed. Years of herbal resources have bought your entire lives. And think about how these old folks have always emphasized the scarcity of resources in the academy, saying how important it is to have powerful backing. Du Xiu's words struck like a hammer, causing the apprentices to slowly cool down and recall the contract details. Some muttered, it's true. The penalty clauses are harsh. Is the corporate workload really that overwhelming? Why has no one mentioned this before? Amidst the buzz of discussion, Master Ma finally lost his patience. Furious, he pointed at Du Xiu and yelled, Du Xiu, how dare you slander me? You'll never enter the Imperial Academy. Unfazed, Du Xiu stood up and retorted loudly, I'll admit to all the things you accuse me of, but there's one thing I won't let go of. You called my friend a wild woman, and I won't stand for that. Before anyone could react, Du Xiu grabbed a nearby wine bottle and smashed it over Master Ma's head with a loud crack. Blood immediately trickled down Master Ma's forehead. The sudden violence shocked everyone present, leaving them momentarily frozen. Seizing the moment, Du Xiu kicked Master Ma to the ground and relentlessly stomped on his head. Scream! Let me hear you scream louder! Du Xiu shouted as he continued his assault. Master Ma, beaten and desperate, wailed in agony, his cries echoing throughout the room. It was only then that the other instructors snapped back to reality and rushed to intervene. Du Xiu, stop! What are you doing? How dare you attack an Imperial Academy instructor? Are you out of your mind? Du Xiu, however, was undeterred. He grabbed one instructor by the hair and slapped him across the face. Turning to the others in the room, he roared, get the hell out, or I'll take you down too. The aspiring pharmacists, who had never witnessed such chaos, hurriedly left the room. The remaining instructors, realizing the situation, set aside their dignity and moved to subdue Du Xiu. Just then, Zhang Zhaozhao, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, suddenly spoke up, Du Xiu, give him a good beating. Hearing this, Du Xiu turned and grinned at Zhang Zhaozhao. Just what I had in mind. The instructors in the Imperial Academy are practically at the pinnacle of the pharmacy field. The power they wield is immense. Even an apprentice of a senior alchemist has alliances with hunter groups. Imagine how many powerful original cultivators are willing to serve those master alchemists at the top. Du Xiu smirked inwardly. Alchemists might be physically weak, but they are incredibly united. Offending one is like offending the entire upper echelon. There's an unspoken rule among them. If no one helps when you're bullied, don't expect help when you're in danger. Because of this, overt violence against ordinary alchemists is rare, let alone against academy mentors. Du Xiu understood this well, but with half a bottle of red wine in him and a beauty by his side, he acted on impulse. Regret was too late now, but he couldn't let Zhang Zhaozhao get involved. Even if caught, he could threaten Ma Juanhao with the poison seed in his body to get him out. Once he left Zan City, he would seek refuge with Lao Long. I'm done pretending. I'm an anomaly. Du Xiu roared internally. An anomaly fighting an alchemist is perfectly reasonable. However, if Zhang Zhaozhao got involved, she might become a target for retaliation. Du Xiu used to think Zhang Zhaozhao came from a wealthy family, but after witnessing Ma Juanhao's extravagance, he no longer believed so. Besides, Zhang Zhaozhao admitted to coming from an ordinary background, and if she got involved, even her family might be implicated. After Du Xiu's harsh rebuke, Zhang Zhaozhao was stunned for a moment. It was the first time someone stood in front of her, telling her to step back. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light, and a sweet, radiant smile appeared on her fair face. All right, all right. Retreating to the bedroom door, Zhang Zhaozhao waved her little fists and shouted, "Go get him!" Hearing Zhang Zhaozhao's encouragement, Du Xiu's morale soared. He looked at the 6 Imperial Academy mentors in front of him, filled with heroic spirit. Today, I'm taking down Academy mentors. Du Xiu grabbed another wine bottle from the coffee table and smashed it over one mentor's head. He was completely unhinged. From forced counterattacks on the streets to brutal fights in the mines, Du Xiu had accumulated rich combat experience. Even without using his original force, he had the mentors running for cover. Within minutes, the mentors were battered and bruised. They hurriedly propped up Master Ma and fled. One mentor, his face covered in blood, clothes in disarray, eyes red with anger, pointed at Du Xiu as he left, shouting, "Du Xiu, just you wait, I'll kill you." Du Xiu sneered, "Bring it on." His innate ferocity was fully unleashed. Turning back to the bedroom, Du Xiu rummaged through his suitcase and pulled out the iron spike that had accompanied him for years, claiming dozens of lives. He also grabbed a backpack containing the soul calming potion and other valuables. Damn it, after this job, I'm out of here. With the backpack on his shoulders and the weapon in hand, Du Xiu pursued them. In the hallway, alchemical prodigies and hall masters first saw the battered mentors carrying a bloodied Master Ma, and moments later, a reedy Du Xiu emerged wielding a sharp iron spike. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. What the hell is that spike? What kind of legitimate alchemist carries an iron spike? Someone muttered in the hallway. Insane. The world must have gone insane. Hu Yanlai, caught in the corridor, turned pale with fright at the sight of the murderous Du Xiu and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Du Xiu, stop. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill someone? Du Xiu looked at Hu Yanlai. Master Hu Yan, these old bastards just said they want to kill me. How can I wait for them to retaliate? Today, if I kill one, it's worth it. If I kill 2, it's a profit. Those were just words in anger. You can't take them seriously. At worst, we won't go to the academy. In Burt City, I'll protect you. Du Xiu was touched by these words, but pushed Hu Yanlai aside. He couldn't drag Hu Yanlai into this mess. I'll repay Master Hu Yan's kindness in another life. Today, I must take their lives. With that, Du Xiu strode after the academy mentors. The remaining hall masters dared not intervene. They were ordinary people too and were frightened by the sight of an enraged Du Xiu wielding a weapon. Seeing Du Xiu in pursuit, Hu Yanlai could only shout, "Master Ma, run! Du Xiu is coming after you." In the spacious square, hundreds of fully armed black-clad original cultivators stood together, the atmosphere solemn. In front of them, a young man impatiently glanced around. It was Ma Juanhao. He was here for Du Xiu. At the hotel entrance, the representative responsible for signing contracts with the apprentice pharmacist was waiting. The signing agents of the Ma Corporation were stationed at the hotel entrance, waiting for the right moment. They had just secured a batch of apprentices during dinner and were eager to capitalize on the opportunity to sign more. After all, the exchange conference was ending the next day, and time was of the essence. Suddenly, they noticed Master Ma entering the hotel and quickly stepped aside to avoid drawing attention. They planned to act once Master Ma had left, but were startled when a group of disheveled and blood-stained mentors came rushing out in panic. "Master Ma, what happened?" they hurriedly inquired. Was there an ambush inside? Before they could finish, a furious roar echoed from the hotel lobby. "Old scoundrel, your life is mine." A young man wielding an iron spike charged out like a warrior, followed by a throng of guild leaders and talented apprentices. "He's insane. That guy's a complete lunatic," one mentor exclaimed in terror, staring at Du Xiu. In their panic, the mentors grabbed the representative's briefcases and hurled them at Du Xiu. The 7 or 8 cases flew toward him, but he effortlessly dodged them, leaving the contracts to scatter on the ground. At this moment, hundreds of black-clad individuals, bearing the Ma Corporation's insignia, approached, exuding a formidable aura. Even the weakest among them had reached the chi and blood stage. The mentors saw them as saviors and cried out desperately, "Quick, seize Du Xiu, the madman. He must be captured today. If Du Xiu is not stopped, justice will not prevail." However, the black-clad enforcers remained indifferent. The corporation's representatives and the imperial garrison awaited orders, while the Hunters Guild showed no interest in intervening. The mentors were bewildered. "What are you waiting for? Act, don't you recognize us? Du Xiu halted and turned to face the many talented apprentices. Holding his iron spike, he pointed forward and laughed loudly. These people pose as academy mentors, but in truth, they are pimps for the Ma Corporation. They deceive you into signing contracts. I, Du Xiu, couldn't stand their nonsense at the exchange conference. They dared to confront me, insult my friends, so I beat them up. When they threatened me as I left, I overturned tables and fought back. With that, Du Xiu gathered the scattered documents, took out a lighter, and set them ablaze. In moments, over 100 apprentice contracts turned to ashes. The corporation's representatives moved to extinguish the flames. Du Xiu sneered, pointing his iron spike at them. I, Du Xiu, come from the wilderness, having wandered alone for over a decade. I killed at 9, and by 16, I had taken down those at the chi and blood stage. Anyone who dares step forward, be prepared to leave your life behind. Today, with my life, I will show everyone that the bones of a commoner pharmacist are not weak. Let your corporation know that while 10 years of study may not match generations of wealth, we were born free and will never bow. Du Xiu stood at the hotel entrance, silhouetted against the light, like a god descended to earth. The hundreds in the lobby stared in awe at this furious young man, especially the heads of the pharmacist guilds. Their expressions conflicted. Du Xiu destroyed the contracts for us. Shouldn't we stand by him? A small voice emerged. In an instant, the young apprentices exchanged looks, feeling a wave of embarrassment. They realized Du Xiu was helping them, yet they had stood idly by. In a moment of clarity, over 100 talented pharmacist apprentices resolutely stepped forward to stand beside Du Xiu. Before them stood hundreds of black-clad enforcers loyal to the Ma Corporation. Seeing this scene, the heads of the various potion guilds couldn't help but smile. The representative from the consortium responsible for the contract was in a panic, sweating profusely as he shouted at the black-clad Yuan Xiu, "There's only one copy of the contract, and I haven't had a chance to make a backup. Hurry and grab it back." To him, it seemed like a simple task for hundreds of black-clad Yuan Xiu to snatch the document back from a bunch of youngsters. Yet, the black-clad Yuan Xiu stood as still as statues, and even the mentors looked bewildered. Master Ma glanced over the familiar faces among the black-clad Yuan Xiu, a faint, wry smile playing on his lips. His eyes met Du Xiu's, and his previously furious expression turned unexpectedly calm. Du Xiu shook his head with a puzzled smile, thinking Master Ma was too stunned to react. Suddenly, Master Ma seemed to have an epiphany and spoke softly. "Let's go." "Master Ma, just leave like that?" a mentor asked, confused. "Trust me, we leave now," Master Ma replied with firm resolve. The mentors, half convinced, helped Master Ma out of the crowd. Once they were away from the throng, someone couldn't hold back any longer. "Master Ma, what's going on? Which companies did these apprentices sign with?" "Prosperity Potion Group, 6 Yuan Potion Group, Yarun Potion Group." The voice trailed off. These groups were controlled by the second young master, the third young master, and the eldest miss, but notably absent was any influence from the sixth young master. Master Ma chuckled self-deprecatingly. "We thought the sixth young master was just here for leisure, but it turns out he has been working in tandem with Du Xiu at Yuan all along. We took the bait and went after Du Xiu, giving him the chance to burn the contract and weaken his competitors. If I hadn't recognized those Yuan Xiu, we might have fought Du Xiu to the death, allowing the sixth young master to eliminate his rivals by proxy. What a clever strategy to use others to achieve his goals." The mentors suddenly understood. No wonder Du Xiu acted so boldly. He had backing. It made sense that Du Xiu, the top potion talent in Boat City, would be acquainted with the sixth young master, who had been kept in the shadows there. On the other side, the flames danced in the night as the contract slowly burned to ashes. Du Xiu stared at Yuan Xiu, who stood motionless in his black attire, feeling a growing sense of unease. He had anticipated that exposing the truth about the consortium and burning the contract would spark a major uproar. Yet, surprisingly, no one from the Hunters Guild, the consortium's enforcers, or the garrison troops had come to apprehend him. Du Xiu pondered silently, realizing that the situation was deviating from his expectations. He decisively took Zhang Zhao's hand and swiftly left the scene. Though surprised, Zhang Zhao followed him willingly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. In the crowd, the sixth young master Hao Gu wore a complex expression. He knew it wasn't the right time to step forward, feeling relieved that Du Xiu had escaped safely. In the distance, Master Ma watched coldly, realizing he was merely a pawn in the game. He cautioned the other mentors that anyone who troubled Du Xiu might bring about their own ruin. The group remained silent, deeply aware of the sixth young master's cunning. In the wetland park near the Zhanqing Hunters Guild, the moonlight was like a veil, with fireflies flickering around. Du Xiu and Zhang Zhao paused under the streetlight to catch their breath. After a brief conversation, Zhang Zhao received a call, her expression suddenly changing. She quietly said goodbye, and Du Xiu, understanding, asked no questions. Before parting, Du Xiu offered her a soul-soothing potion from his backpack. They engaged in a witty exchange over the reward, with Jiang Zhaozhao cleverly seeing through Du Xiu's little scheme. Eventually, Jiang Zhaozhao turned to leave. She walked to another streetlight, glanced back at Du Xiu. They locked eyes across the long stretch of darkness, as leaves rustled and fireflies danced in the air. Friend, don't you dare fall for me, okay? Before Du Xiu could respond, she turned and disappeared into the darkness. Du Xiu stared at the spot where Jiang Zhaozhao had vanished. Ahead, there was not a single street lamp, and her figure was completely swallowed by the night. At that moment, it felt as if a long-sealed valley within him had suddenly opened, allowing a relentless wind to howl through. He stood under the streetlight for a long time, then suddenly chuckled softly and turned to leave. Night enveloped Zanqing, with the silver moon hanging high. Multicolored neon lights twinkled like stars, and countless citizens of the empire were lost in dreams. Suddenly, deafening explosions rang out in succession, and sharp alarms pierced the night sky. The streets quickly filled with people, and a message rapidly spread among the upper echelons. The Tianyi sect had launched an attack on the Ma Consortium during the Apothecaries Conference. As the second-largest fortress city in the Linta district, the Ma Consortium had countless assets in Zanqing. Overnight, dozens of warehouses were attacked, vast resources were plundered, several high-ranking officials were assassinated, and personnel at various strongholds were slaughtered. This incited the fury of many factions, prompting hunters' guilds, original repair guards, and garrison troops to mobilize. The moon hung like a silver disk. At the pinnacle of the Empire building, a slender figure stood proudly. The silver-masked girl wore the long robes of the Divine Judgment Hall, with a massive 2-meter silver scythe on her back, coldly gazing down at the city below. She was colder than the moonlight, solitary and icily aloof. Below, dozens of black-clad, masked individuals darted between the skyscrapers. The girl's eyes narrowed, and with a single hand holding her scythe, she leaped from hundreds of meters high. Members of the Divine Judgment Hall appeared all around, their eyes fervently following the figure. The Divine Judgment Hall, mobilized. A zeppelin cut through the clouds. Huyan Lai sat on the sofa in Du Xiu's room, looking regretful. Nephew, you were too impulsive that night. Du Xiu showed a look of guilt, and then turned to Li Huiping and Hu Chui. Senior brother, senior sister. I'm sorry for causing us to miss the last day of the lectures. It turned out that after Du Xiu saw Jiang Zhaozhao off that night, Huyan Lai called to meet up, concerned about possible retaliation from the Ma Consortium, and took them back overnight. Li Huiping punched the air in support. It's okay, junior brother. I back you on this. He admired Du Xiu's courage to expose the consortium's ugliness and burn the contract in public. Hu Chui, however, expressed concern. Missing the lectures is one thing, but I'm worried it might affect our future at the Advanced Academy. Huyan Lai added. Those instructors didn't show up today. Zanqing was attacked by those creatures last night, and the Hunters Guild is swamped. The conference has ended too. As for the Advanced Academy, let's hope the leaders show some leniency. Creatures? Tianyi sect? Du Xiu asked in shock. Yes, those rats. Nephew, be careful. They love to assassinate talented apothecaries, Huyan Lai said through gritted teeth. The group continued discussing what they had learned at the conference until late into the night. After organizing his knowledge framework, Du Xiu opened the Bronze Tree Home. A post with explosive popularity caught his attention. The Wrath of the Common Apothecary. The video showed apprentices in a cafeteria scrambling to sign contracts with the consortium. The camera then shifted to a young man standing at a dim doorway, turning to face the lecturers on the podium with a disdainful smile. In the hallway, instructors whispered among themselves, someone like Du Xiu will never get into the Imperial Academy. Du Xiu, let me ask you. We traveled far to impart our knowledge, and you left midway. Is that not disrespectful to your teachers? Yes. Claiming to go to the restroom but actually going back to rest, isn't that a lie? Yes. You attacked your senior in Burt City, isn't that violent behavior? Absolutely. I laughed at them for being fools, counting money for those who sold them out. A few years of herbal resources have bought your entire lives. If that doesn't make you fools, what does? Yes. I don't know my place. Yes. I have no shame. Master, do you think my behavior is vile? Master, is my nature violent enough? Plant it. Shout it loud. Did I say you? Today, I'm hitting the academy instructors. Master Huyan, those old bastards just said they wanted to kill me. How can I just wait for them to come after me? Today, if I kill one, it's worth it. If I kill two, I've made a profit. Du Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, his jaw clenched, radiating a fierce killing intent. He gripped the iron rod in his hand so tightly that his knuckles turned white, ready to strike at any moment. These so-called academy mentors are nothing but the Ma family's lackeys in secret. They exploit apprentice pharmacists into signing contracts. How can I, Du Xiu, stand by and do nothing? Du Xiu sneered. At the exchange meeting, I didn't bother listening to their nonsense. When they dared to confront me, insult my friends, I showed them what I'm made of. A ruthless glint flashed in Dushio's eyes. When they dared to threaten me as I was leaving, I flipped the table and fought back. You say I have a strong sense of martial virtue? Today, I'll show you what true martial virtue is. With that, Dushio pulled out a stack of contracts from his pocket, raising a lighter. The flame flickered, casting a determined glow on his face. I'll say what you won't. I'll do what you won't. I'll fight who you won't. As he finished speaking, Dushio set the contracts ablaze. The firelight danced on his face, reflecting a resolute spirit. I, Dushio, came from the wilderness, wandering for more than a decade, alone. I killed at 9 and reached the Chi and Blood realm at 16, Dushio declared, his gaze piercing the crowd. Anyone who dares to take these documents, leave your life behind. Standing tall, Dushio's voice boomed. Today, I will use my life to show everyone that the backbone of a commoner pharmacist is not weak. Let the corporations know, 10 years of hard study may not match your generations of wealth. But we are born free and will not bow down. The young man's silhouette stood tall and proud under the light. He clutched the iron rod, alone. In front of him was a sea of corporate-backed original cultivators. Around him, silence reigned. Only his roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The screen gradually darkened, and a few lines of text appeared. What is the purpose of the Pharmacist Exchange Conference? Should the children of powerful families be allowed into the academy while we, the low-born commoners, are hunted and forced to sign indentures by the corporations? The video ended, and the comments section exploded. Show is amazing. Cut off my head to cheer for him. For the first time in 1,000 years, someone beat up 6 Imperial Academy mentors. The guy's too fierce. Makes me want to set myself on fire. Killed at 9, Chi and Blood Realm at 16, and beat 6 Imperial Academy mentors at 17. Is this Shio's record? If it weren't for the hundreds of original cultivators in front, Shio would have really killed those mentors. Wow, I'm going on a rampage tonight. Shio carrying an iron rod now, that's professional. A pharmacist with an iron rod makes perfect sense. Dushio browsed the comments, contemplating silently. He had acted impulsively before, thinking it didn't matter if he got into the Imperial Academy or not. But upon reflection, Old Cold's level of pharmacy skills was questionable. His skill points in pharmacology seemed to be all in toxicology, and Dushio even wondered how Old Cold passed the level 3 pharmacist exam. As Dushio pondered, a reply from Jiang Zhao arrived. The last message he sent was yesterday, and it took her 24 hours to respond. Friend, I'm really busy. No time for chit-chat. Dushio sneered. Delayed replies, problematic attitude. No matter how busy, could she not spare a moment to reply? What nerve? Dushio glanced at the message, put away his phone, and went to his room to rest. He wasn't going to be a sycophant. In the middle of the night, Dushio sat up, took out his phone, and replied. Okay, I was just reading. You go ahead, no need to reply. After waiting a few minutes with no response, over an hour later, as Dushio was drifting off, a message notification sounded. He quickly opened his phone. In Zanqing, after escorting the Tianyi sect members to safety, Hao Gu dragged his weary body home. At the villa entrance, numerous black-clad original cultivator bodyguards stood. Ma Juanhao glanced up, heart in his throat. These weren't his bodyguards. All right, don't worry. I'm just here to ask you a few things before I leave. Uncle San gestured for Ma Juanhao to sit down. Ma Juanhao slowly took a seat, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Uncle San spoke unhurriedly. Is Dushio your man? Ma Juanhao remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. No, I am Dushio's man. Uncle San chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming. Oh, still trying to hide things from me, are you? He continued speaking to himself. Master Ma has already reported your actions to me truthfully. Uncle San's tone softened, knowing that with such a psychologically twisted young man, constant reprimand would be counterproductive. Both of your brothers have been killed, leaving a vacancy in the family's direct line. Sooner or later, you'll have your chance to rise. You mustn't rush it, and you must be mindful of your methods. Ma Juanhao respectfully replied. Yes, Uncle San, I understand. Uncle San squinted his eyes, speaking with a profound tone. I'm here this time because of the Tianyi sect. In this operation to capture the Tianyi sect, I'll let you take some of the credit. Do you understand what that means? Ma Juanhao instantly grasped the deeper meaning, feeling secretly pleased. With the 2 core direct descendants killed by the Tianyi sect, if he could stand out during the capture, his status would undoubtedly rise significantly. I will rely on your guidance in the future, Uncle San, Ma Juanhao said respectfully. Uncle San nodded in satisfaction. Don't worry. I've brought the family's top experts with me this time. Those outsiders won't escape from our grasp. Ma Juanhao smiled and echoed. They won't escape from Uncle San's grasp. Before leaving, Uncle San reminded, by the way, Master Ma won't actively cause trouble for Du Xiu, but if Du Xiu can't get into the Imperial Academy, you mustn't trouble Master Ma either. Ma Juanhao's heart tightened as he pondered. Uncle San's words had an obvious subtext. Even if the Ma family didn't trouble Du Xiu, other conglomerates might. After Uncle San left, Ma Juanhao immediately contacted Hu Yinlai to get Du Xiu's contact information. He eagerly sent a friend request. This is Ma Juanhao. A few days later, Du Xiu and the others returned to Burt City. Master Long had not yet returned, and overnight, the post about the hunting of civilian pharmacists disappeared from the Bronze Trees forum. Du Xiu's life returned to its normal path. Half a month later, Du Xiu successfully concocted a level 1 gene potion. He looked at the potion in his hand with satisfaction, yet fell into deep thought. While gene potions could stimulate human potential, they had significant side effects. Du Xiu pondered whether these flaws could be improved. Unable to find an answer, Du Xiu placed the concocted gene potion into a cabinet. How to monetize these potions is a major challenge. Standing in the potion room, Du Xiu's gaze swept over the hundreds of potions on display. His speed in concocting them was already astonishing, with the ability to complete 30 to 40 potions daily. As his knowledge of potion making improved, he streamlined the process, significantly boosting efficiency to produce 60 to 70 potions a day. Nevertheless, Du Xiu decided to proceed cautiously. Having already sold the soul calming potion this month, releasing more products might attract unwanted attention. On the House of the Bronze Tree forum, posts about conglomerates hunting down genius civilian potion makers had vanished, making him even more vigilant and determined to keep a low profile. While pondering this, his forum friend Ruan Dalao sent him a message. Du Xiu had recently been experimenting with toxic potions to practice a poison-based technique, but the side effects were severe. He shared some of the formulas with Ruan Dalao for advice, only to learn that these were top-tier potion recipes from a previous imperial civilization. Ruan Dalao revealed that these formulas originated from an extremist sect and inspired genetic potions. He warned Du Xiu against casually altering them, as the knowledge involved was so advanced that even master potion makers struggled with it, and a minor mistake could lead to a decline in skill level. Du Xiu was shocked to realize the sophisticated nature of the techniques passed down by Lao Long. He began to suspect that Lao Long might have experienced a decline in skill due to reckless experimentation, leading to his hiding in Burt City. Ruan Dalao also mentioned that the sect's techniques had a reputation for being sinister, offering rapid progress and immense power but with severe side effects, potentially causing excruciating pain. Du Xiu was skeptical about this claim. Before parting, Ruan Dalao suggested that Du Xiu should focus on making money to nurture his ability seeds, promising to offer benefits once Du Xiu awakened his powers. Although Du Xiu disdained Ruan Dalao's sycophantic behavior, he noted this piece of advice. That night, after consuming a force potion, Du Xiu, invisible pain, took out another potion. This one was made with the highly toxic herb, monkshood, as the main ingredient. Heeding Ruan Dalao's warning, Du Xiu abandoned the idea of modifying the poison technique formula and resigned himself to accepting reality. As soon as the potion entered his stomach, Du Xiu's body began to convulse, as if someone was carving into his internal organs with a knife. Overwhelmed by intense pain, Du Xiu clenched his teeth, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Minutes later, his face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot, yet he suppressed any groans. Once the pain subsided a bit, he immediately sat cross-legged and started guiding the primal force within him, following the nodes described in the poison manual. Hours passed, and Du Xiu let out a long breath, sensing the changes in his internal force. He raised his hand to see a wisp of gray-white primal force at his fingertips. Though faint in color, the toxicity had clearly begun to integrate. Du Xiu felt a sense of relief, knowing it was all worthwhile. He had now reached the third stage of the Qi and Blood realm, with promising prospects ahead. The next morning, a groggy Du Xiu got up to use the bathroom, only to spot a familiar figure on the living room sofa. Startled, he blurted out, "Old Long, Master, what brings you here?" Master Long looked at him calmly, though his eye twitched slightly. Realizing his slip, Du Xiu quickly corrected himself, fawning, "Master, have you eaten? I can go get you something." "No need," Master Long replied with a slight huff. "Pack your things and come with me. Are we heading to the wilderness?" Du Xiu asked curiously. Master Long nodded. "The journey is long, about a month. Meet at the apothecary hall in an hour." With that, he turned and left. Du Xiu looked at the dented sofa cushion and muttered, "Stubborn old man." Half an hour later, Du Xiu, with a backpack on, arrived early at the apothecary hall. Master Long was engaged in a conversation with Hu Yinlai. "Old Long, what are you taking young Du to the wilderness for? The level 1 apothecary exam is in June. He needs to focus on preparing," Hu Yinlai advised earnestly. "No worries, I will guide him on the way," Master Long replied casually. Hu Yinlai thought to himself, "Guide him? You barely qualify as an apothecary." After a brief discussion of some essential points, Du Xiu followed Master Long, leaving Burt City, under the protection of a hunter squad. As soon as they exited the fortress, Master Long signaled for the vehicle to stop. The one-eyed captain, Wang Hong, immediately knelt down, saluting. Wang Hong at your service, Chief, Holy Son. Du Xiu was shocked by what he heard. Chief, Holy Son? He knew exactly what this implied. As his mind raced, Master Long spoke up. Wang Hong, did you leak my whereabouts? Master Long asked, a faint smile playing on his lips. Wang Hong panicked, Chief. You've got it wrong. I wouldn't dare. Unmoved, Master Long continued. I've been keeping a low profile for years, and dissatisfaction within the church has been brewing. It's understandable that you'd want to seize this chance to earn merit. If I'm not mistaken, the vice chief should be arriving soon, correct? Wang Hong is the head of the outcasts in Burt Town, and he was involved in the kidnapping of Ma Juanhao and the search for Du Xiu. As far as he knows, these events have already aroused suspicion among some within the sect. It was Wang Hong who leaked the information. A cold glint flashed in Master Long's eyes. Before Wang Hong could plead for mercy, Long flicked his fingers. In an instant, the toxins within several outcasts were activated, and black flames rose from their bodies. Within moments, they were reduced to ashes. Du Xiu stood aside, not daring to breathe heavily. Master Long's unpredictable temperament sent chills down his spine. He cautiously reminded Master, if we run into acquaintances in the wilderness, it would be hard to explain their deaths. Master Long snorted coldly and took out a human skin mask from his robes, handing it to Du Xiu. This is called the Thousand Faces. By channeling your inner energy, you can change your appearance at will. You must take care of it. Du Xiu put on the mask and felt a cool sensation on his face. Following Master Long's instructions, he envisioned the appearance of Lien Ruofei in his mind. In no time, Du Xiu's features transformed into Lien Ruofei's sinister and cold visage. With their disguises complete, Du Xiu obsequiously opened the car door for his master. In silence, the vehicle drove into the vast wilderness. As night fell, Du Xiu set up a tent and lit a campfire. Sitting by the fire, Master Long spoke. Tomorrow, you should find a caravan to join. Du Xiu handed over some roasted meat, smiling awkwardly. Is it because my driving skills aren't good enough? Master Long glanced at the charred meat and replied indifferently. Sometimes, when you do nothing, I can feel your filial piety more. Du Xiu quickly changed the subject. Master, where is our destination on this journey? The Divine Ruins, Master Long answered briefly. The Divine Ruins? What kind of place is that? Du Xiu asked, puzzled. Master Long patiently explained the connection between the Creator God and the Divine Ruins. Then he looked at Du Xiu and asked, I've never pried into your secrets before, but now I ask, is there anything you're hiding from me? Du Xiu lowered his head, silent for a moment, before deciding to confess, I am an Esper, but I haven't successfully awakened yet. A smile played on Master Long's lips. Don't think of me as naive. Our journey to the Divine Ruins is precisely for your ability awakening. Du Xiu asked excitedly, Master, you mean the journey to the Divine Ruins is for the awakening of the power within me? How so? Master Long replied calmly, in the Divine Ruins, there is an item called the Soul Fruit, which can aid in awakening abilities. However, the opening of the Divine Ruins will surely attract many unsavory characters. This journey will be perilous, and you must be mentally prepared. Du Xiu took a deep breath and respectfully said, I understand, Master. How did you come to know you possessed a seed of extraordinary abilities? Master Long asked curiously. Du Xiu paused for a moment, then began to recount his encounter with the influential figure associated with the bronze tree. After listening, Master Long nodded slightly. This person seems quite decent. Du Xiu then detailed the warnings given to him by the influential figure regarding the poison scripture. Upon hearing this, Master Long's expression changed dramatically, and he fell into a prolonged silence. The air seemed to freeze, and even breathing became cautious. After a long while, Master Long spoke bitterly. I owe you thanks this time. He recounted his experience of nearly losing his life 20 years ago, when he fell from the condensation core stage to the circulation stage. It turned out he had misguidedly modified the potion formula on his own. All these years, he had been studying poisons in hopes of returning to the condensation core stage, only to realize now that he had been on the wrong path. Master Long explained that he hadn't altered the secret formula due to side effects, but because many of the herbs were hard to find. Sticking to the original plan would have meant waiting indefinitely to progress. He had only changed the auxiliary formula, leaving the technique's route untouched. Yet the issue arose from that very change. If it weren't for your reminder today, I don't know how much longer I would have wandered down the wrong path, Master Long murmured, his expression complex. Having identified the problem, Master Long did not express regret, but instead smiled broadly. This sacred ruin is indeed the imperial relic that person mentioned. It's what helped me gain fame across the land. With that, he took out an ancient, yellowed manuscript. This is the original poison scripture. Train according to this. Duccio opened the book, and the cover boldly displayed the words, Calamity Cultivation Method. As he skimmed through it, he noticed the technique's route remained unchanged, but Master Long had altered the latter potion formulas significantly. The first few toxic potions, however, were left untouched. Duccio couldn't help but marvel at why his master had changed the formulas. The original recipes, though containing rare herbs, only accounted for 40 to 50%. In contrast, the true calamity cultivation method required 80 to 90% herbs he had never even heard of. This was the case for both the vitality stage and the aperture stage, where he recognized none. The night passed in silence. The next morning, a large convoy of over 20 vehicles approached from a distance. Duccio waved to them, prompting an off-road vehicle to break away from the convoy and drive toward them. A man in his 30s got out and greeted Duccio. Did your vehicle break down? In the wilderness, breakdowns were common. I took a look. It seems to be an engine issue, Duccio replied casually. Engine problems are tricky. I can't help with that, the man said, scratching his head. Where are you headed? The wilderness exclusion zone. Could you give us a lift? The man glanced at Master Long resting in the vehicle, shivered involuntarily, and thought to himself, an aperture stage cultivator. He forced a smile. What's your name, young man? I'm Lian Ruafei, and my master's surname is Ling. Are you solo cultivators? Yes. Confirming this from Duccio, the man's face lit up. The wilderness was perilous, and only cultivators with immense strength dared to travel alone. Judging by Mr. Ling's aura and energy, he was likely a formidable figure even among solo cultivators. Such solo cultivators were the kind of passengers the guild loved to pick up. Powerful, quiet, and reliable. We can definitely take you. We can offer you a room in one of our caravans. But if the guild runs into trouble, we hope you too can lend a hand, the man requested. Master Long raised his eyelids slightly. Of course, hearing the promise of assistance from at least an aperture stage cultivator, the man's spirits soared. Excluding Master Long, the entire convoy only had 2 aperture stage individuals, so an additional one greatly increased the guild's security. After explaining the guild's route, the two joined the guild's convoy. This guild convoy was not just a simple group of merchants collecting herbs. Duccio noticed many young people his age crowded into several vehicles. Their naive and inexperienced faces suggested it was their first time in the wilderness. Are they here for the Empire Academy entrance exams? Except for alchemists who only needed to concoct potions, the entrance exams for other Empire Academies were quite complex. Besides basic academic knowledge, there were assessments for talent and physical fitness. After these evaluations, the final test was a wilderness combat exam. The Hunters Guild organized students to enter the wilderness and fight against the insect race, assessing them based on their performance. The purpose was to weed out students who were all talk and no substance. After all the exams, rankings were determined based on scores in various subjects. These young people were likely here to get some early experience fighting the insect race to avoid underperforming during the exams. In the darkness of night, 8 or 9 teenagers around 16 or 17 gathered around their tents. Which academy are you planning to apply to? I really want to apply to the Cultivation Academy, but our teacher said it's too competitive this year and advised against it. Yeah, in previous years, as long as you had 12 vital energy points and decent academic scores, you could easily get into the Cultivation Academy. But this year, that standard seems iffy. Which academy are you applying to? The Warfare Academy, Firearms Academy, or Mecha Academy? Mecha Academy. Empire's mecha warriors are so cool. Against the insect race, rat-a-tat-tat. One young person mimicked firing a gun. Not everyone can pilot a mecha. I think the Firearms Academy is pretty good too. Gunners are impressive. I think the Warfare Academy is great. Call me Commander, please. Oh, please. You struggled to be a hygiene monitor, and now you want to be a commander. So, what are you planning to do after the exams? Travel. Current candidates get free transportation and entrance tickets. I want to go to Happy Valley, where all the rides are free for candidates. I'm planning to go to the Hunters Guild to practice shooting. Take advantage of the free period to practice with force firearms. Haven't you seen this year's Firearms Academy recruitment video? I bloom amidst slaughter, like a flower before dawn. It's just so inspiring. The young people chatted freely, filled with dreams for the future. Surrounded by traders of medicinal herbs, sitting around a campfire, were young people under the watchful eyes of the original cultivators, standing guard with their weapons. In the vehicles, the management of the trade caravan smoked and rested, looking on with envy at the group of young people. The glow of the bonfire illuminated the faces of the young ones, their eyes filled with dreams of the future. Lao Zhu proudly announced he had reached 19 energy points, earning the admiration of his companions. They eagerly discussed the upcoming admissions to the Imperial Academy, dreaming of the chance to change their destinies. Not far away, Master Long and Duccio sat by another fire. Master Long listened to the young people's conversation, a slight smile playing on his lips. Du Xiu noticed his master's expression and curiously asked, "Master, is something amusing?" Master Long responded coolly, "Not particularly." Du Xiu was about to inquire about a pharmacology issue, but his master gently declined, citing fatigue. Du Xiu gave a soft hum, then turned to join the lively group of young people. They warmly made room for him. A talkative tall fellow curiously asked about Du Xiu's background. Upon learning he was training under an original cultivator of the awakening realm, they were full of admiration. The conversation soon shifted to the legendary genius, Du Xiu. A chubby young man, Zhu Zhengxian, eagerly asked if Du Xiu had ever met this prodigy. Du Xiu responded with a peculiar expression, secretly amused. The young people marveled at Du Xiu's abilities, and Zhu Zhengxian boldly declared his ambition to become a figure as renowned as Du Xiu. Looking into Zhu Zhengshuan's determined eyes, Du Xiu sincerely encouraged him. "I believe you can achieve it." Blushing, Zhu Zhengxian thanked him and asked for Du Xiu's name. Du Xiu casually invented the name Lian Ruofei, and they continued discussing the impending admissions to the Imperial Academy. 5 days passed swiftly. The group ventured deeper into the wilderness, where snow accumulated and dangers increased. Communication devices failed, leaving only expensive satellite phones operational. Inside the RV, Master Long took out a green crystal and instructed Du Xiu to drop his blood onto it. As the blood seeped into the crystal, it projected a miniature image of Du Xiu. The crystal emitted a dazzling light, which merged into the back of Du Xiu's hand, forming a green eye marking before quickly disappearing. Startled, Du Xiu asked what it was. Master Long explained that it was a communication channel between the Tianyi sect and 12 other variant sections. He further elaborated on the relationship between theology and science, and how the church had drawn on imperial technology to create this transcendent communication method. Humans are the users of rules, while deities are the creators of rules. Du Xiu closed his eyes and focused on the mark on the back of his hand. In an instant, a blue interface appeared in his mind, revealing 2 chat channels, Tianyi sect and House of the Unorthodox. The Tianyi sect channel had 132 members, mostly regional leaders or key officials. Du Xiu clicked on a member's profile and could sense their general location. However, when he tried to locate the group leader, Poison Taoist, he found it impossible. Master Long calmly explained, "When you sense others, they can become aware. Those with lower permissions can't detect the location of those with higher permissions. In the Tianyi sect group, only my permissions are higher than yours. So, aside from you, I can sense the location of anyone in the sect?" Du Xiu asked. "Yes, but you can only sense city-level leaders, not ordinary members," Master Long clarified. Du Xiu then noticed a message in the group chat. Zhang Long, the leader of Qingmu City, was asking if anyone was looking for him. Du Xiu changed his name to Tianyi Sect Saint and replied, "It's me, nothing important." Immediately, the group chat buzzed with excitement. Leaders from various regions greeted him, and even the deputy leader joined in. Du Xiu mused to himself, no wonder the empire had been unable to eradicate these unorthodox sects for years. Such communication methods were hard for the divine tribunal to trace. Master Long reminded him, "In the future, if you need help in a certain city, you can use this to find them." Du Xiu nodded in agreement, and then immersed himself in the other group chat. House of the Unorthodox had only 25 members, mostly saints from various sections. The group leader, named Dilixing, had the highest permissions. The chat was typically muted, only open when there were tasks to be assigned. Master Long advised against too much interaction with other sects, leaving Du Xiu with a bitter realization that his identity as an unorthodox saint was now set in stone. He inquired about the consequences of betraying one's own, and Master Long explained that Dilixing wouldn't interfere, but if a mission failed, the fanatics of the worship sect would come after him. Du Xiu suddenly understood that the worship sect was the internal enforcer among the unorthodox. Master Long added that the worship sect were fervent followers of Dilixing, seeing him as a deity. Master Long then became serious. "After this Divine Ruins event, I may head to the Western continent to find herbs needed for the calamity cultivation method. Stay focused at the Imperial Academy, and I'll come for you after you graduate." Du Xiu nodded, sensing the underlying message. "Don't think about changing your cultivation method. Focus on pharmacology studies instead." Master Long reminded him again, "Don't think of switching cultivation techniques. The calamity cultivation method, though extreme, has low requirements and fast progress, making it most suitable for you." Du Xiu, feeling dissatisfied, retorted, "Are you done yet? How many times have you pointed this out in the past few days? If you're displeased, just say so." "Indeed, I am displeased," Master Long replied candidly. "I don't believe you," Du Xiu muttered as he stormed off. Master Long gazed out at the wilderness with a smile. "The day he met Du Xiu was your Memorial Day. In a dream, you brought a young man to me, pointed at my nose, and accused me of countless murders, fearing I'd face retribution. So, you found me a disciple to take care of me in my old age. By chance, I found Du Xiu. If you hadn't died 20 years ago, Our child would be a few years older than Duxiu by now. Master Long stood in the street of the small town of Qingshi, his gaze distant. 20 years had passed like the blink of an eye, and memories faded like smoke. He murmured softly to himself, perhaps our child wouldn't be that old. You were always focused on reaching the pinnacle of Yuanxiu, never considering having a complete family. He shook his head with a bitter smile. But regardless, our child wouldn't fear me like others do. Probably they'd be like Duxiu, who begs pitifully when in need and turns away when I hit a sore spot. After a long while, Master Long composed himself and immersed his consciousness into the communication channel of the Tianyi sect. Thousands of miles away in Zan City, a crisis meeting was underway inside the Ma Corporation building. Ma Juanhao sat expressionless in the first seat on the left, surrounded by the hunting group leaders of the Lin Tama clan. His third uncle sat at the head, his face dark with anger. During this period, not a single one of the Tianyi sect's higher-ups has been found, his uncle barked. The original Xiu practitioners bowed their heads in silence, fearing his wrath. Furious, his uncle stormed out. Ma Juanhao surveyed the room and said calmly, does anyone have anything to say? Silence fell even heavier upon the group. He sneered, then I'll say it. There's a mole from the Tianyi sect among you. The room was instantly filled with shock. Ma Juanhao continued, that person thought they were flawless, but I've already seen through them. They fled Zan City and joined the Tianyi sect. I know their location. The group leaders immediately volunteered to pursue and eliminate the traitor. Ma Juanhao nodded with satisfaction, a glint of deeper meaning in his eyes. In the small hunting town of Qingshi, Duxiu followed Master Long through the streets. Behind them, Zhu Zhengxian called out, see you at the Imperial Academy, Lian. Without turning back, Duxiu waved casually, see you at the academy. On the third day, after Mei Jianyuan left Qingshi, several figures appeared in the town. The leader stood tall, wearing a dark red suit, his face deathly pale. In a secluded private room of a tavern, dozens of individuals wearing masks sat in a conference room. Each of them exuded the powerful aura of a Tongmai realm practitioner. The atmosphere in the room was tense. The middle-aged man leading the meeting glanced around and said in a deep voice, all right, everyone who dared to come is here. We won't wait for the others. Elder Su, share the intelligence you have. A masked person stood up, speaking gravely. A few days ago, my trusted aide Wang Hong, under the order of the leader, was escorting someone out of the city. At the meeting point, he encountered Deputy Hall Master Long of Burt City. After sending a hurried message, Wang Hong went silent. He is likely dead. Elder Su paused, then continued, as far as I know, Deputy Hall Master Long of Burt City is very likely the leader's hidden identity. And our new holy son is none other than Long Master's disciple, Du Xiu. This revelation caused a stir among the group, with murmurs and whispered discussions breaking out. Someone asked with concern, has the leader discovered Wang Hong's betrayal? All eyes turned to Elder Su, whose expression was uncertain. I don't know. Perhaps the leader simply disliked Wang Hong. Or maybe he discovered Wang Hong's disloyalty. Silence fell over the room once again. The leader snorted, stood up, and said, does it matter if he discovered it or not? Of course, it matters. Someone immediately retorted. If the leader is unprepared, we might have a chance. But if he's on guard, aren't we just walking into a trap? That's right. With the leader's ruthless methods, confronting him hidden is like courting death. Another person agreed. Deputy Leader Shan Zhenchang scoffed. Aside from Holy Son Mei, everyone here is a Tongmai realm practitioner. The leader is at most in the Tongmai realm as well. Are you all so timid that you would remain under his control forever? We have the leader's poison seed in us. Who dares to be careless? Someone questioned. Shin Jinchang waved impatiently. Didn't I give you the antidote? It was crafted by a master alchemist. Deputy Leader Shin, it's not that we don't trust you. We're just afraid to take the risk, someone cautiously explained, voicing the concerns of those present. Seeing this, Shun Jinchang decided to lay all his cards on the table. Very well, I'll be honest. The leader's appearance this time is likely for the Xingu. The Xingu? Is the rumor about the leader controlling a Xingu true? How do you know the leader's goal is to open the Xingu? Deputy Leader Shin, are you serious? The crowd bombarded him with questions. Quiet, Shun Jinchang commanded, silencing them. The leader is indeed here to open the Xingu. Our holy son Mei has entered the Xingu before, and the entrance is in the nearby mountains. If you don't believe me, you can ask Holy Son Mei. All eyes turned to Mei Jianyuan, who smiled faintly. That's correct. The Xingu is in the nearby mountains. I couldn't determine the exact location because I was blindfolded, but the commotion during its opening is significant. It can be sensed in the vicinity. Hearing this, the upper echelon of the Tianyi sect breathed heavily. They had joined the sect for cultivation resources, and the Xingu was rumored to be rich with such resources. Entering it could yield great rewards. Fortune favors the bold, someone murmured quietly. 200 kilometers south of Qingshi Hunter Town, a vast mountain range stretched across the wilderness. The mountains were numerous and towering, filled with the calls of exotic beasts and birds. In the distance, hundreds of heavily armed vehicles, equipped with powerful weaponry, advanced from the wilderness toward the edge of the mountains. The distinctive twin-wing emblem of the Ma Corporation stood out prominently in the convoy, followed closely by the banners of various hunter groups. Overhead, drones buzzed incessantly, missiles neatly attached. A luxurious RV moved slowly, surrounded by bodyguards in black attire. Inside, Ma Juanhao lounged lazily on the sofa, his silk robe accentuating his elegance. He was intently focused on the images transmitted by the drones, where a massive vortex of primal energy appeared intermittently in the sky. The sixth young master is truly extraordinary, someone exclaimed in awe. He actually discovered anomalies within the Tianyi sect. Several individuals wanted by the Hunters Guild have been spotted ahead. Another report came in. Ma Juanhao tapped his fingers lightly, his gaze resting on the back of his hand, a cold smile playing at his lips. Meanwhile, Master Long led Du Xiu into the divine ruins. The bronze gates closed with a thunderous roar, and the swirling primal energy in the sky gradually dissipated. Du Xiu steadied himself, marveling at the sight before him. Under the azure sky, white clouds drifted lazily. The land was lush and green, with towering mountains in the distance. On the peaks, the ruins of an extremist cult from a past empire were faintly visible. From the highest peak, a waterfall cascaded down like a white ribbon. My estate isn't too shabby, is it? Master Long smiled faintly. When I pass on, this place will be yours. Du Xiu hesitated, finally asking, Master, is there no other life here? There used to be, but not anymore. Master Long replied calmly, time is short, let's move on. He led Du Xiu towards the highest peak. Half an hour later, they reached a pond near the summit. On a small island in the pond, a solitary red herb grew, bearing 3 dark green fruits. Soul fruit. Du Xiu recognized the treasure, his heart instantly captivated. Go on, eat it. Master Long instructed. Du Xiu rushed forward, plucking a soul fruit and swallowing it. Instantly, the world changed color, and a blood-red hue enveloped the sky. A tremendous force descended, pinning Du Xiu to the ground in agony. As he was about to lose consciousness, Master Long's voice reached him. Swallow the remaining soul fruits. Du Xiu, enduring excruciating pain, consumed the remaining fruits. A colossal wave surged through his mind, a strange energy permeating his body. Soon after, he lost consciousness. The crimson seen in the heavens gradually faded. Master Long landed beside Du Xiu, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, a gentle look in his eyes. He sat cross-legged, quietly watching over his slumbering disciple. All around, the earth sank, mountains crumbled, rivers ceased to flow, and primal energy dissipated. Under divine retribution, the entire divine ruins turned to ruins in an instant. In the distant western continent, within a magnificent palace suspended in the air, at a tea table, a man and a woman sat on opposite sides. The stunning woman sat cross-legged, suddenly turning her head to gaze toward the eastern continent, a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. The handsome man was enthusiastically telling a story. Seeing her distracted, he shifted the conversation. What's on your mind? Nothing. I'm just amazed by such stories of generosity and tragedy in the world. They captivate my heart and soul, the woman replied with a radiant smile. So beautiful. The man gazed at her in a daze. Oh, how beautiful, she asked softly. The man touched his chin in thought. I used to feel inadequate at moments like this. Now I realize it's not my lack of knowledge, but that nothing in the world compares to even a fraction of your beauty. How could words meant for ordinary women ever do you justice? Her laughter, like a tinkling bell, echoed in response. After some time, Du Xiu slowly opened his eyes, wincing from the pain coursing through his body. Master Lung asked, awake? Yes, Du Xiu replied, focusing inward to explore his powers. Master Lung advised, no need to rush with your powers. You'll sense them when the time is right. He handed Du Xiu an item. Take this. Du Xiu examined the light blue beast's skin with faint golden patterns. Master, what is this? An imperial artifact. Master Lung's words were startling. Du Xiu was stunned. An imperial artifact? He had read about their incredible powers in history books, each one possessing unimaginable abilities. No need to be surprised. I've had it for years but couldn't bond with it, indicating we're not destined. You, as a gifted individual, might succeed, Master Lung explained. Du Xiu calmed himself. Imperial artifacts were weapons crafted by the creator god and bestowed upon subordinates, rare yet immensely powerful. They were highly selective, meant only for the most exceptional talents. Some top financial powers had imperial artifacts lying dormant for centuries in their vaults due to the lack of suitable owners. There's no rush with either your powers or bonding with the artifact. Take your time to study them, Master Long said. standing up. I'll handle some people for you, so you won't have to worry about your identity as a saint among the anomalies being exposed. Then I can head to the Western continent with peace of mind. Master, is it because of me that your identity was exposed? Du Xiu recalled when Master Long mentioned their movements were discovered by church members during the slaying of the anomaly king, Hong, in Burt City. He realized Master Long's identity was compromised due to rescuing him in the snowy forest and then mobilizing anomalies in Burt City to search for him. Don't overthink it. Without you, I wouldn't have stayed in Burt City. Master Long smiled. Besides, saving you was your master's wife's idea. Master's wife? Yes. Master Long showed a nostalgic expression, offering no further explanation. Once today's matters are settled, are you heading to the Western continent? Yes. Master, Du Xiu stepped back and knelt, bowing his head. The first bow is for saving me from the wilderness in Zhouqing, a life-saving grace. The second bow is for bringing me into the city and giving me an identity, a recognition grace. The third bow is for teaching me disaster cultivation, a guiding grace. The fourth bow is for helping me awaken my powers, a nurturing grace. The fifth bow is for giving me an imperial artifact, a gift-giving grace. The sixth bow is just for good fortune. Du Xiu knocked his head on the ground 6 times and then stood up with a cheeky grin. I doubt I can repay you in this life, so I won't try. But I promise to find a place 1,000 times better than the ruined god ruins to repay you. Silly child, all right. Master Long smiled. Come, let's go take care of business. With that, he led Du Xiu away from the ruins. On the outskirts of the mountains, amidst a sprawling camp, under a sunshade, Ma Juanhao lay on a deck chair wearing sunglasses, with wine and fruits on the table. He sighed at the sky. The May sun is so glaring. A person approached quickly. A hunter leader reported, "Sixth young master, our people have surrounded this place. What's happening inside?" Ma Juanhao asked. Reports indicate the bronze gate to the god ruins has been shattered, and 2 unidentified individuals emerged. What? Even the bronze gate is broken? Such intensity? Ma Juanhao's heart tightened. The bronze gate was the entrance and exit to the god ruins, and its destruction often meant the ruin itself was annihilated. Only battles between top-tier forces could cause such devastation, breaking the gate. It hinted at the ferocity of the battle inside. Hopefully, the high-ranking members of the Tianyi sect aren't all dead. Otherwise, who will give me the antidote? Ma Juanhao grumbled internally. The hunter leader, excited, said, to shatter the god ruins, it must be at least a condensed core stage expert, maybe even higher. I suspect it might be the Tianyi sect's leader himself. Are the people outside the ruins fighting? The exact situation is unclear, but it seems to be a clash between the Tianyi sect and another organization. Our people dare not get too close to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Let's wait and see. Ma Juanhao seemed to remember something and asked, did you leave a gap in the southwest direction of the mountain? We did. The hunter leader hesitated. Sixth young master. We have enough manpower, so we shouldn't fear a desperate fight. Leaving a gap might let anomalies escape. There's a drone swarm in the southwest sky. They'll meet a dead end as soon as they come out. Ma Juanhao snorted. Tell our people not to go in that direction, or they can't blame me if they get blown up. You're wise, sixth young master. I pale in comparison. The hunter leader quickly flattered him. In the southwest of the mountains, a large crimson spider carried a young man, swiftly leaving the range. Sixth young master's hands suddenly felt warm, then he closed his eyes to rest. A minute later, he opened them slowly and ordered, bombard the mountain range. Young master, an indiscriminate bombardment? Our people haven't come out yet. The hunter leader exclaimed in shock. Ma Juanhao sneered, casting a cold gaze around the mountains. He thought to himself, the people here are either extreme outcasts, ruthless bandits, or oppressive conglomerates. There are no good people among them. With a harsh glint in his eyes, Ma Juanhao scanned his surroundings and spoke in a low, menacing voice. You have 3 seconds. Either the people inside die, or you do. With that, he let out another cold laugh, pulled out a communicator from his coat, and read Cold Master's private command word for word to his subordinates. The leader of the hunters hadn't yet reacted when the roar of engines filled the sky. A swarm of missile-laden drones screamed toward the mountains. Cold sweat beaded on the hunter leader's forehead as he saw the other hunter groups complying swiftly. He quickly grabbed his radio and shouted, "Fire all cannons, peace hunters! Fire! Damn it, fire!" In an instant, countless missiles rained down like a storm. Amidst the deafening explosions, the entire mountain forest turned into a sea of fire. The high-ranking members of the Tianyi sect struggled to maintain their energy shields, looking at each other in confusion, then turned their gaze toward Elder Su. Isn't Ma Juanhao one of ours? Didn't he bring the conglomerate to prevent the leader from escaping? One person asked, puzzled. And where's Mei Jianyuan? He's the one who forced Ma Juanhao to kill the eldest son of the Ma family. Ma Juanhao fears Mei Jianyuan the most. So why isn't he here? Another person shouted anxiously. The high-ranking members shouted across the mountains. Vice Leader Shun, what's going on? Wasn't it you who initiated the action? Where's Mei Jianyuan? Why did Ma Juanhao suddenly attack? Shun Jinchang's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth and said, damn it, we were tricked by Mei Jianyuan. He's in cahoots with the leader. Just as the group began cursing, the sky was filled again with the sound of missiles. More missiles screamed down, and the powerful shockwaves leveled the entire mountain range. In the sky outside the mountains, a tall, otherworldly being with blood-red wings watched from afar. The red spider carrying Du Xiu disappeared into the hunter's town. A smile curled on the pale face of the being, and a few books appeared in his hands out of thin air. The complete poison scripture, Mei Jianyuan murmured to himself. Master, you finally passed the complete poison scripture to me. One day, you'll see that I am your most worthy disciple. Thinking of Cold Master, a twisted smile of longing for approval appeared on Mei Jianyuan's face. He muttered to himself, except for Ma Juanhao, everyone who knew your and my junior brother's true identities is dead. Let my junior brother be the rat. I will shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the Tianyi sect. Suddenly, Mei Jianyuan frowned. The gate of the divine ruins has collapsed. What happened inside? Your aura is chaotic. Were you injured in the divine ruins? After thinking for a moment, without reaching a conclusion, a sinister expression appeared on Mei Jianyuan's face again. As you said, defeating my junior brother by overpowering him is not honorable. Junior brother, grow stronger quickly. One day, when we're on equal footing, I will take your head to prove myself to master. Meanwhile, in the tavern of Bluestone Town, Wang Dahai of the Silver Fox Hunter Group was drowning his sorrows with Deputy Leader Liu. Wang Dahai, full of regret, complained, that bandit force is so strong. The first time we met, they hid from us like cowards. It turned out they had recklessly ventured into the wilderness forbidden zone, failed to collaborate with the bandit forces, and instead ended up in a confrontation, resulting in a harsh lesson. They had to pay a hefty ransom to escape. Leader, you should drink less, Deputy Leader Liu advised. Wang Dahai pulled Liu closer, tears of bitterness in his eyes. I know drinking is bad for my health, but I feel awful. It's so humiliating. No, I mean the drinks here are quite expensive, Deputy Leader Liu retorted with a cold smile. Wang Dahai opened his mouth, but then fell silent. Deputy Leader Liu glanced at him and said irritably, it's not that bad. None of our old buddies got hurt, just your fire control system got extorted. It's not the end of the world. We can start over, and the brothers will back you up. That's true. I still have my brothers. No more drinking. Let's go home and start over, Wang Dahai said, feeling a surge of determination. As the two of them exited the Bluestone Tavern, they noticed a group of people gathered on the road, with someone lying on the ground. Curious, Wang Dahai approached. Let me see what's going on. Upon closer look, Wang Dahai's jaw dropped. Whoa, old Liu, come quick. This guy looks just like Du Xiu. Like they're twins. You idiot, that's Du Xiu himself. Hurry, take him to a doctor, Deputy Leader Liu exclaimed. Damn. The two quickly lifted Du Xiu and rushed him to the medical clinic. After receiving treatment and under the escort of the Silver Fox Hunter Group, Du Xiu returned to Burt City. Meanwhile, several explosive pieces of news quickly spread across the Lin Ta district like wildfire. Ranked number 27 on the Empire's Most Wanted list. Number 1 on Lin Ta district's wanted list. The poison Taoist, Long Li Dao. 20 years ago, during the 13th Imperial Expedition, he single-handedly massacred several sentient races of the Church, slaughtering millions. This provoked the Church's high-ranking officials to hunt him down, yet he, at the condensed core level, killed several domain-level experts. A peerless genius, battling across levels as easily as drinking water. His name struck fear among the Church's races. Unfortunately, while Long Li Dao was fighting desperately on the front lines, his lover was tragically killed by a conglomerate scheme in the Empire's graveyard. Long Li Dao was consumed by fury and unleashed his wrath upon the core members of the conglomerate, slaughtering several key figures and countless subordinates. His rage was like a tidal wave, swiftly overwhelming the heart of the organization. With lethal precision, he struck down the inner circle, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. Like a frenzied beast, he rampaged through the ranks, leaving a path of destruction and death. The Empire, enraged by his actions, dispatched elite forces to hunt Long Li Dao. He became a fugitive, desperately fleeing through the wilderness for months. Eventually, he sought refuge with the Church, which welcomed him and elevated him to the position of leader of the Tianyi sect. From then on, Long Li Dao became the most ruthless enforcer of the Church during the Empire's expansion period. He roamed the continents, his fearsome reputation preceding him. However, the more prominent he became, the more enemies he attracted. A coalition of powerful figures from the Empire united against him, forcing Long Li Dao to take desperate measures in an attempt to break through his limits. Unfortunately, his efforts failed, leaving him gravely injured and in hiding. 20 years later, this once dreaded figure re-emerged in the wilderness's forbidden zone. Leading a band of outcasts and a mysterious organization, he unleashed chaos upon the sacred ruins, reducing it to ruins. Meanwhile, the sixth young master of the Ma conglomerate was investigating anomalies in Zanqing. He ordered his men to shadow a particular outcast, inadvertently stumbling upon a massive confrontation. Seizing the opportunity, the young master positioned his forces on the perimeter, ready to strike. After the battle, the young master and his men swept the battlefield, eliminating numerous outcasts. Notably, they took down Shan Jianchong, the vice leader of the Tianyi sect, a formidable figure known for his dominance in the Linta region for over a decade. Among the slain were several other Tongmei-level powerhouses, primarily elders of the Tianyi sect. The remaining unfamiliar faces were suspected leaders of another enigmatic organization. Regrettably, the bronze gates had shattered, and the sacred ruins vanished into nothingness. What transpired within remained a mystery. The Linta region was in an uproar. The slain elders of the Tianyi sect were figures so fearsome they could silence crying children in any fortress city. The Ma family's sixth young master quickly became the center of public attention, with rumors about him running rampant. People whispered about his notorious reputation, adding ruthless and unprincipled to his list of infamy, which already included brutal, twisted, and obsessed with blood slaves. It was said that during the mountain operation against the outcasts, the young master not only slaughtered the outcasts but also eradicated opportunistic bandits and even his own men. To prevent any outcast from escaping, he ordered indiscriminate bombardment, leaving the entire mountain range flattened. Not a single soul survived the entire mountain range. When the external world was abuzz with rumors, the divine tribunal was in session. Du Xiu's eyes were swollen and red, his face as pale as paper. His cracked lips trembled slightly, and his vacant gaze was fixed on a point in the void ahead. A member of the divine tribunal patiently asked, Du Xiu, was Master Long abducted by the anomaly at Qingshi Town? Du Xiu nodded with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Yes, it was Qingshi Town. That night, Master suddenly knocked on my door, urging me to flee for my life. He diverted the pursuers in another direction. I hid outside all night and later got lost, wandering for 2 or 3 days before somehow ending up back at Qingshi Town. Do you remember any other details? Like the appearance of the anomaly that took Master Long, or any strange people you encountered entering the town? Du Xiu clutched his head in agony. I didn't encounter the anomaly, and as for strange people, I didn't notice. I'm sorry, I really don't know anything more. Suddenly, Du Xiu jerked his head up, his emotions bordering on hysteria. It was Wang Hong. Yes, it must have been Wang Hong. He's the anomaly. He's the one who took Master to claim the reward from the Tianyi sect. I beg you, please save my master. 2 members of the divine tribunal exchanged a worried glance, their brows furrowed. One of them spoke gently, Du Xiu, please remain calm. You need to calm down right now. In the surveillance room, Ding Yao looked distressed as he turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Master Hu, my junior's emotions are very unstable. I request that we immediately stop the questioning. Hu, the head of the divine tribunal in Burt City, hesitated. Xiao Ding, I understand your concern for Du Xiu, but he's the only one who knows anything about Master Lung's disappearance. If we don't find out now, in a few days, Master Lung might be in grave danger. Ding Yao hesitated. He knew all too well that their master's life was hanging by a thread, but the relentless questioning by the divine tribunal had pushed Du Xiu to the brink of collapse. At this moment, Hu Yanlai called Master Hu to the corner of the corridor with a serious expression. Old Hu, do you really think those details you're asking Du Xiu about are useful? The incident happened in the wilderness forbidden zone. Can you verify it? Master Hu sighed. It's indeed impossible to verify. The reach of the divine tribunal doesn't extend that far. Then stop the questioning. Du Xiu will break down if this continues. I understand. But Master Lung's disappearance is a major issue. Even if we can't verify in the forbidden zone. If Du Xiu remembers the characteristics of the anomaly or finds a witness, we might find some clues. Hu Yanlai stated bluntly. Old Lung is likely already in trouble, and you know that better than I do. Du Xiu is the only class potion prodigy in Burt City, about to take the primary potion master exam. Do you want him to have problems now? Master Hu hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, we'll stop the questioning for now. He suddenly added, do you think Master Long and the leader of the Tianyi sect, both surname Long, could be the same person? Hu Yanlai looked at him as if he were a fool. Old Long is already 60, and Lung Li Dao is just over 50. Are you that desperate for a promotion? Master Hu laughed at his own idea. Indeed, the age difference is too much, and the identity gap is too wide. All right, enough joking. Master Hu said seriously, the matter of Master Long will most likely be classified as a missing person case. He was just unlucky. going out to gather herbs and running into an anomaly skirmish. I heard several pathway realm cultivators died there. Hu Yinlai sighed. I advised him to stay away from the wilderness, and this time it truly was a disaster. With so many anomalies gathered, it's not surprising someone recognized him. Shortly thereafter, Hu Yinlai left the divine tribunal with Du Xiu and Ding Yao. For several days, the two drowned their sorrows in alcohol. During this time, Wang Dahai, Li Huiping, Hu Chui, and others visited them, offering comfort and guidance. In the secret study of Master Long's villa, Du Xiu pulled out a stack of yellowed books. These were extreme sect potionology texts collected by Master Long from ruins, numbering in the thousands. Under the guise of mourning his former master, Du Xiu secluded himself in Master Long's home to study these valuable materials. After some time of research, Du Xiu gained a preliminary understanding of this radically different potionology system. Unlike modern potionology, which seeks gentle effects, this system focuses on refining toxic potency, adhering to the extreme philosophy of negatives make a positive. Although not as safe as modern potionology, it proved useful in certain special situations. Du Xiu closed the book and rubbed his temples. Through these materials, he gained new insights into the herbal combinations of genetic potions. It seemed that the developers of genetic potions had not fully grasped this extreme potionology heritage, as some combinations had flaws. An idea formed in Du Xiu's mind. The genetic potions on the market had severe side effects, with users experiencing short lifespans, unstable body functions, and emotions, requiring regular injections of a special stabilizer. The likely cause of these issues was that the developers had made mistakes with several combinations from extreme potionology. For Du Xiu, a few adjustments could improve these genetic potions. But for those who hadn't studied extreme potionology, it was like facing an unknown language, completely unapproachable. Knowledge is priceless. Du Xiu was in high spirits as he gazed at the thousands of extreme pharmacology books in the dimly lit room. Once again, Du Xiu immersed himself in the world of extreme pharmacology, eagerly absorbing knowledge. It was a week before he reluctantly left Lao Long's villa and returned to the Imperial Pharmacology Laboratory. After using facial recognition to enter, he carefully locked the door behind him, and the sorrow on his face instantly turned to joy. Just a couple more days of pretending, and I'll be free, he thought with relief. During this time, many people had come to visit him, especially Hu Yinlai, who came almost every day. Pretending to be sad was truly exhausting. Du Xiu noticed that his senior brother, Ding Yao, seemed to be in a poor mental state lately, drowning his sorrows in alcohol every day. It's a pity I can't tell him the truth. I'll comfort him in a few days, Du Xiu sighed inwardly. He pulled out the imperial artifact beast skin given to him by Lao Long. Recalling how he had dripped over half a pound of blood on it without any reaction, he wondered, am I not worthy of using it? He then logged into the Bronze Tree Home Forum and sent a message to the mysterious expert. While waiting for a reply, he browsed through popular posts, most of which were about the upcoming Level 1 pharmacist exam. Suddenly, a post caught his attention. Shared from the neighboring forum, this year's Imperial Academy will be a melting pot. It was rumored that this year's admissions would lift racial restrictions, allowing even the artificially created races to enroll. The comment section was buzzing with activity. Some worried about resources being snatched away, others were curious about the artificially created races, and some were relieved that the Pharmacology Academy wouldn't be affected. Du Xiu frowned in thought, feeling a bit apprehensive. Just then, a reply from the mysterious expert came through. They began a conversation about awakening abilities and using the Imperial artifact. Living off one's looks. All right then. By the way, how do you use this Imperial artifact? Du Xiu asked. Living off others? Did an Imperial artifact come looking for you? The expert replied. Living off one's looks. Can an Imperial artifact actively seek someone out? Du Xiu wondered. Living off others, some powerful ability users have Imperial artifacts that are compatible and will willingly attach themselves. Didn't yours come to you like that? The expert inquired. Living off one's looks, no? Du Xiu responded. When I said, your generation isn't that terrifying, how could there be so many Imperial artifacts choosing their masters? Du Xiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow upon hearing this. He chuckled, a hint of pride in his voice. Oh yeah, there are quite a few. The most ridiculous one is a young girl. That incredibly powerful Imperial artifact practically begged her to be its master. At this point, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it, I tried to get it to recognize me back in the day, but that stupid thing didn't even acknowledge me. It was so frustrating. Taken aback, I asked, Imperial artifact? Stupid thing? Du Xiu explained, Imperial artifacts aren't ordinary weapons. They have their own consciousness. Some of the top-tier ones can even transform into animals. He paused, then asked curiously, what does the Imperial artifact in your possession look like? It's just a light cyan animal hide. Du Xiu replied truthfully, if you didn't know it was an Imperial artifact, you'd think it was just an ordinary piece of hide. I pondered for a moment and said, Light sign, animal hide? That rings a bell. Let me check. A moment later, I sent a message. I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first? Dushio pursed his lips and thought to himself. Here goes the big boss again. He replied helplessly. Haha. The good news is, your imperial artifact is quite easy to bond with, I said. The bad news is, this hide is only a semi-imperial artifact. Semi-imperial artifact? What does that mean? Dushio asked further. A semi-imperial artifact is just a not-so-successful imperial artifact. Its power isn't very apparent, I explained. I'll send you the details, you can research it yourself. Dushio quickly thanked me. Thanks, boss, you're the expert. Suddenly, I shifted the topic. Remember last time I said I'd give you something good once your abilities awaken? Do you remember? Dushio's interest was piqued, and he cautiously asked, what's the catch? Help me with 3 tasks, as long as it doesn't endanger your life, I replied. Dushio probed, aren't you afraid I'll back out later? My tone turned cold. Young man, do you think I might have a contract-type imperial artifact? I advise you not to play with fire. You might end up getting burned. Reading this message, Dushio's pupils constricted. He realized that he had always seen me as a knowledgeable and helpful senior, yet he had overlooked an important fact. Someone who could easily access information about the drawbacks of calamity cultivation methods, details about imperial artifacts, and have access to the House of Bronze Tree's resources couldn't possibly be a simple character. He had to scrutinize my words carefully. As long as it doesn't endanger your life, that as long as was quite subtle. Dushio cautiously asked, as long as? Yes, to be honest, there might be some risk to your life. I admitted bluntly, it's up to you to decide. Dushio took a deep breath and asked, can I ask in advance what you're offering me? A mental power cultivation technique, I answered. Kid, you don't think that once your abilities awaken, you'll just be able to take on the world effortlessly, do you? What I have is a top-tier mental power cultivation technique. Rare in this world. No tricks. Dushio hesitated. I'll think about it. Suit yourself, I said. Once you know what your ability is, you can come find me again. If your ability is impressive, I might even lower the requirements. Dushio opened the file I sent and began reading the detailed information about the light cyan animal hide. This document opened his eyes to the true value of this semi-imperial artifact. The Divine Contract book, while not providing strong combat support, was invaluable to Dushio. The calamity cultivation method was known for its rapid advancement and immense power, but came with intense personal suffering. The Divine Contract book could perfectly solve this drawback by transferring the pain to the contracted person. Dushio was in high spirits. While others faced uncertain futures, his path seemed bright and promising. However, his joy didn't last long. Dushio pricked his finger and wrote his name on the Divine Contract book. The blood seeped into the hide, but there was no reaction. He wrote it several more times, but still, nothing happened. Half an hour later, Dushio put away the Divine Contract book. With a pale face, he forced a smile. No worries, not upset at all. In the following days, Dushio began preparing for the Level 1 apothecary exam. In his spare time, he observed flames and lakes and even ran outside during thunderstorms to wave at the lightning, hoping to trigger his abilities. Unfortunately, his abilities remained dormant. Additionally, Dushio continued to write his name on the Divine Contract book daily, but it remained unresponsive. After a few days, Dushio gave up on that idea and focused instead on solidifying his knowledge of pharmacology. Time passed, and it was now the last day of May. In the evening, as Dushio emerged from the mixing room, Li Huiping was already waiting at the door. Brother Li, what are you doing here? Dushio was about to leave the apothecary guild when he was stopped by Li Huiping. With a hopeful expression, Li Huiping said, Brother Du, you're heading to Linta City tomorrow for the Level 1 apothecary exam. How about we have a gathering tonight? After a brief moment of consideration, Dushio nodded in agreement. Li Huiping's face lit up with a smile. With you joining, there'll definitely be a good turnout. You're the top talent of Boat City, after all. Plus, you've been selling soul-calming potions to many advanced apprentices lately, and everyone is really grateful. You go ahead and make the arrangements. I'll find senior brother Ding and come with him, Dushio replied, before heading to Ding Yao's mixing room. After waiting for half an hour, Ding Yao finally opened the door, looking exhausted. Dushio asked with concern, Senior brother, are you alright? Ding Yao rubbed his eyes. I'm fine, just been staying up late making potions these past few days. I'll rest more during the trip tomorrow. Remember to take the soul-calming potion I gave you, Dushio reminded him. Although he claimed to be able to make these potions, the ones he sold to the advanced apprentices were diluted versions. Only the one he gave Ding Yao was a genuine mid-grade potion. Ding Yao looked at Dushio gratefully. Junior brother, I feel bad. My issues have distracted you from preparing for the exam and forced you to spend time making soul-calming potions. Dushio replied earnestly, Senior brother, don't say that. With our master missing, we need to support each other, improve together, and uphold our master's reputation. As night fell, Dozens of advanced apothecary apprentices gathered on the lawn. When Du Xiao and Ding Yao arrived, everyone stood up and smiled in acknowledgement. They all knew it was Du Xiao's timely provision of soul-calming potions that helped them through the tough exam preparation. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew lively. Du Xiao mingled with the crowd, laughing and chatting. When he was slightly tipsy, Hu Chui approached him, raising her glass. "To you, junior brother," Hu Chui said. Her cheeks flushed, with a touch of emotion in her voice. Du Xiao smiled and clinked glasses with her, "Senior sister. You handle your drinks well?" Hu Chui shook her head. "I'm actually not much of a drinker. I'm just afraid we won't have another chance." She glanced at the others who were passed out drunk. "They're thinking the same. It's both a thank you and a fear that we won't get to drink with you again." Du Xiao gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Hu Chui continued, "Passing the level 1 apothecary exam isn't hard, but scoring high enough to get into the Imperial Academy is. You're definitely going to make it. You're the one who's going to see the sights for us. We're not just drinking with you. We're toasting to our dreams." The inebriated crowd chimed in. "Brother Du, go see the bigger world for us. Fly high, young man. We really envy your talent." Hu Chui clenched an empty potion bottle in her pocket, her eyes shining with determination. "Junior brother, you can do it. Good luck." Du Xiao smiled. "Thank you for your kind words, senior sister. I believe you can do it too. See you at the Imperial Academy." The late May breeze was mostly gentle, but occasionally, it carried a chill. The wind rose for reasons unknown. In the 962nd year of the imperial calendar, on June 1st, the entire empire was on edge, filled with restlessness and tension. Countless airships ascended from fortress cities across the land, heading towards the core regions. In front of the Burt City Hunters Guild Apothecary Hall, over 60 senior apprentice alchemists gathered with varied expressions, their luggage ready. Leading a group of accompanying alchemists, Hu Yinlai stepped forward, raising his fist and shouting, "Victory is ours. Let's move out." The crowd responded in unison. A few days later, nightfall enveloped Linda City. This first-tier fortress city towered into the sky, with countless windows aglow and the garrison on high alert. Outside the city, airships emitting a red glow slowly approached the airport. Alchemists from various places, led by their hall masters, arrived and checked into the Citadel Hotel. Du Xiao was engrossed in studying extreme alchemy when his phone suddenly chimed. It was a message of encouragement from Jiang Zhao Zhao. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Du Xiao turned off the lights and went to sleep. The following day, nearly 10,000 senior apprentices lined up for inspection in Hunter Square. Once cleared, they were guided into a massive square building designated for exam preparation. In the hall on the top floor, hall masters from various apothecaries gathered to discuss the unprecedented scale of this year's exam and the delay in results. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in the preparation room, announcing the imminent start of the assessment. The candidates, filled with tension, unlocked their materials to discover that the number of potion topics had increased to 5 this year, significantly raising the difficulty level. The hall masters in the meeting room realized that this change reflected the urgency of the Empire's wartime situation. A brief silence fell over the hall. After a moment, the crowd resumed their discussions. Outside the examination hall, the gathered pharmacists were buzzing with conversation. Some sighed at the plight of this year's candidates, while others analyzed the purpose behind the questions. An elderly pharmacist shook his head and remarked, "The difficulty is high, time is tight, and that outrageous gene potion these kids are strong for not breaking down in tears." "Don't worry," another person reassured. "Apart from the gene potion, the other potions, though challenging, have been practiced. The inclusion of the gene potion might just be a trend set by the Empire." "That makes sense," someone nearby agreed. "With nearly 1 million candidates, they will surely rush to improve their knowledge of gene potions after the exam, naturally boosting production. This might be exactly what the examiners intended." "You guys still review after exams?" a young pharmacist asked in surprise. "Which top student doesn't review difficult points after an exam?" another replied. "Not me," the young one mumbled. "That's why you're just a slacker," someone scoffed. Inside the examination hall, Du Xiao was diligently concocting potions. He had already completed the first 4 types of conventional potions, succeeding on the first try with each. His original force potion even reached a superior quality, while the other 3 were around mid-quality. Glancing at the time, with 3 hours remaining, Du Xiao decided to attempt improving the gene potion. However, as he delved deeper into the process, he found it much more complex than anticipated. The efficacy of the herbs deviated from the records, requiring constant adjustments to the formula. It was as if he was driving a runaway race car, striving to bring it back on track. After more than 2 hours, Du Xiao finally succeeded. He breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This improvement involved extensive knowledge of extreme pharmacology, and others attempting to imitate it rashly might face dire consequences. With little time and few herbs left, Du Xiao felt a slight regret, but was pleased with his achievements. Even if the gene potion failed, the quality of the other potions was sufficient to secure his place in the Imperial Academy. As the assessment entered its final countdown, the bell rang. The Level 1 pharmacist examination has 15 minutes remaining. Candidates are advised to manage their time wisely. When the mechanical voice echoed throughout the exam hall, Dushio took a deep breath and quickly but carefully placed the 5 prepared potions into glass bottles and then into the electronic lockbox. His movements were swift and confident, showing no signs of panic. After entering the candidate number 010238 and confirming it was correct, he locked the box. As the countdown ticked away, the tension in the exam room grew palpable. Some candidates fumbled nervously, while others appeared hopeless. Dushio, however, remained calm and composed, patiently waiting for the exam to conclude. The Level 1 pharmacist examination has ended. Please leave the exam hall in an orderly manner, the mechanical voice announced again, followed by the sponsor's advertisement. Staff members entered to collect the electronic lockboxes, and the candidates began to exit the preparation room. Most were downcast, with some even quietly sobbing. Dushio, expressionless, followed the crowd to Hunter Square. The heads of various local apothecaries eagerly awaited, wearing forced smiles to comfort the candidates. Huayan Lai spotted Dushio and quickly approached him, asking, "How did you do, nephew?" "Not bad," Dushio replied briefly, without elaborating. Relieved, Huayan Lai assumed Dushio had only managed to produce a semi-finished product and reassured him, "It's alright, gene potions are challenging. It won't affect your admission." At that moment, Ding Yao approached to discuss his own mistakes with Dushio, who consoled him with a few words. Ding Yao looked at Dushio with a hint of envy. Huayan Lai led the group to the cafeteria, continuously offering encouragement to the disheartened candidates. After lunch, he suggested a stroll around Linta City, but with spirits low, the group had no choice but to head back. Aboard the airship, Dushio sent a message to Jiang Zhaozhao and had a brief chat with Lao Long. He browsed posts on the Bronze Tree Home Forum, where candidates were venting about the difficulty of the exam, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The view from the rooftop was truly stunning. The appearance of both the Qi and Blood Potion and the Yuanli Potion together was like 2 moons in the sky. Along with the Gene Potion, it felt like the scorching sun. He was sweating profusely indeed. After browsing through the hilarious complaints from netizens, Dushio couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. This year's exam questions were indeed tough, pushing the students to their limits. The competition at the Imperial Academy was as fierce as ever. A few days later, the airship gently landed in Burt City. Dushio returned to his routine life, where the atmosphere in the apothecary hall was tense as everyone anxiously awaited the exam results. Dushio decided to stop further research on existing pharmaceutical knowledge and instead immersed himself in Master Lung study, delving into extreme pharmacology. Time flew by, and mid-July arrived quietly. Over the past month, Dushio had skimmed through more than half of the books on extreme pharmacology. In the mixing room, he expressionlessly completed his 367th attempt to bind the divine contract, only to fail once again. Silently, he put away the contract and picked up 15 vials of potion to take to the Silver Fox Hunter Group. It's worth mentioning that over the past 5 months, the Silver Fox Hunter Group had made a fortune through their collaboration with Dushio. Not only did they recover all their initial investment, but Dushio's reciprocation also earned Wang Dahai tens of thousands of gold coins. Leaving Master Long's villa, a private car was already waiting outside. Since the kidnapping incident, every time Dushio went to the Hunter Group, someone would come to pick him up in advance. Mr. Du, the middle-aged bodyguard, Brother Wang, greeted him warmly. "Brother Wang, you're looking good today," Dushio replied casually. After a brief chat, Dushio got into the car and noticed a young man in the driver's seat who resembled Brother Wang. "Ah Feng, did you just finish your exams this year?" Dushio asked. "Yes, Mr. Du," the young man replied nervously. Brother Wang sighed and explained, "This kid didn't make it. He hasn't even started cultivating primal force, so he'll probably have to go to a vocational school to learn a trade." Dushio gazed thoughtfully out the window and remarked, "Becoming a primal cultivator is pretty good. Keep working hard." The rest of the journey passed in silence, and soon they arrived at the Silver Fox Hunter Group. Dushio got out of the car with his backpack and turned to Brother Wang before leaving. "Come by tonight to pick up some semi-finished primal force potions." Brother Wang was so excited that he bowed repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Du." "Thank you." Ah Feng stood there, watching his father's animated reaction, suddenly realizing his father was just an ordinary person of flesh and blood. Dushio listened to the expressions of gratitude behind him and shook his head with a gentle smile. Dushio's lips curled into a faint smile as he shook his head slightly. To him, the force potion was of little value. The truly scarce resources were the herbs required for the calamity cultivation method. Giving Brother Wang a semi-finished product was merely to prevent any grudges. Besides, this so-called semi-finished potion was still 7,080 effective, enough to help Brother Wang's son become a force cultivator. Within the hunter's camp, a few trucks were loaded with the bodies of insectoids and wolfmen. The members, though injured, were in high spirits as they busied themselves with transporting the spoils. Wang Dahai, still clad in combat gear and his face smeared with blood, was energetically directing. Come take a look. I just took down a werewolf. Don't mess around like you're petting a dog. Old Lu, contact the buyers to see who wants the wolfmen corpses. 2,000 gold coins? Dream on. Suddenly, someone shouted. Mr. Du is here. Everyone greeted him warmly. Usually met with friendly smiles, today Du Xiu stood motionless in the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the werewolf corpse, eyes flickering with an unusual light. Wang Dahai approached him enthusiastically. Brother Du, what brings you here? His burly frame blocked Du Xiu's view. Du Xiu snapped back to reality and took out 15 sets of potions from his backpack. I brought you some potions. He carefully explained their types and effects. Wang Dahai was overjoyed. Have you made another breakthrough in potion making? Du Xiu replied with a faint smile. I've had some insights recently. In truth, there weren't many semi-finished soul-soothing potions left, and diluting mid-grade potions seemed wasteful. Besides, with the results of the alchemist assessment soon to be released, it was reasonable to enhance his skills somewhat. Noticing Du Xiu's frequent glances at the werewolf corpse, Wang Dahai assumed he was frightened and immediately ordered his men to remove the corpse. But Du Xiu spoke up. Captain Wang, could I take a closer look at the werewolf corpse in the warehouse? Wang Dahai readily agreed and led Du Xiu to the backyard warehouse. Du Xiu requested to be alone for a while, and although puzzled, Wang Dahai consented. Inside the warehouse, Du Xiu locked the door and quickly approached the vehicle containing the werewolf corpse. The massive werewolf, standing 2.5 meters tall, suddenly opened its eerie blue eyes and slowly rose. Du Xiu felt a strange sensation, as if he possessed two perspectives simultaneously. Who are you? Du Xiu questioned. The werewolf replied in a deep voice. I am Garcia William, a warrior of the vast tribe. Du Xiu pondered. The first question was his own, while the second was the werewolf's response. With a thought, the werewolf stood up, showcasing explosive strength. In your eyes, who am I? Du Xiu asked again. The werewolf knelt, eyes filled with fervor. You are above all. A few seconds later, the werewolf began to tumble and mutter to itself. Du Xiu stood in the shadows, his eyes flickering with an enigmatic glow. He realized he could resurrect and control corpses, and the revived beings would unconditionally pledge allegiance to him. However, when he attempted to control the insectoid corpses, there was no response. Du Xiu noticed the congealed insect liquid on their shells, and then glanced at the still liquid blood on the werewolf. He speculated that the difference might be due to the time of death. Just then, Du Xiu was struck by a severe headache, and the standing werewolf collapsed. Lack of mental strength. Du Xiu gritted his teeth. Du Xiu frowned in thought, recalling the information given to him by Rwanda Lao. The strength of supernatural abilities is closely linked to mental power, and he had just exhausted his mental strength by sustaining the resurrection of the werewolf for only 3 minutes. He shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he had been too naive to think he could fully resurrect a corpse. However, as his power grows, will the duration and number of resurrected corpses increase as well? A glimmer of hope flashed in Du Xiu's eyes as he envisioned a scene. During the war between the Empire and the Church, he would command countless corpses to rise from the mountains of bodies and rivers of blood, surging towards the Church's army. The thought made him laugh out loud. Moments later, Du Xiu collected himself and returned to his usual calm demeanor. He dragged the werewolf's body back to its original place, took a deep breath, and opened the door to leave. In the distance, Wang Dahai and Lao Qi were urinating in the corner. Seeing Du Xiu, Wang Dahai quickly fastened his pants and ran over, awkwardly explaining, Sorry, Du bro, we're just rough folks. Without expression, Du Xiu asked, Captain Wang, when was this werewolf killed? What was its level? Wang Dahai answered truthfully, and Du Xiu began to form a plan. It seemed that the time of death indeed affected the resurrection, and he could only control corpses that had died recently. As for the time limit's extremity, further research was needed. Misunderstanding Du Xiu's intentions, Wang Dahai enthusiastically offered to give him some corpse specimens. Du Xiu quickly made up an excuse, claiming he came to identify the body because a family member was killed by a werewolf. Wang Dahai was taken aback, but then offered to help Du Xiu find the killer. Du Xiu politely declined and hurried back to the apothecary. Once inside the mixing room, Du Xiu drank a soul-soothing potion to ease his headache. Realizing he needed to quickly enhance his mental strength, he decided to talk to Rwanda Lao again. Opening the bronze tree home, Du Xiu sent a message. Boss, I've discovered my supernatural ability. Rwanda Lao responded almost instantly. Tell me more. Du Xiu briefly explained his ability, surprised by Rwanda Lao's intense reaction, which included 3 question marks. Taken aback by the unusual response, Du Xiu hesitated before saying, Just kidding. Rwanda Lao, however, was convinced. You really awakened such an ability. What's your deal? Are you really good looking or something? Perplexed, Du Xiu could only joke about his ID, Can't you tell from my ID? Rwanda Lao seemed to calm down, and Dushio seized the opportunity to ask if his ability was powerful. Rwanda Lao hesitated before warning him not to play with fire. Shifting tactics, Dushio proposed lowering the trade conditions, but Rwanda Lao confessed uncertainty about how to handle him now. Dushio sarcastically remarked, "Boss, if you're treating me like a pawn, could you at least be subtle about it?" Rwanda Lao sighed and sent over a cultivation method, inquiring about the status of the divine contract's recognition. Dushio vaguely replied, "Almost there." Rwanda Lao retorted, "Either it works or it doesn't." "What do you mean by almost? How many times have you written the name Soft Rice Hearty? Afraid of the pain and didn't write it down, perhaps?" Dushio looked at the questioning message from Mr. Wan in the chat interface and couldn't help but smile wryly. He had indeed written it dozens of times, but the divine contract just wouldn't recognize him as its master. Was it really as Mr. Wan said, that he was utterly useless? Taking a deep breath, Dushio slowly typed his response. "Living on looks, half full, dozens of times." Mr. Ruan's reply came almost instantly. "Soft rice hard eat, dozens of times? Are you kidding me?" Just as Dushio was about to explain, another barrage of messages came through, each word hitting hard. The previous host couldn't even cultivate original force and only wrote it 20-something times before succeeding. And you, an ability user, needed dozens of times? Previous host, dozens of times. Staring at those glaring messages, Dushio took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He suppressed the resentment in his heart and continued negotiating with Mr. Wan. After some back and forth, Mr. Wan finally agreed to set only one condition, assuring that it wouldn't be life-threatening. Dushio felt relieved but also a bit wary. "Please don't make me turn against those around me." "Hee, I won't," Mr. Wan replied indifferently. Then, Dushio opened the file sent by Mr. Wan. It was a blurry portrait of a person. As he gazed at it, his vision suddenly went blank. In the faint light, a figure seemed to emerge, as if stepping out. Dushio tried hard to make out the person's features, but suddenly his head throbbed with pain, as if it were about to explode. The intense pain snapped him back to reality. Hastily exiting the image, he asked, still shaken, "What on earth did you send me?" Mr. Ruan's response shocked him even more. It was the legendary God observation, the core of mental power cultivation. However, Dushio couldn't handle it for even a few seconds, leaving Mr. Ruan thoroughly disappointed. "Useless, utterly useless." Mr. Ruan mocked mercilessly, "With talent like yours, how could you possibly awaken any abilities? I even suspect that this detection device is broken." Facing the barrage of insults, Dushio held back his anger and forced a smile. "Sir, where do you live? I'd love to bring you some local specialties." "Oh, no need. With your talent, you're not worthy to breathe the air near my home," Mr. Wan coldly replied. Dushio chuckled. "Not angry, not at all, really. Hee, I look forward to meeting you." After sending the message, Dushio decisively logged out of the Bronze Tree home. The headquarters of the Hunters Guild is a towering metropolis, with skyscrapers piercing the clouds. Each department's building boasts a distinct architectural style. At the main compound of the Apothecary Hall, dozens of imposing buildings stand tall. The streets are sparsely populated, with members of the Divine Judgment Hall on high alert. Security lines are drawn, and both overt and covert posts cover every angle. A group of lab coat-clad apothecaries passes through multiple checkpoints, arriving at a 3-meter-high circular metal door. Guards stand like sentinels beside it, while surveillance cameras flash red, emitting alert beeps. The leading middle-aged man hands over documents, and after verification, the head of security gestures for them to proceed. Both parties input their passwords, and the metal door slowly opens. The group steps into a pristine white space, with cameras swiveling in unison to lock onto them. "Has the potion review for the Zifu district been completed?" the security guard casually asks. "I can't disclose that information." The man in the lab coat responds coolly. "Come on, we're all stuck in here. Who am I going to tell?" "True enough, it's been completed. Any S-grade ones?" "Do you think the primary assessment is like an advanced apprentice test?" The difficulty has increased significantly, with a 95 downgrade for anything above S-grade. "So there aren't many S-grade ratings this year?" "I only sorted through one district, and it's not appropriate to specify which one." In short, it's a dismal scene out of tens of thousands of candidates, not even 5 S-grade potions. They arrive at the Lin Tower district section, where electronic lockboxes are neatly arranged. Late into the night, the building remains brightly lit, with hundreds of reviewers engrossed in their work. The man in the lab coat stretches, having just sealed a batch of potions, and begins testing a new set of 5. "Not bad, at least 4 finished products." He nods in approval. The test results come quickly: 1 superior, 3 average. "This is impressive, definitely worthy of an S-grade rating. It's a pity the genetic potion seems to have failed based on its color. However, The genetic potion's test results are delayed. He asks his assistant to pull up the candidate's video. On screen, the candidate's hands move deftly, employing a multi-step modulation method. This kid's got guts, even daring to tweak the potion formula. He replaced the main herb. That's bold. To succeed despite the increased difficulty is truly remarkable, the man in the lab coat exclaims in admiration. After observing for a moment, the man in the white coat couldn't resist pressing the red button in front of him. Inside the evaluation room, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. As the man in the white coat pressed the red button, the surrounding judges cast surprised glances in his direction. Shortly after, an elderly man with a head full of white hair strode over. It was the head of the judging panel. "Chief, this candidate deserves an SS rating," the man in the white coat stated bluntly, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. The chief raised an eyebrow. SS rating? How about his potion-making skills? 1 superior potion and 3 of good quality. More importantly, his formulation process was flawless. I'm even tempted to give him an SSS rating. Upon hearing this, the chief immediately sat down in front of the computer to carefully watch the preparation video. As time passed, his expression grew increasingly serious. To adjust the formula and substitute the main herbs in a multi-step process, this kid is truly remarkable. The chief couldn't help but praise. He's better than previous S-level candidates. Just then, the analysis results of the genetic potion appeared on the screen, displaying the words, "Perfect grade." Both men were momentarily stunned. Genetic potions were traditionally classified only as complete or incomplete, with no grading system. This result was simply mind-blowing. The chief quickly called for maintenance personnel, suspecting a problem with the equipment. Meanwhile, the man in the white coat reviewed the preparation video closely, astonished to discover that the candidate wasn't showing off but was instead adjusting the formula on the fly due to a shortage of herbs. "This isn't just showing off, it's pure genius," the man in the white coat murmured to himself, his mind reeling with shock. At that moment, both the man in the white coat and Chief Sure were fully engrossed in watching the preparation video. This young man is indeed working on improving genetic potions. During the pharmacist assessment, he chose to modify a first-level potion, specifically a top-tier genetic potion. That's absolutely insane. The scene of Duccio preparing the genetic potion played slowly on the screen. Team leader Sure and the man in the lab coat watched every detail intently, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise. Duccio's technique was both skillful and bold, applying hundreds of formulas, some even beyond their understanding. "Where did this kid come from?" Team leader Sure frowned. "There are steps I can't even comprehend. He's a complete madman." The man in the lab coat shook his head in amazement. "But I have to admit, his talent is extraordinary." Unknowingly, dozens of review mentors were drawn in, gathering behind the two. Watching Duccio's almost whimsical approach, everyone was astounded. After more than 2 hours, Duccio finally completed the preparation. Team leader Sure turned his head stiffly, his voice a bit shaky. "The instruments are fine. This kid might have successfully improved the genetic potion." With these words, the review mentors erupted in discussion. An apprentice had improved a genetic potion and received a perfect score unheard of. People began discussing Duccio's talent, with some even suggesting he be given an SSS rating. Team leader Sure surveyed the room with a serious expression. "No one can speak of this perfect genetic potion." Recognizing the strategic value, everyone nodded in agreement. That night, team leader Sure stood alone in his office, gazing at the hazy moonlight outside. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he stubbed out his cigarette and hurriedly left. Under the moonlight, a squad leader from the Temple of Judgment was patrolling with his team. He noticed team leader Sure in the distance, dismissed his subordinates, and engaged in a hushed conversation with Sure for half an hour. The next morning, dozens of military vehicles suddenly arrived outside the main hall of the potion facility. An imperial colonel led hundreds of garrison members inside, presenting an imperial edict demanding that all review mentors be summoned. Despite some doubts, the head of the Temple of Judgment had no choice but to comply upon seeing the edict. Within an hour, hundreds of review mentors and staff were taken away. A few days later, 8 elderly deans were in a conference room discussing Dean Zhang's proposed auditor system. Dean Zhang argued, "The auditor system is only open to the children of imperial medal recipients. Their parents made outstanding contributions on the battlefield, some even sacrificing their lives. Shouldn't their children receive some preferential treatment for admission? Why are you being so unreasonable, old woman?" The decision to admit students from the Fuxing race was made by the upper echelons of the empire. "Why are you throwing a fit here?" The atmosphere in the Empire Academy's main conference room was tense. The head of the Divine Judgment Academy stood up angrily, eyes wide with fury. "Of course I'm furious. How many of our people have died in wars? And now we're just supposed to accept peace and open the divine ruins to outsiders?" The head of the Physical Training Academy wasn't backing down, his beard twitching with indignation. "You think we didn't lose people too?" he retorted with a cold laugh. So you're aware we suffered losses? Then why agree to admissions without exams? How much did you gain from it? Don't make baseless accusations. The divine judgment head laughed in anger. The decision to waive exams came from above. Sensing the situation getting out of hand, the head of the main academy banged the table to restore order. Enough. No wonder outsiders say we're a disorganized academy. We can't even hold a proper meeting. He glanced around the room. Let's proceed to vote on the auditing student policy. The 7 directors voted, 2 in favor, 3 abstained, and 2 opposed. The head of the academy declared, it's a tie. We'll shelve it for now. Director Jiang, revise and we'll discuss it later. Next item. He picked up another document and read, Director Zhang from the Alchemy Academy proposes to deny a certain student admission. The head looked puzzled. Old Zhang, do we need to discuss such a minor issue here? Director Zhang smiled faintly. The student has excellent grades but a terrible character. He injured 6 instructors and threatened to kill someone. I suggest we refuse his admission in the name of the Empire Academy. Director Yao from the Warfare Academy scoffed. Isn't that embarrassing? That kid, Du Xiu, right? He just exposed your consortium's dirty laundry. Is that why you're suppressing him? Director Zhang retorted with a cold smile. Director Yao, think before you speak. What your consortium? I earned my position through skill. If I weren't more capable, you'd be sitting here instead of me. Director Yao slammed the table. Zhang, if you have the guts, let's compete again. I was off my game before, but this time I definitely beat you. Your alchemy skills mean nothing to me. Director Zhang dismissed him. I don't have time for this. We must firmly reject this student. Let's vote. Apart from the Warfare and Divine Judgment Academies, the other directors voted in favor. Director Zhang reminded, please issue the refusal statement in the name of the Empire Academy as soon as possible. The head of the academy asked, puzzled, why the rush? Director Zhang explained, to set an example and show our stance on disrespect towards instructors. That's nonsense. Old Yao retorted angrily, don't drag us, the Warfare Academy, into this. The head of the academy was overwhelmed by the constant conflicts. Divine judgment clashed with physical training, warfare and alchemy were at odds, and mecha and firearms looked down on each other. The original academy's director didn't even show up, sending a deputy instead. Enough. The head of the academy interrupted the quarrel. The minority must yield to the majority. Let's move on to the next item. The discussions continued, filled with disputes. It wasn't until late at night that the meeting finally ended. The head of the academy stayed behind with Director Yao. Old Yao, stop poaching from the Alchemy Academy. Director Yao is dismissive. You should focus on reforming the Alchemy Academy. 60% of their graduates end up in the consortiums. Who's left to pursue academia? In 10 years, once the old generation retires, it'll just be a playground for the consortiums. The head of the academy sighed. The future is for the next generation to worry about. Right now, there's a complaint against you from an instructor. Director Yao glanced sideways. What did they complain about? I advised them to stay away from that quagmire, to join our Pure Land, and offered them a good environment. How am I wrong? They are unwilling to transfer hospitals. And you have to understand, the War Academy lacks everything in terms of pharmacology equipment, reference books, supportive systems. Nothing is well established. It's no wonder people don't want to come. Dean Yao snorted with discontent, a flicker of anger in his eyes. I think they're just blinded by money and unwilling to endure hardship. They've forgotten their original intentions. The headmaster frowned and said, regardless, you can't just write letters to insult them. They've come to me with the letters asking for an explanation. Dean Yao chuckled smugly. Did you read the letter? How's my writing style? The headmaster's face darkened, his tone stern. Stop harassing those instructors. Or don't blame me if things get ugly between us. Whatever. I've got other matters to attend to. Dean Yao waved dismissively. Back home, Dean Yao sat in his study, frowning. Reflecting on the meeting, he sensed something was amiss. Why would old Zhang from the Pharmacology Academy, known for his opportunistic ways, propose rejecting a student's admission? A matter that could be handled independently by the Pharmacology Academy was instead announced in the name of the General Academy. There was definitely something fishy. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, Xiaozhou, it's me, Dean Yao. What can I do for you? A respectful voice came from the other end. Are you involved in evaluating the senior apprentices' scores? Dean Yao got straight to the point. Yes, but Dean Yao, I'm just organizing the list now. The first and second rounds of evaluations and the final review are all done. The database is locked, and the scores can't be changed. Dean Yao scolded. You little brat. What do you think of me? I'm not asking you to change the scores. Just help me check a score. Checking scores. That's not according to the rules. Xiao Zhou hesitated. Are you itching for a beating? Dean Yao's tone turned harsh. Hee, just kidding. Checking scores is fine, as long as I don't have to change them. Xiao Zhou quickly relented. But you have to promise me one thing. Spit it out. Please stop bothering my dad. He's old and really doesn't want to go to the war academy. Last time you called, you berated him for half an hour, almost scared the old man away. Dinyao scoffed. Nonsense. I was saving him from a tough spot. Don't be ungrateful. Besides, that old guy is as sturdy as a rock. Even if I left, he might not go. He's just trying to guilt you into settling down and getting married. You're 40 and still single. What a waste. All right, Xiao Zhou conceded helplessly. That's between you and the older generation. I won't interfere. So, who do you want me to check? Du Xiao, check his score for me. Du Xiao, let me see. Which district and city? The Linta district. I can't remember the city. After a quick search, Xiao Zhou replied, there are 17 people named Du Xiao in the Linta district. The highest score is an A rating. The rest range from C to E. Only an A rating at best? Dinyao looked puzzled. Achieving an A rating in this year's primary pharmacologist assessment is indeed commendable, but is it enough to make old Zhang go through so much trouble? Could it be that he wants to make an example of Du Xiao to deter others? What's wrong, Dinyao? Is there something unusual? Xiao Zhou noticed Dinyao's reaction. Nothing, Dinyao replied casually. Is this Du Xiao the one who exposed the consortium's net for hunting pharmacologists? Yes, that's him. I wondered why the name sounded so familiar. Xiao Zhou realized. Dinyao continued. During the evaluation, did anything strange happen? Xiao Zhou thought for a moment and then said, there was one thing. A friend of mine was taken away by the Imperial Guard during the evaluation. They said there was a spy among the evaluators. After being released by the guard, my friend seemed a bit dazed, like he had been through some kind of ordeal. Isn't catching spies the job of the Divine Tribunal? Why did the Imperial Guard get involved? Dinyao asked with a frown. I don't know. They said they were acting under an Imperial decree, Xiao Zhou replied indignantly. Dinyao, you must report the Imperial Guard's use of force against Academy instructors. They tried to cover up the interrogation scandal by erasing some of my friend's memories. Dinyao pressed further. Which district's evaluation were they overseeing when this happened? It seemed to be the Linta district. Think carefully. Is there anything else about the Linta district? I really don't know. The subsequent evaluators for the Linta district were all sent by the consortium of the Pharmacology Academy. We from the academic faction don't have any dealings with them. Dinyao nodded thoughtfully, about to continue his inquiry when there was a knock at the door. Hold on, Dinyao. Someone's looking for me. I'll call you back later, Xiao Zhou said and hung up. Dinyao put down the phone, still frowning. He had a gut feeling that there was a larger secret behind this matter. But with the current information, it wasn't enough to piece together the truth. Just then, his phone rang again. You little rascal. You sure have a lot of people asking for your help. Dinyao laughed and scolded as he answered. Nothing much. It was that friend of mine who was interrogated by the Imperial Guard. He came asking about his score and strangely asked if there was an SSS rating in the Linda district. I think the interrogation really messed with his head. When the evaluation reached the SSS level, did it mean an apprentice was rated at that level? Dinyao hung up the phone. His brows knitted in thought. The terms SS level talent and perfect grade genetic potion kept swirling in his mind. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Perhaps that dream was real. He began to reason. The appearance of genetic potions in the exam was meant to force alchemists to learn. A candidate successfully improved it, but the information was suppressed. The garrison troops, under the guise of capturing anomalies, took away knowledgeable mentors to erase their memories. The apprentice who improved the genetic potion was very likely Du Xiao. This explained why Zhang Zhongwang was suppressing Du Xiao. Given Du Xiao's character, he would not bow to the consortium. If he entered the Alchemy Academy, he would never join the consortium faction. Unable to obtain the perfect grade genetic potion formula, Zhang Zhongwang could only prevent Du Xiao from enrolling. The more Dinyao thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Du Xiao might possess knowledge of potion making from a previous imperial civilization, which meant controlling Du Xiao could lead to the improvement of even more advanced genetic potions. He was acutely aware of the immense strategic value involved. After pondering for a moment, Dinyao picked up the phone. Prepare an airship for me. Meanwhile, outside the alchemy hall of the Hunters Guild in Burt City, Du Xiao, having taken out the trash, noticed the white-eyed crow that had been perched on the tree for days. He wondered if it might be an imperial artifact but felt unworthy. With a mindset to give it a try, Du Xiao extended his hand. The white-eyed crow flew onto his palm, light as a feather. Just as he was puzzled about how to establish ownership, the crow pecked his finger and transformed into a feather, vanishing. Du Xiao stood there in shock, a tidal wave of thoughts crashing in his mind. The imperial artifact had chosen him. The crow's 3 formidable abilities left him ecstatic. An unknowable presence, soul-devouring, and creating its own realm. What a powerful imperial artifact. Du Xiao had been chosen by an imperial artifact, and the crow was exceptionally strong. Du Xiao marveled at his newly acquired ability, a flicker of enthusiasm in his eyes. The power to devour souls not only allowed him to eliminate enemies, but also absorb part of their mental energy. This meant that the more he killed, the stronger he would become, effectively solving the problem of his slow mental energy growth. Eager to test this new capability, Dushio began experimenting. He first stored hundreds of potions in his personal space, along with iron rods, clothing, and advanced pharmacology books from the villa. After half a day, he collapsed onto the sofa at Master Long's house, his face alight with excitement. The fluctuations of his original energy had vanished. Even his bodyguard, Old Wong, couldn't detect them. This must be the ability to remain undetected. The internal space was vast and timeless, allowing him to store freshly deceased bodies for later use. Dushio retrieved a gray mouse, which immediately sprang to life. He opened the church's chat channel and privately messaged Old Long. "Master, can you sense me?" A few seconds later, Old Long replied, "No. Is it the ability of that Imperial artifact?" "No. It's another Imperial artifact," Dushio replied, feigning mystery. "Another one? Where did you find it?" Old Long asked, surprised. "The artifact came to me. Recognizing me as its master," Dushio replied smugly. Seeing Old Long's lack of response, Dushio felt a sense of satisfaction. He picked up the divine contract and raised an eyebrow, saying, "This is your last chance. If you don't comply, I'll throw you in the garbage bin." With that, he bit his finger and signed his name on the contract. Golden patterns spread instantly, and information about the contract appeared in Dushio's mind. It could bind 432 people, with abilities including dream conferencing and pain transfer. Dushio nodded in satisfaction. Although there were differences between these two Imperial artifacts, each had its own unique uses. He donned a human skin mask, preparing to register a new identity at the Hunters Guild. With this disguise, it would be more convenient for him to commit murder and robbery in the future. Dushio mingled with the crowd, waiting in line for registration. While waiting, he browsed forum messages. The results of the Level 1 apothecary exam were about to be announced, and the candidates were fervently praying, more devout than even the most fanatical church followers. An hour later, it was Dushio's turn. Dushio took a deep breath and pushed open the office door. Two staff members sat upright, their eyes sharply scrutinizing him. A man with short hair pointed towards the inner room, indicating for him to go in and input his biometric information first. Nodding, Dushio entered the inner room. Opposite the chair was a row of machines, and the room echoed with mechanical prompts. Following the instructions, he looked directly into the pupil scanner, trying hard not to blink. After failing the first time due to nervousness, he adjusted his breathing and successfully completed the pupil scan. Next was the fingerprint collection. Dushio placed his hands into the mold, spreading his fingers wide. With the sound of entry successful, he exhaled deeply, quietly relieved that the abilities of Crow had indeed fooled the system. When he returned to the outer room to complete the paperwork, Dushio deactivated Crow's ability, causing a faint ripple of original force to emanate from him. The staff, noticing this, assumed he was a fortunate soul from the slums, and refrained from asking further questions. After receiving his identity code, Dushio left the office with a sense of relief. Meanwhile, an airship landed outside Burt City. Dean Yao, greeted by Hu Yanlai and others, entered the city, chatting about Dushio along the way. Hu Yanlai eagerly elaborated on Dushio's background, but Dean Yao interrupted with skepticism about Dushio's origins in the wilds. To verify Dushio's identity, Hu Yanlai hastily summoned Old Wong. Upon entering the meeting room, Old Wong was overawed by the presence of several high-ranking original force warriors accompanying Dean Yao, causing his scalp to tingle with unease. Lowering his head, Old Wong showed his respect. "Wang Cheng, you must answer all the questions truthfully," Hu Yanlai, standing nearby, reminded him. Dean Yao glanced at Hu Yanlai, who wisely stepped back. The elder turned his gaze to Wang Cheng and asked in a calm yet commanding tone, "Do you know Dushio?" Wang Cheng was slightly taken aback, but then respectfully replied, "Yes, Mr. Du is an apprentice alchemist we collaborate with in our hunting group." Feigning casual interest, Dean Yao inquired, "I've heard Dushio is from the Du family of Qingmu City. Is this true? Qingmu City Du family?" Wang Cheng pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. "You must be mistaken. Mr. Du is a refugee from the wilderness, whom I personally rescued. He couldn't possibly be from a prominent family." A hint of interest flickered in Dean Yao's eyes. "You rescued Dushio from the wilderness?" "That's right. I even have a video," Wang Cheng said, pulling out his phone and finding a video of Dushio counterattacking Zhou Yuan. He handed it to the middle-aged Yuan Xiao, who passed it to the elder. Dean Yao watched the video intently, his eyes gleaming. After viewing it, he mused, "So, Dushio only arrived in Burt City at the end of last year. In 6 months, he managed to create 3 types of first-level potions from scratch." Hu Yanlai added, "As far as I know, Dushio had some knowledge of alchemy before, but not much. Before entering Burt City, he hadn't learned the basic formulas." Dean Yao marveled. To grasp the foundational alchemy formulas and produce 3 complete potions in just half a year is a rare talent indeed. He turned to Wang Cheng, intrigued. Do you have any of the potions he made? Wang Cheng replied. Mr. Du delivered some potions yesterday. The team leader went out on a mission. So the potions are still with me? Ding Yao commanded. Bring them here for me to see. A moment later, Ding Yao examined the potions crafted by Du Xiu, his eyes growing brighter. He picked up a soul-calming potion, drank it, and a wide smile spread across his face. This young man diluted a top-grade soul-calming potion into a semi-finished product. He's got guts. He turned to the middle-aged Yuan Xiu behind him. Xiaonan, try this force potion. After drinking it, the middle-aged Yuan Xiu confirmed. This is a diluted force potion, at least of top-grade quality. A satisfied smile appeared on Ding Yao's face as he looked at the wilderness youth in the video, sitting on a snowy mountain eating jerky. The more he looked, the more he liked him. He turned to the middle-aged Yuan Xiu and asked, Xiaonan, what do you think of this young man? The middle-aged Yuan Xiu commented, he's quite impressive. His talent in alchemy is unprecedented, and judging by his way of handling matters, he's not a rigid person. Ding Yao's face showed a self-satisfied smile, as if he were praising his own child. Doesn't he seem like he could be my successor disciple? The middle-aged Yuan Xiu was initially taken aback, then his mouth twitched. Godfather, that might not be appropriate. If you admire him, you can keep him by your side and teach him. There's no need to take him as a successor disciple. Ding Yao's expression turned cold as he glanced at the middle-aged Yuan Xiu. You fool, what do you know? The Hunters Guild was suddenly placed on lockdown just as Du Xiu was about to leave with his newly acquired identity code. A large contingent of members from the Divine Tribunal surrounded the guild, standing vigilantly at every corner. Du Xiu was forced to stop and step aside. Not far away, Hu Yinlai came running, drenched in sweat, and shouted at Hu, the guild leader in charge of security. Before he even caught his breath, Old Hu, have you seen Du Xiu? Du Xiu? Isn't he in the allocation room? Hu asked, puzzled. He's neither in the allocation room nor at home, Hu Yinlai exclaimed anxiously. I saw him at lunch in the cafeteria, but where could he have gone since then? I'll send someone to search immediately. Check the Silver Fox Hunter team base, the Black Mamba bar, and the nearby wetland park. Hu ordered promptly, then asked cautiously, is it someone important looking for Du Xiu? Yes, hurry and find him. We can't keep the elder waiting too long, Hu Yinlai hurriedly instructed before saying, I'll go ask Ding Yao. Watching the two rush off, Du Xiu furrowed his brows. Someone's looking for me? Judging by the situation, it must be someone significant. Could it be a big shot from the consortium? He recalled Ma Juanhao's warning and felt a surge of caution. As he pondered, his palms suddenly grew warm. The church's communication channel had lifted its ban on all messages. Du Xiu's eyes widened. This channel coordinated all the Empire's divergent organizations and was usually silent. Now that it was open, something major must be happening. Sure enough, new messages poured in. Dilixing, everyone, the assassination list is out. Please claim your targets. By Ligio, received. Crawlers Guild, received. Holy Water Sect, received. Various sects responded, while the Holy Sons were particularly lively. Empire of Wealth, Cold Leader, heard you hit a snag in Linta? Need assistance? I'm more than willing to step into Linta. Tiani Sect, welcome. Empire of Wealth, haha. Truth Sect, Cold Leader, have you not recovered your power yet? Tiani Sect, not recovered, still very weak. Artists Association, do you think I believe that? Du Xiu smirked. This group of sly old foxes, always speaking with hidden barbs, and those Holy Sons, each more abstract than the last. Just as he was contemplating, a private message from Old Long popped up. Tiani Sect, what trouble have you stirred up recently? Tiani Sect, no trouble, but why are you at the top of the assassination list? What on earth? Du Xiu was bewildered. I'm at the top of the assassination list? He quickly opened the group file to see. Assassination list number 1. Lina Region, Burt City, Du Xiu. 17-year-old alchemist. Mission reward. An imperial artifact. What the heck? Assassinating me earns an imperial artifact? That's a treasure coveted by countless original cultivators. Shocked, Du Xiu also found it absurdly amusing. Tiani Sect, what have you been up to lately? Tiani Sect, this makes no sense. Even if you got the highest score, they wouldn't offer an imperial artifact as a reward. Tiani Sect, what's your ability? Tiani Sect, maybe it's because of your ability. Western continent. Somewhere in the mountains. A cold, middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes while sitting atop a centipede 10 feet long, its body entirely blood red. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Xiu's awakening of his powers triggered divine punishment, likely usurping a key authority. The church detected the anomaly, deduced Xiu's identity, and issued the highest level wanted notice. But his abilities sound ordinary, so there must be more to it. The Tiani Sect, The man muttered to himself, if you wish to enter the Imperial Academy, you'd better change your identity. Enrolling with your real identity under such a bounty is suicidal. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The alien organizations are full of strong individuals, many at the level of 12 sect leaders. They usually keep a low profile, but the reward from the Imperial artifact can push them to take risks. Du Xiu looked at the message from Lao Long, feeling both angry and frustrated. It wasn't just them. Even he was tempted. He chuckled bitterly, wishing he could kill himself to claim the reward. While chatting with Lao Long, the alien home channel exploded. In just a few minutes, there were over 99 messages, mostly bickering among the holy sons of various organizations, especially those four who were the most active. Miao Miao had mentioned Du Xiu several times, but he chose to ignore it. Out of sight, out of mind, there was nothing good to hear anyway. Suddenly, Dai Lixing mentioned all members. Shut up. Two things. First, the reward for the top of the assassination list is valid until the target is dead. Other bounties are valid for a week, after which they expire. Second, the Church Academy is recruiting again. Besides Long Li Dao, leaders and heirs from each organization must attend the academy for further studies. Gather on Chiba Island, the first island chain of Sharon, in half a month. Someone will meet you there. If you don't come, face the consequences. Various organizations replied with received, except for the Empire of Money, which was disgruntled. Why doesn't Long Li Dao have to go? Dai Lixing replied coldly, get lost, and then enabled a mute for everyone. In the private chat channel, Du Xiu looked at Miao Miao's provocations and smirked. Without a word, he replied with a scathing essay about the other's family lineage, leaving Miao Miao speechless. I grew up on the streets, known as the king of verbal battles. I might not beat you physically, but verbally? Not a chance, Du Xiu snorted, feeling slightly relieved. He began to organize his thoughts. His awakening of powers likely caught the church's attention, leading to this top-level bounty. Soft Bigwig's shock at his powers also proved their uniqueness. Although Crow had the ability to backtrack, it was acquired recently, and the church might have already deduced it and only now officially offered the bounty. In any case, he must assume a new identity to enter the Imperial Academy. With such a long-term assassination bounty, exposure of his true self meant certain death. As for confessing to Dai Lixing, Du Xiu had no plans for now. Despite being a sect leader, Lao Lung seemed not entirely loyal to the aliens, treating the church more like a rich patron to exploit. Even if he confessed, Dai Lixing, as a church lackey, would likely eliminate him to curry favor with the higher-ups. This congregation of the 12 alien organizations by the Church Academy was unprecedented in a millennium, seemingly to rival the Imperial Academy. Lao Lung's absence suggested the church knew he was on the Western continent. The involvement of the Empire of Money's gold coin in the Imperial Academy was noteworthy. As Du Xiu pondered his strategy, Lao Lung sent another message. Don't worry, someone will take your place. Mei Jinyuan, your senior brother, perhaps? He knows your identity, but rest assured, he would never admit you are the Holy Son, nor expose you, because he wants to kill you himself. Du Xiu felt a chill and quickly changed. Tell senior brother I offended someone, to hope senior brother makes more friends. After a brief chat with Lao Long, the conversation ended. Coming back to reality, Du Xiu noticed the gathering of more and more original cultivators around him. He had to leave immediately. Whoever was looking for him, he couldn't reveal himself now. Once exposed, he was as good as a walking Imperial artifact. Before they realized he was missing, he had to retreat. All his belongings and extreme pharmacology books were stored in Crow's space, saving him a lot of trouble. Just as Du Xiu left the Hunters Guild citadel, a large number of original cultivators sealed all exits. He walked through the streets of Burt City, trying to sense the location of the nearest Tianyi sect members. Meanwhile, at a private airfield in Burt City, a man in a burgundy suit, wearing a top hat and leaning on a cane, stood on the steps of a dirigible. He removed his hat and elegantly bowed to the young man on the ground. Brother Hao, thank you for your hospitality. Until we meet again. Mei Jianyuan wore a faint smile, while Ma Juanhao looked reluctant. All good things must come to an end, Mr. Mei. Safe travels. Thank you, Mei Jianyuan replied, turning to board the dirigible. Minutes later, the airship roared and disappeared into the clouds. As the last black dot vanished, Ma Juanhao's reluctant expression turned cold, and he spat. Finally, he's gone. Hope you die out there, and we never meet again. Ma Juanhao toyed with a golden double-winged badge, a smug smile on his lips. The Lin Tower Golden Wing Ma family badge was now his. Recently, after eradicating the Tianyi sect in the Wilderness Forbidden Zone, he officially became one of the core heirs of the Ma family consortium. His status was confirmed. Aliens either dead or gone. Everything was perfect. Ah, the air of freedom. Ma Juanhao spread his arms, embracing the sky. Seconds later, a heat spread across his hand, freezing the smile on his face. A few hours later, inside the villa, Ma Juanhao hesitantly examined the person in front of him, Lian Ruofei, and cautiously asked, Are you the Holy Son? But isn't the Holy Son supposed to be Du Xiu? Just a simple disguise, Du Xiu replied dismissively, though his mind was absorbed in the private chat channel of the House of Anomalies. Goldcoin had mentioned entering the Imperial Academy, and as an anomaly, infiltration was a must. Du Xiu internally scoffed. Why don't you just rob a bank? Snapping back to reality, Du Xiu casually said, nothing much, just came to check on you. Ma Juanhao respectfully replied, thank you for your concern, Holy Son. However, I'm about to leave Burt City and may not be able to entertain you properly. Oh, where are you headed? To be honest, Holy Son, I'm going to the Imperial Academy. Du Xiu's interest was piqued. The Imperial Academy? Did you get accepted? Ma Juanhao inwardly grumbled. It's all because of you guys, always causing trouble or fighting. I'm constantly cleaning up after you. If I don't leave now, I'll end up in a mess. I'm heading straight to the Imperial Academy, away from all this chaos. Du Xiu pressed further, with your qualifications, how did you get into the academy? I got in as an auditing student. Auditing students don't need to take exams? Du Xiu's eyes lit up, thinking this was a perfect opportunity. Ma Juanhao explained, yes, auditing students are admitted without exams, a privilege for the children of Imperial Medal recipients. The Academy's website has recently posted several related announcements. Du Xiu directly asked, can you help me get an auditing student status? What? You want to go to the Imperial Academy too? Ma Juanhao felt a headache coming on, thinking, you're an anomaly, Holy Son. Why would you go to the Imperial Academy? It's one of the Empire's strongholds. Are you tired of living? But he could only reluctantly answer no. No problem. For Ma Juanhao, obtaining an auditing student status wasn't difficult. There were plenty of Imperial Medal recipients in the Ma family consortium. He could just find someone to put his name on the list, but he felt bitter inside, having just sent one person off only to have another join him. And now they were both heading to the Imperial Academy. Life was becoming unbearable. Du Xiu closed his eyes to rest and checked the messages on the church's private chat channel, chuckling to himself. The next day, a luxurious airship soared into the sky, carrying Du Xiu and Ma Juanhao on their journey to the Imperial Academy. In the forums, some people were cheering with excitement, while others were feeling dejected. Du Xiu clicked on a pinned post. The forum was buzzing with heated discussions about the Imperial Academy's assessment. Some complained about their unsatisfactory results, while others lamented the fierce competition. As Du Xiu scrolled through the comments, a particular message caught his attention. Someone claimed he had gone missing. Just as he was puzzling over this, there was a knock at the door. Ma Juanhao entered with some fruit, only to be confronted by Du Xiu about the Imperial Academy's rejection of his application. Ma Juanhao hurriedly explained, leaving Du Xiu skeptical. To ease the tension, Ma Juanhao gave a detailed introduction to the Imperial Academy. Located at the central divine ruins, it connects numerous worlds, serving as both a place of learning and a front line of war. The 7 major academies each have their own focus: alchemy, primordial force, body cultivation, divine judgment, warfare, firearms, and mecha, all aimed at nurturing the future pillars of the empire. After listening, Du Xiu was deep in thought. Even if he was rejected, he wouldn't give up easily. No matter who was behind this, he would get to the bottom of it. The Mecha Academy, in particular, was controversial within the empire, lacking any notable achievements. The Divine Judgment Academy is the most unique among the 7 major academies, serving as the empire's sharpest weapon in warfare. Assassination, infiltration, and tracking are the specialties of its students. Listening to Ma Juanhao's introduction, Du Xiu furrowed his brows slightly. Each of the 7 academies has its own distinct characteristics, but the Divine Judgment Academy is undoubtedly the most mysterious. Ma Juanhao continued, apart from the Alchemy Academy, which requires an alchemist examination, the other 6 academies focus on original cultivation assessments. The exam content varies depending on the academy. The Original Academy values innate force talent, the Physical Academy assesses physical attributes, and the Firearms Academy emphasizes gun sense. Du Xiu nodded thoughtfully. And what about the competition? Ma Juanhao replied, the Original and Alchemy Academies are the most competitive, followed by the Divine Judgment and Physical Academies. The Firearms Academy comes next, while the Warfare and Mecha Academies are relatively less competitive. So, are auditing students only allowed in the Warfare and Mecha Academies? Du Xiu asked perceptively. Ma Juanhao gave Du Xiu an approving look. Exactly. The competition in the Alchemy and Original Academies is too fierce. The Divine Judgment Academy doesn't accept people from financial groups. The Physical Academy is admitting many newly empowered races this year, and the Firearms Academy requires a certain level of gun sense. So, those 2 are the only options left. He paused before adding, I recommend you choose the Warfare Academy. Why do you say that? Du Xiu asked, puzzled. Ma Juanhao was vague. I'm not sure about the specifics. It's my father's suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, Du Xiu decisively said, then the Warfare Academy it is. 3 days later, the admission list for the Imperial Academies was announced, stirring excitement throughout the empire. Du Xiu, using Lien Ruofei's identity, logged into the original forum and saw posts rapidly refreshing like falling snowflakes. One pinned post caught his attention. Imperial Academy results announced. Replies flooded in below the post. Original Academy, here I come. Physical Academy, gather up. Divine Judgment, Divine Judgment, Divine Judgment. New students from all the major academies engaged in heated debates on the forum, boasting about their prowess and backgrounds. Students from the Far East Zone, the three major island chains, the Western regions, and the Central 12 zones all made their presence known, refusing to back down. Some expressed amazement. This academy year is unbelievable, only level geniuses and above can get into the original and alchemy academies. Others scoffed. Those at the Mecha and Warfare academies can go eat at the dog table. The discussion quickly shifted to the topic of newly empowered races. Some worried this would affect the empire's expansion, while others pointed out that the church has more races waiting to be conquered. Seeing the debate intensify, someone reminded everyone, have you set off yet? Only 3 days until the semester begins. On the way, the results were announced late, but the start date isn't postponed, so frustrating, someone complained. Where's the genius list for this year? Hasn't anyone compiled it yet? It's out already, damn. They're all monsters. As Du Xiu observed the bustling forum, a slight smile played on his lips. An exciting academy life was about to begin. Du Xiu was engrossed in what he was reading. His gaze wandered across the forum posts, noting that the hostility on the original cultivation forum was even more intense than on the pharmacist's forum. He observed that the admission standards for the Imperial Academy had significantly increased this year, and the start date had sparked numerous complaints. The short interval between the announcement of the list and the start of the term left many scrambling to make the journey. As he pondered this, a trending post caught his attention. Top 10 super geniuses of the Imperial Academy. The post claimed the rankings were absolutely objective and fair. Raising an eyebrow, Du Xiu clicked to read more. At the top of the list was Zhang Sheng, an 18-year-old with SS-level talent. Not only was he a holder of an Imperial artifact, but he was also hailed as the greatest genius of the Empire in a millennium. As the core heir of the Zhang financial conglomerate in the capital, his strength had reached a Qi and blood level of 99, earning him the title of unbeatable at his level. In second place was Jiang Yuan, who had reached SS level at the age of 17. A future pillar of the Divine Judgment Academy, she was also an Imperial artifact bearer, renowned for her lightning abilities and stunning beauty. Her strength had reached 96, earning her the nickname, the sharpest blade of the Empire. Ranking third was Zhang Guanxi, famed for his talent in alchemy. At 18, he was already a level 1 pharmacist, praised as the king of alchemy. The list continued, with each genius having their unique attributes. Zhao Di was called the wind soaring above the empire. Leslie was a prince of the Yuan clan. Sui Chunxing was the sunny and cheerful big boy. And Yu Su was the strongest assassin of the new generation. The comment section was abuzz. Fans fervently praised their idols, with some marveling at Zhang Sheng's talent, others captivated by Jiang Yuan's beauty and power. Some even mentioned that Jiang Yuan had recently participated in another ethnic cleansing operation. According to incomplete statistics, Jiang Yuan and her mentor had exterminated 11 races, seemingly always either in the midst of a massacre or on their way to one. To the race granted life, listen as I thank you for your existence. Du Xiu browsed the forum discussions about the new students at the Imperial Academy, his brow slightly furrowed. The names Jiang Yuan, Zhang Guanxi, and Xiao Yi appeared frequently, sparking heated debates. Some praised Zhang Guanxi's expertise in pharmacology, while others insisted that Xiao Yi was the true legend. Rumors about Xiao Yi were particularly sensational, with tales of him single-handedly challenging 6 academy mentors. Du Xiu couldn't help but marvel at the talent among this year's newcomers to the Imperial Academy. In previous years, a single SS-rated genius was a rare find. Yet this year there were 6 SS-rated prodigies, along with numerous SS individuals. Considering those hiding their true abilities, the caliber of talent at the Imperial Academy this year was astonishing. He recalled the rumors about the enigmatic organization known as the Money Empire, whose representative, Jin Bai, was also set to enroll a formidable SS-level genius, not to be underestimated. Du Xiu's eyes gleamed with a flash of excitement, feeling a surge of boldness. This year's Imperial Academy was destined to be fiercely competitive and extraordinarily captivating. Imperial Academy, here I come. In the year 962 of the Imperial calendar, on the morning of August 1st, a golden ray of dawn pierced the horizon. The golden light spread across the entire empire, and the streets of the core fortress cities in various regions were filled with eager Yuanchu. In the city of Linta, a car moved slowly along. A man in his 30s rolled down the window and looked at the dazzling young crowd in the distance, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He lit a cigarette and exhaled softly. "Dad, what are they waiting for?" a curious little boy asked from the back seat. They're waiting for someone to take them on a new journey, the man replied, his voice filled with deeper meaning. What is this new journey? It's the center of the world. A woman hurried over and took a seat in the front passenger seat, scolding the man for smoking. The man smiled wryly and put out the cigarette. Dad, why aren't you going to the center of the world? The little boy asked again. Because for me, the center of the world is right here, the man said, patting his son's head. Suddenly, the sky churned violently, and the clouds formed a massive vortex. A colossal bronze gate, 1,000 meters high, broke through the mist and slowly came into view. The ancient, mysterious patterns on the gate emitted a faint glow, holding endless secrets. With a thunderous sound, the bronze gate opened slightly. Dozens of Yuanshu from the Hunters Guild flew to the gate for security, their formidable aura intimidating the surroundings. The bronze gate has appeared. The Academy mentors are here to take us. Tens of thousands of new students below were thrilled. Half an hour later, the gate fully opened. 7 enormous Sinjai-class warships emerged, blotting out the sky and astonishing the entire city. A middle-aged man flew out from one of the ships and announced the boarding of new students. Ma Juanhao bid farewell to his third uncle on the rooftop of a building. His uncle advised him to be more restrained at the academy and to make connections with the heirs of financial groups from other regions. Ma Juanhao nodded in agreement on the surface and then turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, the uncle sighed. At least he's not only interested in men. Otherwise, he would really have to consider supporting another heir. Below the warship, there were dozens of staircases leading to it, with long lines of people waiting. Members of the Hunter Guild and the garrison were sternly maintaining order. A garrison officer in the Tongmai realm noticed Ma Juanhao approaching and hurriedly greeted him with flattery. Young Master Lu, please follow me. Ma Juanhao nodded slightly and followed him. Du Xiao and the alluring woman tried to follow, but the officer reminded them, Young Master Lu, the Imperial Academy only allows new students to enter alone, without attendance. They are new students as well, Ma Juanhao said calmly. What? The officer was taken aback. These two clearly looked like attendants, and so-called new students were likely just auditors. Auditor spots were extremely rare. Giving one to a male attendant was understandable. He might be a pharmacist despite lacking any apparent power. But what about this alluring woman? What could she possibly do at the academy? Just sway her hips? Do you have a problem? Ma Juanhao narrowed his eyes. No, no problem at all. Please follow me, the officer said nervously, leading the three past the queue and directly onto the warship. Ma Juanhao led Du Xiao to the front of the inspection line. The young people originally at the front looked displeased, but swallowed their complaints upon seeing the golden twinwing insignia on Ma Juanhao's chest. The Linta Jinwing Ma family, the uncrowned kings of the Linta region, were not to be trifled with. Du Xiao entered the inspection room, and a mechanical voice announced, Please enter your identity code. Look at the screen. Identity verification in progress. Identity verified. Matching with new student information. Academy new student number being generated. Your Academy new student number is 96202485567. Please remember this. It is your new identity proof. Welcome to the Imperial Academy. Long live the Empire. Du Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. The world truly is unfair, he thought, recalling the young people he and Old Long had encountered in the wilderness who were desperately trying to get into the academy. For Ma Juanhao, entry was effortlessly obtained. Ma Juanhao gestured, and the officer led them to a luxurious suite. Young Master Ma, you'll have to endure a few days here until all new students are inspected before we depart. All right, find her a room, Ma Juanhao instructed, pointing at the alluring woman. The officer was momentarily stunned but complied, of course. After sending the officer and the woman away, Ma Juanhao smiled at Du Xiao and explained, I apologize for any inconvenience, holy son. Please don't take offense. It was unavoidable. It's fine. Du Xiao waved dismissively and entered the bedroom. Ma Juanhao glanced at the sofa in the living room, a flicker of frustration in his eyes. The warship only stayed for a day. Early the next morning, before dawn, an announcement sounded in the new students' dormitory. Attention all new students, the warship is about to depart. There may be turbulence. Do not be alarmed. Ladders are retracting. Warship preparing for takeoff. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Level 3 engines ignited. Level 2 engines ignited. Level 1 engines ignited. The warship's rear erupted with blinding blue light, accompanied by a roar as it soared skyward, leaving a blue trail before disappearing into the open bronze gates. 2 nights later, 7 warships with glowing blue undersides sped through the sky, resembling 7 brilliant blue sapphires set against the night. Suddenly, several red lights appeared in the distance. In an instant, an ear-piercing alarm blared within the warship. Attention all departments. Unknown warships approaching. Moments later, numerous warships appeared on the horizon. The opposing side launched the first attack, with countless missiles streaking toward the student transport warship. Activate defense systems. Deploy level 1 force shields. Prepare for interception, the commander shouted. Messenger. Alert all new students. Have them put on their intelligent parachutes. Yes, sir. Many new students awoke abruptly from their sleep as doors were flung open, letting in the cold wind. A burly messenger bellowed. Wake up! The church is attacking. Everyone put on your intelligent parachutes. Head to the escape pod exits. Forget your luggage. Is your life or your luggage more important? Pale-faced, the students hastily threw on clothes, strapped on parachutes, and ran outside. Outside, countless intercepted shells exploded near the warship, casting large plumes of fire. The violent shockwaves rocked the warship back and forth. Boom! Several missiles hit the warship, spewing thick black smoke. Warship 1's power source damaged. Activating backup power source. Initiating acceleration boost. Acceleration boost failed. Warship 3 severely damaged. Preparing for emergency landing. Warship 4 is about to lose control. All new students proceed to the escape pod exits. The warship was going down, and all new students were preparing to parachute to safety. The commander roared. As soon as the alarm blared, Du Xiu's eyes snapped open, and he was instantly alert. He sat up quickly, and an iron rod appeared in his hand as if by magic. He listened intently to the alarm announcements aboard the spaceship. Under attack? Crashing? Not good. He sprang to his feet and headed out, formulating an escape plan in his mind. In the living room, Ma Juanhao was snoring loudly. Du Xiu called his name several times to no avail, so he resorted to slapping him awake. Ma Juanhao awoke with an angry curse, but Du Xiu, with a grim expression, quickly explained the situation. The two hurriedly put on their shoes. As the spaceship shook violently once more, they exchanged a glance and rushed out of the room. The hallway was already filled with many new recruits, with guards directing everyone toward the escape pods. In the chaos, Ma Juanhao called for his attendant bodyguards. Led by a young guard, a group of over 100 people quickly made their way to the escape pods. Near the escape pods, a guard briefly outlined the safety instructions. As the hatch opened, a gust of cold wind roared in. The new recruits hesitated at the sight of the dark earth below. Finally, under the guard's shouted orders, someone mustered the courage to jump, yelling, "Long live the Empire!" as they leapt. Du Xiu didn't hesitate and soon followed suit. Battling the fierce wind, he quickly mastered the parachute controls. In the distance, he spotted several lights that seemed to indicate a city and adjusted his course accordingly. Several hours later, as dawn broke, Du Xiu landed in a dense forest. He looked around, frustrated to find it difficult to determine his direction. After taking a stamina potion, he chose a path and ventured into the forest. An hour later, he controlled a vulture's corpse to rise and survey the area, only to realize he had been heading the wrong way. 2 more hours passed before Du Xiu finally emerged from the forest. In the wilderness, he unexpectedly encountered Zhu Zhangxian, who was also trudging along. Du Xiu pulled out his backpack and quickly made his way toward his old friend. Meeting an old friend in a distant land is one of life's greatest joys. What a coincidence. Du Xiu feigned surprise and then, with a puzzled look, asked, "Zhu, did your warship crash too?" Zhu Zhangxian sighed, his brows furrowed. Yes, it did. It wasn't just our Linta district. Other districts also faced attacks from the others, forcing us to parachute to safety. Du Xiu's eyes narrowed as he pressed further. Other districts too? How did you find out? I ran into people from the Haimu and Zifu districts right after I landed. Zhu Zhangxian replied angrily. I wanted to team up with them, but they turned me down, saying I wasn't strong enough. Du Xiu fell into deep thought. Multiple districts attacked simultaneously? Something's off. The church's communication channel hasn't announced any change in plans. The others' leaders should be gathering on Chiba Island. They shouldn't have the strength to attack so many ships at once. It doesn't add up. Noticing Du Xiu's silence, Zhu Zhangxian changed the subject. Lian, which academy did you apply to? The War Academy, Du Xiu replied, snapping back to the present with a smile. What about you? The Mecha Academy, Zhu Zhangxian replied with a knowing grin. The Rookie Academies, haha. As they chatted, they trekked for over 3 hours and arrived at an abandoned fortress city. The city walls were crumbling, scarred with bullet holes, and only weeds swayed among the ruins. Is this the human fortress that was overrun? Du Xiu murmured to himself. They moved through the city and noticed signs of recent activity. Du Xiu suggested they split up the search for the Hunters Guild outpost and meet back in half an hour. Zhu Zhangxian agreed and left, while Du Xiu sent a vulture drone to scout the city. 20 minutes later, Du Xiu took a soul-soothing potion to alleviate his mental exhaustion. He discovered the Hunters Guild in the east, where many newcomers had already gathered and were quarreling. After regrouping with Zhu Zhangxian, the two headed towards the Hunters Guild. From a distance, they could hear the sounds of an argument. How can you hoard the supplies? We found them first. Exactly. We offered to share with you out of pity, and now you're kicking us out." Dozens of newcomers glared at a tall man with silver hair and golden eyes, his muscular body covered in menacing tattoos on his right arm. He sneered, his eyes flashing with malice. "Get lost. Bunch of losers." The crowd erupted in anger. "Say that again. You bastard." You can tell he's not human just by his slit eyes. These aliens should all be wiped out. "Let's get him, brothers." A group of young, spirited academy freshmen couldn't tolerate the insults from the silver-haired young man and immediately surrounded him. With a sinister smile on his lips, Gu Tong, the silver-haired young man, moved like lightning, kicking up dust as he charged into the crowd. The front row of freshmen didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying as if hit by a train, crashing into those behind them. Several fell to the ground, coughing up blood, their faces showing fear. With this kind of power, he must be a prodigy from the golden generation, someone thought, their heart trembling with fear, causing them to retreat. But more freshmen, driven by adrenaline, glared fiercely and launched a fierce attack on Gu Tong. "Your punches are as weak as a woman's," Gu Tong taunted, taking a few hits without flinching. "I'm done playing with you. This is boring." Before his words had fully left his mouth, Gu Tong's speed increased dramatically, leaving afterimages in his wake. In just 20 seconds, dozens of freshmen were knocked to the ground, their faces pale, blood spilling from their mouths. "Who the hell are you?" the strongest freshman demanded, unwilling to back down. Gu Tong stepped on his face, bending down to speak coldly. "The name's Gu Tong. Remember it, because it will haunt your entire time at the academy." "Fine. I'll remember it." The freshman, eyes bloodshot, stared at Gu Tong with unyielding defiance. "Yes, that's the look of hatred I like to see. I'll be waiting for your revenge." Gu Tong pressed down harder on the freshman's cheek, baring his teeth in a grin before turning away into the building. In the distance, freshmen who hadn't fought, but were studying to be alchemists, took out healing potions and distributed them to their injured companions. Zhu Zhangxian clenched his fists in anger, exclaiming, "Damn it, those outsiders deserve to die." Meanwhile, Du Xiu remained expressionless, contemplating. Gu Tong's power surpasses Wang Dahai at the open meridian stage, at least an 85 blood strength level genius, or even higher. This name hasn't appeared on the forums, indicating he's a dark horse that emerged unexpectedly. By evening, parachuting freshmen gathered, numbering nearly 10,000. Gu Tong struck again, single-handedly defeating 7 freshmen with over 60 blood strength levels, stealing the spotlight. This time, he distributed supplies, and no one dared to challenge him. Everyone exchanged information and discovered they were from different districts of the empire. Warships from dozens of districts had been attacked by the church, scattering millions of freshmen across this divine ruin world. Faces were filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Suddenly, the LED screen on the building emitted static sounds, and the image flickered. Many freshmen gathered around. On the screen appeared a stern-faced, middle-aged man who, after confirming the transmission with someone beside him and learning the backup power was limited, looked directly at the screen and said in a grave voice, "To all the Imperial Academy freshmen, I apologize for our mistake that led to the destruction of the warship. You are now in a secondary divine ruin, the Moonlit World. This is a divine ruin world abandoned after a war. The rescue team has been dispatched and will arrive in 3 to 5 days. Within the Moonlit Ruins, there are insect creatures called sand thorax bugs that attack humans at night. We hope you can use the weapons left in the city to fend off the insect tide until the rescue team arrives. Each city's strategic reserve has..." The middle-aged man continued his warnings, and a few minutes later, the power ran out, and the screen went dark. The remaining freshmen looked at each other in dismay. Chaos erupted instantly. The square became overwhelmingly noisy. In the context of this world, a level 2 divine ruin signifies that the highest power level is at the Qi opening stage, meaning no stronger insect species will appear, a senior explained with a hint of unease. However, the scale of the insect swarm might be overwhelming. "Insect swarm? Can we withstand it?" someone asked anxiously. "Why worry? Men of the Empire are born to fight against the Church," another voice shouted, trying to boost morale. At that moment, a calm voice emerged: "Sandchamber bugs, a level 1 insect species, with some reaching level 2. They are 2 meters long, have numerous legs on the sides, armored bodies, huge mouths but no eyes. They hunt by sensing and prefer nocturnal activity. Their thick skin makes them impervious to light. Night battles put us at a disadvantage." "Damn, a real insect swarm would have at least 100,000 of them," someone cursed. Amidst the growing panic, several respected seniors stepped forward. They quickly assigned tasks and organized defenses. Freshmen from the Firearms and Mech Academy were sent to the strategic reserve to find weapons, while others formed teams to defend the fortress. Alchemists gathered into medical teams, and elite students from the Body Cultivation and Divine Judgment Academies formed a spearhead unit. Those from the War Academy, Elect representatives to take charge of overall command, a voice called out. Develop defensive strategies, set up firepower grids, and ensure there's room for retreat. We must hold out for 5 days. In the chaos, Zhu Zhangxian said to his brother Lian, I'll head to the strategic reserve first. Take care. With that, he hurried off. Nearly 10,000 freshmen, led by decisive seniors, quickly transitioned into a state of war readiness, taking their positions. Despite their youth, they were already equipped with basic wartime thinking in this era and could swiftly adapt to their roles. Students from the 7 major academies sprang into action, preparing for the imminent battle. Freshmen from the Firearms and Mech Academy were familiar with various firearms and artillery. During the academy entrance exams, assessments in these areas held significant weight. It was most fitting for them to handle the inventory and maintenance of weapons. All right, take care, Du Xiu said. Zhu Zhangxian nodded solemnly, raising his fist and shouting, Long live the Empire! This slogan momentarily caught Du Xiu off guard. For every citizen of the Empire, these 4 words were ingrained in their very being, but for Du Xiu, who had grown up without parents and lived a life of hardship, they felt unfamiliar. He forced a smile and echoed the chant. Immediately, the surrounding freshmen responded enthusiastically, their shouts rising and falling. Long live the Empire! Damn it! Long live the Empire! The entire square erupted in a wave of sound, echoing between heaven and earth. As the sunset painted the sky red, the freshmen began to bustle with activity. Calls for forming teams and disputes over leadership intertwined. Du Xiu stood apart, feeling out of place. He wasn't being lazy. He genuinely couldn't help. As a student of the Academy of Warfare, he knew nothing about the related content, and his energy was pitifully low. He could only pretend to be an ordinary alchemist, handing over a few potions to a contact and then retreating to observe from the sidelines. Gu Tong was the same. He disdainfully surveyed the fervent freshman and left the Hunters Guild directly. No one dared to stop this domineering and ruthless outsider. Du Xiu speculated that he might be heading straight for the Zerg nest. Low-level Zerg are remotely controlled by the queen. Once the queen is killed, they become like headless flies. This is why elite hunter teams are constantly emerging. However, the interior of a Zerg nest is fraught with danger, and success is no easy feat. Du Xiu decided to follow and see. He recalled the characteristics of the sand barrel bug and felt that with Raven's abilities, he shouldn't be attacked. For safety, Du Xiu first altered his appearance, mimicking a well-known energy instructor. He released a vulture to circle in the sky, keeping a close watch on Gu Tong, who was striding away. Within the Imperial Academy, in a certain space, hundreds of pale blue screens floated in the air, displaying the performances of freshmen from various fortress cities. In the darkness, numerous powerful energy practitioners sat in private rooms, their presence deep and imposing. They gathered in small groups or clusters, observing the freshmen through floor-to-ceiling windows. Without students around, the instructors appeared relaxed and informal. Someone joked, every time I come to the surveillance center, it feels like watching a movie. It's not a surveillance center. It's the power of the Imperial device, monitoring all realms. Don't make it sound so sleazy, another person retorted. It was said that last year's Academy graduates performed poorly at the Imperial graveyard, and the Academy leaders were severely reprimanded by military officials. The main Academy is now under pressure. The Academy leaders held an emergency meeting with serious expressions. We must increase the intensity of competition this year. We cannot have a repeat of last year's situation, the headmaster stated solemnly, and everyone nodded in agreement. How about we throw the new students into the Chaos Ruins for training? Someone suggested. The headmaster shook his head. That's too dangerous. We need a first lesson for the freshmen, to set them on the right path from the start. They finally decided to release sand beetles in the Imperial graveyard. Deploy 8 nests, each guarded by 100 level 2 sand beetles, the headmaster decided. That should be enough to give these newcomers a real challenge. The news spread quickly. The forums buzzed with discussions, with some worrying that exceptional talents might directly attack the nests. Don't worry, even among the top 10 super talents, 1 or 2 wouldn't get past 100 level 2 sand beetles, someone analyzed. At that moment, several figures appeared on the screen, heading towards the nests. A black-robed individual wearing a fierce beast mask stopped before a nest, holding a black book, murmuring, I'm sorry. The Lord says you are guilty, unforgivably so. A chubby guy with a pig mask hid behind a tree, panting and mumbling to himself. Sand beetles love gold. There must be treasures in the nest. You all better gather some valuable stuff for me. A handsome young man in white stood on the head of a fierce tiger, his gaze burning as he stared at the nest. A silver-haired muscular man punched an oncoming sand beetle to pieces, a bloodthirsty grin on his face. Crush the queen beetle, and I can finally get a good night's sleep. The silver-haired young man, muscles rippling, smashed an attacking sand beetle with a single punch, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. Nearby, The ground was littered with insect corpses. The bugs near the nest sure know how to take a hit. Once the queen beetle is down, he thought, I should be able to sleep peacefully. Under the moonlight, a vulture circled in the sky. Duccio stood on a tree trunk, fiddling with a soul-calming potion, squinting into the distance. The mountain peaks had been hollowed out by sand cavity worms, resembling a honeycomb. The area around the insect nest was lush and dense, blocking out the sky. From deep within the forest came the sounds of a fight, and Duccio thought to himself, it must be Gu Tong causing the commotion. Although he disliked Gu Tong's violent nature, he had to admit that his strength was exceptional. Even from afar, he exuded an overwhelming presence. Duccio pondered for a moment, choosing not to rush forward. With his current abilities, he wasn't ready to handle a chaotic battle. Suddenly, sounds of fighting erupted from other directions around the insect nest. Surprised, Duccio directed the vulture to fly higher. In the moonlight, he could vaguely see large swaths of trees falling. Including Gu Tong, there were 4 new students who had found this place. It seems this batch of extraordinary newcomers are not ones to sit idly by. Duccio mused. Ordinary newcomers would stick together. Yet these top geniuses were already taking on the insect nest directly. Moments later, a piercing sound came from within the insect nest. The surrounding sand cavity worms grew restless and moved towards the nest, causing the ground to tremble. Half an hour later, the swarm's movement slowed, and they looked around in confusion. Duccio jumped down from the tree, his expression solemn. Someone has dealt with the queen worm. Should I go in and take a look? Too dangerous? As he hesitated, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Fortune favors the bold. A determined glint appeared in Duccio's eyes as he put away the vulture and strode towards the insect nest. The path was littered with the smashed bodies of sand cavity worms, their fluids staining the ground. Inside the nest, the stone chamber where the queen worm resided was in ruins. Nearly 100 second-level sand cavity worm corpses lay scattered, each with a different death. Some were intact as if they had suddenly died. Others were shriveled, as if drained of blood. Some were smashed to pieces, and others were severed as if by a sharp blade. For young individuals were each engaged in their own battles. A black-robed figure wearing a beast mask held a black book, whispering prayers in front of the queen worm's corpse. A chubby fellow in a pig mask sat on the ground, sighing with an empty bag in hand, muttering, a total loss this time. A handsome young man in a white robe stood in the center, hands behind his back, looking composed. The bloodstains on his chest seemed more like a badge of honor than a mark of disgrace. Gu Tong sat on a boulder, breathing heavily, his golden vertical pupils scrutinizing the other 3 with both apprehension and eagerness. Amidst the eerie atmosphere, a 5th voice suddenly spoke. You newcomers are quite impressive. An authoritative middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere, arms crossed, his voice low. The 4 instantly tensed, as if facing a formidable enemy. They hadn't even noticed when he had arrived. The 4 instinctively used their original force to probe, but sensed no fluctuation. This meant he was either an ordinary person or far more powerful. The middle-aged man's extraordinary aura, along with the white-eyed, black-feathered crow on his shoulder, clearly indicated he was no ordinary person. A thought simultaneously arose in their minds. This must be an instructor from the Imperial Academy, at least a condensed core realm expert. The young man in the white robe stared at the middle-aged man in surprise. Are you instructor sure? Yes, indeed. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, glancing around as he asked, Did you kill the queen worm? Yes. No. No. 3 voices responded simultaneously. The young man in the white robe admitted it, while the 2 masked individuals denied it. Gu Tong stood with arms crossed, looking proud and not responding. The man in the pig mask chuckled. Instructor sure, I've heard so much about you. The queen worm was already dead when I arrived. I wouldn't dare claim credit. The beast-masked individual chimed in. That's right, when I got here, the queen worm was already dead. Is that so? Instructor sure smiled meaningfully. Being able to reach this place is proof of your exceptional abilities. Excessive modesty is not a virtue. With that, he raised his hand, and a table appeared out of thin air, with a pin and a light green beast skin on it. This display left everyone in awe. Manifesting objects out of thin air was undoubtedly an ability of an imperial artifact. Possessing a spatial imperial artifact meant one was among the elite. The group grew even more apprehensive, and the small schemes of the 2 masked individuals were quickly abandoned. Instructor Sure surveyed the group and said, Reaching this place is a great achievement for you all. Leave your names here. The young man in the white robe inquired, A great achievement? Instructor Sure, what do you mean by that? The incident of the warship crash was a test by the Academy to assess your ability to respond to sudden events. Those of you who have shown courage and strength to reach this point will naturally be rewarded by the Academy, said Instructor Sure. The person with the beast mask spoke calmly. Instructor Sure, I have no intention of claiming credit or seeking attention. I appreciate your kindness. I sustained internal injuries during the attack on the insect nest, and it is not appropriate for me to stay long. I must excuse myself to seek treatment. Yes, yes, the person with the pig mask quickly chimed in. Thank you for your generosity, instructor. I'm just a nobody trying to get by, and I hate being in the spotlight. Besides, I'm seriously injured too and urgently need rest, or it might damage my foundation. As he spoke, he feigned weakness and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Instructor Sure frowned, interrupting coldly. I asked you to write down your names, firstly to record your achievements, and secondly to check if any of you are outsiders. His expression grew more stern. Are you trying to hide something? The Imperial Academy is open to all races and treats everyone equally. If we meant you harm, would we wait until now? His words eased the tension on their faces. The Academy's test was indeed reasonable. The simultaneous attack on so many warships was suspicious, and the two masked prodigies were the best evidence. A handsome young man in a white robe, with joy flashing in his eyes, stepped forward and wrote Zhao Di on the hide. A crow landed on his shoulder for inspection, and Instructor Sure praised. Zhao Di, your loyalty to the Empire is commendable. Zhao Di responded humbly, though he couldn't hide his delight. Gu Tong snorted coldly and stepped forward to sign. Instructor Sure simply remarked, you're fine too? Gu Tong remained expressionless, internally scoffing at the Empire's prejudice against other races. The beast mask person wrote, Zhang San, and Instructor Sure smirked silently. The pig mask person hesitated for a long time before finally writing, Li Si. After the inspection, Instructor Sure announced that everyone could leave. Once they were gone, Instructor Sure sighed with relief and quickly left as well. Inside the Academy's space, many instructors watched the scene unfold, exchanging glances. The real Instructor Sure looked at the identical Instructor Sure with a twitching eye. In the void, several big shots marveled at the extraordinary nature of this year's newcomers. Haha, interesting, truly interesting. A freshman daring to impersonate an Academy instructor. This is a first for the Academy. This cohort of newcomers is indeed full of hidden talents, possessing an Imperial artifact with spatial capabilities. Remarkable. Is that crow the manifestation of the artifact? An artifact that can transform into a crow is a top-tier artifact never seen before. Has it been awakened? The pale blue beast hide was extraordinary, likely an Imperial artifact. Du Xiu examined the pale blue beast hide in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This Imperial artifact could not only disguise itself as a small stone, but also do so with such realism. It was clearly not an ordinary technique, but rather reminiscent of the long-lost, legendary artifact known as Thousand Faces. He recalled the lengths he had gone to in search of the Thousand Faces, and was astonished to find it in the possession of this young man today. This kid possessed 3 Imperial artifacts, which was quite remarkable. By all rights, a person should only be able to wield one Imperial artifact. How was he not afraid of the backlash? Du Xiu analyzed carefully. The crow was a top-tier Imperial artifact, the beast hide was likely a quasi-Imperial artifact, and special tools didn't count as Imperial artifacts. Strictly speaking, the kid only had one true Imperial artifact. Interesting. He then thought of Zhao Di's SS-level innate talent and wind abilities, Gu Tong's unique bloodline inheritance, and the 2 mysterious masked newcomers. All 4 were at the 90-path blood energy realm. If they formed a hunter team, they might become the strongest combination the Empire had seen in a millennium. However, Du Xiu quickly shook his head. Geniuses are often solitary and proud. The more talented they are, the harder it is to bring them together. The top talents of each era are renowned in the stars due to their unbeatable, forward-charging spirit. Once they submit to others, that spirit dissipates entirely. Just then, someone exclaimed, "There's a new student attacking the insect nest again." Du Xiu immediately turned his attention to the surveillance screen. A girl stood atop a mountain with a sniper rifle. A boy wielded a blood blade, walking alone in the wilderness. Another, with wings on his back, was fiercely attacking the insect nest. And yet another was fighting bare-chested, taking on hundreds single-handedly. In the footage, a group of young people, covered in blood, laughed loudly under the moonlight, fleeing in disarray, with countless sandworms in pursuit. 8 insect nests were under attack. This batch of freshmen is quite audacious. No wonder they're called the Golden Generation. They've got guts, someone remarked. In past years, just one genius would be a treasure beyond compare, and now they're appearing in droves. Truly a blessing for the Empire. Another agreed. Several hours later, an Academy instructor reported. 1 insect nest was breached, the queen was killed. 3 nests were completely destroyed, the queen's heavily injured. 4 nests were severely damaged, with over half the sandworm guards dead or wounded. Continue deploying new insect nests and queens, an Academy elder coldly instructed. In the dense forest, Du Xiu sat on a thick tree branch, his face pale, rubbing his temples continuously. He hadn't anticipated that using the divine contract would be so mentally exhausting, whereas using the crow had no adverse effects. He speculated it might be because the crow had willingly recognized him as its master, while the divine contract was forcibly bound. He took out several soul-soothing potions and drank them all, then surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was watching. His facial features began to twist and change. Moments later, he transformed into a handsome young man. To be safe, I'll stick with Defei's face from now on, Du Xiu murmured to himself, a smile appearing on his lips. He took out the pale blue beast hide and carefully examined the contract contents. The divine contract now displayed 4 golden names: Mi Jialuo, Zhu Jia, Gu Tong, and Zhao Di. Even though the 2 masked individuals used pseudonyms, the contract still took effect, automatically revealing their real names. Du Xiu analyzed. Mi Jialuo is likely the strongest among them, evident from their positioning. In the Queen's Stone Hall, Mi Jialuo took the center spot. Even the usually domineering Gu Tong only dared to rest at the edges. The looks from Gu Tong and the white-robed young man toward Mi Jialuo were filled with apprehension, even a hint of fear. The method to use the divine contract is that anyone can write their name, including pseudonyms, on the contract book with any pen. This action signifies the signing of the contract. The number of contracted individuals is limited by the owner's strength, starting at 4 people, then 16, 32, with a maximum of 32. Zhu Jia is the man with the pig-headed mask, and his strength should not be underestimated. Wearing a pig-headed mask, Zhu Jia exuded an aura of formidable power. Among those present, he seemed to be the only one unafraid of Mikalo. When it was time to sign, Zhu Jia slightly tilted his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Mikalo, why don't you go first?" Mikalo paused, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes, and then surprisingly nodded in agreement. This scene left Du Xiu secretly astonished. Both individuals were concealing their identities, yet Mikalo was willing to test the waters for Zhu Jia, indicating Zhu Jia's extraordinary capabilities. However, Du Xiu reconsidered and thought that perhaps Mikalo simply wasn't worried about the test and didn't want to bother with Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia's reaction while signing also caught Du Xiu's attention. His expression was slightly tense, and his fingers trembled slightly, suggesting there might be an issue with his identity. A figure flashed in Du Xiu's mind: the Saint Sun coin of the anomalous organization, the Money Empire. Rumor had it that coin had arrived at the Imperial Academy, and Zhu Jia was likely his alias. The third to sign was Gu Tong. He wasn't human but belonged to another sentient race known for its violent and arrogant nature, with incredible combat prowess. The fourth was Zhao Di, ranked 4th among the top 10 super geniuses of the Imperial Academy, an SS-level wind ability user with considerable popularity. Watching the 4 finish signing, Du Xiu's lips curled into a slight smile. His impromptu disguise as an academy mentor had unexpectedly succeeded. Although the divine contract wasn't particularly powerful, it had 2 uses: forcibly summoning the contracted into a dream and transferring pain. The former couldn't directly harm the opponent, while the latter required self-harm to be effective. Du Xiu decided to hold off for now and wait until he found the herbs needed for the calamity cultivation before using the contract. After all, signing the contract had already consumed a significant amount of mental energy, and using other abilities rashly could lead to mental exhaustion. He planned to first concoct a perfect level 1 soul-soothing potion before cautiously utilizing the divine contract's abilities. Having organized his thoughts, Du Xiu quietly slipped back into the fortress city in the early hours. 5 days later, at night, near the fortress city, the sky was lit up by artillery fire and thick smoke. Countless searchlights illuminated the surroundings of the fortress, making it as bright as day. Massive sand beetles emerged from the darkness, advancing towards the fortress city. The battlefield was divided into multiple zones. Body cultivators, relying on their incredibly robust physiques, continuously lured the sand beetles into preset traps. From a vantage point, a Tumperlong primal energy rifle glowed with a blue light as the gunner ignited the kinetic loading symbol with primal energy. After a brief charge, it fired. The bullet pierced the night sky, embedding itself in the head of a sand beetle that had climbed high. In an instant, its entire head exploded like a smashed watermelon, splattering insect fluids everywhere. The creature's body then collapsed heavily to the ground. Nearby, a freshman operating conventional artillery stood shirtless with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, gripping the cannon and continuously bombarding the designated trap zones. The artillery ignited the insect corpses, and the air was filled with the scent of roasting meat. New students from the Divine Judgment Academy and the original academy moved between zones. Blood-stained teams of freshmen engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the sand beetles at the fortress's breaches. In each area, several loud-voiced freshmen roared and shouted relentlessly. Fire Team 4, saturate Area A2 with heavy fire. We can't hold Area B3 any longer. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, with shouts echoing from every direction. Commanders, their voices hoarse yet authoritative, barked orders. Fire Team 4 quickly swung their weapons, unleashing a barrage of bullets on Area A2, shredding the swarming sandworm beasts to pieces. Team 7, the melee fighters on break, get your asses over here now, one commander bellowed, sweat mingling with blood on his face. Hearing the call, Team 7's muscular figures charged towards the front lines. What's wrong with the War Academy's battlefield designs? Another commander cursed. Why are all the sandworm beasts from areas B7 and B5 pouring into B6? Are you blind? As the situation grew increasingly dire, the commanders were forced to order a retreat, pull back and widen the gaps. The once orderly line of defense began to falter as soldiers scrambled to fall back. Damn it, look at them run. One commander fumed, watching the melee fighters flee. You're supposed to hold the line, not run faster than the gunners. What a disaster. Amidst the chaos, some paused to look back. A commander immediately shouted at them, "Hey, stop looking back, I'm talking to you. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Are you mourning for your family, or something?" The battle grew more intense, with curses flying from all directions. These sandworm beasts only attack at night. Why don't they try during the day? I'd smash them to bits, a commander shouted, shaking his fist in frustration. Screw you, another chimed in. Stop swearing, they can't understand you. I'm swearing at you. Just then, a scout rushed over with urgent news. Another wave of sandworm beasts is coming. How many? The commander demanded. Estimated at around 30,000. The scout replied, uncertainty in his voice. Estimated? Last time you said maybe 10,000, and 50,000 showed up. The commander snapped. The Divine Judgment Academy scouts are useless. More like a blunt knife squad. Can't cut heads or gather accurate intel. The chaos on the battlefield intensified, with insults flying in every direction. Commanders resorted to the harshest language to rally the troops and maintain order. Despite the turmoil, the recruits persevered, fighting for the glory of the Empire. Under the night's cover, curses echoed. Days of relentless night battles had taken their toll on the Empire's Academy recruits. Some, exhausted to the point of collapse, managed a wry smile as they listened to the commander's tirades. These foul-mouthed leaders were crucial for spurring the troops through reverse psychology. Yet, the language was vile enough that if they could, they'd slap them. On the fortress wall, Du Xiao and Zhu Zhangxian hauled boxes of ammunition to the gunners, then slumped into a corner, utterly spent. Being a logistics soldier is exhausting, Du Xiao murmured, leaning against the wall, utterly defeated. He and Zhu Zhangxian, being less skilled, were not qualified to fight on the battlefield and took on roles as logistics soldiers. Du Xiao and Zhu Zhangxian were assigned to the logistics team, responsible for transporting supplies and replenishing ammunition. This work seemed easy but was incredibly demanding. While the combat teams took turns resting, the logistics soldiers had no chance to catch their breath and were constantly on the move. A young logistics soldier couldn't help but complain about the inhumane task arrangements, only to be harshly scolded by several squad leaders. What danger is there in logistics? You want to rest? You'll have plenty of time to rest when you're dead. If you keep whining, we'll show you what for. The young soldier immediately fell silent, not daring to speak again. Seeing this, Du Xiao kept his comments to himself. Although he felt resentful, he knew his lack of strength left him with no choice but to comply. Zhu Zhangxian, after finishing his water bottle, wiped his mouth and sat down next to Du Xiao, encouraging him, hang in there, brother. It's the 5th day now, and the Academy's reinforcements might arrive any time. Du Xiao glanced at him skeptically. Come on, this is definitely a test set up by the Academy. The reinforcements will probably arrive right at midnight. He looked at the distant, wriggling sand tunnel worms and smirked. These level 1 insects aren't very dangerous, making them perfect for training. As night fell, a large swarm of sand tunnel worms emerged from the darkness. Alarms blared around the fortress, and each squad quickly took their positions. Du Xiao and Zhu Zhangxian were busy moving ammunition and supplies. The fierce battle lasted deep into the night, leaving the recruits utterly exhausted and collapsed on the ground. At that moment, a blue light appeared on the horizon. 7 massive battleships slowly descended, and an instructor announced the end of the test. The recruits cheered with joy, tears streaming down their faces. Du Xiao and Zhu Zhangxian embraced each other in farewell before boarding the ships of their respective academies. As time passed, over an hour later, the speed of the warships began to slow down. In the distance, an immense island, shaped like an irregular inverted triangle, hung silently in the sky, stretching beyond the horizon. Surrounding the island was a vast sea of clouds, with countless clouds drifting around. Massive warships appeared insignificant like grains of sand before the giant island. On the deck, the new students gasped in amazement. It turned out that the Academy was a colossal floating island, shrouded by a faint azure energy shield, with shimmering lights and shadows, creating a breathtaking spectacle. From a bird's-eye view, there were a total of 7 such giant islands, each belonging to one of the 7 major academies, forming an irregular circle. At the center was a relatively smaller floating island, which housed the main academy. Above the island belonging to the War Academy, dozens of Star-class battleships gathered. Facing the ships, hundreds of War Academy instructors hovered in midair, their formidable energy emanating like a blazing sun, captivating onlookers. Even the massive warships, resembling gluttonous beasts, had to bow in acknowledgement before these seemingly small humans. The elder at the forefront spoke indifferently. New students, I am Feng Changqing, the Vice Dean of the War Academy. Welcome to the War Academy. I hope you will make significant progress over the next 4 years. We are renowned for our prowess in battle. Remember our motto: fight well, fight bravely, fight skillfully, and victory shall be yours. Before the elder had finished speaking, Du Xiu's mind suddenly flashed with a blue screen, and a mechanical voice announced, connecting to the regional network, please enter your identity code and new student number. Following the instructions, Du Xiu operated the system, which displayed Lian Ruofei, auditing student. No department, class, or mentor assigned yet. Dormitory located in R1 area, building 27, room 3601. Navigation activated. As the warship landed, the new students flooded into the terminal. Following the guidance, Du Xiu navigated through the bustling crowd and arrived in front of the dormitory building. He looked up at the building number and murmured to himself, R1 area, building 27. This is the place. The elevator arrived at the 36th floor. Du Xiu stepped out and glanced around. The dormitory of the Imperial Academy differed from ordinary schools, with 4 rooms on each floor positioned at the corners, and a spacious common area in the middle. Du Xiu walked through the common area, which was furnished with recreational facilities and greenery, and arrived at room 3601. After facial recognition granted him access, he surveyed the 1-bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom setup with satisfaction, noting that all necessary living supplies were provided. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a tall, Far Eastern young man with sharp features. Hello, resident of 3601. I'm Shi Ping, living next door in 3602, the young man said with a hearty smile. Hello, I'm Lian Ruofei, from the Linta district, Du Xiu replied, shaking his hand and sensing Shi Ping's strong force energy, which surprised him. Are you really at nearly 50 Dao values in the Qi and Blood realm? Shi Ping's lips twitched. Everyone says being an auditing student isn't good, and I got stubborn and decided to see just how bad it could be, so here I am. Du Xiu gave him a thumbs up. That's impressive. As they chatted, the elevator brought another person. A medium-built young man with a slightly chubby face stepped out, nervously introducing himself. Hello, I'm Fang Qixing from room 3603, Qian district. After the 3 exchanged greetings, Shi Ping teased. The strength of you two truly lives up to the reputation of auditing students. Fang Qixing had only 6 or 7 Dao values, and Du Xiu showed no fluctuations at all, far below the new student's average of 24. During their conversation, Du Xiu found Shi Ping to be talkative and well-informed, while Fang Qixing was reserved and deliberate. When the topic turned to cultivation points, Shi Ping revealed some insider information. Cultivation points aren't just for attending classes. They're the academy's only currency. You use them to buy potions, exchange for techniques and secrets, and even imperial artifacts. Fang Qixing was astonished. Imperial artifact rewards? That's really generous. Shi Ping lowered his voice. Rumor has it that when the main divine ruins open, they'll offer imperial artifacts as rewards. But the points required are ridiculously high, so don't spread this around. Fang Qixing nodded vigorously like a pecking chick. Du Xiu frowned and said, in that case, won't we as auditing students be at a disadvantage? The other new students can earn credits just by attending classes, while we have to spend credits to attend. It's like a double loss for us. Shi Ping shrugged helplessly. Well, there's nothing we can do about it, since we didn't get in through the regular exams. Du Xiu sighed, acknowledging the reality. True enough, after chatting for a while and still not seeing the 4th auditing student, they went out for a simple meal together. As night fell, Du Xiu lay in bed, his mind drifting to the interface of the regional network. He browsed through the War Academy's courses, and suddenly his eyes lit up. There was actually a course on alchemy. Although there were only 5 instructors, he was thrilled. However, his excitement quickly turned to dismay when he saw the prices. The alchemy course was significantly more expensive than other subjects, costing 2 credits per day. Even more shocking was a tutor named Yao, whose class cost 10 credits a day, 10 times that of regular courses, and required a minimum enrollment of 10 days. Du Xiu was torn. He had only 100 credits, and signing up would leave him broke. But seeing that over 300 people had already registered, many willing to spend a fortune to attend, he was tempted. After all, he had personally experienced the significance of expert tutors at the Alchemist Exchange. Screw it, I'm going all in. Du Xiu decided, opting to master alchemy first before starting his force training. He registered without hesitation, and as he watched his credit balance drop to 0, his heart ached. Next, he began searching for ways to earn credits. Reviewing the 7 options that popped up, Dushio muttered, "This is tough." He analyzed each one carefully, finding most unsuitable for him. His gaze lingered between the options of improving potion formulas, providing new potion formulas, and providing unrecorded original techniques cultivation methods. In truth, he had plenty of valuable items that could be exchanged for credits, but they weren't exactly above board. Calamity cultivation methods, poison formulas, original techniques, and extreme alchemy heritage were all priceless treasures. Unfortunately, they were also his lifelines and couldn't be revealed casually. If Old Lung knew I was even considering this, he'd kill me. Dushio chuckled to himself. Curious, he also searched for the virtual arena, only to find it wasn't open yet. It seemed this year's Imperial Academy had plenty of tricks up its sleeve: God's Ruin simulations, the credit system, and the unopened virtual arena. Dushio mused. The era of intense competition at the Academy is upon us. He decided to thoroughly grasp the basics of alchemy first, aiming to concoct perfect-grade potions before starting his force training. As for herbal resources, he planned to borrow money from Ma Juanhao and enlist gold coins help in sourcing them. Thinking of Ma Juanhao brought a strange look to Dushio's eyes. They hadn't been in touch since the God's Ruins incident. He resolved to give it some time, not wanting to pressure him too soon. Early the next morning, Ping was shouting from outside, "Defei, get up. Time for class." Dushio, already dressed, opened the door, and Ping exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you're up. I thought you'd sleep in." Dushio remarked wryly, "I just bought the courses last night. They're ridiculously expensive. No way I could sleep in." "Whose course did you buy? Let me give you some advice," Ping asked curiously. "The alchemist course," Dushio replied. "Alchemist course? So you're an alchemist too?" Ping was astonished. "Does that mean we can count on you for our potions from now on?" Dushio replied without hesitation, "Absolutely." He had a good impression of Ping. Dushio found Ping to be quite impressive. This Far Eastern man exuded a bold and righteous demeanor. When Dushio mentioned that he was an auditing student, Ping candidly remarked that he shouldn't expect too much. Dushio shrugged, explaining that he had signed up for Professor Yao's class. Upon hearing this, Ping frowned, then had a moment of realization. "Could it be that old loudmouth?" he said, giving a thumbs up with a complicated tone, advising Dushio, "Go ahead and listen, but make sure to take good notes." It turned out that Professor Yao was the dean of the War Institute, renowned for his top-notch expertise in pharmacology, but also known for his short temper and disdain for stupidity, with little patience for repeating explanations. Ping thought to himself that it was quite rare for such a big shot to teach personally, wondering if Dushio's luck was good or bad. The two parted ways at a certain point, and Dushio made his way to the classroom, finding it already packed, mostly with original students. He was a bit puzzled but still found a seat. Dean Yao appeared spirited, scanning the room with a slightly stern expression. He gave a brief introduction before diving straight into the basics of pharmacology and introductory formulas. Dushio frowned as he listened, realizing the content was not much different from what he already knew, and regretted spending his credits. However, from the 3rd day onward, the course difficulty increased sharply. Dushio was enthralled, frequently nodding as some challenging concepts became clear to him. Meanwhile, other students seemed to struggle more and more, with many beginning to skip classes. By the 10th day, Dean Yao introduced the concept of optimization maximization, involving secondary reactions, multiple reactions, and chain reactions. These were not the chain reactions typically covered in basic pharmacology. It refers to the optimal reaction in a series of beneficial chain reactions, where the core idea of maximizing optimization leads to an effect like 112 in terms of beneficial efficacy. Whether the final result equals 3, 5, or 10 depends on the maximum value of optimization. Professor Yao spoke confidently from the podium, his voice booming. The students in the audience had varied expressions. Most were drowsy, while a few well-dressed offspring of wealthy families nodded occasionally, feigning enlightenment. Dushio frowned, trying hard to take notes, but found the material profoundly difficult to understand. At 8 in the evening, Professor Yao announced the end of the class. The students, relieved, began to rise. Dushio quickly caught up with Professor Yao. "Professor, I have a question." Professor Yao paused. "What is it?" "About the multiple reaction equations and chain reactions." Before Dushio could finish, Professor Yao interrupted coldly, "Next time, prepare your draft before asking a question. Don't pretend if you can't." With that, he turned and left, leaving Dushio bewildered. Dean Yao stormed into his office, visibly upset. The middle-aged Yuan Shio quickly stood up. "Godfather, what has upset you?" Dean Yao sat down heavily. "Someone has exposed my identity." All those attending the lecture were the offspring of wealthy families, pretending to ask profound questions. Yuan Shio tried to console him. "Why let it bother you, Godfather? You're getting on in years." "Nonsense." Dean Yao slammed the table. Pharmacology is fundamental to the empire. If this trend continues, it will ruin the empire. Yuan Xiu sighed and poured tea for Ding Yao. A few years ago, Ding Yao had failed in his bid to become the head of the Institute of Pharmacology and still harbored resentment. Now, he was eager to nurture new talent, but it seemed unlikely to go as planned. By the way, have you found Du Xiu? Ding Yao suddenly asked. Yuan Xiu's expression turned troubled. There's a bounty for Du Xiu's assassination offered by the Outlanders, with a reward of an imperial artifact. I'm afraid he might already be. Ding Yao deflated, slumping into his chair. Yuan Xiu knew the high expectations Ding Yao had for Du Xiu, and now those hopes seemed dashed. After a long silence, Ding Yao spoke hoarsely, Anin, you're here for the gene potion? Yuan Xiu nodded. Yes, with Du Xiu missing, I must return to the military soon. Ding Yao sighed. I had hoped to use Du Xiu's knowledge to heal you, but it seems futile now. However, rest assured, I will improve the formula and cure your ailment. Yuan Xiu said solemnly, take care of yourself, Godfather. My life is already pledged to the Empire, and life or death is not in my hands. Ding Yao watched Yuan Xiu leave, lost in thought. Du Xiu being wanted meant the gene potion's information had leaked. Only one family knew of it, suggesting that those in the Empire's graveyard were not all dead and had already colluded with the church. Traitors to the Empire all deserved to die. A few days later, in the War Academy, at the Herb Resource Building, Du Xiu approached a window in the hall. Standing at the window, Du Xiu softly said, Hello, I'd like to exchange for 25 sets of level 1 soul calming potion herbs and 25 sets of level 1 force potion herbs. The elderly man nodded and skillfully operated the system. Du Xiu felt a surge of joy. This was a benefit for new students at the Imperial Academy, allowing them to exchange up to 500 sets of any potion herbs for free each semester. After collecting the herbs, Du Xiu headed straight to the mixing room. He entered with facial recognition and couldn't help but admire the War Academy's boldness allowing original practitioners to use the apothecary's mixing room. While access was granted, Du Xiu knew that very few original practitioners would actually come. Mastering the art of potion making is not something you can dabble in lightly. Standing at the workstation, Du Xiu began crafting the force potion. He decided to experiment with multiple reaction formulas and chain reactions, aiming to find a beneficial reaction logic and enhance its potency. His first attempt failed, yielding only a medium-grade effect. Unfazed, Du Xiu understood this was a natural outcome of trying a new approach. After a moment of focused contemplation, Du Xiu got back to work. 2 hours later, he successfully created a force potion with perfect efficacy. A satisfied smile spread across his face. This optimization method truly worked wonders. Over the next few hours, he diligently mixed more potions, ultimately producing 11 medium-grade, 4 high-grade, and 10 perfect-grade force potions. Next, Du Xiu began crafting the soul-calming potion. Despite failing 5 times initially, he quickly found his rhythm. In the end, out of 25 soul-calming potions, he achieved 3 medium-grade, 2 high-grade, and 20 perfect-grade. Packing up his completed potions, Du Xiu left the mixing room and stepped into the night. On campus, groups of students strolled or played around, while some couples whispered in the shadows. Du Xiu observed them with a hint of disdain, believing that time spent on potion studies or honing original techniques would be far more beneficial. Sending a few messages on his phone, Du Xiu turned and walked away, his steps resolute as if he could already envision a brighter future. Meanwhile, below, the crowd erupted in cheers and screams. The Imperial Academy didn't prohibit boxing matches. On the contrary, these intense, physical competitions were quite popular within the academy. However, students typically served as spectators, with student participation being rare. The fighters in the ring were usually from various bestowed races of the Divine Ruins. By watching these races battle each other, students could learn about their weaknesses. Consequently, boxing matches had a large audience at the Imperial Academy. Golden streamers floated above the arena, resembling a shower of gold rain. Gu Tong stood beneath the golden rain, a cruel smile playing on his lips as the crowd around him erupted into frenzied cheers. In a private box, a young man sat with his legs crossed, observing Gu Tong with great interest. He turned to the young man from another race beside him and asked, "What do you think of him?" The other young man, with a hint of apprehension in his eyes, replied succinctly, "He's strong." Since the new students joined, many unknown talents have emerged in the academies, and Gu Tong is undoubtedly one of the most famous among them, hailed as a monster. His physical prowess is extraordinary, and he definitely has what it takes to make it onto the list of super geniuses. The young man nodded thoughtfully. Add him to the list for consideration as a member of the hunter group. Leader, I think you might need to approach him personally, the other young man said respectfully. Oh. The young man raised an eyebrow. Are you not confident in defeating him? No, it's a 70-30 split. I'm 30, he's 70. Interesting. The young man smiled slightly. This is the first time I've heard you admit someone is better than you. I'll have a chat with him myself later. He continued, the evaluation for new hunter group members must go on, and we won't consider anyone below SS level. Will everything be ready by the first opening of the chaotic god ruins? The young man from the other race knelt on one knee, answering with determination, I assure you, I will not disappoint you. Meanwhile, another group also had their eyes set on Gutong. As night fell, the boxing match concluded. Gutong strode out of the boxing arena, taking the back alley. The janitor wasn't on duty today, leaving leaves, debris, and streamers scattered across the ground. A silver-haired young man walked leisurely through the moonlight. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the shadows. The newcomer was nearly 3 meters tall, with long limbs, dark red skin like armor, and sharp claws protruding from knuckles. You're Gutong, aren't you? Before the red-skinned stranger could finish, a powerful punch was aimed directly at his face. He swiftly dodged. Hey, Gutong, I'm here representing. Gutong frowned, his speed suddenly increasing, leaving afterimages in his wake. A barrage of punches rained down on the red-skinned stranger. Moments later, Gutong smirked disdainfully and walked away. The red-skinned stranger was left trembling with fear, slumped against a wall, covered in blood, his limbs twisted at odd angles as if broken by brute force. In the Imperial Academy, the hunter group was extremely popular. Talented individuals formed teams to explore the god ruins, fighting for the Empire. It was a golden era, with numerous top-tier god ruins opening one after another. This year's new hunter groups attracted much attention, with many showing interest in Gutong, extending offers to him. However, this formidable force remained solitary, yet to be tamed by anyone. As the night deepened, in room 3601, Dushio sat cross-legged on his bed, invoking his divine contract ability, Dream Consultation. This ability allowed the user to summon contracted individuals into a dream to discuss matters. It's time to meet them, Dushio murmured to himself, downing 2 bottles of perfect-grade calming potion before closing his eyes. Meanwhile, Gutong had just entered the dormitory building, causing the nearby new students to avert their gazes in fear. He snorted coldly, sending shivers down their spines. Gutong was displeased. In his world, the strong ruled everything, and the weak had nothing. When the elevator arrived, Gutong noticed the other 3 rooms on his floor had their doors wide open and were empty, indicating the occupants had moved out. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking the weak were unworthy to share a floor with him. Just as he was about to open his door, a sudden wave of drowsiness overwhelmed him, and his eyelids drooped uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the library late at night, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes was engrossed in taking notes. His desk was piled with various versions of the Empire's constitution and civil laws. He pondered how the ongoing war between the Empire and the Church affected the legal system and the issues of local councils being controlled by financial groups. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, his gaze turning distant. In his dorm room, a chubby student lay on his bed, muttering to himself, worried about the Academy's new credit system. Suddenly, his expression turned serious, and he sat up abruptly, a fierce glint in his eyes. Are you saying I signed a contract? Someone's looking for me? Can you handle it, and how much will it cost? Elsewhere, the handsome young man Zhao Di was lost in admiration of the likes and comments under his selfies. Look at these features, this gaze, this aura, what a perfect person. My friends are so lucky to know someone as perfect as me, he thought proudly. Moments later, an irresistible wave of drowsiness hit him. When Gutong opened his eyes again, he found himself engulfed in darkness. The endless blackness seemed to surge from all directions, threatening to swallow everything. Amidst the pitch-black night, a small aperture cast a beam of light, illuminating a crimson rectangular table. The table exuded a vivid blood-red glow, stark against the darkness. Seated at the head of the table was a faceless man, his features blurred as if countless tiny worms were writhing over them. Suddenly, a white-eyed, black-feathered crow appeared, perching on the faceless man's shoulder. Gutong, with a look of surprise and suspicion, remarked, a crow? Isn't this the pet of the mentor from the Tsangyue Divine Ruins? Doubts swirled in his mind. Could it be that the mentor within the Tsangyue Divine Ruins is this faceless man in disguise? Another voice echoed from the darkness. Where is this place, and how did I end up here? Are you the Academy mentor? Zhao Di emerged from the shadows, his face puzzled. Upon seeing the crow on the faceless man's shoulder, he had a sudden realization. Could it be the mentor is here to award the Empire Divine Ruins prize? Gutong shot Zhao Di a disdainful look, retorting coldly, he is not the Academy mentor. Everyone present felt a simultaneous tightening in their chests. The eerie scene was spine-chilling. Another voice broke through the darkness. Brother, what you had us sign was a contract, right? Is that why we were summoned here, due to the contract? When the faceless man remained silent, the voice continued, let's make a deal. Break the contract, and you can name your terms. The faceless man finally spoke. his voice raspy like iron scraping against iron. "You are not in a position to negotiate with me." He produced a slip of paper that floated over to them. "Zhu Jiao, find these items and come see me." A wave of shock surged through Zhu Jiao as he heard his true name spoken. He hastily scanned the slip, which listed obscure, toxic herbs. The note concluded with a meeting time and place. 5 days later, 9 p.m., in the War Academy's A1 area, at B9 Park. Zhu Jiao, with a grim expression, said, "The major academies are on lockdown right now. I can't get to the War Academy." The faceless man replied indifferently, "That's your problem. If I don't see you in 5 days, you'll face the consequences." Suddenly, a tall figure darted from the shadows, leaping onto the table. The newcomer, wielding sharp claws that gleamed coldly, thrust them into the faceless man's neck. Gu Tong cruelly licked his lips and wrenched off the faceless man's head. "Daring to make me sign a contract? You're courting death." The others remained silent, each harboring their own thoughts. The faceless man's head awkwardly spoke from Gu Tong's grasp. "Gu Tong, you're impressive. I'll remember you." As soon as the words were out, the head and body disintegrated into countless light particles. The entire dreamscape collapsed in an instant. Du Xiu jolted awake, his face pale and head throbbing. He quickly downed 3 bottles of perfect-grade soul-soothing elixir, and his complexion gradually improved. "That was close, almost lost control." Du Xiu muttered with lingering fear. "Luckily, I had prepared the perfect-grade soul-soothing elixir in advance, or being killed by Gu Tong this time would have been disastrous." A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Gu Tong, just you wait. Once I've gathered the herbs for the calamity cultivation method, your days are numbered." Du Xiu calculated silently. Just because Gu Tong acted doesn't mean the others are indifferent to the contract situation. If Zhu Jiao manages to gather the herbs, then the person behind it must be the gold coin. Such strength and talent, equally greedy, equally resourceful, equally in need of hiding their identity, so many coincidences together. I'd be a fool not to believe it. The night passed in silence. The next morning, in the dormitory on the 36th floor, as Du Xiu opened the door, he saw Shi Ping pacing outside. "Shi Tu, what are you doing here?" Du Xiu asked. "Defei, I was just about to call you." Shi Ping's eyes lit up. "Can you help me prepare some potions?" "Just for a month." Du Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Why did you suddenly think of asking me?" Shi Ping glanced around and lowered his voice. "The divine ruins are about to open, in a month." "Which divine ruins?" Du Xiu inquired. "The first-level divine ruins of the War Academy, Shuangyuan. The open time is double that of previous years," Shi Ping said, a gleam in his eyes. Du Xiu understood. The opening of the divine ruins was a prime opportunity to earn cultivation credits. With the academy closed, purchasing potions was impossible, so Shi Ping turned to him. "What potions do you need?" Du Xiu asked. Shi Ping listed 7 or 8 first-level potions. "Just have them ready in a month," he said, looking at Du Xiu apprehensively, fearing rejection. "All right, but what about the herbal resources?" Du Xiu responded. "I'll give you all my herbal resources." Shi Ping quickly interrupted. "I've already authorized it. Check the regional network." Du Xiu focused his mind and indeed saw the authorization information. "How many batches do you need?" he asked calmly. Shi Ping was taken aback. Du Xiu's tone suggested he could produce countless batches. Shi Ping looked at him plaintively but didn't dare say more, opting for a flattering tone instead. "As many as you can make. The more, the better." Du Xiu nodded in satisfaction. "Young man, you've broadened your path." After parting ways, Du Xiu headed to the Herbal Resource Allocation Center and applied for 300 batches of various herbs in one go. "Kid, aren't you being a bit too blatant with this reselling?" the stout uncle questioned, glaring. "I'm an alchemist, not a reseller," Du Xiu explained. The stout uncle smirked, clearly unconvinced, but waved him off. "Take them and go." For the next 5 days, Du Xiu immersed himself in the alchemy lab. After using up 300 batches of herbs, he applied for another 300. "The potions I'm making are quite a lot," Du Xiu murmured to himself. Perfect-grade primal force potions and calming potions were always welcome, while other potions also accumulated to 200 or 300 batches. A single perfect-grade potion could be diluted into over 100 lower-grade potions. Where others produced 10 from 3, he produced 100 from 1. Du Xiu felt delighted, a slight smile playing on his lips. Nightfall came. It was just after 8 p.m. The meeting place with Zhu Jiu was the B9 Park, which was some distance away. Du Xiu left the mixing room and set off. Half an hour later, Du Xiu arrived near the park. He cautiously hid in the shadows and summoned a corpse from the Raven Spasea, a new recruit who had recklessly lost his life in the moonlit divine ruins. Du Xiu put a mask, sunglasses, and a hat on the corpse to cover its pallid face. After making the corpse drink a calming potion, Du Xiu directed the masked man towards the park. In the moonlight, a chubby man was anxiously waiting. When he saw the white-eyed raven circling above the masked man's head, his pupils constricted in recognition. Impressive skills, my friend. The chubby man forced a smile. The herbs? The masked man asked hoarsely. The chubby man took out a packet of herbs. Dushio was secretly surprised the chubby man possessed a top-grade imperial artifact. Once the transaction was completed, the chubby man rambled about charging for the next time. The masked man suddenly asked, "Do you really like money that much?" "Money is my life," the chubby man replied enthusiastically. The masked man suggested selling potions, and the chubby man's eyes lit up. The masked man then produced a large quantity of high-quality potions, leaving the chubby man stunned. "Are you an alchemist, sir? Come back in 3 days to pick up the potions." The chubby man awkwardly swapped the herbs for a genuine batch. The masked man coldly warned that if there were any issues, he would take his life. With the deal concluded, the masked man vanished. The chubby man muttered to himself, "As long as there's money, that person is my boss. I, Jujio, only care about money." The chubby man was in high spirits. Humming a tune, he disappeared into the night. Dormitory area, 36th floor. The elevator arrived. Dushio returned to his empty room, eagerly opening the package. The assortment of herbs inside caught his eye, with an estimate of hundreds of different kinds. He quickly grabbed a few advanced pharmacology books and began scanning the sections on herbs used in disaster cultivation techniques. 2 hours later, Dushio had meticulously examined all the herbs. Satisfied that everything was correct, he smiled with contentment. Jujio had not let him down. All the herbs needed for the blood and chi realm were accounted for. Managing to gather and deliver these rare materials to the Imperial Academy within 5 days was indeed impressive. However, he still needed the beast blood required for the body refining potion in the disaster cultivation method. The higher the quality, the better. The tricky part was that it had to be absorbed and refined on the spot, without relying on others. He would need to keep an eye out for any news of fierce beasts. For the next 3 days, Dushio stayed busy in the mixing room. The preparation of toxic potions was progressing smoothly. He had already spent months studying advanced pharmacology back in Boat City, so with the herbs now complete, he worked with ease. In his spare time, he diluted a batch of first-class perfect potions for trade. On the workbench, nearly 1,000 first-class potions were neatly arranged, mostly of lower and medium quality, with a few dozen high-quality and 10 perfect-grade ones. That evening, Dushio, under the guise of the masked man, returned to B9 Park. Jujio was leisurely chewing on a grass stalk, in a good mood from the profits of their last transaction. Noticing someone approaching, Jujio's eyes lit up, and he jogged over. "Boss." The masked man nodded slightly, speaking calmly. "The potions from last time were payment. This trade has a different price." Juju nodded excitedly. "You're generous, boss. How do you want to split it?" "All the potions are yours, but you must do 3 things for me." Juju hesitated. Dushio gave off an air of mystery and strength, suggesting these tasks might not be simple. 3 things is quite a lot, isn't it? Look at the potions first, then decide. The masked man tossed over 2 backpacks. Opening them, Jujio was stunned over 900 first-class potions, including 10 perfect-grade ones. He looked at the masked man in disbelief. Among the current batch of new students, fewer than 5 could produce perfect-grade potions. Who exactly was this person? "If you're unwilling, the deal's off," the masked man said firmly. After weighing his options, Jujio gritted his teeth and agreed. "All right, but only during the Academy's study period." "Fine. I'll inform you of the specifics later. What about the next trade?" Jujio was eager for more. "If needed, I'll find you," the masked man said before vanishing into thin air. In the corner, Dushio packed up the evidence, contemplating his plans. This batch of potions was just 2 days' work for him, and it was worth securing Jujio's help 3 times. Besides, Jujio was driven by profit, and pushing too hard could backfire. If he reneged, it would only waste a bit of time, and Dushio could deal with him later. With everything ready, it was time to focus on cultivation. Dushio was in high spirits. The 200 perfect-grade primal energy potions he had should suffice. That night, in his dorm room, Dushio drank a perfect-grade potion. Instantly, the primal energy in the air surged toward him, enveloping every pore on his body. "Is this what it feels like for a true genius to cultivate?" Dushio murmured to himself, reveling in the sensation of being wrapped in primal energy. It was truly intoxicating. With a flick of his wrist, a bottle of gray potion and the divine contract appeared in his hand. Dushio carefully examined the divine contract he held, where 4 names were clearly listed: Miguro, Jujio, Gutong, and Zhaodi. His gaze lingered on Gutong's name, and a cold smile crept across his lips. Without hesitation, he chose Gutong as the target for pain transfer and downed the toxic potion in 1 gulp. Following the energy flow of the calamity cultivation method, he began guiding the toxic potion through the energy nodes within his body. As expected, the usual overwhelming agony vanished entirely. Du Xiu felt elated, silently grateful for the divine contract, which made cultivation no longer a torment. Meanwhile, Gu Tong awoke from his sleep, a wave of intense pain crashing over him. He curled up in agony, bewildered by the sudden torment. 20 days later, on a night like any other, Du Xiu sat cross-legged in the center of his room, surrounded by a mist of gray energy. Sensing the surging energy within him, he smiled with satisfaction. It was no wonder this was the fastest cultivating dark art of the previous imperial civilization. In less than a month, he had reached the 36th level of qi and blood. This astonishing progress was not only due to the help of the divine contract, but also the support of numerous perfect-grade energy potions. Over the past month, Du Xiu had consumed over 100 energy potions. Fortunately, his exceptional talent in alchemy made such rapid advancement possible. However, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Du Xiu knew that to advance further, he needed to take body-refining potions. The toxic energy from the calamity cultivation method was extremely domineering, and each large energy cycle was a massive strain on his body. Without timely body-refining potions, the toxic energy would eventually corrode his internal organs. Du Xiu opened the church channel to consult his master, Lung Li Dao. The master's reply came swiftly, filled with concern. He detailed the required level of beast blood for the body-refining potions and emphasized that the original and divine generations were extinct. Lung Li Dao proudly mentioned that of his 9 body-refining experiences, 7 used ancient beast blood and 2 used archaic beast blood. Du Xiu's eyes flickered with interest as he calculated in his mind. If he could use archaic beast blood for all 9 body refinings, what terrifying power would that bring? He couldn't help but yearn for such strength. Lung Li Dao repeatedly warned Du Xiu against rashly taking body refining potions, stressing the intense pain involved. He promised to find treasures to help Du Xiu endure the process safely. Outwardly, Du Xiu appeared obedient, but inwardly he sneered. His master was indeed considerate, but Du Xiu already had his own plans. The scene shifts to a stone cave somewhere in the western continent. A woman with the head of a human and the body of a snake was imprisoned within a cage of black flames, glaring venomously at a distant, indifferent middle-aged man. Headless snake bodies lay scattered around, while nearly 100 pigmen were gleefully severing heads, piling them into 3 gruesome towers. The woman screamed curses at the pigmen, only to be met with more insults. One bold pigman even urinated in front of her. Enraged, the woman shrieked curses at them. The pigman smugly declared that he was no longer a slave, but a trophy of the Great One, bowing obsequiously to the indifferent man before swaggering away. Despairingly, the woman cried out, "Great Eye of the Gods, watching over the continent, Lung Li Dao, how dare you humiliate and slaughter the Golden Clan? The church's elder council will not spare you." At that moment, Lung Li Dao opened his eyes. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Lung Li Dao slowly opened his eyes, his lips curling into a soft smile. He glanced at Xiu'er, noticing that he didn't ask about the preparation needed before taking the body-refining potion, and understood. It seemed the young man wasn't practicing any disaster-related methods, just concocting potions. Lung Li Dao turned around and waved his hand lightly. The black flame cage instantly tightened, and a harrowing scream echoed through the cavern. Throughout, he never cast a proper glance at the woman, as if she were nothing more than an insignificant object. The scene shifts to a dormitory. Du Xiu finished his conversation with Lao Long, and was pondering the information Lao Long had sent him. Beast bloodlines, ranked from low to high, are divided into common, ancient, primeval, first generation, and divine. Divine beasts coexisted with the creation gods, born of nature, capable of battling deities. The first generation beasts were the first creations by the creation gods, based on the divine beasts, and are incredibly powerful. Primeval beasts are descendants of the first generation, with diluted bloodlines, but remain the strongest enforcers of the church. Du Xiu pondered whether he could only seek out ancient beasts for body refinement. As he was contemplating, the next afternoon arrived. Facing a bottleneck in his primal force training, he headed to the mixing room to concoct potions to pass the time. After exhausting all his herbal resources, Du Xiu returned to his dorm and sent a message to Shi Ping on the way. As soon as he stepped off the elevator, Shi Ping eagerly handed him a cup of milk tea. The two sat on the sofa, and Du Xiu pulled out a package, revealing a mountain of potions. Shi Ping's eyes widened in amazement, showering Du Xiu with praise. Upon learning that Du Xiu had even more potions, Shi Ping suggested selling them for profit. Du Xiu agreed to the idea, and they discussed the profit-sharing ratio. Du Xiu playfully teased Shi Ping, and they settled on a 9,010 split. Though Shi Ping was slightly disgruntled, the knowledge that Du Xiu had over 1,000 potions reignited his enthusiasm. 3 nights later, Shi Ping excitedly knocked on Du Xiu's door. "Da Fei, it's here, it's here. The official announcement just came out. The Divine Ruins are open." Shi Ping exclaimed with excitement. "The Shuangyuan Divine Ruins have opened?" Du Xiu asked in surprise. Shi Ping shook his head and explained. Not the Shuangyuan Divine Ruins, it's the Mengzi Divine Ruins. There was an uprising there, and the higher-ups at the academy were furious, so they temporarily switched it to the Mengzi Divine Ruins, and the rewards have been increased. Du Xiu was shocked. An uprising at the Divine Ruins? He recalled that the central Divine Ruins connected to the Imperial Academy linked to 4 types of Divine Ruins worlds. The Empire-controlled Imperial Divine Ruins, the Church-controlled Church Divine Ruins, the Chaotic Divine Ruins where multiple forces clashed, and the Independent Divine Ruins occupied by sentient races. The Mengzi Divine Ruins was one of the Independent Divine Ruins loyal to the Empire. I'm going to check the official website, Du Xiu said. Shi Ping patted his chest and said, remember to sign up. We'll go together tomorrow, and I'll protect you. Recently, due to issues with selling potions, he had been humble in front of Du Xiu, and now he saw a chance to assert himself. Du Xiu nodded in agreement. In the academy, his strength was average, so partnering with Shi Ping seemed more secure. Shi Ping hurried off to deal with some potion matters, while Du Xiu browsed the War Academy's official website. The pinned announcement detailed the Mengzi Divine Ruins missions rewards for kills, discoveries, cultural contributions, and the generous rewards such as primal force techniques, primal artifacts, and exotic fruits that could be exchanged for merit points. After carefully studying the information, Du Xiu focused on the exotic fruits and the insights from a potion master. These were exactly the resources he needed to nourish his body and enhance his potion-making skills. As soon as the announcement was made, the comment section exploded. Everyone expressed excitement, especially at the prospect of the top-tier technique, Sun Will Cultivation, that could be cultivated to a value of 99 paths. Damn it, there's nothing more to say, just go for it. I've been training for years, spent so much money, and got into the Imperial Academy just for top-level techniques. Damn it, if I had an original weapon, I wouldn't have struggled to cut through the sandworm. Du Xiu looked at the reward list posted by the Academy and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The generous rewards from the opening of the Divine Ruins made him drool. The Academy is really going all out. With these rewards, I feel like raiding the Empire's treasury. His classmates around him were also buzzing with conversation. Someone spoke passionately. The Empire will rise. A rebellion of the 3 clans? It's our duty to restore the Empire's glory. Another eagerly said, the aliens of the Dream Zephyr Divine Ruins are too arrogant, daring to attack the Empire's garrison, calling it an independent ruin. They've really got some nerve. Du Xiu listened to these remarks with a hidden smile. He glanced around and noticed Fang Qixing frowning in a corner. Their eyes met, and Fang Qixing shook his head slightly before turning to leave. Does anyone know what the war mode is? A freshman asked in confusion. Simply put, it means the Empire has declared war, and you go in ready to fight, an older student explained. But this Dream Zephyr Divine Ruin is a new one to me. It seems like a dangerous place. Is anyone forming a team for mining? Someone shouted in the crowd. Du Xiu was about to respond but was stopped by Shi Ping. Hold on, Shi Ping said quietly. I'll introduce you to 2 new friends, and we'll go together. As night fell, Du Xiu arrived at the mixing room. Inside, it was brightly lit, and several original practitioners walked out, cursing under their breath. Judging by their expressions, their attempts at concocting potions hadn't gone well. Du Xiu shook his head with a light smile and entered the room to start preparing an antidote. At the break of dawn, Du Xiu returned to the dormitory with dark circles under his eyes. Shi Ping had been waiting for some time. Du Xiu tossed him a few bottles of antidote, which Shi Ping accepted with delight, though he quickly looked disappointed. Where's Fang Qixing? Du Xiu asked casually. Don't mention that lunatic, Shi Ping said with a cold face. I kindly invited him to the Divine Ruins to earn credits, but he called us executioners and invaders. Du Xiu sighed and didn't say much more. He turned to pack his belongings, preparing to set off. As the sky lightened, the entire War Academy was abuzz with activity. Countless freshmen, carrying large backpacks, gathered in groups and headed towards the warship docking area. At 9:30, a massive bronze gate appeared in the sky above the academy. 20 warships stood ready, their decks crowded with nervous freshmen. Aside from the previous drills, this was their first real venture into the Divine Ruins. Although it was just a level 1 ruin, their opponents were intelligent, sentient beings, and any slight misstep could prove fatal. Everyone was on edge, bracing themselves for the unknown challenges ahead. Though most of the new students felt a mix of nervousness and apprehension, few were truly fearful of battle. Under the influence of a war mentality that has persisted for millennia, the belief in fighting for the Empire flows through every citizen like blood. The massive bronze gates slowly opened, and a blinding vertical beam of light appeared, as if splitting the heavens and earth. Numerous warships entered in succession, and on one of these ships, 4 individuals sat facing each other. Shi Ping passed some potions to the 2 people opposite him, pretending to be generous. Guan Guan. These are antidote and stamina potions. Let me know if you need more. Guaning rolled her eyes at him. Stop with the theatrics. Aren't you relying on Lian Ruofei too? Shi Ping's eyes twinkled as he gave Du Xiu a knowing look. Du Xiu caught on quickly, setting down his teacup and sincerely saying, "What's mine is Shi Ping's, brother Shi's." He spun a tale of Shi Ping's heroic rescue, successfully earning Guan Ying's admiration. Shi Ping, feeling quite pleased, gave Du Xiu a grateful glance. Du Xiu gave a barely noticeable nod, as if to say, "With you here, there's no need to worry." Xiao Xiao watched all this with a silent smile. Seizing the moment, Du Xiu changed the topic. "Which area are we heading to for this trip to the Divine Ruins?" Shi Ping pondered briefly. "Let's go to the edge of the Misty Mountain area." He gave a brief overview of the 3 regions of the Mengzi Divine Ruins, and everyone agreed on the Misty Mountain area. Shi Ping then seriously assigned tasks. "Guan Guan, Xiao Xiao, and I will clear out the Yago tribe members and establish a safe zone, while De Fei searches for herbs. The total points we earn will be split equally." Guan Ying and Xiao Xiao teased Du Xiu about hiding his abilities, and in response, Du Xiu revealed some of his treasured potions. The 4 of them shared a laugh, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Suddenly, they all fell silent and focused. A prompt from the regional network echoed in their minds, announcing that they had entered the Mengzi Divine Ruins. "Attention all Academy freshmen. You have now entered the Mengzi Divine Ruins. The communication channels have been automatically constructed and loaded. The channels are divided into a main channel visible to everyone in the Mengzi Divine Ruins and subchannels visible to personnel in the same area. These communication channels facilitate communication, information exchange, and calls for assistance. The first message is free, the second costs 1 point, and subsequent messages double in cost each time. This opening of the Divine Ruins will last for 1 month. When the time is up, the boarding location will be notified via the regional network. Please stay alert for updates." As they approached the outskirts of the Misty Mountain region, Du Xiu and his 3 companions made their way to the parachute cabin, which was already crowded with people. Shi Ping turned to Du Xiu, his tone heavy with concern, and advised, "Da Fei, make sure to protect yourself once you land. We'll come looking for you." Du Xiu nodded seriously. "All right, I'll share my location." The moment the cabin door opened, a thick, toxic mist rushed in like a tidal wave. Everyone's expressions turned grim, and some of the newcomers, feeling regret, retreated back into the cabin. Du Xiu sniffed the incoming miasma and recalled the records about toxic fog from Lao Lung's study. He said, "Sure to and ladies, take the anti-plague and lung-clearing potions as soon as we land. These should protect you from the miasma for at least 10 days. After that, switch to the detoxification potion. These 3 should shield you from the toxic fog for a month." The 3 smiled in relief and nodded repeatedly. Other newcomers looked at Du Xiu with surprise, eager to ask questions, but the 4 of them had already leapt out. Half an hour later, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the miasma to roll like waves. Du Xiu's parachute swayed in the wind, drifting off course. Several hours later, he finally landed smoothly, finding himself in a barren forest. The surroundings were shrouded in gray, with visibility less than 10 meters. The trees were withered, their trunks bare. A thick layer of decaying leaves covered the ground, and the air was filled with a foul odor. Du Xiu sighed. This place is truly desolate. However, as he began channeling his disaster cultivation technique, he was pleasantly surprised. The toxic fog turned out to be an excellent source of nourishment for him. The toxins entering his body were instantly assimilated and devoured by his toxin force. He even discovered that releasing toxin force could increase the toxicity of the surrounding fog. Understanding his situation, Du Xiu took out the corpses of over a dozen animals. He controlled them to fly at 10-meter intervals, granting him a view of over 100 meters. Just as he was about to move, Shi Ping messaged him, asking for his location. Du Xiu shared his location and realized they were over 200 kilometers apart. Shi Ping offered to come to him, but Du Xiu politely declined. "No need to worry. There are a few classmates nearby with decent skills. I'll team up with them." After ending the conversation, Du Xiu drank a calming potion. He opened the regional network map and found himself between the outskirts and the inner area of Misty Mountain. After some thought, he decided to search for herbs in the outer area first, without rushing into the core region. Du Xiu calculated in his mind. Although the Yaga tribe is small, their adults possess strong blood energy. Venturing in alone would be suicidal. It's better to wait and strategize. Having made up his mind, he headed towards the outer region. Meanwhile, in a valley on the edge of the Misty Mountain region, dozens of students were gathered by a small stream. A young man with a sinister expression sat on a large rock, impatiently looking around. The other students, intimidated, avoided making eye contact with him. About 2 hours later, a group of 30 to 40 people arrived at the location using shared coordinates. Leading the group was a tall man with short hair and sparkling silver earrings. Upon spotting the shadowy young man from a distance, he called out enthusiastically, "How goo!" The young man glanced over with a slight frown, but upon recognizing the familiar face, his expression softened. Why are you only arriving now? Ma Juanhao asked, his tone displeased. The young man with the silver earrings chuckled wryly and explained, don't even mention it, that gust of wind scattered us all. Then, with admiration, he added, how Gu, you're incredible. Out of the four of us, you're the only one who made it on time. Ma Juanhao waved dismissively. Ever since that trip to the Tsangyue Divine Ruins, I've been practicing parachuting. Controlling my direction is no problem. I don't like the feeling of my life being in someone else's hands. Big brother, you always think ahead. I should have practiced parachuting too, the young man with the silver earrings lamented. Noticing Ma Juanhao eating an energy bar, he quickly ordered his subordinates, go, roast the bear paw. In no time, they had assembled 2 lounge chairs, a dining table, and a grill. The young man with silver earrings respectfully said, boss, please sit. The charcoal-grilled bear paw will be ready soon. Ma Juanhao shook his head with a smile and sat down without hesitation. A glamorous young woman approached to massage his shoulders. A few hours later, 2 more groups arrived. The 4 young men gathered and chatted leisurely, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Around them, students went about their tasks, some keeping watch, others grilling, slicing fruit, or preparing drinks, each clearly knowing their role. These 4 were Ma Juanhao of the Golden Wings Ma family from the Linta district, Lin Nanjia of the Purple Thorn Lin family from the Qian district, Su Ren of the Scorching Sun Su family from the Ganrao district, and Wang Tianqing of the Sunflower Wang family from the Haimu district. They were among the most influential freshmen at the War Academy, having sold a potion at 100-fold profit during the academy's closure, essentially forming a black market syndicate. Guys, do you know how many people have gathered at the Endless Mountains? Nearly 300,000 freshmen. Su Ren boasted. 300,000? Almost 90% of the freshmen went to the Endless Mountains? Wang Tianqing exclaimed. Lin Nanjia sneered. What choice do they have? Without the antidote, they can't enter the Misty Mountains. The Dream Swamp region is a swamp, and they can't fly. Where else could they go but the Endless Mountains? How Gu, you're amazing, having prepared so much antidote in advance. Did you have some inside information? Su Ren asked curiously. Ma Juanhao's eye twitched slightly as he replied dismissively, just a fortunate coincidence. The others were increasingly in awe of him. Despite Ma Juanhao's notorious reputation, to these scions of wealthy families, his quirks were merely eccentricities. They admired his courage and foresight even more. Noticing Ma Juanhao's somber expression, the 3 exchanged helpless glances, aware of his unpredictable moods and his impatience with praise for his achievements. Time flew by, and hundreds more people arrived, mostly original and branch members of the 4 major families. We have a total of 900 people, over 800 are original members, and the rest are potion masters, miners, and scholars, Lin Nanjia reported. With so many of us, we should just charge in. Wang Tianqing said nonchalantly. Let's fight the Yaga tribe first and see what they're made of. Su Ren eagerly suggested. What do you think, Hao Go? Lin Nanjia sought Ma Juanhao's opinion, recognizing him as the strategic mind among them. Ma Juanhao replied gravely, our safest plan is to clear an area, have the potion masters gather herbs, the miners search for minerals, and the scholars map the area. The rest will engage in small-scale battles with the Yagu tribe around this zone. He was reluctant to clash Hedon with the Yaga tribe. These foreign tribes weren't known for their intellect, and if things got out of hand, they might retaliate with overwhelming force. This region had no reinforcements, potentially leading to a dire situation. Upon hearing Ma Juanhao's words, the other 3 seemed somewhat displeased. Lin Nanjia snorted. Why be so cautious, elder brother? These minor tribes are insignificant, not even a single one has reached the enlightenment stage. They're like ants to us. We, the 4 major conglomerates, joining forces, what is there to fear? Su Ren immediately chimed in. Second brother is right. Although Wang Tianqing remained silent, the disdain in his eyes spoke volumes. The scions of the conglomerates thought to themselves that even if the battle with the Yaga tribe cost them dearly, it was better than being looked down upon by their peers. Seeing the 3 in agreement, Ma Juanhao stopped trying to dissuade them and reluctantly agreed. In the withered forest, Du Xiu clutched a medicinal herb, overjoyed. The abundance of toxic herbs in the Misty Mountain area was exactly what he needed. The unique environment, shrouded in miasma year-round and untouched for millennia, had become a paradise for poisonous plants. Du Xiu spent 3 consecutive days harvesting tirelessly, earning cultivation points and concocting extreme potions, filling him with delight. Just as he was putting away the herbs, his smile vanished abruptly. In the distance, a hawk perched on a tree, and below it appeared 11 members of an alien tribe. These individuals stood around 2.5 meters tall, with dark yellow skin, no hair or eyebrows, eyes like bronze bells, ears like short blades, and wielding black stone spears. Du Xiu quietly approached to eavesdrop on their conversation, spoken in the language of the gods. One of the tribesmen complained, It's such a bother to patrol even the outer regions. The leader, a young man, sternly replied. The war has already begun. The Empire's forces might have been deployed. We must remain vigilant. Someone questioned the necessity of the war, to which the young man angrily retorted, we are warriors. Our task is to drive our spears into the enemy's chest. Once victorious, others will justify and glorify our actions. Upon hearing these words, a murderous intent flickered in Du Xiu's eyes. He raised his hand, releasing gray primal energy, and quietly withdrew. As half a day passed without any reaction from the tribe, Du Xiu felt a sinking feeling. He had assumed that with his mastery of calamity cultivation, he could navigate effortlessly, but it seemed to be of no use. As he brooded over this, he suddenly looked up into the distance, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. In the midst of the toxic miasma, hundreds of new students cautiously spread out, advancing in a methodical search pattern. Ma Juanhao and 3 others stood relaxed at the center of the crowd, reviewing their recent exploration gains with satisfaction. The competition in the Misty Mountain area was minimal, with only around 1,000 other new academy students encountered, who quickly avoided them. They had claimed a large area, acquiring numerous valuable herbs and even taking control of a small mineral vein currently being mined. However, Lin Nanjia and the other 2 were less interested, eager for a confrontation with the Yago tribe. Ma Juanhao paused, reminding them that although they were talented, tackling the Yago tribe heathen was likely unrealistic. Su Ren dismissed this, mentioning Jiang Ye's impressive feats in the Endless Mountains, suggesting that staying idle would put them at a disadvantage. Ma Juanhao inwardly sneered. He had intended to send experts to scout the enemy before planning further, but seeing the impatience of the 3, he reluctantly agreed to advance. Just as they were about to move, Ma Juanhao suddenly glanced at the back of his hand, his expression turning grim. He ordered everyone to stay put and walked into the depths of the toxic mist alone. Moments later, Ma Juanhao arrived beneath a crooked, dead tree, where Du Xiu was seated high above. Ma Juanhao immediately knelt, greeting him with excitement. Du Xiu eyed him with disdain, mocking his insincerity. Ma Juanhao quickly pledged his loyalty and reported their personnel configuration in detail. Du Xiu closed his eyes and thought for a moment before issuing instructions. About half an hour later, Ma Juanhao returned to the group. He stopped Lin Nanjia from questioning him, solemnly stating that their actions were too cautious and needed to be more assertive. He then began assigning tasks, organizing those with a cultivation level above 60 into groups, and ordered them to advance. Ma Juanhao informed his 3 companions that he had a spy within the Yago tribe, and that enemies were certainly ahead. He instructed them to inflict serious injuries, but not to take lives. Finally, he said, leave them where they are. No need to worry. I will personally conduct the interrogation. You stay here and remain calm. Ma Juanhao walked calmly with his hands behind his back to the place where the captured outsiders were held. Beneath a withered tree, 11 members of the Yago tribe lay in a gory mess on the ground, most of their limbs severed, clinging to life by a thread. When Ma Juanhao arrived, the surrounding financial group members had already quietly withdrawn. Facing the poisonous miasma, he bowed respectfully and said, honored son, the task is completed. Please reveal yourself. Moments later, Du Xiu emerged from the toxic mist, casting a cold glance at the Yaga tribesmen on the ground, nodding slightly. He instructed Ma Juanhao to retreat 100 meters to await further orders, and once Ma Juanhao had left, he approached the withered tree. Even gravely injured and on the brink of death, the Yago tribesmen defiantly mocked, despicable Empire men, attacking in numbers and ambushing us. If you have any courage, face me unknown. The leading youth glared fiercely, damn Empire man. If you're still a man, give me a quick death. Du Xiu, expressionless, waved his hand, releasing 11 strands of gray force that instantly pierced through the Yago tribesmen's heads. A white-eyed, black-feathered crow flew down from the tree, circled briefly, and landed on Du Xiu's shoulder. Du Xiu felt a faint mental feedback and licked his lips with satisfaction. However, he soon realized that his regional network points hadn't increased, understanding that it was the crow's unknowable presence ability at work. After a brief contemplation, Du Xiu gestured to revive the leading Yaga youth. The youth's eyes snapped open, his expression changing dramatically as he knelt and exclaimed, great and noble master, the lowly Atolla sends you the most sincere blessings. Du Xiu, still expressionless, drank several bottles of soul-soothing potions and commanded, relay all the intelligence on the Yago tribe. 20 minutes later, Du Xiu closed his eyes to rest, his face pale. The Yago tribe's strength far exceeded expectations, with 90,000 strong blood energy warriors guarding the core area. What concerned him more was the Yagu's sacred tree, whose leaves could neutralize the poison of the Mist Mountain. Du Xiu calculated inwardly that this sacred tree must be under his control. Subsequently, Ma Juanhao met with Lin Nanjia and others. With a look of delight, he said, The Yaga captives are dead, and I've learned quite a bit of information. The other three exchanged wary glances at Ma Juanhao's unusual behavior. Ma Juanhao continued, I killed them, so the points for defeating the enemy are mine. From now on, any points from or rewards are yours. I don't want them. The small mining veins occupied by the four major conglomerates are being actively extracted, and there will be no shortage of rewards for contribution points. Big brother, are you trying to embarrass your brothers with that talk? Contribution points mean nothing. Lin Nanjia waved his hand dismissively. For people at their level, contribution points were trivial. Face and honor were what truly mattered. Boss, did you find out anything? Su Rin asked eagerly. Ma Juanhao looked around at the group and said in a serious tone, there are 50 Yaga patrol squads in the area ahead. He relayed the intelligence provided by Du Xiu. As soon as he finished speaking, the others were ready and eager for action. You're amazing, boss. Such clever tactics, they praised. Ma Juanhao instructed, follow my lead. We can only wound them seriously, not kill. I have my own plans. Don't worry, big brother, we understand, they replied in unison. Immediately, the original forces of the four conglomerates gathered 30 teams, each with 20 members, to execute Ma Juanhao's plan and attack the Yago. The misty mountain area was soon engulfed in chaotic and bloody battle. A day later, at the mountain ravine, the captured Yago were herded there, with vultures circling low in the sky. Ma Juanhao sent the others away, and was about to speak when Du Xiu arrived quietly. Master Saint, I've done as you instructed, Ma Juanhao said, bowing. Du Xiu surveyed the scene and nodded. Good work, thank you. Seeing Du Xiu counting the captives, Ma Juanhao explained. Some of the Yagu resisted fiercely, and we had no choice but to kill them. No matter, Du Xiu replied indifferently, having already observed the situation through the vulture's eyes. Master Saint, about the antidote for the poison in my body? Ma Juanhao rubbed his hands together, smiling ingratiatingly. After the expedition to the divine ruins is over, we'll discuss it, Du Xiu said coldly. Ma Juanhao's smile froze, and he felt a pang of bitterness. He suddenly missed the days with Mei Jianyuan, who not only provided the antidote readily, but also respectfully called him Brother Hao. Is there anything else? Du Xiu asked with a frown. No, nothing. Take care, Master Saint, and avoid danger, Ma Juanhao said, bowing as he retreated. With no one else around, Du Xiu approached the captives. The bound Yagu people cursed continuously, but Du Xiu remained expressionless as he unleashed countless strands of primal force, piercing their heads. As bodies piled up, death gripped the throats of the survivors like a giant hand. The curses gradually faded into silence. Faced with Du Xiu's ruthless slaughter, terror filled the eyes of the survivors. Some murmured, a demon? It must be a demon. Did the Yagu offend the gods? Gods, save us. We are willing to return to the church, others pleaded. Unfortunately, today the gods were off duty. Only the crows circled the ravine, bearing witness to the massacre. After a while, a twisted smile appeared on Du Xiu's face. His mental strength had increased more than tenfold. He gestured, and the bodies on the ground began to rise 1, 2, 3, until he controlled 13 corpses. My power is still too weak, Du Xiu muttered to himself. He knew that with so many patrol squads missing, the Yago would be on high alert. It would be impossible to use this method to absorb souls again. Du Xiu waved his hand to collect the corpses into his space, sneering, a demon? Would a demon take care of your bodies? Such slander couldn't shake his resolve. He admired the words of a young Yago. War is just war, unrelated to justice and without need for excuses. On the battlefield, the only task is to kill the enemy. At that moment, Shiping sent a message through the regional network inquiring about Lien Ruofei's situation. Upon learning she was safe, Shiping stated that they would head to the Endless Mountain Range to provide support. Du Xiu then opened the communication channel, finding it unusually lively. Du Xiu's expression grew increasingly grave as he quickly reviewed the battle reports from the Endless Mountains. With furrowed brows, Du Xiu's fingers swiftly navigated the light screen as report after report flashed by, each one weighing heavily on his mind. The Treant race's relentless, suicidal attacks were completely at odds with the typical cautious behavior of the smaller tribes within the independent divine ruins. A glint of suspicion flickered in Du Xiu's eyes. Something unusual was clearly afoot. He sighed softly and summoned the corpse of a young Yagu clansman, none other than the initially revived Yatuala. Du Xiu scrutinized the body, contemplating his plan. Disguising himself as Yatuala to infiltrate the Yaga clan seemed like a promising strategy. It would allow him to gather intelligence and, if an opportunity arose, destroy the sacred tree. While pondering, Du Xiu began his transformation. He donned Yatuala's clothes, his features twisting and contorting. Minutes later, a bloodied Yatuala emerged. Slinging a comrade's corpse over his shoulder, he feigned a severely injured escapee and headed towards the Yaga clan stronghold. Half an hour later, Du Xiu halted. In the vulture's field of vision, a formidable Yagu clan unit appeared, including several Qi and Blood Realm experts. Du Xiu was secretly alarmed. This single unit could easily overwhelm the original repair teams of the four great corporations. Particularly concerning was the Yagu warrior at the 87th level of the Qi and Blood Realm, whose power rivaled that of Jiang Yi and who had already detected Du Xiu's presence. Gritting his teeth, Du Xiu walked forward. He carefully laid down the corpse he carried, checked its injuries, and burst into tears. His performance elicited sympathy from the Yaga clan members. Just then, a young man came running excitedly, exclaiming, "Yatuala, what are you doing here?" Du Xiu's heart skipped a beat as he quickly recalled Yatuala's social connections. The newcomer appeared to be one of Yatuala's friends. Adjusting his emotions, Du Xiu's eyes reflected a complex mix of surprise, pain, sorrow, and hatred as he hoarsely replied, "Oh, sorry, Babel. I haven't recovered from the Empire's attack yet. Forgive my neglect." Upon hearing this, the other person sighed and patted Du Xiu on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort. The appearance of Babier took Du Xiu by surprise. He hadn't expected the young leader of the Yaga tribe to personally arrive at the front lines. After a brief moment of silence, Du Xiu suppressed his astonishment and asked, "Babier, what brings you to the front lines?" Babier gave an awkward smile and explained that he had another mission, which required him to avoid the Empire's people. Du Xiu's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding, and he thought to himself, with such a high-quality team and the young leader personally leading it, there must be an important mission. Outwardly, Du Xiu pretended to be disappointed, his eyes filled with sadness. He feigned anger, accusing Babier of forgetting their vow, and said that avoiding the Empire's people was an act of cowardice. Babier seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to Du Xiu's radical stance. Babier motioned for the guards to step back, creating a private space for the two of them. He lowered his voice and said, "Atola, I am here under the orders of my father, the king, to go to the Mengzi region and negotiate with the Mosquito people about sending troops." Feigning ignorance, Du Xiu inquired about the reasons for starting a war. Babier, excited, revealed that the tree people had accumulated 2 portions of life essence, capable of awakening a divine artifact sealed in a cocoon. Du Xiu was startled, immediately realizing this was related to the church. Babier continued, "The tree people have made contact with the behemoth tribe under the church. They plan to eliminate these empire people and align with the church. If we can convince the Mosquito people to join forces and launch a surprise attack, we are bound to succeed." Du Xiu pretended to be worried and asked, "What if we provoke the Empire and they send more people?" Babier replied with a cold laugh, "As long as we kill all the Empire people, the church will take us to live in the divine ruins." Babier urged, "We must hurry to persuade that timid Mosquito Queen to join us in sending troops. Atola, your injuries have weakened your abilities. Why not come with me to the Mosquito people?" The endless mountain range. Countless peaks rise and fall, extending without end. Majestic mountains twist like giant dragons. Dense forests spread like a lush green carpet. Among the trees, dozens of new recruits from the Empire sprint and leap, pursued by dozens of 3-meter brown treants. The treants roar as they charge recklessly, shaking leaves and startling birds into flight. "Damn it, these lunatics have been chasing us forever," one recruit cursed angrily. "Hang in there. Jiang Yi is on his way." Another shouted over the comms, "I can't hold on. My energy is almost drained. I can't stand the thought of dying on my first mission to the divine ruins. Let's hold them off. Better to fight to the death than keep running." "All right, no more running. It's too humiliating." Several recruits stopped in their tracks, turning to glare fiercely at the pursuing treants. The lead treant leaped down from a tree, sneering, "Empire insects," finally stopped running. "Shut up!" a recruit yelled, channeling his energy as he charged the treant. The clash destroyed numerous trees. Others also engaged in battle, the forest filled with chaotic energy and flying debris. As more treants joined the fray, the recruits began to falter. A towering treant tossed a recruit's severed head, which rolled on the ground, revealing a face filled with unwillingness. The remaining recruits were both furious and humiliated. The treant leader taunted, "Don't worry, Empire scum, you'll soon join him." Suddenly, a cold flash flew by. A massive axe cleaved the speaking treant in two, and then a figure swiftly landed. His expression was icy, as he pulled out the axe and charged at the remaining treants. Moments later, hundreds of academy recruits arrived from behind. Someone shouted, "Don't just stand there. Finish off these treants. We need to move to the next area to save others." The rescued recruits were overjoyed. "Damn, didn't expect to survive. Thanks, Jiang Yi. I owe you one." The slender figure wielding the giant axe slew the last treant, showing exhaustion on his face. He looked into the distance, his eyes filled with concern. Deep within the endless mountain range, in the heart of the treant territory, stood a colossal tree seemingly connecting heaven and earth. Its trunk was like a pillar supporting the sky, unimaginably thick, and its crown spread like an emerald canopy, merging with the sea of clouds. The group of over 200 people paused to rest in the Mungza region. Dushio squinted into the distance, listening to Babel's explanation. He was intrigued by the claim that the origin of the mosquito people could be traced back to the era of deities. If they were truly so powerful, why would they remain in a first-level divine ruin? Babel dismissed it as drunken boasting. He elaborated on the characteristics of the mosquito people. They were among the earliest settlers in Mungza but were timid and relied entirely on the might of their mosquito beast army. Dushio pondered this. Even with diluted bloodlines from the mythical beasts of the god era, they shouldn't be so weak. He resolved to verify the truth himself. As he was deep in thought, a member of the Yago tribe reported the capture of several imperial individuals. Babel eagerly suggested a skinning contest, but Du Xiu showed no interest. He watched indifferently as Babel left, his resolve against other tribes hardening. Those not of my kin are sure to have different hearts, he mused. To him, only dead outsiders were good ones. A day later, the group reached the territory of the mosquito people. Du Xiu surveyed the surroundings, noting the endless marshland shrouded in mist. The Yaga tribesmen blew their beast horns, and soon the sky buzzed with the sound of hundreds of giant mosquito beasts carrying the mosquito people. After some negotiation, Du Xiu and his companions boarded the mosquito beasts, flying deeper into Mungza. Along the way, he inquired about the mosquito people from Babel, learning that their numbers were sparse and their power relied on nearly 1,000,000 slumbering mosquito beasts. A few hours later, at the marsh's end, a grayish-white stone city emerged, surprising Du Xiu with the presence of this oasis. Babel, however, was unimpressed. The mosquito beasts carried them over the city gates, eventually stopping in front of a stone fortress. The captain of the guards scrutinized them warily, allowing only 3 to enter. Babel chose Du Xiu and Vasily to accompany him. As they proceeded, Du Xiu discreetly observed that while the guards were not particularly strong, the mosquito beasts were formidable. After several hours, the marshland gave way to an oasis, revealing a city built from grayish-white stone, catching Du Xiu's eye. Inside the castle, the grand palace was adorned with opulence. Mosquito Queen lounged lazily in her chair, her long, pale legs elegantly crossed beneath a black gauze dress. She savored grapes with grace, stretching with satisfaction, her alluring figure faintly visible. Babel, what brings you here? She asked nonchalantly. Babel replied in a serious tone, Your Majesty, my father has sent me to discuss the alliance between the Yagur and Mosquito tribes for a joint military action. A military action? Mosquito Queen scoffed. You slaughtered the Empire's garrison, implicating my tribe with rebellion. This matter is unresolved, and now you want to drag me into it. How can you say that? We 3 tribes are allies. Our fates are intertwined. You understand this better than I do, Babel argued. Nonsense. Waging war against the Empire is self-destruction. I would never lead my tribe to ruin, Mosquito Queen retorted disdainfully. Babel coaxed, the Treant tribe has already contacted the church. As long as we eliminate the Empire's forces in the divine ruins, they will support us and grant us a new, resource-rich divine ruins. This is a path for our tribe's survival. Mosquito Queen wavered. Is this true? Can it be trusted? Of course it's true. Babel pressed on. The mosquito beasts in the Mungza region have not tasted fresh blood for centuries. This opportunity will not only rejuvenate them but also, once we reach the new divine ruins, we will allocate you a land rich in blood resources to strengthen the mosquito tribe. Tempted but still cautious, Mosquito Queen said, this is a significant matter. I need to discuss it with my tribe. I will give you an answer tomorrow. As night fell, the stars glittered brilliantly. Du Xiu stood by the window, his gaze deep and contemplative. He gestured, summoning 2 corpses and directed them to follow a path indicated by a vulture. Then, he quietly knocked on Babel's door. Atola, what's this? Babel asked, puzzled. Sure, come with me, Du Xiu whispered, leading him to a concealed spot. Under the starlight, an imperial man conversed with a mosquito woman hidden in the shadows. The woman revealed that the Yagu and Treant tribes had colluded with the church, claiming the mosquito tribe had leaked the information to protect themselves. Babel was furious, and Du Xiu quickly pulled him back to his room. This is outrageous. They dare leak information to the Empire, sabotaging our revival plans. Babel growled in anger. Du Xiu's eyes glinted with malice. We can't just sit and wait. The mosquito tribe is weak, relying solely on controlling mosquito beasts. We should strike first. Babel was taken aback. You mean to attack the mosquito tribe? Du Xiu replied gravely. Is there any better option? If they delay us and the Empire's reinforcements arrive, do you think they will spare us for slaughtering their garrison? All right. Babyer gritted his teeth. Du Xiu's words struck Babier's heart like an arrow, hitting its most vulnerable spot. If the mosquito people were to aid the empire, the situation would undoubtedly be reversed. Not only would they fail to avenge their grievances, but the survival of their entire tribe would be at stake. Rather than living in constant fear, it was better to strike decisively. A fierce determination flashed in Babier's eyes. Let 1,000,000 mosquito beasts perish in the swamp. You go and contact the tribesmen outside. I'll coordinate from the castle. Yatuala hurriedly interjected. The castle is too dangerous. I'm not strong enough and might become a burden. Two people traveling together would also attract attention. Dushio lowered his voice, his eyes bloodshot. Stop hesitating. If you continue to waver, I'll end it here myself. Babier's eyes shimmered with tears at these words. I will gather the warriors of our tribe and come to rescue you. Hurry. Once Babier had left, Dushio's expression returned to calm. He stood by the window, lightly tapping the wooden frame with his fingers, waiting patiently. Calculating that Babier should have exited the city, he waved his hand, and 4 corpses of the Yago tribe appeared out of thin air on the lawn outside. The corpses suddenly opened their eyes, stood up like wooden stakes, and stood silently in the night. Dushio's gaze shifted, and the 4 corpses followed, their eyes blazing with fervor. Clad in starlight and wielding spears, they charged forward fearlessly. Dushio then retreated into the shadows. Moments later, chaos erupted throughout the castle. The Yagu people have killed our tribesmen. Where? To the northwest. Summon the mosquito beasts quickly. Where is the young master of the Yago tribe? He left the castle under the pretext of seeking pleasure. Damn it! Sound the alarm. This is a premeditated attack. Meanwhile, outside the city, Babier gathered over 200 elite warriors from his tribe and spoke in a deep voice. The mosquito people have colluded with the empire, leaked secrets, and intend to harm our tribe. Our only way out is to kill all the mosquito people. Without the mosquito people to control them, the mosquito beasts are not a threat. Otherwise, we face certain death. The crowd was instantly sobered, their expressions turning grim. Someone calmly asked, Are you sure, young master? Do the mosquito people have the guts for this? I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? At that moment, the castle's alarm bells rang loudly, and the sounds of battle could be faintly heard. Babier shouted, Damn it! The mosquito people have attacked Yatuala and the others. Yaga people, follow me and kill every last one of the mosquito people. With a command, the Yago people brandished their weapons, their ferocity on full display, and charged toward the castle. The unprepared mosquito people, without their mosquito beasts, were easily overwhelmed and turned into mangled flesh. Blood mist filled the air, and the sounds of battle pierced the night sky. In the center of the castle, the mosquito queen tossed and turned in bed, troubled by the decision to besiege the empire. The Yago tribe proposed allying with the church, but she had never met the church's emissary and felt uneasy. If she went personally, the endless mountains had become a battlefield, and she might encounter danger. If she didn't go, she feared displeasing the church's emissary. Every mention of the church made her head throb, as if she had forgotten something. Just as the mosquito queen was troubled, a guard reported from outside the door, Your Majesty, the Yago tribe has launched a fierce attack. The mosquito beasts need time to arrive. Please evacuate immediately. The mosquito queen was shocked. What? The Yago tribe is attacking? Are you sure? Absolutely. They suddenly attacked and have already killed many of our people. Time is of the essence. Your chamber is too conspicuous. Please move quickly. All right, I will evacuate immediately. You must hold them off. The mosquito queen's face turned pale. Without the mosquito beasts, the mosquito people were as fragile as paper. Should we send someone to escort you? No need. I will escape through the secret passage. In her panic, the mosquito queen hurriedly put on a coat, pressed a mechanism in the study, and a bookshelf moved aside to reveal a secret passage. She quickly slipped inside. Under the night sky, the wind whispered to the clouds and moon, while countless stars shimmered brightly. At the back of the castle, a hidden stone door suddenly opened in a vertical rock face. A graceful figure leaned against the doorframe, cautiously peering out. Seeing no one around, with only the cold moonlight casting a glow on the ground, she patted her chest in relief, lifted her nightgown, and sprinted away under the moonlight. At the corner, she suddenly stopped, a stiff smile on her face, and involuntarily stepped back. Under the starlight, a man with a blurred face emerged from the darkness. A white-eyed, black-feathered crow perched on his shoulder, vultures circled above, and several Yago tribesmen with bloody holes in their foreheads stood behind him. Good evening, Your Majesty. The faceless man spoke warmly. The mosquito queen's beautiful eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling. The evening is not so good. Though she didn't know the identity of the faceless man, his demeanor was clearly not friendly. Without the mosquito beasts, her strength was only about 2 or 3 levels of blood energy, weak and fragile. Meanwhile, The Yaga tribesmen behind the faceless man were at 5 or 6 levels of blood energy. The faceless man chuckled softly. A gray force appeared at his fingertips, forming the shape of a delicate flower in the air. He raised his hand, and the flower entered the Mosquito Queen's forehead. Your Majesty, every encounter is a reunion after a long separation, Dushio said, feeling pleased. After orchestrating the leak scenario with Babier and manipulating the Yaga tribesmen to attack the Mosquito people, he used the crow's stealth to sneak near the Mosquito Queen's chamber. Learning that she was using a secret passage, he used the vulture's vision to monitor the secluded areas of the castle, finally meeting the Mosquito Queen. After planting the poisonous seed, Dushio patted the trembling Mosquito Queen on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. It's just a little thing inside you. At most it will cost you your life. My lord, I will definitely follow your orders. After a brief moment of panic, the Mosquito Queen's face showed determination. Dushio nodded in satisfaction. 2 tasks. First, capture the Yaga tribesmen and hand them over to me. Second, march to the Endless Mountains. Can you do it? The Mosquito Queen was about to weigh the pros and cons when an excruciating pain shot through her forehead. She immediately knelt down, sincerely saying, My lord, I can do it. As she knelt, the pain dissipated. The next day, as dawn broke, a crowd gathered outside the Mosquito people's royal fortress. Mosquito Queen, dressed in a black gown, stood before her people. Her voice was as cold and piercing as a winter's wind. The Yaga tribe has acted despicably, attempting to assassinate me last night. Thanks to the help of the Empire, I survived. However, 981 of our people perished in battle. This is a vile scheme concocted by the Yaga tribe in collusion with the Treeman tribe and the church, aiming to annihilate us completely. A fierce glint flashed in the Mosquito Queen's eyes. I hereby issue a royal decree. Awaken the Mosquito Beast Legion. Today, we shall first eradicate the Treeman tribe, then slaughter the Yago tribe. I will personally lead the charge. The tribe was shocked by her words. The queen, known for her prudence, was now going to the front lines herself, indicating her immense fury. They quickly dispersed to various locations, using secret arts to awaken the mosquito beasts. The entire Mungza region braced for an impending storm. Inside the royal fortress, the Mosquito Queen pushed open the door, her pupils contracting sharply. On the floor lay a pool of blood, with the body of a Yago prisoner now lifeless. On the throne sat a faceless man with a sickly smile, eerie yet powerful. Dushio waved his hand, and the corpse vanished. He looked at the Mosquito Queen's face, which was indistinguishable from that of an Empire person, pondering whether the Mosquito people truly possessed the bloodline of a mythical beast from ancient times. The Mosquito Queen respectfully reported, My lord, I have given the order. Once the army is assembled, we will set out immediately. Dushio inquired, How many mosquito beasts are there, and what is their strength? Approximately 900,000, with an average power rating of 36, the Mosquito Queen replied. Dushio was puzzled. With such strength, why do you remain hidden in Mungza, allowing others to oppress you? The Mosquito Queen sighed. Mosquito beasts have very short lifespans, lasting only 6 months after awakening. They require vast amounts of blood to sustain themselves. Mungza's resources are depleted, so we can't mobilize them lightly unless it's a battle for survival. Dushio understood then that the Mosquito Beast Army was the Mosquito people's only trump card, usable just once. In the Endless Mountains, within the Treeman tribe's territory, a young envoy from the church gazed ambitiously at nearly 10,000 war beasts below. He had incited the Treeman tribe to slaughter the Empire's garrison, hoping to earn merit and join the Sacred Knights. The Treeman tribe's chief respectfully asked, Your Excellency, do you know where our tribe will be relocated? The envoy replied arrogantly, That depends on the outcome of this battle. Those who achieve merit will be generously rewarded by the church. The chief inquired further, Where will the Bronze Gate be opened? At the junction of the Endless Mountains and Misty Mountains, the envoy replied. The chief was surprised. Didn't you previously say it was in the Endless Mountains? The young church envoy retorted. What? Do you have a problem with that? Your Excellency, you've misunderstood me. How could I dare to question you? The chieftain of the Treant clan hurriedly knelt, trembling as he spoke. He cautiously lifted his head and tentatively asked, My lord, according to our scouts, the Mosquito clan has already deployed their Mosquito Beast army, expected to arrive by dusk. Have the other 2 clans also dispatched their forces? The young envoy's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this, and he eagerly pointed downward. Good. You will select the bravest warriors from the Treant clan to ride these war beasts. Launch the full-scale attack by evening. His eyes gleamed with fervor. These Blood Realm war beasts were borrowed from the higher-ups in my family. With their help, you will be unstoppable. Understood. The chieftain replied respectfully and quickly withdrew to make arrangements. Meow Meow asked curiously, Will the church really reward them with a divine ruin? The envoy chuckled softly. If they can annihilate the Empire's people, not just one, but several divine ruins would be theirs for the taking. However, this is my achievement, not theirs. Then why did you mention the bronze gate opening? Meow Meow asked, puzzled. The envoy patiently explained, they didn't come here through the bronze gate, but by other secret techniques. Opening the bronze gate requires immense resources and would alert the Empire. The important thing is that the Treant clan believes it is there and will charge toward it madly. The endless mountains are teeming with hundreds of thousands of Empire people, and the Treant clan will have to trample over their corpses with every step they take. Meow Meow suddenly understood, a sick smile spreading across her face. Hee, hope followed by despair. I love it. The chieftain of the Treant clan dragged his weary steps into the wooden cabin where the clan's leaders had already gathered. He surveyed the room and said gravely, we will launch our full-scale attack at dusk. Shilu, you will lead 10,000 warriors riding war beasts and break through the Empire's defenses. The burly Shilu stood up, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, chieftain, I will surely take the heads of the Empire's soldiers and lay the foundation for our clan's growth. The chieftain nodded for him to sit down and then turned to another person. You must protect the elderly, women, and children. If all the warriors fall, let the elderly take up arms, then the women, and finally the children. The elderly, women, and children must also go to battle, the person exclaimed in shock. The chieftain sighed. The bronze gate doesn't open in the endless mountains, but at the border with the misty mountains. What? How could this be? Someone shouted angrily. There are hundreds of thousands of Empire soldiers in the endless mountains. How can we possibly break through? Exactly. If we reach the bronze gate, won't our people be wiped out? In the corner, someone whispered. What if there isn't a bronze gate at all? The chieftain's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted sternly, silence. There is definitely a bronze gate there. Speak nonsense again, and I will kill you. The room fell into a dead silence, broken only by a few awkward laughs. There must be a bronze gate. There definitely will be. Yes, there will be. We must not doubt. Suppressing his unease, the chieftain reviewed the battle plan once more. After confirming it, everyone left, leaving only the chieftain and an elder. The elder hesitated before finally standing up to leave silently. The chieftain called after him, Dorge, take some of our people and guard Beaming Cocoon. If the battle at the front doesn't go well, seize the envoy and blame them. Surrender to the Empire and become their slaves, just to preserve our clan. The elder turned back, locking eyes with the chieftain, both of their gazes filled with endless sorrow. Will there really be a bronze gate beyond the endless mountains? They didn't know, and didn't want to delve into this self-deceptive approach. But they had no choice. The Treant clan was growing, but their resources were depleting. Food was scarce, and water sources were drying up. Herbs and minerals that might be valuable to the Empire were useless to them. This divine ruin was a dead end for them. If they couldn't reach a new divine ruin, they would eventually starve to death. As a primary life-given race, they were doomed to struggle to break through their limitations. No one cared, no one noticed, and they struggled to survive in hardship. To the Empire, the Mungza divine ruin was just a training ground, a muddy stretch on their journey. If not for the life essence accumulated over thousands of years, capable of awakening the beast cocoon, the church might not have even paid attention to them. Now, with the envoy from the church offering them a chance, it might be their last opportunity before starvation. They had no choice. Until they saw it with their own eyes, there had to be a bronze gate standing there. As dusk approached, dark clouds swallowed the daylight, and the sky hung low. A cold wind swept through, tearing leaves from the trees and carrying them away. The endless mountains fell into an eerie silence. Unlike their usual frenzied attacks, the Treant clan was unusually quiet today. Communication channels reported no attacks in any region. The Empire's Academy freshmen dared not let their guard down, growing more anxious instead. Based on war experience, this likely meant the Treant clan was preparing for a final assault. In a certain area, thick clouds loomed, tree canopies blocked the light, and the surroundings were dim. Campfires flickered, casting light on several battered and wounded faces. Shi Ping took out a healing potion from his bag, drank half of it, and reluctantly handed the rest to someone else. Here, this half is for you. If we make it back to the academy alive, you owe me at least 10 credits. The person accepted it with a grin. Boss Shi, you're generous. Even though 10 points seem like a lot, the situation is dire. Sometimes, half a vial of potion can save a life. And it's not something that can be measured by points. Shi Ping smiled but remained silent. Guaning looked serious and whispered, tonight or tomorrow, the Treant tribe is likely to launch an all-out attack. A freshman with a buzz cut smacked his lips, his voice tinged with unease. I wonder if we'll survive this time. I'm really a bit afraid of dying. Who isn't afraid of death? Shi Ping looked up at the sky with deep eyes. But what's the use of being afraid? Does fear of death mean you won't die? His words carried a profound reflection on the Empire. The enduring nature of the empire is built upon the blood and sweat of countless industries, classes, and citizens. While the primers and alchemists enjoy a revered status and the empire's goodwill, they also carry the obligation to fight for the empire. The battle in the Endless Mountains was at a stalemate, and the Academy's freshmen were even at a disadvantage. Yet, under the empire's firm stance on warfare, few would retreat or cower. This spirit stems from the empire's graveyard, the harshest place where hundreds of thousands of imperial soldiers perish every year. The soldiers there never retreat because they know that once they do, the entire empire will face the threat of the church's army. All right, we've rested enough. Let's go meet up with Jiang Yi. Shiping stood up, pulling Guaning along. The Trant tribe had already withdrawn their people to the core area, and Jiang Yi was gathering forces for the final battle. At that moment, a notification sounded in Shiping's regional network. Lian Ruafei, which area are you in within the Endless Mountains? Defei's voice came through. We're in the E2 area inside the mountains. Why? Shiping replied. Nothing, just checking if you're still alive. Shiping smirked. I'm tough to kill. Just hide out in the misty mountains. No need to worry about me. The scene shifts to a giant tree. A chubby guy was dozing off at the intersection of branches when suddenly a raindrop hit him square on the forehead. He jolted awake, rubbed his forehead, and muttered, I hate the rain, and I hate fighting in the rain even more. Damn this rainy weather and damn this war. I wish they'd both end soon. I miss the fried chicken back at the academy. He stood up, looking into the distance. The sky was filled with rumbling thunder, and countless bolts of lightning struck above the dense forest. The intense white light turned dusk into daylight, and the chubby guy rubbed his eyes, his face turning pale. In the distance, the Trant tribe, riding their war beasts, formed a dark mass, surging forward like a tide. Enemy attack. The Trant tribe is coming, the chubby guy shouted loudly. In an instant, countless academy freshmen leaped onto the treetops. Jiang Yi, wielding a giant axe, stood at the highest point and roared, Everyone, listen up. The Trant tribe's all-out attack is here. In war, the brave live, the cowardly die. For the glory of the empire, for the enduring nature of the empire, we will win this battle. Thunderous shouts erupted from the forest. We will win this battle. The empire endures. Bring it on. Far Easterners never fear death. The Trant tribe leader raised a massive stone club, pointing towards the area of the empire's academy freshmen. Sons of the Trant tribe, the empire's people are right ahead. Kill them all, break through the endless mountains, and we'll see the Bronze Gate. Beyond the Bronze Gate lies a new world. Reach it, and our children will no longer go hungry every day. Our wives can dress in finery, our elders can enjoy their twilight years, and our tribe will thrive. It's all for the sake of our race. In this battle, it's either our rise or our fall. The Trant warriors gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes bloodshot, with a fierce fire brewing in their chests. They held their stone spears at a 45-degree angle, clamped their legs tightly on their war beasts, and let out a deep roar. Kill all the enemies before us. As the command was given, countless Trant warriors surged forward like a tide. The moment the academy freshmen clashed with the Trant tribe, thunder roared. Silver lightning tore through the twilight, descending upon the earth. The wind, carrying rain, raged madly in the air. Amidst the wrath of the heavens, the sounds of battle, fighting, and curses echoed through the mountains, weaving a symphony of death. 2 hours later, Jiang Yi pulled his giant axe from the neck of the Trant tribe leader, blood splattering his face, only to be washed away by the rain. After confirming the leader's death, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Corpses littered the ground. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Dusk, silver light, and blood intertwined, painting a brutal picture of war. Jiang Yi forced himself to stand, his voice hoarse as he shouted, Are there any survivors? Gather around me. I'll protect you. People began to gather around at the sound of his voice. Guaning, with red eyes, supported a pale Shiping, limping towards him. Xiao Xiao, carrying an injured female classmate, followed closely behind. The rain gradually subsided until it stopped. At the edge of the sky, a hint of sunset quietly appeared. The golden glow spread across the horizon, draping the entire mountain range in a layer of golden veil. A group of battered academy freshmen supported each other in silence under the glow of the sunset. They knew well that the Trant tribe wouldn't give them much time to rest, and the second wave of attack was imminent. The atmosphere on the battlefield in each area was unbearably tense, the Trant tribe's ferocity far beyond their expectations. Look, what's that in the sky? The lookout pointed into the distance. Everyone leaped to higher ground and gazed upward. The golden sunset blazed across the sky like flames. In the distance, a small black dot gradually expanded, merging into a mass that eventually swallowed half the sky. Suddenly, urgent messages echoed through the communication channel. The mosquito people are coming. Oh no, quickly request reinforcements from the Empire. Imperial reinforcements are already on their way. That's a massive swarm of mosquito beasts, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. How on earth can we fight against that? I'm afraid this might be the end for us. I'm not scared of dying, just a bit homesick. I'm even less afraid to die. If I fall in the War of the Divine Ruins, my name deserves its own page in our family history. As the swarm of mosquito beasts drew closer, everyone felt a growing sense of unease. But unexpectedly, the swarm flew overhead without launching an attack, leaving everyone bewildered. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "I see a new student from the academy standing on top of a mosquito beast." Brother, are you sure you saw that right? They're wearing the academy's new student uniform. A new student riding a mosquito beast? That's impressive. Under the glow of the sunset, countless mosquito beasts, bathed in golden light, consumed the sky. The deafening buzzing seemed to announce to all creatures of the mountain range, "Today, fierce beasts are passing through, and all should steer clear." At the forefront of the mosquito beast army was a gigantic, blood-red mosquito beast, larger than its kind. On its back stood several figures. Leading them was a faceless man, tall and poised, with arms crossed, overseeing the entire mountain range. Behind him stood the mosquito mother respectfully, followed by several Yago tribe guards. Dushio looked at the map, identified the battle zone marked as E2, and instructed the mosquito mother, "Fly in that direction." The mosquito beast army adjusted its course accordingly, heading where Dushio pointed. The E2 area was located at a mountain pass within the Endless Mountains, a critical route into the interior. At that moment, nearly 100,000 new students were gathered there, staring up at the approaching dark cloud with their hearts in their throats. Jiangyi, surrounded by others, gripped a giant axe tightly, his face full of vigilance. "Brother Yi, do you know him?" someone beside him asked. Jiangyi shook his head with a wry smile. "I don't." The mosquito beast army halted above the E2 area, and the blood-red mosquito beast descended to a lower altitude. The faceless man confronted tens of thousands of Empire talents. The new students observed the faceless man up close. There was not a trace of elemental energy emanating from him, and his face seemed to writhe with countless tiny insects, while a peculiar white-eyed, black-feathered crow perched on his shoulder. The atmosphere grew tense. After a long silence, Dushio noticed Shiping and two others in a corner. The three were slumped under an ancient tree, covered in blood and dirt, exhausted. Shiping seemed to be out of strength, resting his head on Guanying's abdomen. Guanying looked surprised at first, then blushed, but seeing Shiping's pained expression, she tenderly massaged his temples. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes nearby. Frowning, Dushio tossed down dozens of packages, scattering them around. One package landed right at Shiping's feet. Guaning opened it to find several potions inside. "Shiping, there are stamina potions in here. You're saved." Shiping, eyes closed, murmured, "Inger, my head hurts." "It's not exhaustion. It's mental fatigue. Don't worry. There are calming potions in here too." Upon hearing this, Shiping's mouth twitched, silently cursing. "Who the hell is ruining my moment?" The tens of thousands of new students in the E2 area erupted into cheers after the faceless man dropped the packages and left on the mosquito beast. The entire mountain range turned into a sea of celebration. As Dushio departed, he felt quite pleased with himself. Shiping must be grateful to me by now. Since Pinger has acknowledged me as his godfather, it's only right for a father to care for his children. How could I not save my son when he's in trouble? To ensure his safety without arousing suspicion, I scattered hundreds of potions. But he wasn't worried. These potions were all of low quality, just half a day's work. Not far from Area E2, the main army of the tree men was gathered. As they saw the swarm of mosquito beasts approaching from the sky, they cheered excitedly. The tree men waved their weapons, signaling their friendly intentions to the allies above. However, as the mosquito beasts came closer, confusion spread among them. "Why are these mosquito beasts moving faster?" One treeman frowned. "Strange. Why do I sense hostility?" Suddenly, the mosquito beasts descended from the sky, their sharp proboscises piercing into the heads of the tree men. Confusion turned to terror, freezing on their faces. In mere seconds, one became a dried-up husk. Satiated, the mosquito beast emitted a triumphant screech and swooped toward its next target. "The mosquito people are enemies. They've sided with the Empire," someone shouted in alarm. The tree men scattered in panic, cries echoing everywhere. "Run for your lives. Help me. My leg is broken. Don't leave me." The leader of the tree men struggled to control his restless mount. Holding the reins with one hand and a stone club in the other, he smashed fleeing comrades into pulp. "Stop running, damn it," he roared. "The village is right behind us. Where do you think you're going? If we all flee, what will happen to our wives, children, and elders?" After a brief panic, the tree men steadied themselves. With their community at their backs, there was nowhere to escape. The warriors who had fled began to return and regroup. Above the battlefield, Duccio observed the scene. Though the treemen fought valiantly, they were steadily overwhelmed by superior forces. Many treemen were slaughtered by the mosquito beasts, leaving behind lifeless husks. The treemen suffered a crushing defeat, with their main army annihilated. Shortly after, the mosquito queen brought a treeman corpse before Duccio. With a wave of his hand, the corpse opened its eyes, knelt, and looked at him with fervent devotion. Great and noble master, your most faithful servant greets you. Take me to the place where the behemoth is cocooned, Duccio commanded. Yes, master. The treeman corpse leaped onto a mosquito beast and led the army toward the cocooning site of the behemoth. In a certain cave, 2 blood-red cocoons soaked in a pool of green liquid. Nearby stood a young envoy of the church, Meow Meow, and the treeman elder. The sound of a heartbeat echoed from within the cocoons, and the envoy's face lit up with joy. The behemoth cocoon is about to awaken. As they conversed, commotion erupted outside. A treeman guard rushed in, panic-stricken. Elder, the mosquito people have betrayed us and joined the empire. The front lines have collapsed, and the mosquito beast army is closing in. The elder's expression changed. He turned to the envoy, saying, Please remain calm, my lord. I will check the situation outside. With that, he hurried out. Outside the cave, a large number of treemen had gathered. The elder surveyed them and shouted sternly, The church has forced us to rebel against the empire. Now that the empire's forces are approaching, seize the church members for me. The treemen looked at each other, bewildered and unmoving. The elder bellowed, What are you waiting for? Go. Soon, bloody treemen tossed the envoy's corpse to the ground. Elder, the envoy was too fierce to capture alive, so we had to kill him. The woman escaped. Duccio arrived with the mosquito beast army. The elder immediately knelt to surrender. My lord, our chieftain was deceived by the church into rebellion. We did not wish to follow and were imprisoned here. Now that the empire's forces have arrived, we wish to surrender. I am willing to lead our people against the rebel treemen. Seeing the bewildered treemen behind him, the elder turned and scolded, The empire's lord is here. Drop your weapons and kneel to surrender. Clang. As a young treant laid down his weapon and knelt, it was like a domino effect, and soon a mass of treants were on their knees. The treant community knelt, burying their heads deep into the earth, in a humble plea for mercy from the imperial forces. The elder's voice trembled as he said, My lord, to prove our loyalty, we have captured the church's spies. Please see our sincerity. Duccio remained expressionless, already understanding the treant's dire situation and their thoughts. Pitiful, sorrowful, yet also detestable, but it was not his concern. Where is the behemoth cocoon? Duccio asked coldly. In the cave, the elder quickly replied. It has been awakened, just barely alive, but weak. If you wish to train it as a war beast, it would be best to nurture it for a few days. No need. Bring me the behemoth cocoon. Moments later, 2 behemoth cocoons were brought out. Duccio released 2 streams of primal energy, killing the newly awakened behemoth cubs and storing them in his spatial dimension. He glanced at the bodies of the church members and collected them as well, thinking, The church's strength is quite formidable. Within the regional network, the academy had already issued a notice that reinforcements were on the way. Time was of the essence, and Duccio still needed to deal with the pressing threat of the Yago tribe. The life or death of the treants was of no concern to him. Securing the most important behemoth cocoons, Duccio wasted no time and led his army of mosquito beasts away. Half a day later, an endless army of mosquito beasts appeared in the misty mountain region. The mosquito queen hesitated as she gazed at the limitless miasma, saying, My lord, the miasma affects the mosquito people as well. Duccio turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, and said deliberately, If the Yaga tribe is not exterminated, the mosquito people will be. The mosquito queen trembled, unable to speak. Not only had she been implanted with a poison seed, but so had the high-ranking members of the mosquito people. The fate of nearly the entire tribe rested in this man's hands. Half a day later, the entire mountain range was littered with the corpses of the Yaga tribe, the stench of blood overwhelming. A team of several hundred primal cultivators appeared in the core area of the Misty Mountain, with 4 young individuals protected in the center. The sights along the way made the 4 anxious and fearful. The faceless person controlling the mosquito army is actually an academy student. Their power is terrifying, Lin Nanjia exclaimed in disbelief. The group from the Heroic Life Society had been earning points and harassing the Yago tribe in the Misty Mountain region. Half a day ago, the mosquito army arrived, and the group quickly moved to the core area, hoping for some easy gains. But as they ventured deeper, the sight of countless bodies left them terrified. Ma Juanhao looked at the field of corpses, feeling numb. Where did this god of slaughter come from? He cautioned. The Yaga tribe's territory is just ahead, everyone be careful. As they ventured further, the group grew increasingly silent. Nearly 1 million mosquito beasts flooded into the misty mountain, dispersing the miasma until only a thin mist remained. Their vision was no longer obstructed. A moment later, the primal cultivators halted, their bodies chilled, staring blankly into the distance. On the square, nearly 10,000 incapacitated Yago tribe members were herded together by the mosquito beasts. Crows circled overhead. The faceless person walked among them, harvesting lives. With the last Yago tribe member falling, no living Yago remained. Dushio shivered, a strange feeling rising within him. The world seemed clearer, and distant scenes were visible without relying on the perspective of corpses. It seemed his mental strength had broken through. Not bad. This trip was quite fruitful. With the behemoth cocoons and the Yago sacred tree in hand, I can further utilize them once the divine ruins end. My mental strength is 100 times stronger, breaking some kind of shackle. I'll study this more later, Dushio mused to himself. I've collected all the strong Yago corpses and now, there's just one more thing. He approached the mosquito queen, who quickly put on a smile. My lord, the Yaga tribe is extinct. When can we return? Dushio scanned the area. The half-day of beast control, combined with the miasma of the misty mountain, had left the mosquito people exhausted, resting on the surrounding open spaces. Only a few dozen were on mosquito beasts, keeping watch from afar. Dushio withdrew his gaze and said, There's no rush. One more matter remains. What matter, my lord? The mosquito queen asked, puzzled. Suddenly, Dushio grabbed the mosquito queen by the throat. Panic spread across her face. My lord, what are you doing? Borrowing your body. Without giving her a chance to struggle further, Dushio exerted force, snapping her neck and storing her body in his space. Whether she has the bloodline of an ancient beast, I'll find out later. From the moment Dushio acted to the mosquito queen's death, it took only seconds. By the time the mosquito people realized, the mosquito queen was already a corpse. You despicable Imperial. What are you doing? Imperial. You killed our queen. Kill this Imperial. Avenge the queen. The mosquito people roared in anger. Fools, Dushio said coldly, spreading his fingers and unleashing countless gray primal energy streams. The gray energy scattered into the air, and nearly half of the mosquito people suddenly fell, convulsing. The poison seeds activated, and within moments, blood flowed from their noses, mouths, eyes, and ears. Witnessing this eerie scene, the remaining mosquito people quickly halted and turned to flee. They knew their bodies were weak and tried to ride the mosquito beasts to create distance, hoping to command the army from the air. But unexpectedly, the supposedly dead Yagu tribe members suddenly opened their eyes and stood up, swiftly engaging the mosquito people in combat. Nearly 1,000 reanimated corpses attacked the mosquito people. Caught off guard, most mosquito people couldn't dodge in time and were quickly overwhelmed by the Yaga corpses. In close combat, the mosquito people were utterly defeated, with thousands slaughtered. Only a few dozen managed to escape with about 1,000 mosquito beasts. The remaining hundreds of thousands of mosquito beasts, with their controllers dead, stayed in place, restless. Dushio controlled the corpses, slaying some of the strongest mosquito beasts and collecting their bodies, then paid no more attention. In a few days, when the miasma regathers, these mosquito beasts will die on their own. It seems I can control any corpse in the chi and blood stage. The number of ordinary chi and blood stage corpses I can control is around 1,000. Among my peers, I seem to be invincible, Dushio thought to himself. As long as I continue to exterminate tribes, I will only grow stronger. At this thought, Dushio's expression suddenly darkened. Something's wrong. Why am I having these thoughts? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to clear his mind. Looking around, he saw bodies strewn like rags, blood pooling into streams, flowing to the lowest point. Dushio's eyes were filled with confusion. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and as Dushio snapped back to reality, he was shocked to realize that he had just slaughtered nearly 10,000 Yaga captives with his own hands. Though he was not one to show mercy, he had never been so bloodthirsty. Moments ago, he had been completely absorbed in the thrill of the kill, the act of taking life bringing him an unsettling sense of pleasure. A heaviness settled in Dushio's heart as he turned to the white-eyed, black-feathered crow perched on his shoulder. Was it you who influenced me, crow? He asked. The crow turned its head to meet his gaze, and for a fleeting moment, its eerie white eyes seemed to twinkle with amusement. The surroundings were shrouded in a hazy, toxic mist, littered with ruins and countless corpses bearing expressions of terror. The swarm of mosquito beasts buzzed uneasily as streams of blood trickled away. This suffocating tableau of death left the onlookers from the heroic life society frozen in place, their skin crawling with goosebumps. Ma Juanhao trembled all over, having recognized the faceless man as Dushio. The thought of how effortlessly Du Xiu had snapped the neck of the loyal mosquito mother filled him with dread for his own safety. Just as panic seized him, Du Xiu's gaze landed on him. Ma Juanhao's vision went black as he collapsed straight to the ground. The onlookers were thrown into a frenzy, fearing that Du Xiu had made a move. After checking, Lin Nanjia breathed a sigh of relief. It's Hao's peculiar reaction. He fainted from excitement. Quickly, get him out of here. Watching the hurried departure of the crowd, Du Xiu thought to himself, consider yourself lucky. He summoned the corpse of a mosquito beast, leapt onto its back, and flew off into the distance. At the edge of the endless mountains, in the early hours of dawn, tens of thousands of treefolk trudged along a rugged path, burdened with their belongings. The chieftain led his people over mountains and across valleys, hoping to find the legendary Bronze Gate and enter a new divine ruin world. However, when they finally crested the last peak, they were met only with an endless expanse of wilderness, no Bronze Gate in sight. Unwilling to accept this, the tribe continued to run forward, clinging to a shred of hope. Why continue to deceive themselves? Liars. They're all liars. There was never a Bronze Gate. It's all a sham. The chieftain's face turned ghostly pale as he collapsed to his knees. Tens of thousands of tree people screamed, cursed, wept, and prayed wildly across the open land. Some tore at their clothes, others beat their chests in anguish, and some even drew blades to end their own lives. Despair engulfed the entire tribe like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a swarm of figures appeared on distant mountains, treetops, and boulders. Tens of thousands of new academy students gathered from all directions, their faces bright with relaxed smiles, their chatter filling the air. It's finally over. I'm going to have a big meal when I get back. I heard Death Summer Band has a new album out. The newcomers laughed and joked without restraint, as if the despair of the tree people before them was nothing more than an insignificant farce. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi emerged from the endless mountains with a group of prodigies. A tribal elder who had previously surrendered to Du Xiu followed obsequiously at his side. Seeing the wailing tree people in the wilderness, he gritted his teeth and said, "My lord of the empire, there's no need for you to dirty your hands with these rebels. I can handle them myself." The elder led 30,000 young tree people into the wilderness and angrily rebuked the chieftain. "You were swayed by the church and waged war against the empire, a futile effort like an ant trying to shake a tree. Over 300,000 of our people lie buried in the endless mountains, and it wasn't the empire's soldiers who killed them, but you." The chieftain looked at the charging elder with a mix of sorrow, shock, and joy in his eyes. He shouted back, "Bah! If it weren't for your stubborn loyalty to the empire, splitting our forces, how could I have been defeated?" The two elderly figures charged at each other like old dogs, and in just one exchange, the elder drove a stone spear into the chieftain's chest. The chieftain's frail body collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He bowed his head, his lips quivering as he whispered his last words, "Remember to harvest the Qinglan fruit from the misty mountain region for the winter," and with that, his breath ceased. The chieftain's final instructions barely left his lips before life slipped away like a flickering candle in the wind. On the battlefield, the young treemen warriors wielded stone spears, mercilessly slaughtering the rebel treemen. The rebels wore eerie smiles, offering almost no resistance, some even willingly thrusting their chests onto the young warriors' spear tips. Within half an hour, the rebels were annihilated. The tribe elder withdrew the stone spear that had pierced the chieftain's chest, held it high above his head, and knelt to proclaim to the imperial geniuses around him, "Great lords of the empire, the treacherous chieftain is dead." The new Treeman clan pledges unwavering allegiance to the empire. Long live the empire! No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous noise echoed from the sky. Dozens of warships with blue lights flashing beneath them pierced the heavens as the empire's academy support forces finally arrived. The warships projected a massive blue screen, displaying the stern face of a middle-aged man. Of the three Mengza tribes, 2 have been destroyed. Although you treemen have committed the grave sin of treason, considering the mastermind has been executed and the rest are loyal, you can be spared from death. However, while the death penalty is waived, punishment remains. In the next imperial expedition, half of the treemen will be conscripted as slave soldiers. Do you understand? Do you agree? Upon hearing this, the elder immediately bowed his head into the wild grass and responded loudly, "This old servant is grateful for the empire's mercy. In the next expedition, we will indeed mobilize half of our people to serve in the army, ready to face any danger for the empire." The elder's hoarse voice echoed across the wilderness. The morning sun leaped from the horizon, casting golden rays everywhere. Facing the dawn, the new Treeman clan stood in the open field. One elder led the young warriors back to the endless mountains, while another remained forever in this vast wilderness. A gust of wind blew by, lifting the withered leaves high into the air, as if trying to escape this land. Yet, Those leaves wishing to ride the wind away from their old branches did not drift far. They fell to the ground, trampled, gradually decaying, and transforming into nutrients and dust, nurturing new life. Attention all Academy freshmen. If you are injured and in need of treatment, you may board the ship and leave the divine ruins. If you wish to continue searching for resources, you may do so. You have 3 days, after which the divine ruins will be closed. The announcement echoed above the divine ruins as the freshmen made their choices. Du Xiu, along with Shi Ping, Guaning, and Xiao Xiao, boarded the ship returning to the academy. Inside the cabin, Shi Ping, wrapped in bandages, wore a smug expression. Hey, Big Fei, we scored pretty well this time, didn't we? Want me to share some of my points with you? Du Xiu glanced at him, remaining silent. The influence of the crow was beyond imagination. While his mental strength had surged, so had his violent tendencies. Shi Ping's boasting even stirred a dangerous urge within him. Fei, what's up with you? You seem like a different person, Shi Ping asked, puzzled. Du Xiu forced a smile. It's my first real taste of the brutality of war. I'm just not used to it. You'll get used to it, Shi Ping said nonchalantly. A man of the Empire can't be afraid of war, or he'll never find a partner. Guaning teased. Our great alchemist needs to toughen up his mindset. Having watched the video, Xiao Xiao shivered. The faceless one is terrifying. Even through the screen, it's suffocating. Shi Ping scoffed. That guy's no joke. Remember the rumors when we enrolled? Some prodigies broke into the insect nest and killed the queen. Really? Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. More than 10 of us couldn't even take down a single level 2 sand chamber bug. Shi Ping explained. For prodigies teamed up for that, and the faceless one even impersonated my dad to sign a contract with them. Du Xiu was startled to realize he had impersonated Shi Ping's father. Xiao Xiao pressed on. Is the faceless one forming a hunter group? Highly unlikely. Shi Ping shook his head. Even the Academy's top brass can't trace their identities, so they definitely won't reveal themselves. Who knows their identities? Guaning asked. Zhao Di and Gu Tong, Shi Ping replied. The 2 girls gasped. Zhao Di was a super genius among the Academy freshmen. Xiao Xiao, looking at the gruesome footage, shivered. If those 5 come together, it'd be terrifying. Guaning remarked. The faceless one wiped out 2 clans, but it actually helped the tree folk. The group fell silent. To the Empire, the rebellion was quelled, and the tree folk's loyalty was irrelevant. The faceless one's annihilation of clans inadvertently spared the tree folk. In the vast machinery of the Empire's war, a mere 100,000-strong race was insignificant. Level 1 independent divine ruin. The sky was overcast. On the deserted Gobi Desert, a massive stone palace stood. Boom, boom, boom. A dull thud echoed from the tightly shut stone door, as if someone was violently kicking it. Inside the stone palace, over 1,000 lavishly dressed sand people huddled in the corners, staring fearfully at the door. The sand people's leader, wearing a crown, anxiously asked, Where is the guard squad? They're all dead, a sand person whispered in reply. The entire guard squad of thousands was slaughtered by one person. The leader gritted his teeth. Useless. Quickly, contact the other tribes and have them muster all their forces to support us. We've already sent someone. Another person replied with a hint of resentment. Leader, we shouldn't have sided with the church 20 years ago, when the Continental War broke out. Which race could escape untouched? The leader retorted, glaring. It was either join the Empire's expeditionary force or align with the church's 100 Tribes alliance. Did we have a choice? We should have supported the Empire, a nobleman argued. Our divine ruin is a vassal of the Eastern continent and should support the Empire. The leader sneered, remembering how these people had different attitudes when he pledged allegiance to the church. He said in a deep voice, What are you afraid of? The stone door is made of Mother Science stone. No one at the Qi and Blood realm can break through it. We just need to wait until the warriors from the tribe arrive. Let's see how one person can stand against our tribe's million warriors. The crowd felt somewhat reassured, believing the intruder to be a lost imperial genius. However, in the next moment, the stone door collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust flying. The crowd was stunned and hurriedly retreated to the back of the hall. Sunlight flooded in as a girl wearing a silver mask and wielding a blood-dripping scythe walked in. Her footsteps sounded like funeral bells, each step causing the sand people to shiver. Someone broke down and pleaded, We surrender. Please don't kill us. The girl remained silent, swinging her scythe to decapitate them. Moments later, the silver-masked girl sat on the throne, coldly surveying the corpses scattered across the floor. A woman in red armor entered and asked, Is it all done? Yes, the silver-masked girl replied icily. The influence of the imperial artifact has deepened again. The red-armored woman sighed. Are there any other sand people tribes left? No, this was the last one. The mission is complete. When will you be able to awaken it? The red-armored woman pointed to the silver scythe. The silver-masked girl removed her mask, her stunning beauty illuminating the dilapidated stone palace. The only flaw was her eyes, lifeless and cold, devoid of any emotion. "It will take a long time," she answered expressionlessly. The red-armored woman shook her head with a wry smile. "Being chosen by it is not a blessing. The fact has happened. Discussing it is meaningless. You are always so rational it's despairing. But it's fortunate you have this rationality, or it would have assimilated you long ago." The red-armored woman then asked, "When does the next divine ruin open? Are there any missions?" "In a month. There should be no more missions. All the races that needed to be executed in the level 1 divine ruin have been dealt with. Then you can move freely, and perhaps diminish the influence of the Imperial artifact." Rewinding the timeline. At the moment Du Xiu crushed the mosquito mother's neck, deep within a divine ruin, a woman in a black dress lying in an ice coffin suddenly opened her eyes, filled with fear. War Academy. 10 a.m. Du Xiu opened his eyes and sat up. He stretched, feeling the fatigue finally leave his body. After spending a night in the Dream Marsh ruins, using the sky as his blanket and the ground as his bed, his sleep quality had been terrible. It took over 10 hours of sleep back at the academy for him to feel rejuvenated. He quickly reviewed the gains from his journey: 2 behemoth cub carcasses for extracting fierce beast blood, toxic herbs from the Misty Mountains for crafting extreme potions, and the mystical Yaga clan's sacred tree. However, the most significant find was the abundance of high-quality corpses, especially those of the mosquito beasts, some of which matched the prowess of Jiang Yi, a genius from the War Academy. Du Xiu found this puzzling, but couldn't yet unravel the mystery. Shaking his head, Du Xiu headed to the resource exchange hall. At the herb appraisal window, he met a familiar chubby uncle. After some small talk, Du Xiu presented the herbs he had collected. The uncle's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the Xuanfeng herb and Beiji grass, praising Du Xiu's expertise. In the end, Du Xiu earned 426 academy points. He browsed through the rewards available and decided to exchange them for a lionberry, a Qingfan fruit, and the beginner's alchemy insights by a master alchemist. The chubby uncle advised him against spending points on such esoteric knowledge, but Du Xiu politely declined the advice. Back in his dorm room, Du Xiu locked the door and prepared to extract the fierce beast blood. However, when he summoned the Mosquito Queen's corpse, an unexpected event occurred. The body shriveled up, leaving only skin and bones. This anomaly made Du Xiu's pupils contract, realizing that the Mosquito Queen might not be so simple. Next, Du Xiu took out the behemoth cocoon and, using a secret technique, began extracting the blood. After a series of refinements, he finally produced a fingernail-sized drop of blood, glowing with a silvery sheen. "My master doesn't compare to me," Du Xiu thought, unable to contain his joy. Under his control, the silvery essence of blood was absorbed into the body-refining potion. Du Xiu waited quietly for a moment, calculating the time, then drank it in one gulp. As the potion went down his throat, a muffled thunder echoed within his body. His legs gave way, and Du Xiu collapsed to the ground. He could distinctly feel his meridians breaking apart inch by inch, and his bones being ground down bit by bit. This was the core of the catastrophe cultivation method, absorbing poison into the body. As one's cultivation level rises, the toxic energy becomes increasingly powerful, making it difficult for an ordinary body to bear. It requires the vitality of ferocious beast blood to reconstruct the body. The first time one consumes the body refining potion, it only reconstructs the key nodes that store the toxic energy. As time goes on, the reconstruction becomes more extensive and the pain intensifies. Some have even died from the agony. Though Du Xiu couldn't feel pain, the reactions of his body were unmistakable. It was as if his fingers were broken, not painful, yet uncontrollable. Meanwhile, within the divine ruins of the Body Refinement Institute, under the cover of night, flames danced. Gu Tong sat on an insectoid corpse, tearing at raw flesh, blood staining his mouth. Suddenly, a familiar pain struck. "Faceless man, you deserve to die." Gu Tong's eyes turned blood red, and before he could finish speaking, the intense pain hit. He fell to the ground, his human form distorting. Fangs grew, and his body shifted in size. The pain was like red-hot needles severing nerves or hammers shattering bones. The agony crashed over Gu Tong like relentless waves, repeatedly tormenting him. It wasn't until dawn that the pain gradually subsided. Gu Tong slowly got up. The campfire had burned out, leaving only glowing embers piercing the darkness. The flickering sparks illuminated his bloodshot golden-slit eyes. After a moment of silence, Gu Tong sent out a message. An hour later, several tall figures emerged from the shadows. "Gu Tong, did you call me here to join the Godfall Hunters?" the leader asked. "If you join, the position of deputy leader is yours." "I'll join, but you must help me find and kill someone," Gu Tong replied coldly. "Who?" "The faceless man." Hearing this, the others' expressions grew serious. So the rumors in the institute are true? Someone has actually contracted with you? Yes, Gutong responded indifferently. For 2 consecutive days, Du Xiu remained bedridden in his dormitory. Though he felt no pain, he was powerless during the reconstruction process. It wasn't until 2 days later, once the reconstruction was complete, that Du Xiu stood up. He clenched his fist, a smile spreading across his face. The feeling of strength coursing through his body filled him with joy. According to reliable sources, among the 4 people who have made a pact with the Faceless are Zhao Di and Gu Tong. Du Xiu frowned as he carefully read through the information on the forum. Zhao Di being one of the Faceless contract holders? He recalled witnessing Zhao Di's explosive combat power and couldn't help but feel shocked. As for Gu Tong, a new prodigy from the Body Refinement Institute, he had shown his fierce nature upon enrollment by seriously injuring several geniuses. However, he had been more subdued recently, rumored to be cursed by the Faceless. Cursed by the Faceless? What's going on? Du Xiu muttered to himself. The forum was buzzing with heated discussions. Someone explained, it's unclear, but Gu Tong reportedly cursed the Faceless daily and seemed to suffer from intermittent bouts of excruciating pain. Even the instructors at the Body Refinement Institute were at a loss, causing quite a stir. While you at the War Institute were oblivious to the Faceless, his legend had already spread throughout our Body Refinement Institute, a student from the Body Refinement Institute proudly declared. Even more surprising was that Leslie had offered a bounty of 1,000 cultivation points for information on the Faceless identity to recruit Gu Tong into the hunter group. This sparked a fierce debate, with some mocking Leslie as a fool for daring to place a bounty on someone from the War Institute. Others supported Leslie, calling him a super genius of the Body Refinement Institute, and praising his founding of the Divine Descent Hunter Group as the top hunter group in the Institute. The argument grew more intense, and someone interjected, "Stop arguing. We'll see who's on top next time the Divine Ruins open." Du Xiu pondered. The individuals bound by the Faceless contract were all terrifyingly powerful. It was said that both Leslie and Zhang Sheng had offered deputy leader positions to entice Gu Tong and Zhao Di. The Faceless is too mysterious, someone sighed. Have you seen the video of him annihilating a clan? He can control corpses and has his own space. He's practically a top-tier boss. Du Xiu sneered. Leslie offered a bounty on his identity? He scrolled through Leslie's personal updates and confirmed the news. It seemed Gu Tong intended to use Leslie to exact revenge on him. Gu Tong, you're truly a wild beast that can't be tamed. A dangerous glint flashed in Du Xiu's eyes. Just wait, the second body refinement won't be far off. As for Leslie, Du Xiu silently vowed. Next time we meet in the Divine Ruins, I'll take your head. While deep in thought, a message from Soft Boss popped up. Du Xiu glanced at the time and couldn't help but tease. Looks like Soft Boss's back isn't doing too well. After making his mental quip, Du Xiu opened the materials sent by Soft Boss and began to review them. After a long while, he closed his eyes to absorb the content. In a certain sense, those with supernatural abilities, known as Shen Xiu or Divine Cultivators, are usurpers of divine power. Du Xiu studied the information in his hand, frowning slightly. The essence of being a divine cultivator is to master divine powers through the cultivation of spiritual strength. His supernatural ability seed was one of the dormant divine powers. Upon awakening, he would be able to manipulate corpsessa power, trivial to the church's deities, but still a form of authority. Du Xiu summoned a white-eyed, black-feathered crow and muttered to himself, the soul-devouring ability is quite strong. According to Soft Boss's information, divine cultivation requires a significant amount of time observing the deity's practices, whereas he could quickly enhance his spiritual strength by devouring souls. This extraordinary ability made Du Xiu suspicious. Why would deities create an artifact to aid in the usurpation of their power? Puzzled, Du Xiu continued to examine the second document. Half an hour later, his expression grew grim. The impact of the divine artifact ranged from positive to negative, with the crow's influence being among the most. Severite had a penchant for killing. The solution was simple: restrain the desire in the next divine ruin. However, the rapid increase in spiritual strength was hard to resist. Du Xiu sighed, deciding to delay his extreme pharmacological research and focus on secluded cultivation. He took out potions of toxicity and primal force, beginning a new round of body refinement. Over 20 days later, at night, Du Xiu sat up from his bed, his eyes gleaming. The pain of the second body refinement was several times that of the first, but the results were significant. He decided to test his physical strength in the next expedition to the Divine Ruins by seeking out fierce beasts. Ambition grew within him as Du Xiu clenched his fist. With the blood of ancient fierce beasts refining my body 9 times, I can stand at the pinnacle of the golden generation by sheer physical strength alone. He took out the divine contract, preparing to gather information on ancient fierce beasts from his allies. Soon, in a pitch-black space, a scarlet long table appeared under a spotlight. A faceless man sat at the head, with the crow perched on his shoulder. Zhu Jio was the first to appear. obsequiously greeting the faceless man. Mijialuo followed, complaining about being interrupted from reading. The faceless man remained silent, waiting for the others to arrive. He awaited their reactions. In the darkness, a fleeting shadow appeared. Gu Tong leapt onto the table like a specter, his golden slit pupils fixed on the faceless man. His claws were poised to strike, yet they did not fall as they had before. In the prolonged standoff, a flicker of fear passed through those eyes. The beast had finally learned to sheath its fangs, not out of tameness, but because it understood that futile resistance would only bring more suffering. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to tear apart his opponent in reality. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Tong jumped down to sit beside Zhu Jie. The sight of Mikalo with his golden hair and blue eyes instinctively put him on guard, though Zhu Jie also posed a threat, albeit a lesser one. Finally, Zhao Di gracefully took a seat next to Mikalo. All four pairs of eyes turned to the faceless man. A voice, grating like iron scraping, emerged. I need information on the ancient ferocious beasts. By the next dream meeting, I hope to hear the information I seek. Zhu Jie rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with greed. Boss, what's in it for us if we find the information? Points, potions, gold, whatever you desire, the faceless man promised. Great. Leave it to me, Zhu Jie assured, patting his chest. Mikalo asked calmly, if I provide the information, will you stop bothering me? Yes, the faceless man agreed. Gu Tong spoke hoarsely. If I find it, can you lift the curse? Yes, when the time comes, I will find someone else. The faceless man's words left the others with varied expressions. Their cooperation wasn't due to any noble qualities, but because they were driven by the curse. On the forum, Gu Tong's screams had become a hot topic, and even the Academy's mentors were powerless against it. All of this stemmed from his defiance of the faceless man during the first dream meeting. Zhao Di frowned in thought, realizing the curse might shift to him. Determined not to let his perfect image crumble, he decided to act first. Leader, leave this matter to me, Zhao Di declared, rising with an air of nobility. Leader? The faceless man asked coldly. Zhao Di passionately pledged his loyalty, claiming he would form a hunter group for the faceless man. As his words hung in the air, the others reacted differently. The faceless man remained icy. Mikalo appeared thoughtful. Zhu Jie seemed alarmed, while Gu Tong showed disdain. Seeing no response, Zhao Di cleared his throat, pretending nothing had happened. The current awkwardness is nothing compared to the social death experienced within the entire academy. The faceless one's words cut through the crowd like a sharp sword, piercing straight to their hearts. The embarrassment before a small group versus the humiliation before 4 million new students, it's clear which is more significant. He cast a cold gaze over everyone, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Next time I summon you, I hope you'll bring me some good news. Otherwise, he deliberately drew out his words, intensifying the threat. Before he finished speaking, the faceless one's figure began to fade. The crowd had no chance to respond before the entire dreamscape crumbled. Zhao Di jolted awake, returning to reality. The photos of Shenxiu he had just posted attracted a flood of enthusiastic comments from female fans. Your hands are so handsome. You're the best. You're amazing, hubby. As he read the comments, Zhao Di's resolve only strengthened. His persona must not crumble. The faceless one's lack of refusal was as good as approval for him to form the hunter group. He pondered over potential names for the team. Meanwhile, Du Xiu also awoke from the dream. His phone suddenly buzzed with a message from Shi Ping. Defei. The second Shenxiu is about to open. This time it's the Thousand Island Shenxiu, dozens of times larger than Mengzi. All new students from the 7 academies will enter, and it'll be open for 2 to 3 months. Shi Ping didn't forget to play matchmaker between Du Xiu and Xiao Xiao, adding, Guan Guan said, Xiao Xiao has a good impression of you. Just as Du Xiu was about to reply, another message popped up. It was from Zhang Zhao, whom he hadn't heard from in a long time. Friend, shall we meet at the next Shenxiu? Du Xiu snorted. Used to take a day to reply. Now it's a month. Are you the only busy one in the entire empire? He finished speaking, and perhaps without realizing it, a smile had already spread across his face. Du Xiu. All right, where should we meet? Zhang Zhao suggested meeting on Fei Island at the Thousand Island Ruins. Du Xiu readily agreed, promising not to miss it. Back in his dormitory, Du Xiu glanced down at his clothes, frowning slightly. For some reason, he felt they didn't quite fit right. The next morning, Du Xiu returned to his dorm carrying several bags of new clothes. Shi Ping, who was lounging in the common area, was surprised. Defei, you actually went shopping for clothes? As far as Shi Ping could remember, Du Xiu was always simple and modest, usually seen in his school uniform. Today, however, he had splurged on a bunch of what looked like expensive clothes and even got a haircut. Shi Ping couldn't help but tease. No wonder you turned me down so quickly yesterday when I tried to set you up with Xiao Xiao. Looks like you've got someone in mind. Du Xiu calmly explained that his clothes didn't fit and needed replacing, and his hair had grown too long. Shi Ping was skeptical and continued to probe. Are you still joining us for the trip to the ruins? Du Xiu replied that he had plans with a friend. Shi Ping immediately perked up. It must be a girl. What's her name? Do you want me to dig into her background for you? Du Xiu flatly refused and headed straight to his room with the clothes. Watching Du Xiu's retreating figure, Shi Ping hummed a little tune. Looks like the iron tree is about to bloom. In the afternoon, the Imperial Academy's official website announced that the Level 1 ruins of Thousand Islands would officially open in 3 days, lasting for 2.5 months. The announcement detailed the background, task requirements, and reward mechanisms of the Thousand Island ruins. Du Xiu carefully reviewed the information and pondered. As an important Level 1 ruins of the Empire, the internal situation of the Thousand Island ruins was complex. The Sea Demon clan was powerful and ferocious, frequently attacking the Thousand Island Kingdom. Since the Empire's expedition failed nearly 20 years ago, there had been no large-scale support, leading to the rapid expansion of the Sea Demon forces, which had taken over many islands belonging to the kingdom. Du Xiu spent quite some time locating Fei Island on the map, silently noting how remote it was. Considering the long duration of the ruins opening, Du Xiu decided to prepare more potions, especially force potions. With his mind made up, he immediately headed to the lab. The moment the news was released, the entire Imperial Academy erupted in excitement. The forums were flooded with team-up requests, and the Hunter Guild's office was bustling with activity. On the eve of the Thousand Islands opening, a post titled Imperial Academy Hunter Group Rankings went viral on the forum, attracting 1 million students. The rankings detailed the strengths and characteristics of various hunter groups, with Du Xiu's group, the prosperous Six Beast Hunters, ranked 9th, known for its strong lineup of alchemists. To the world, I am but a mayfly witnessing the vast sky. Du Xiu looked at the forum posts, speechless. He browsed through the introductions of various hunter groups, frowning slightly. A name like Prosperous Livestock, so irreverent, had him listed as the leader. Zhang Junyi, that genius in alchemy, had given him an honorary title. And there was Eternal Showman, a group of academics really trying to gild him. Du Xiu was both amused and exasperated. How did he become the spiritual leader of those resisting the corporations? When he saw the last one, First Day Group, his expression darkened. Zhao Di, that kid, had formed a hunter group in his name just because Du Xiu hadn't explicitly refused. He thought to himself, if there's no news of the ancient beasts, Zhao Di will have to answer for this. The next morning, Du Xiu was ready to set out. As he stepped out, he ran into Fang Qixing waiting for the elevator. They exchanged pleasantries and headed together to the airship dock. At precisely 9, nearly 100 warships took off from the 7 academies, heading through the Bronze Gate. On the airship, Du Xiu sat across from Fang Qixing. Staring out the window, Fang Qixing suddenly asked, Ruofei, what do you think is the meaning of war? Du Xiu pondered for a moment. To seize resources, but that's not a righteous cause. Fang Qixing said passionately. Du Xiu frowned. Righteousness doesn't matter. It's about the pros and cons. Fang Qixing shook his head and sighed. The empire is sick, turned into a war machine. Young people are brainwashed from an early age, not fearing but yearning for war. At this rate, the empire will collapse. So what do you think should be done? Du Xiu asked. Promote peace, unite other bestowed races to oppose war. Fang Qixing said eagerly. I've researched many texts, and most bestowed races aren't warlike. If given space to live, they are willing to coexist peacefully. Du Xiu's brow furrowed. But the conflict between the empire and the church is irreconcilable. But the bestowed races of the eastern and western continents can reconcile. Fang Qixing said excitedly. They've long been weary of war, only forced to fight by the church. Once the spark of anti-war is ignited, it will spread quickly. By then, all races will resist war, and the empire won't need to maintain such a strong military presence. I'm sorry, but I can't agree with your perspective. Du Xiu shrugged. This is an era of war, Du Xiu said heavily, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. The empire and the church, these two colossal entities, have been clashing at the junction of the eastern and western continents for nearly 10,000 years. Countless races have been swept into this vortex of war, and the deep-seated hatred is nearly impossible to resolve. The idea of peace is destined to be mere talk in this era. Fang Qixing's eyes showed a hint of melancholy, but they quickly reignited with a determined glow. Seeing this, Du Xiu slowly added, however, I respect your ideals. They're beautiful, and I hope one day they can be realized. Really? Fang Qixing's eyes lit up with surprise. You really think they're good? Du Xiu nodded slightly. Once, he too was filled with hope for a better world, but the harshness of reality forced him to face the cold truth. Yet, seeing the hope in Fang Qixing's eyes, he couldn't bear to extinguish it. Ruofei, thank you. I will never give up on the anti-war ideology, Fang Qixing said firmly. At that moment, a notification sounded in the regional network. Attention all Academy students. We have entered the Thousand Islands God's ruins. The communication channel has been automatically established. As the announcement ended, a rain of people began to descend from the sky. Students grouped together, heading towards various islands. Once the parachute pods were empty, the airship announced its arrival at Scarlet Island. Dushio looked down at the solitary island in the blue sea and jumped without hesitation. As the intelligent parachute opened, he shed his many-faced disguise, revealing his true appearance. As the altitude decreased, the full view of Scarlet Island became clear. The crescent-shaped island was dotted with a few fishing villages, and a few boats were moored along the shore. The setting sun bathed the island in a warm glow, and seagulls soared across the sky. On the shore, women gathered under coconut trees chatting, occasionally glancing towards the sea. Children, barefoot, searched for treasures on the sandy beach. Soon, a black dot appeared on the horizon, gradually revealing the outline of an old steamship. The sound of its horn echoed, startling a few seagulls into flight. Dushio scanned the area and quickly locked onto his target. On a slope high on the island, the purplered scarlet grass swayed like waves in the wind. A girl in a white dress, wearing a beige sun hat, stood amidst the flowers, her eyes curved like crescents. Dushio landed and packed away his parachute, standing face to face with her. "You're late, my friend," Zhang Zhaozhao said with a smile, her hair and long dress fluttering in the sea breeze as she walked towards Dushio. "Long time no see, Zhang the aloof," Dushio teased. "Have you missed me lately?" "A little, not much," Zhang Zhaozhao replied, feigning indifference. "Oh, and what crimes did you accuse me of while thinking of me? Not replying to messages, perhaps?" "Pfft, you should really look in a mirror and see yourself acting like a scorned lover just now," Zhang Zhaozhao scoffed. "You're making me out to be some heartless, abandoning woman. I won't allow you to talk about yourself like that," Dushio replied, pretending to be serious. "Oh, Dushio, how dare you speak in riddles? It seems I have to show you my skills, both literary and martial." Zhang Zhaozhao playfully raised her fists and gently tapped Dushio twice. The two strolled through the sea of scarlet grass, one behind the other. "Didn't the Imperial Academy reject your application? How did you get in?" Zhang Zhaozhao asked curiously. "I used Lin Tamashi's auditing student status," Dushio replied simply. "No wonder." Zhang Zhaozhao realized. The consortium's influence is indeed significant. Lin Tamashi didn't bully you, did they? Zhang Zhaozhao asked, pretending to be nonchalant. "Not really," Dushio replied, his tone somewhat dismissive. Zhang Zhaozhao narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss. Just as they continued chatting, a few figures appeared in the distance, walking towards them. Dushio instinctively stepped in front of Zhang Zhaozhao, who smiled and obediently stayed behind him. Soon, an elder accompanied by several middle-aged men approached. "Are you from the Empire?" the elder asked expectantly. Dushio nodded. "Indeed, from the Empire. I am the island chief of Scarlet Island. A few days ago, the king issued a notice to all islands, saying that the Empire's heavenly soldiers would arrive soon, and each island should prepare to welcome them. Scarlet Island is remote, yet we are also honored by the presence of the Empire's soldiers," the elder said excitedly. "Are you a permanent resident of Crimson Island, or just passing through on your way to hunt sea monsters in the deep sea?" Dushio turned to Zhang Zhaozhao, who calmly replied, "I reside here permanently." The island chief's eyes lit up with joy. "Wonderful. I've prepared accommodations for you. Please follow me," he explained. Crimson Island is near the deep sea and often troubled by sea beasts. With 2 imperial talents here, we can finally address this issue. "No need. We have a place to stay," Zhang Zhaozhao interrupted. The island chief was surprised. "May I ask where?" "The Ingtao family." The island chief glanced back at the islanders, his eyes questioning. After a moment of thought, one person whispered something in his ear, causing his expression to change thoughtfully. Sensing something amiss, Zhang Zhaozhao frowned and asked, "Is there a problem with the Ingtao family?" The island chief didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Have you been to Crimson Island a few years ago?" "Yes, I have," Zhang Zhaozhao nodded. The island chief seemed to understand. "I see. There's no problem with the Ingtao family. Would you like me to show you the way?" "No need." "Very well. If you need anything, feel free to have the islanders reach out to me. I won't disturb you any further," the island chief said politely before leaving in a hurry. Dushio turned to Zhang Zhaozhao, puzzled. "You've been to Crimson Island before?" Zhang Zhaozhao blinked proudly. "When I decide to visit a mystical site, the Imperial Academy must open it for me." Dushio scrutinized her, noting that her energy fluctuations were not particularly strong, around 70 units. This placed her at an above-average level among Academy students, but in the Crow space, many with similar strength lay dead. She wasn't a super genius, nor did she come from an influential family. Why would the Academy open a mystical site just for her? "You're exaggerating. You probably came with someone else," Dushio said bluntly. suspecting she might be part of a support team for a super genius. Zhang Zhaozhao chuckled. Sort of. Back then, I got injured while killing extreme sea beasts and stayed on Crimson Island for a while, where I met an adorable little sister. You got injured? No lingering effects, I hope? Du Xiu asked with concern. Nope. Zhang Zhaozhao waved her hand dismissively. The injury isn't the point. The point is that I was incredibly brave and killed several extreme sea beasts. Do you know what an extreme sea beast is? It's a sea beast with over 100 units of combat power in the blood energy realm. Du Xiu's head buzzed with disbelief. He recalled what Old Long had said. In the lower three realms, the blood energy realm sets the ceiling for the other two. Creatures and mystical sites, influenced by deities, might never break through but could reach extreme levels within a single realm. The Empire hadn't seen a blood energy realm genius with over 100 units in years, which was why support from mystical sites had dwindled. Zhang Zhaozhao claiming to have killed several extreme sea beasts seemed far-fetched. Sure, you're the best, Zhang family girl. Du Xiu replied dismissively. Zhang Zhaozhao, dissatisfied, put her hands on her hips. You're so dismissive. Can't you give me some emotional support when I brag? You have no idea how many people want to chat with me. Oh, so I'm the first person you're this friendly with? Du Xiu teased. Of course. Zhang Zhaozhao reintroduced herself. I'm a true homebuddy, always training. Even when I go out, I just complete tasks and don't talk to guys. She looked like she was doing him a big favor. I'm honored. Du Xiu laughed. Alas, my lack of experience led me to meet you on my first free outing. Zhang Zhaozhao sighed. Enough, I'm hungry, Du Xiu said, waving her off as he walked ahead. Trying to manipulate me? Not a chance, Zhang Zhaozhao retorted, following him like an angry little lion. An hour later, they arrived at a courtyard. The door was ajar, and Du Xiu pushed it open. Inside, two trees stood amidst a carpet of fallen leaves and weeds. Who's there? Came a youthful voice from inside. A moment later, a girl of about 12 or 13 appeared, wearing a floral dress, with a ponytail and a black blindfold over her eyes. She tapped the ground with a stick to navigate. Yingtao, Zhang Zhaozhao called softly. Yingtao froze for a moment, then recognized the voice and cried out, Is that you, sister? Yes. Zhang Zhaozhao's face softened with a gentle smile. Sister. Yingtao dropped the stick and rushed to Zhang Zhaozhao. Du Xiu looked around, puzzled at how this blind girl managed to live alone. Zhang Zhaozhao asked, Yingtao, where's your aunt? 2 years ago, my mom fell ill and passed away. Yingtao's voice trembled, trying to hold back her tears, though they still fell. She forced a smile. But don't worry about me, sister. The island residents are kind. The neighbor lady often brings me food and clothes. Don't worry, I'm here now, and I'll take care of you, Zhang Zhaozhao said tenderly. A few years ago, Yingtao's eye condition wasn't severe, and her mother was still alive. She hadn't expected such changes in a few short years. Where's your aunt's resting place? I'd like to pay my respects. Mom was buried at sea. Yingtao smiled. You don't need to be sad, sister. Mom said she lived a happy life, and wanted me to live happily too. Du Xiu looked at Yingtao's young face and sighed inwardly. The loss of a loved one isn't like a sudden downpour that clears quickly. It's more like a long-lasting dampness, fermenting over time and breeding many negative emotions. Despite being so young, Yingtao, who was directly involved, tried to comfort others like an adult, which was mature to the point of being heartbreaking. Du Xiu shook his head and said, I didn't bring the potion for treating eye conditions. That's too simple. Most alchemists don't bother making it. However, there's a type of deep blue coral in the Thousand Island ruins that can cure Yingtao's eye condition. I can go out to sea and look for it in the coming days. Zhang Zhaozhao scoffed. Stop bragging. She thought to herself that Du Xiu, once a third-level original cultivator, had fallen to this state, likely because the Ma Corporation destroyed his cultivation. It was because he was bold enough to beat up an academy tutor. To control him and let the tutor vent, it was only natural to destroy his cultivation. However, Zhang Zhaozhao, considering his pride, didn't say it out loud. Yingtao, is the stuff I left at your place still there? Zhang Zhaozhao asked. It's in the warehouse in the backyard. Here's the key. Yingtao took the key from around her neck and handed it to her. Zhang Zhaozhao took the key and ruffled Yingtao's hair. Rest at home. We'll go buy some daily necessities and get you something delicious. What do you want to eat? I like whatever my sister likes. Thank you, sister and brother-in-law, Yingtao said obediently. Don't talk nonsense. He's just a toad lusting after swan meat. Zhang Zhaozhao snorted lightly. Du Xiu remained expressionless, thinking to himself, Yingtao is so young and blind, truly pitiful. I'm naturally compassionate and can't stand such tragedies. I must find that deep blue coral. After the two left, Yingtao pondered. Sister has changed so much. Half an hour later, the warehouse door opened, revealing a hover car covered with a tarp. Come on, I'll take you for a spin. Zhang Zhaozhao pulled off the cover, dispersing the dust. Who did you come with? You even left a hover car here. Du Xiu exclaimed. I came with a friend. I was injured at the time, got affected, and had to stay on Fei Island for a while. So I left a means of transportation. A friend? It must have been tiring taking care of him, especially since some male cultivators are quite demanding, Du Xiu said nonchalantly. Zhang Zhaozhao chuckled, knowing what he was thinking, a sly look in her eyes. Yeah, lots of demands, even had me doing laundry. Du Xiu's face darkened. Was it Zhang Sheng? A few years ago, he could slay extreme beasts, probably the strongest genius the Empire has seen in a millennium. Of course, a super strong spiritual cultivator or someone with a top-tier imperial artifact might also manage it. But Zhang Sheng is the most likely. Mentioning Zhang Sheng, Zhang Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned, her expression unnatural. Du Xiu felt a chill inside, becoming more convinced it was Zhang Sheng, and secretly calculated his bounty in the church. All right, stop with your dirty thoughts. It's not what you think. Zhang Zhaozhao got into the driver's seat, glaring at him. Don't just stand there. Get in. By evening, the sun was half submerged in the sea. The ocean was like a deep blue curtain, overlaid with golden twilight. A convertible hover car sped along the sea, creating ripples and scattering the evening glow. Zhang Zhaozhao excitedly floored the accelerator. Du Xiu sat in the passenger seat, the sea breeze mixed with the scent of the young girl filling the air. Isn't this fun, my friend? Zhang Zhaozhao asked. Du Xiu glanced at her. Usually aloof and unapproachable, Zhang Zhaozhao was like a wild horse when alone. Sometimes she showed vulnerability. Du Xiu liked seeing her without her facade because he too lived behind a mask, finding a sense of ease through her. Give me some reaction, friend. This is my first time driving someone around. Zhang Zhaozhao nudged Du Xiu with her elbow. Coincidentally, it's my first time riding in a hover car, Du Xiu reminisced. When he first arrived in Burt City, the bustling scene amazed him for a long time. The city's neon lights dazzled him, blurring his vision of the future. Even waking from dreams, he still felt a sense of unreality. Du Xiu looked at Zhang Zhaozhao's fair cheeks and inexplicably smiled. What are you looking at? You country bumpkin. Hold on tight. We're taking off. The hover car soared into the sky. The sudden pushback sensation made Du Xiu's face darken. Just so you know, I didn't buy insurance. Hee. Coincidentally, neither did I. Zhang Zhaozhao grinned mischievously, accelerating again, drawing circles in the sky, then diving towards a large island. In the harbor town of Shikun Island, boats of all sizes were docked. This was the most prosperous city on the edge of the Thousand Island ruins. The streets were paved with light gray stones, and various shops lined the roads. A tall, stunning girl went in and out of shops, spending extravagantly. A gentle, indifferent young man carried large bags, following behind her. In the Shikun Cafe, 6 people idly stirred their coffee. The person we contacted still hasn't arrived. Zhang Junyi took a sip of coffee. Waiter, more sugar, please. We came from a remote place. This is the Southern Sea area, and the cities occupied by sea monsters are in the north. The academy students all headed there, so they need to take a boat to get here, the chubby guy explained. The technology in the Thousand Island Kingdom is really lacking. Coming from the north, we still have to take an old-fashioned steamship. There's not even a plane, Zhang Junyi complained. This is still with technological help from the Empire. Why don't they share more technological advancements? Someone wondered. After all, it's just a vassal state, and it seems the people of the Thousand Islands can't leave the ruins, so it's not worth investing too much. All right then, let's just wait. Without original cultivators for protection, us alchemists with our little arms and legs can't handle much. By the way, why are we called the 6 Livestock Prosperity? The name is festive. As they chatted, Zhang Junyi turned to look out the window, just as a man and a woman passed by the floor-to-ceiling window. He rubbed his eyes, quickly stood up, and pressed against the glass, but the figures had already disappeared around the corner. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Junyi stood there dazed. I think I just saw our leader. What did you say? No way. Xiaoyi isn't dead? Where? Zhang Jun pointed towards the corner, and the group immediately dashed over. The 6 beast hunters stood at the street corner, looking at each other in confusion. Old Zhang, where is he? Someone asked urgently. Zhang Jun hesitated. It might have been a mistake. I only caught a glimpse, so I'm not entirely sure it was Du Xiu. Damn it, getting excited for nothing. The group grumbled. Those few steps almost got my blood boiling. Honestly, for a moment there, I thought I saw our leader, someone sighed. Everyone expressed their disappointment. Oh, if only Xiaoyi were still alive. With his strong character, he'd definitely lead us commoner alchemists to rise up. Just thinking about the academy gets me riled up, one person said angrily. A dignified S-level alchemist struggling to get herbal resources. It's because we're commoner alchemists and refuse to bow to the consortium faction. another added. Who else would they bully if not us? If things don't change next year, I'm switching academies, someone threatened. But other academies don't have any good mentors either. Staying here just means continuing to be bullied by the consortium faction? The main issue is that no one dares to lead a rebellion. One person analyzed, if someone dared to, you'd see the consortium faction back down. Someone did try to stir things up recently, but without unity, they were easily intimidated by the consortium faction, and it ended quickly. This is something only Shioyi can handle, everyone agreed. The so-called commoner alchemists are only common compared to the consortium. Their families have some reputation in various fortress cities. Truly destitute, people couldn't become alchemists. The consortium faction doesn't dare harm talented alchemists in the academy, but suppressing their families is easy. That's why attempts by commoner alchemists to cause a stir have been easily quashed. Du Xiu, coming from the wilderness, with no attachments, is perhaps the only one in the empire who would confront an academy mentor with an iron bar after being provoked. A hovercar came to a stop, and Du Xiu and Jiang Zhaozhao got out with bags and bags. After organizing their purchases, Jiang Zhaozhao took some snacks to Finding Tao, while Du Xiu set up a barbecue grill in the yard and began skewering the fish they had bought. With a snap, the lighter's flame ignited the firewood. Instantly, flames and thick smoke rose into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Being near the ocean, the damp firewood produced smoke that made Du Xiu cough. Through the glass window, Jiang Zhaozhao watched as the smoke seemed to follow wherever Du Xiu sat, laughing uncontrollably. Sister, what are you laughing at? Ying Tao asked, confused. That silly toad is being chased by the smoke. Brother is so unlucky. Ying Tao sipped her milk tea, then asked, Sister, what does brother look like? I can't see him. Can you describe him to me? Jiang Zhaozhao described him in detail. He has thick eyebrows, a pointed nose, double eyelids, and very expressive eyes. He might not be conventionally handsome, but he's quite delicate looking. He's not too fat or too thin, just right. He's had a lot of experiences, so he seems cold, but sometimes he acts youthful, and his words can be sharp. Also, he's quite selfish and likes to live with a mask on. His personality is unpredictable, and he keeps a distance from others. He doesn't act impulsively often, but when he does, it's terrifying. But don't worry, that's only towards outsiders. He won't be like that with you. Oh, and the thing I dislike the most is that he's stubborn and often says one thing and means another. You know brother so well. You must have known each other for a long time. Ying Tao tilted her head and said, No, we haven't spent much time together. Then how come it feels like you know him so well? Jiang Zhaozhao was taken aback, a trace of confusion in her eyes. It does seem that way. How do I know him so well? It's like I've known him from a long time ago. Maybe it's because they both like to live with masks on. Not hearing Jiang Zhaozhao speak, Ying Tao continued, You two seem like a good match. You little rascal, what are you thinking? We're just friends who get along well. Jiang Zhaozhao snapped out of it and tapped Ying Tao's forehead. Then she mumbled to herself, I guess in the future, it'll just be me. At that moment, the window glass was tapped. Outside, Du Xiu's muffled voice called, You two, come eat. Jiang Zhaozhao took Ying Tao's hand and led her outside. On the table were some grilled fish and fruit. Hey, can this stuff even be eaten? Jiang Zhaozhao pointed at the charred fish. Hey, I grew up begging, not cooking, so don't expect too much, okay? Du Xiu said with a dark expression. All right then. Jiang Zhaozhao picked up a piece of fish, removed the burnt parts, found the meat inside, and took out the bones before placing it in Ying Tao's bowl. The latter tasted it and praised, It's delicious. Du Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Is it good? Jiang Zhaozhao took a bite and her eyes lit up. It's actually quite good. I apologize. Hearing this, Du Xiu's smile widened. He thought to himself, Old Long, during our past wilderness trips, you never got to experience your disciples' filial cooking skills. Next time we meet, I'll surely surprise you with my culinary prowess. Ying Tao smiled silently. The qingqi fish has thick skin, very heat-resistant, and doesn't easily absorb flavors. It doesn't need any seasoning. Just grilling it over high heat until charred makes the tender fish a delicacy. In essence, throwing the qingqi fish into the fire until cooked is a delicacy, having nothing to do with cooking skills. After finishing their meal, the three tidied up briefly and went to rest. The night grew darker. In the early hours, a door quietly opened. Ying Tao, holding a stick, stepped out. She moved slowly, careful not to let the stick tap the ground and make a noise that might wake the others. She put the stick away and relied on memory to find her way out. Once outside, she used the stick to navigate. Inside, Du Xiu and Jiang Zhaozhao opened their eyes almost simultaneously. By the island's edge, the moon hung high in the sky. The ocean, like a mirror, was bathed in silver moonlight. Waves tirelessly lapped the shore, trying to lull it to sleep. Coconut trees rustled in the breeze, providing a melody. Ying Tao counted her steps in her mind, and when she thought she was close, she stopped tapping the stick, bent down to feel around, and when she touched something cold, she sighed in relief. She adjusted her position and sat on the rock she had been sitting on every 3 days for the past 2 years. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As she counted down to 6, a voice sounded in her ear. Hey, Ying Tao. Hey, Captain, Ying Tao replied. Is your journey over? Yes, I've been to the northern seas recently, and it's much more bustling there than here. The captain's eyes sparkled with excitement as he described the vibrant scene of the northern seas to Ying Tao. He spoke of the lively markets in the Thousand Islands Kingdom, the peculiar and exotic goods, and the towering mountains that reached the sky. Ying Tao listened intently, occasionally expressing amazement. When the captain mentioned the buildings, Ying Tao looked puzzled. The captain patiently explained, they are the tall structures that can house many people. Realization dawned on Ying Tao, and her face showed a longing expression. The captain sighed. You should have seen the world before you lost your sight. Ying Tao smiled and said, listening to your stories is more than enough for me. She curiously asked, are the people outside friendly? The captain nodded affirmatively. Yes, the people out there are very friendly, even kinder than the islanders. A happy smile spread across Ying Tao's face. The outside world must be wonderful. After chatting for a while longer, Ying Tao mentioned that her sister was coming and she needed to leave for a bit. The captain understood and said he too would be exploring the eastern seas. They agreed on a time for their next meeting, and Ying Tao picked up her cane, tapping it on the ground as she left. A tall sea monster emerged from the depths, watching Ying Tao's retreating figure. Once she disappeared into the night, the sea monster dove back into the deep sea. The underwater world was a kaleidoscope of colors, with schools of fish swimming through it. Suddenly, a massive sea creature attacked from the darkness, scattering the fish in all directions. The passing sea monster glanced coldly at the creature, which froze in place, trembling all over. The sea monster passed through a tunnel and arrived at an undersea palace illuminated by glowing coral. The guards saluted, saying, Prince Ramon. Ramon nodded and entered the palace, greeted by several mocking voices. Well, if it isn't Ramon, who's fallen for the Thousand Islands people. Did you tell stories to the little girl again today? It's ridiculous. What do you think your father will say when he hears about this? Ramon glared at his fellow sea creatures and shouted, Enough! Keep your mouths shut. One of them glared back, Ramon. It's you who needs to stop. Cease your foolishness. A prince of the sea monsters, falling for a human from the Thousand Islands. Aren't you ashamed? Ramon remained silent, his expression rigid. In another room, Duccio withdrew his focus, his brow furrowed. The ruins of the fallen sun is one of the most anticipated opportunities among the divine ruins. Duccio stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing out at the ocean shrouded in morning mist. He took a deep breath of the salty air, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Since arriving in Burt City, he had been busy concocting potions and training his primal force, with little time for leisure. Not far away, Zhang Zhaozhao also stood on the cliff, looking out at the sea. Hearing footsteps, she turned and gave Duccio a gentle smile, looking at the sea and the future. Curious, Duccio asked her why she wanted to be an ordinary person. Zhang Zhaozhao sighed and revealed her thoughts. She only ever wanted to be an apothecary, earn money to honor her parents, and never imagined fighting for the primal empire. I'm squeamish and faint at the sight of blood. Do you think I would enjoy being a primal warrior? Zhang Zhaozhao said with a wry smile. Duccio tentatively suggested, if you're tired, why not consider a different life? Maybe join the church? Zhang Zhaozhao's expression changed suddenly, and she said seriously, Duccio, never think like that. I know the Ma Consortium is harsh on you, and I'll help you deal with it, but you mustn't turn to the church. Duccio remained expressionless, simply looking into the distance. In the mist, two seagulls flew side by side, yet they hesitated in the fog. Changing the subject, Zhang Zhaozhao invited Duccio back for a meal. He teased her about her cooking skills as they playfully headed back. Zhang Zhaozhao suggested decorating the room to celebrate the bestowed birthday and mentioned she brought fireworks. Duccio complimented. The Zhang family's girl is always so thoughtful. In the distance, the sunrise broke over the ocean, scattering rays of dawn and dispelling the mist. The two seagulls eventually parted ways, flying in different directions. 3 days later, at night, in a dream meeting, the faceless man sat at the head of a long scarlet table. Zhu Jiu yawned as he emerged from the darkness, complaining, Boss, calling me in the middle of the night like this isn't cool. Duccio ignored the comment and got straight to the point. 3 days have passed, and Ma Juanhao still hasn't responded. Something might have happened. Do you know Wan Zhaobin? Zhu Jiu frowned, thinking for a moment. The name sounds familiar. Oh right, yes, I know him. What's up? Tell me about him, Duccio said coldly. Zhu Jiu briefly introduced, former student of the Xiao Academy, core heir of the Jin Yanwan family, at the 77th level of Qi and Blood Realm, currently on Shurian Island. Is the information reliable? His strength should be about right. His location is definitely accurate. I saw him this afternoon, Zhu Ju assured confidently. Du Xiu nodded with satisfaction. Good. Zhu Ju's eyes darted. So, about this information, I'll pay you. Meet me to get it, Du Xiu replied, his tone turning colder. Great. You're generous, boss. Zhu Jiu beamed with a wide smile. Exiting the dream, Du Xiu checked the map. Shurian Island was in the northern sea. A round trip would take 2 days. He calculated. Leave in the morning, arrive by nightfall. Before dawn the next day, Du Xiu knocked on Jiang Zhaozeo's door. A sleepy Jiang Zhaozeo opened it, and Du Xiu apologized. Sorry, something urgent came up. I need to borrow your car. You're going out? I can give you a ride, Jiang Zhaozeo offered. No need, I have to meet someone. Du Xiu declined politely. Jiang Zhaozeo handed him the keys, and Du Xiu turned to leave. Hey, Jiang Zhaozeo suddenly called out. What's up? Du Xiu turned back. When will you be back? Du Xiu paused. Looking at the makeup-free Jiang Zhaozeo, he smiled. I'll be back in 2 days. Jiang Zhaozeo nodded, closed the door, and leaned against it, muttering to herself, damn, why couldn't I keep my mouth shut? He's neither rich nor handsome, and he's not even powerful. Why am I? It's all because I haven't seen much of the world. Du Xiu drove the car into the sky, heading into the distance. After half a day, he stopped on a deserted island and switched to the body of a blood-red mosquito beast to continue flying north. As night fell, Du Xiu looked down at Shurian Island, pinpointing a brightly lit area. He controlled the mosquito beast to land in front of a villa, where 2 original cultivators were chatting. How many cultivation points did you earn today? 7 or 8 points, I guess. There are too many experts in the family. It's hard for us to get a turn. Not bad. Keep it up for 2 months, and you can earn quite a bit. Even if we earn a lot, it's still working for others. The commission is too high. Can't help it. We signed a contract. But at least there's no shortage of primal energy potions. By the way, about the woman from the 1,000 Islands we captured today. After young Master Wan is done with her, do you think we can have some fun? It'll probably take 2 days. Once he's bored, he'll likely throw her to us. As they spoke, a white-eyed, black-feathered crow landed on the door. Just as they recognized it, stone spears pierced their chests. They were horrified to see 2 Yaogu warriors appear, and before they could call for help, their mouths were covered. The faceless man's power. Isn't he a student of the Imperial Academy? Why is he attacking us? We're with the 4 great conglomerates. They fell with confusion. Du Xiu, impeccably dressed in a suit, approached as the 2 bodies suddenly revived, kneeling to answer his questions. After gathering the information he needed, Du Xiu retracted his power and summoned nearly 1,000 corpses. Awaken, he whispered. The horde of corpses arose, collectively chanting, Great and noble master. Your most devoted servants offer you the highest of regards. Noise erupted nearby as many original cultivators rushed over at the sound. In the air, Du Xiu spoke indifferently. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. In a secluded villa, the room is in disarray. On the bed lies a beautiful woman, unconscious, with bruises covering her naked body. A burly young man is resting in a chair, with a bottle of red wine and some pills on the table beside him. Suddenly, a rapid knocking shatters the room's silence. The burly young man snaps his eyes open, frowning slightly. Who is it? He demands in a low voice. Master Wan, we're under attack. You need to leave now, comes a bodyguard's urgent voice from outside the door. Wan Zhaobin, irritated, rises and strides to the door, yanking it open. What's the panic? How dangerous can an attacker from a level 1 divine ruin be? Where's Ayong? Ayong is his personal bodyguard, at the 93rd level of the Qi and Blood Realm, nearly unmatched among his peers. A family-appointed protector, Ayong is Wan Zhaobin's greatest assurance. Brother Yong and the others are held up. The bodyguard's voice trembles. All of them. Wan Zhaobin frowns, calculating. Beyond Ayong, there are numerous bodyguards at the 70th or 80th levels of the Qi and Blood Realm. Ordinary peak-level fighters can't even get close to him. In the 1,000 Islands Divine Ruin, the number of peak combatants is scarce, and he knows them all. Who below that level would dare come here? Who is it? Wan Zhaobin presses on. The Faceless Man. Upon hearing the name, Wan Zhaobin's pupils contract. After the Empire's Academy opened the first Divine Ruin, major corporations have been searching for suspected superhumans. The Faceless Man's powers are bizarre and unpredictable, controlling corpses, with combat strength difficult to assess. No, I need to get out of here right away. Wan Zhaobin's instinct screamed danger. He had assumed the attackers were sea monsters or original cultivators, not divine cultivators. The combat strength of divine cultivators is notoriously unpredictable, and as a core heir of the corporation, he can't take risks. Master, he's here. The bodyguard suddenly whispers. Here? Where? Wang Xiaobin looks around warily. The bodyguard's face suddenly twists into a sinister smile. Wang Xiaobin's pupils shrink. He notices the bodyguard's abdomen is soaked, blood dripping from his pant legs, forming a pool at his feet. The attacker is already dead. Wang Xiaobin feels a chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising all over his body. He kicks the bodyguard out of the room, quickly locking the door. Then, he sends out several distress signals through the communication channel. Bang! A loud crash. The door is kicked open, splinters flying. Wang Xiaobin is startled, and a massive fist comes straight at him. The punch sends Wang Xiaobin flying like a cannonball, slamming hard against the wall. The artworks hanging there crash to the floor. Faceless man, who are you? Wang Xiaobin asks, struggling to suppress the blood rising in his throat, staring in shock at the intruder. Standing before him is a hideously disfigured young man, with multiple bloody holes in his body, his church robe stained red. Clearly, this isn't the faceless man himself, but a corpse under his control. A look of seriousness flashes in Wang Xiaobin's eyes as he quietly sets down the remote control in his hand. To be safe, he had installed a powerful laser weapon in the room. But the faceless man's caution, sending a corpse instead, rendered his contingency plan useless. Faceless man, do you really think this is enough to kill me? You underestimate the power of a financial consortium. Wang Xiaobin's face twists with malice. He doesn't know why the faceless man is attacking, but anyone who challenges the Jin Yin Wan family faces only one outcome: death. Du Xiu grips the neck of a young original cultivator. The young man's body is covered in poison marks, his flesh rotting away. In contrast, Du Xiu's clothing is only slightly torn. At the 93rd level of the Qi and Blood realm, impressive, another fighter acquired. With that, he tightens his grip, snapping the opponent's neck. Go, kill Wang Xiaobin. Du Xiu commands. The corpse slowly rises, heading towards Wang Xiaobin's villa. After refining my body twice with the ancient beast's essence blood, my physical strength rivals that of the peak level. The calamity cultivation technique truly is extraordinary. Moreover, the toxic primal force accompanying my attacks is surprisingly potent. Du Xiu feels quite satisfied. Du Xiu's face twisted into a sinister smile. With a beckoning gesture, over 100 corpses of the Wan family disciples, engulfed in golden flames, struggled to their feet not far away. Wang Xiaobin. Wang Xiaobin. The 100 or so Wan family disciples, filled with murderous intent, charged at Wang Xiaobin. Flames flickered in the night, white-eyed black-feathered crows circled overhead, and humanoid monsters slaughtered their kin. Du Xiu watched from the shadows, enjoying the spectacle before summoning a blood-colored mosquito beast to fly into the sky on its back. Wang Xiaobin tore apart the last of his kin's corpses and let out a howl to the sky. Students on the island, hearing the sounds of battle and explosions, thought sea monsters were attacking and rushed over. What's happening? Is it a sea monster attack? No, it's the Faceless One attacking the Wan family. Why would the Faceless One want to kill the Wan family? Who knows? Maybe the Wan family offended him. That wouldn't be surprising. The Wan family is known for being overbearing. Yeah, they're too arrogant. Hogging resources, bullying classmates, someone needed to put them in their place. I support the Faceless One. Just a few days ago, Wang Xiaobin assaulted a female student and blamed it on sea monsters. Disgraceful. All those rich kids deserve it. But isn't the Faceless One too creepy? Making the Wan family kill each other is pretty vicious. Vicious? I find it satisfying. Yeah, why should only the rich get to bully others? Sure, people from other families are here. Better stop talking, or we might get into trouble. Let's get out of here. This is a clash of titans. We shouldn't get involved. A few hours later, in a conference room, several heirs of major families took their seats. Wang Xiaobin, covered in wounds and bandages, sat at the head of the table. His gaze was icy as he surveyed the room. The Faceless One must die, but we don't even know who he is. How can we kill him? Asked a young man in a suit. Wang Xiaobin smirked. I have a rough idea of his identity. Who? The others were intrigued. He's a disciple of Lung Li Dao. Wang Xiaobin's words plunged the room into deep thought. The disciple of the Tianyi sect leader? Are you saying the Faceless One is an aberration? The suited man frowned. Don't joke around. My heart can't take it. Old Wan, are you sure? The room buzzed with chatter. If the Faceless One was just a regular student, it was merely a personal vendetta. But if he was an aberration, it was a different matter. Aberrations specialize in assassinations, and these heirs could be on their list. With the Faceless One's bizarre abilities, if he were an aberration, they would never sleep peacefully again. Wang Xiaobin gave a signal, and an attendant presented a wooden box. Inside was a charred severed arm, marked with several gray poison spots. See for yourselves. Across the continent, only Lung Li Dao is notorious for poison. Ask your elders about the last continental war and their battles with Lung Li Dao to confirm. The heirs consulted their elders. After a moment, someone spoke up. Indeed, this matches Long Li Dao's technique. My elders suffered the same poisoned, covered in spots, impossible to heal. Wan Zhaobin sneered. Let me remind you, given Long Li Dao's reputation, anyone he takes as a disciple must be equally ruthless. This aberration must be eliminated. The heirs exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. If the faceless one was an aberration, it would be wise to join forces to eliminate the threat. But some glanced at messages from their family elders, their expressions shifting. What? Long the madman's disciple? Avoid him if you can. Why get involved in this mess? There's nothing to gain. Long Li Dao is rampaging in the Western continent, even daring to slaughter the Golden Clans. The church wants him dead too. Why provoke such a madman? If you don't want to bring trouble to your family and risk your position, best stay out of it. These heirs were shrewd, and their silent exchanges quickly aligned their views. The older generation had been scarred by Long Li Dao's terror, and the current generation was no different. They had seen the footage of the Faceless One's massacre, and he was as terrifying as Long Li Dao. If they failed to kill him, they would surely become targets. The young man in the suit said, the Faceless One should indeed die. But Wan, you only know his background, not his true identity. What can you do about it? Wan Zhaobin replied, don't worry, I have my ways to draw him out. The suited young man hesitated, then added, of course, it's our duty to deal with aberrations, but I lack enough guards to be of much help. Wan, I can provide plenty of potions. Go ahead and do what you must. Wan, I have plenty of resources and can support you with some of them. The others chimed in enthusiastically. Wan Zhaobin forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes and said, I really must thank you, brothers. Suppressing his anger, Wan Zhaobin managed a faint smile. The group quickly chimed in with words of camaraderie, their voices echoing with brotherhood. After some obligatory small talk, everyone took their leave. Once the room was empty and the warmth of their presence faded, Wan Zhaobin's expression turned cold, his eyes glinting with malice. He slammed his fist on the table and gritted his teeth, muttering, a bunch of worthless dogs. They call themselves brothers, but when trouble arises, not one can be relied upon. A younger member of the Wan family cautiously asked, Big brother, what should we do next? After a moment of contemplation, Wan Zhaobin's eyes gleamed sharply. Get in touch with Leslie and Gutong. Also, find out Zhang Yuan's whereabouts. Seeing hesitation in his subordinate's eyes, he added coldly, apply pressure on the tribunal. The Empire's divine ruins have spawned such an anomaly. They can't shirk responsibility. Our Wan family contributes enormous wealth every year. We won't let them take advantage of us for nothing. With that, his subordinates departed to carry out his orders. Alone, Wan Zhaobin gazed out the window, eyes filled with murderous intent. The feud between the Faceless Man and Long Li Dao was bound to end in bloodshed. But tonight's battle had been costly. The enemy's mastery of corpse manipulation was extraordinary, and their power only grew with each fight. Wan Zhaobin clenched his fists, resolved. This battle must be decisive and conclusive. Meanwhile, in the southern seas, Du Xiu stood atop a desolate island, putting away the bloodthirsty mosquito beasts and changing into fresh clothes. Since breaking through to the initial stage of divine cultivation, the mental energy gained from slaughter was no longer as significant. Gazing out at the vast ocean, he murmured to himself, to advance to mid-level divine cultivation, I might need to fill this entire sea. Then, with a self-deprecating chuckle, Du Xiu reminded himself, I can't neglect the path of original cultivation. Everyone knows I'm skilled at corpse control, but if anyone dares to engage me in close combat, they'll taste my martial arts. With that, he summoned his hovercar and flew straight to Scarlet Island. By evening, Du Xiu's vehicle sliced through the sunset as he landed. As soon as he touched down, he saw smoke billowing from the kitchen. He hurried over, only to bump into Jiang Zhaozhao rushing out in a panic. He steadied her with a wry smile. Miss Jiang, are you trying to set the kitchen on fire? Jiang Zhaozhao, eyes watering from the smoke, turned away and grumbled, I'm cooking, don't hold me back. With that, she broke free from Du Xiu and dashed back into the kitchen. Over an hour later, Jiang Zhaozhao finally served 3 dishes and a soup. Du Xiu looked at the table spread with fried rice, fish soup, stir-fried water bamboo, small sautéed shrimp, and braised pork, and sincerely praised, the taste is really quite good. Jiang Zhaozhao's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled brightly. Just as Du Xiu was about to say something more, her expression suddenly changed. Moments later, she returned to normal and said, I have something to attend to and need to go out for a couple of days. Du Xiu nodded. All right, I'll wait for you. If there's any danger, contact me immediately. Jiang Zhaozhao snorted lightly. You little weakling, just stay home and take care of Cherry. With that, she drove off into the night sky. Du Xiu watched her car disappear into the distance, lost in thought. Signing with the consortium is indeed troublesome, he mused, picturing Zhang Sheng in his mind. As the sole heir of the Zhang family in the capital, Zhang Sheng had formidable backing. Du Xiu calculated silently, with my current capabilities, I'm not ready to face them. I'll have to plan carefully. After tidying up, Du Xiu returned to his room, took 2 doses of medicine, and began to focus on breaking through his energy nodes. The next day, on another island, the conference room was packed, yet the main seat remained empty. Everyone was tense, as if awaiting someone's arrival. Suddenly, the sound of crisp boot steps echoed down the hallway. A tall figure approached, face hidden behind a silver mask, clad in battle armor. Within the regional network, a shocking message spread like wildfire. The announcement of a bounty by the Shinkai Hall was like a bomb detonating within the network. The faceless man had launched a night attack on Shurian Island, resulting in over 1,000 casualties. It was revealed that his true identity was that of an anomaly affiliated with the Tianyi sect. The bounty was set at a staggering 8,000 cultivation points, stirring up a frenzy among many. As people were still reeling from the shock, Wang Xiaobin's declaration of war struck like a thunderclap. He flooded the main communication channel with messages, challenging the faceless man to a duel on Huangya Island and threatening to desecrate his mentor's wife's corpse. This series of explosive news immediately ignited the entire Qingdao Shenyu. Students from various islands paused their activities to gather on the network and discuss the events. Some questioned the faceless man's identity, others defended him, but most were eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. Du Xiu read these messages with a furrowed brow. The mentor's wife's body was in the hands of the Wan family, a trap he couldn't ignore. Despite knowing the dangers, he was determined to accept the challenge out of gratitude. In a dreamlike meeting, Du Xiu and Zhu Jiu discussed strategies. Zhu Jiu suggested rallying others for support, but Du Xiu rejected each option. He knew that Mi Jialua, Zhao Di, and Gu Tong were not trustworthy, and he needed to find another way for this battle. After much contemplation, Du Xiu suddenly had an idea. He went to the residence of the governor of Fei Island, directly accusing him of having connections with the sea demons. Faced with Du Xiu's interrogation, the governor quickly admitted the truth, explaining that it was a necessary measure to protect the island's inhabitants. Upon hearing this, the governor fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. My lord, I realize my mistake. I do possess items to communicate with the sea demons, but it was all under their coercion. Du Xiu spoke coldly, and the island chief was startled by his words, quickly standing up. He retrieved a conch shell the size of a human head from a cabinet and respectfully handed it over with both hands. My lord, the sea siren once said that if anything happens to the cherry, we should blow this shell, the island chief explained, a hint of unease in his voice. Du Xiu accepted the conch with his left hand and raised his right hand, conjuring a potion out of thin air. Forgetfulness potion. Drink it, he commanded calmly. A flash of fear crossed the island chief's face, but he quickly composed himself. After a moment of careful thought, he realized that if Du Xiu really intended to kill him, he wouldn't go through such trouble. So, he drank it all in one go and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Du Xiu turned and left, heading to the edge of a cliff. He took out the conch and blew a deep, resonant sound. 3 hours later, the green-skinned sea siren, Ramon, arrived on the waves. What happened to the cherry? Ramon asked anxiously. Du Xiu spoke coldly. Can you contact the king of the southern sea? Only then did Ramon notice Du Xiu's eerie appearance and became wary. Du Xiu gave him no time to think and directly ordered, tonight at midnight, on the deserted island 170 kilometers south, bring your king to meet me. Otherwise, by tomorrow, there will be one more little girl's corpse at sea. Ramon flew into a rage and charged at Du Xiu. Moments later, he was kneeling, unable to get up, with the corpse of an Yago tribe member holding him down firmly. A gray force flower hovered at Du Xiu's fingertip, which he gently pressed against Ramon's forehead. Remember, midnight on the southern deserted island. If your king asks who I am, tell him I am the church's gold coin. With that, Du Xiu gestured, and the Yago tribe corpse threw Ramon into the sea. As night fell, Du Xiu and Cherry had a simple dinner before beginning their training. As the time approached, he summoned a mosquito beast and flew toward the southern deserted island. Over 10,000 sea sirens had already gathered on the island. A middle-aged sea siren wearing a crown asked Ramon, "Are you sure the person is from the church?" "Yes, father. According to the Empire's prisoners, there is indeed a significant outsider among us," Ramon confirmed. Just as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound filled the air. Hundreds of giant mosquito beasts darkened the sky as they approached. Du Xiu leaped down from a blood-red mosquito beast. "King of the Southern Sea, it's an honor to meet you." Du Xiu smiled slightly. The middle-aged sea siren snorted coldly, "Gold coin. Why have you summoned me?" "To join forces against the Empire," Du Xiu stated bluntly. "On the night of the birthday at midnight, the Empire will gather on Yellow Leaf Island. We can catch them all in one go." The middle-aged sea siren was wary. "How can I know what you say is true?" Du Xiu didn't answer but instead activated the church's communication mark on the back of his hand, revealing a green eye. The middle-aged sea siren's eyes widened in surprise. The eye of God? Indeed. Now, do you believe my identity? Du Xiu said calmly. The middle-aged sea siren nodded but remained skeptical. Even if you are from the church, why should we join forces with you? The empire is in the north. Attacking them would only bring trouble upon ourselves. Du Xiu chuckled. The Thousand Islands' divine ruins have only been open for a month, and the northern battles are nearly over. How long do you think the south will remain peaceful? The middle-aged sea siren was silent for a moment before speaking. What is the strength of the Empire's forces on Yellow Leaf Island? They have few elites, but at least 5 with extreme power, Du Xiu answered truthfully. Sending our people there would be a suicide mission. The middle-aged sea siren hesitated. Do you think they'll spare you if you don't go? Du Xiu countered. The two fell into a stalemate. After a moment, Du Xiu smiled. If you have any requests, feel free to state them. The middle-aged sea siren no longer hid his intentions. We can cooperate, but we need an incentive. Otherwise, it's hard to mobilize my people. What do you want? 10,000 potions. Du Xiu squinted. Isn't that a bit greedy? The middle-aged sea siren quickly compromised. How about 5,000? Agreed, but only half up front, Du Xiu conceded. The middle-aged sea siren's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, though he pretended to be reluctant. All right then, Du Xiu suddenly proposed. I need to mark 10 of your leaders to prevent them from being harmed by the mosquito army. The middle-aged sea siren glanced at the massive mosquito swarm in the sky and asked, how many mosquitoes are there? About 10,000, Du Xiu boasted. The middle-aged sea siren was immediately displeased. With so many mosquitoes, 10 marks are far from enough. At least 200 are needed. Du Xiu's eyes burned with anger as he stared intensely at the middle-aged sea demon. The howling sea wind carried a tension that filled the air. After a long pause, Du Xiu took a deep breath, seemingly resigned, and coldly uttered a single word, fine. The middle-aged sea demon was well prepared, surrounded by the elite of his clan. He quickly selected nearly 300 sea demons with power levels above 80 and marked them. Du Xiu's face grew paler as he glared at him. This far exceeds 200. Ignoring Du Xiu's fury, the sea demon retorted, esteemed envoy, where is the potion? Du Xiu waved his hand, producing 2,500 sets of first-grade inferior potions, handing them over. Mounting his blood-colored mosquito beast, he said coldly, be at Huangya Island by midnight. If you're not there, face the consequences. With that, Du Xiu vanished into the sky like a streak of blood. After Du Xiu left, a sea demon approached and asked, my king, are we really going to Huangya Island? The middle-aged sea demon sneered. Why not? The Empire's potions are incredibly miraculous. Such an opportunity is rare. He then commanded, contact our kin from the other 3 major sea regions, awaken all sea beasts, and guide them to converge on Huangya Island. Relay my orders. The entire clan prepares for battle. On the island, countless sea demons knelt. In the trees, a vulture silently observed. High above, Du Xiu stood on his mosquito beast, his expression indifferent. In the year 962 of the imperial calendar, on November 24th, the day of creation arrived. As night fell, moonlight scattered like salt. Du Xiu stood side by side with Zhang Zhaozhao, admiring the dazzling fireworks. Zhang Zhaozhao whispered, it's so beautiful. I wish this moment could last forever. She turned to ask Du Xiu how he felt lately. Du Xiu admitted that these were the most relaxed days of his life. Zhang Zhaozhao smiled, saying she was leaving, and shared some everyday matters. After a moment of silence, Du Xiu asked, are you going back home? Zhang Zhaozhao laughed until tears came to her eyes. Friend, where is home here? Are you hallucinating? With that, she drove her hover car into the night sky. Du Xiu stood there, watching the car's tail lights fade away. He smiled softly. Legend has it that in the Far East, in a land of extreme cold, grows a flower known as the knife flower. It is the most beautiful flower in the world and the hardest to pick. Its beauty once attracted a deity, who came to pluck it, but was stung by it. In anger, the deity imprisoned its beauty. If any living creature approaches, the knife flower will die. From then on, it lived its life alone, rejecting the world as the world rejected it. In the night, a flash of blue light appeared. There was no rain, yet a single drop of water fell into the sea, shattering the moon. Southern Seas, Huangya Island, just past 11 at night. Above the island, a swarm of drones hovered, broadcasting the tense situation below in real time. The confrontation between the Faceless Man and the Jin Yanwan family had become the most explosive incident since the opening of the Thousand Islands ruins. On one side stood Lung Li Dao's direct disciple, a wanted fugitive of the Empire, wielding eerie powers to control corpses and possessing a top-tier imperial artifact. On the other side was the core heir of the Jin Yanwan family, one of the 4 major financial conglomerates. The Wan family had transported a large number of original cultivators and weapons via warships, with an impressive array of Gene warriors and original cultivators lying in ambush across the island. The impending clash between these two formidable adversaries had captured the attention of countless Academy students. The communication channels buzzed with fervent discussion. Guys, it's 3 minutes to midnight. What's the situation on the island now? Wan Zhaobin hired 3 top-tier hunter groups, Divine Descend, Judgment, and Round Table Knights. Does it really take that much to deal with one faceless man? That corpse-controlling ability of the faceless man is too creepy. His combat power depends entirely on the quality of the corpses he controls. Better to be cautious. Zhao Di and Gu Tong from the first squad are also on the island. How is the faceless man going to handle this? The Wan family is being overly cautious, deploying so many original force weapons, even bringing in rapid-fire cannons. How is Wan Zhaobin so sure the faceless man will come? I heard he really has the corpse of the faceless man's master's wife. You can look up the grudge between Lung the demon and the Wan family. If the faceless man doesn't show up, now that would be interesting. Just a few more minutes and we'll know. This much commotion over someone's rebirth is quite entertaining. Neither side is any good anyway. It'd be best if they both go down together. On a vantage point somewhere on the island, 2 gunners stood watch while chatting idly. Is the faceless man really going to show up? This is clearly a trap. Indeed, the Wan family has deployed over 10,000 Gene warriors and all kinds of heavy weaponry. Showing up is suicide. But there are so many geniuses gathered on the island, almost the entire golden generation of the Empire. Some are here to help, others just to watch the spectacle. If the faceless man gets injured, these geniuses will definitely kick him while he's down. It's almost midnight, stay alert. What if the faceless man is a madman? Alright, you watch the left, I'll cover the right. Suddenly, countless ripples appeared on the distant sea. Using a magnifying scope, one gunner observed 2 faint candle-like lights in the water, growing brighter. A shadow broke through the calm sea surface, revealing itself a gigantic serpent, with blood-red eyes glowing like lanterns, its body as thick as a truck, its scales shimmering with a metallic sheen in the moonlight. Enemy attack. Sea beasts incoming, the gunner shouted in alarm, and his companion immediately sounded the alarm. The alarm blared across the island. Dozens of massive creatures landed from all directions. The deep-sea serpent toppled trees and houses, its gaping maw devouring the conglomerate's original cultivators. A massive sea ape, over 10 meters tall, leapt into the air, landing heavily as it charged at the Gene warriors. A turtle the size of a hill slowly made its way ashore, each step causing the ground to tremble. A terrifying octopus, 100 meters tall, climbed the cliffs, its tentacles lashing out like steel whips. Gunfire erupted instantly, and gunners unleashed a storm of bullets while original force rapid-fire cannons lit up the night sky. Gene warriors rose to the challenge, attempting to stem the sea beast's onslaught. In the distance, the sea turned pitch black, suddenly echoing with a horn's deep, resonant sound. The splashing of water grew from sporadic to continuous. Countless sea monsters, armed and standing on the water, charged towards the island. Drones captured every moment from above, and the communication channels boiled over once more. What's that? Sea beasts attacking. Damn, those are ultimate sea beasts. Nearly 10 of them. There's an army of sea monsters behind them. Are these the faceless man's reinforcements? That's brutal. The scale must be tens of thousands of sea monsters. The faceless man's got guts. Where did he find these reinforcements? Should we intervene? These are all cultivation points. Stay put. What's more important, cultivation points or your life? In the conference room, Wan Zhaobin, watching the ultimate sea beasts on the screen, fumed. Damn it. The faceless man has actually colluded with sea monsters and beasts. Leslie, we need you to step in. Leslie, burly and sharp-eared with canine teeth, stood with several other non-humans behind him. His gaze deepened. So many ultimate sea monsters. The Divine Descend hunter group alone can't handle this. At this moment, Zhao Di spoke up. I can handle one. Hearing this, the eyes of everyone in the conference room shifted between him and Gu Tong. The revelation that the faceless man was an anomaly had the greatest impact on Zhao Di. Gu Tong's grudge with the faceless man was well known throughout the Empire's academies, leaving no doubt about his loyalty. But Zhao Di's position was much more ambiguous. His formation of the first squad seemed to subtly support the faceless man. Seeing others glance at him, Zhao Di let out a cold snort. If I were an outlier, would I even be here? With a sharp gaze, Zhao Di scanned the surroundings. The crowd's eyes flickered, especially the scions of certain conglomerates, whose eyes were filled with greed. Wind elemental powers, the divine authority to control the laws of nature, were among the most coveted abilities. What a pity, Wan Zhaobin remarked icily, casting a glance at Zhao Di. You're responsible for dealing with two of the extreme sea beasts. Zhao Di remained silent and turned away. He needed to clear his name, and defeating foes for Wan Zhaobin was the best way to prove himself. Wan Zhaobin then addressed a group of young individuals. Round Table Knights, I'll leave the remaining extreme sea beasts to you. Although the leader of the Round Table Knights, Zhang Sheng, was not present, Wan Zhaobin dared not offend its members. Hearing this, the knights wasted no time and swiftly departed. Having set things in order, a malicious glint flashed in Wan Zhaobin's eyes. Faceless One, today you will die. This wasn't just because the Faceless One had attacked him. It was also due to his identity. 20 years ago, the cold old devil had massacred members of the Wan family, and the survivors, now high-ranking family members, viewed the cold old devil as a haunting specter. Wan Zhaobin needed to kill the Faceless One to curry favor with his family's leadership. To this end, he had even transported the cold old devil's lover's corpse to the divine ruins, intending to use it to force him out. Unexpectedly, the opponent had allied with sea monsters and beasts to launch an assault. I underestimated your audacity, Wan Zhaobin sneered. In the dense forest, Leslie and four of his team members sped along. Suddenly, Leslie halted, his eyes locked on a shadowy figure ahead. Come out, he shouted. The others braced themselves for battle. A chubby guy wearing a pig mask emerged from the darkness, hands in his pockets. Hey, geniuses, how about we discuss leaving Huangya Island? He suggested nonchalantly. Leslie squinted. Two members of the first day group had yet to reveal themselves publicly, and Gu Tong had mentioned their formidable strength. A coward hiding behind a mask, trying to make me retreat? Let's see if you have what it takes. Leslie sneered, dashing towards the masked man. The chubby guy looked up at the sky and shouted, Boss, just so you know, my price is steep. In the sky, a black feathered crow with white eyes circled, and two words drifted down. Whatever it takes. Zhu Jiu smiled with satisfaction. As Leslie lunged at him, his body gradually faded and vanished. The Godfall team stood on high alert. Suddenly, the sound of chewing echoed through the dim forest, followed by a satisfied burp. Godfall, have you ever seen a true descent? A massive silhouette slowly emerged from the darkness. High above, the Faceless One stood on a blood-red mosquito beast, surveying the scene. The Godfall hunters were being held up by Zhu Jiu, the Round Table Knights, Zhao Di, and Gu Tong by the extreme beasts, and the Academy's prodigious students by the sea monsters. Only the judgment group had yet to appear. Du Xiu smirked inwardly. Zhang Yuan, your name's decent. Hope you don't court death. Through the perspective of a flying creature, he had a comprehensive view of the island's situation and had pinpointed Wan Zhaobin's location. The blood-red mosquito beast descended quietly to a secluded spot. With a wave of his hand, Du Xiu summoned 1,000 corpses. Awaken. Go. Kill Wan Zhaobin, he commanded, pointing in a direction. The 1,000 corpses suddenly opened their eyes and charged towards an estate. Inside the estate, Wan Zhaobin stood by the window, glaring at the approaching corpses, his chest burning with rage. Faceless One. Using corpses to ambush again. What a coward. This method of combat irked him immensely. I will find you and kill you. His expression twisted. Wan Zhaobin's body suddenly expanded to 6 meters, his clothes tearing apart, skin transforming into dark red scales, horns sprouting from his head, and a thick tail emerging. In this monstrous form, his rationality waned, replaced by a ferocious gleam. He barked at the remaining conglomerate members, kill the Faceless One's corpse. With that, he smashed through the wall and leapt from the second floor. Faceless One, I know you're nearby. I'm heading to where your master's wife's body is. I'll wait 10 minutes. If you don't show, I'll eat her body. Wan Zhaobin roared as he charged off. Deep in the forest lay a hidden castle, an ice coffin placed in the courtyard. Originally, the castle was heavily guarded by conglomerate forces, but with the extreme sea beasts causing havoc, the front lines crumbled, forcing many to be redeployed. Now, only a few hundred remained inside. Wan Zhaobin sat cross-legged before the ice coffin, eyes closed. Soon, the sounds of battle echoed around him. Hundreds of corpses clashed with the conglomerate's forces. A figure strolled through the castle gates. A crow perched on his shoulder. The Faceless One stood in the courtyard, clad in a black suit, the moonlight casting an eerie and mysterious aura. Wan Zhaobin slowly rose, grinning menacingly. Faceless One, you finally showed up. Prepare to die. Their enmity stretched back generations, and only one could survive. Pushing off the ground, Wan Zhaobin shot forward like a cannonball, shattering the courtyard stones. Du Xiu tensed up. The transformation into a monster had significantly boosted Wan Zhaobin's power, granting him extreme-level strength. He twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the punch. Missing his target, Wan Zhaobin's face twisted with fury, muscles bulging as he swung a knee towards Du Xiu. Unable to dodge in time, Du Xiu took the blow, skidding back and leaving two deep grooves in the ground before coming to a halt. His abdomen throbbed with pain. Such power, could he have grafted the bloodline of a primordial beast? Du Xiu was shocked. Wan Xiaobin's monstrous strength was akin to a humanoid beast. In terms of sheer physical might, even after 2 rounds of ancient beast blood refinement, Du Xiu was no match. Truly terrifying. Faceless man. I'll tear you apart. Wan Xiaobin sneered as he landed a hit, his large, bloodshot eyes gleaming menacingly. Du Xiu remained unfazed, and with a wave of his hand, over 100 corpses suddenly appeared on the ground. He thought to himself, I can't fight him, Hedon. I'm no match for him. At this moment, Wan Xiaobin was just 1 step away from completing his final body cultivation, making him far stronger than Du Xiu. Licking his dry lips, Du Xiu's eyes flickered with greed. I wonder if I can extract the blood of the ferocious beast from his corpse? Years of surviving in the wilderness had left Du Xiu with an intense craving for power, and faced with what seemed like the blood of a primordial beast, he wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. Awaken! Kill him, he commanded sharply. The 100 corpses swayed and pounced on Wan Xiaobin. Du Xiu stepped back, pulling out several bottles of soul-calming potions. He could control up to 1,000 corpses, but tonight he had already surpassed his limit. The headache from mental exhaustion struck again, but he endured the discomfort, watching the battle coldly. Wan Xiaobin smashed a corpse's head with a punch, roaring, Faceless man. All you can do is control these wretches. If you're a real man, fight me yourself. Coward. Weakling. He charged wildly among the corpses, losing his mind. Du Xiu was unmoved. While drinking a soul-calming potion, he released several vultures to patrol the castle's perimeter, just in case of an attack. As Wan Xiaobin was entangled, Du Xiu swiftly approached an ice coffin. After confirming that the person inside was identical to the photo of his master's wife from the internet, he stored the ice coffin in his space. Seeing this, Wan Xiaobin became even more frenzied, smashing the corpses into pulp. Du Xiu sneered, I wonder if it's the beast bloodline not fully adapting or a side effect of the transplant. At this point, he probably doesn't even know who his father is. With the 100 corpses slaughtered, Du Xiu refrained from summoning more. He feared falling unconscious from mental exhaustion. Then you can just die. Du Xiu's eyes turned cold. Enveloped in a layer of gray energy, he engaged Wan Xiaobin in combat. Having secured his master's wife's corpse, his primary goal was achieved. Now, he wanted to see if he could kill Wan Xiaobin and seize the coveted beast bloodline. On the plaza, the two clashed fiercely, stone fragments flying, blood surging. Wan Xiaobin lost his composure, and Du Xiu seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to create some distance. Blood trickled from Du Xiu's mouth, his body aching, organs displaced. Yet his gaze grew more intense, his innate ferocity fully ignited. Wan Xiaobin quickly got back on his feet, shaking his head, the ferocity in his eyes slightly diminished. Du Xiu felt a jolt of realization. Something's wrong. His transformation time must be up. He's trying to escape. Sure enough, fear flashed in Wan Xiaobin's eyes as he turned to flee, mustering all his strength to leap over the wall. At this moment, Wan Xiaobin was filled with regret. He had thought victory was assured, but had underestimated the faceless man's strength. Clearly, his family's intelligence had failed, landing him in peril. Du Xiu sneered. If I let you escape, then Gu Tong's suffering would be in vain. He softly uttered, explode. With that word, the toxic energy within Wan Xiaobin detonated. His airborne figure plummeted to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Damn it, even the recorded antidote was wrong, were Wan Xiaobin's last words before he fell lifeless. Cautiously, Du Xiu controlled an Aogu corpse to approach, repeatedly stabbing Wan Xiaobin's neck with a stone spear to ensure he was completely dead. Then he stored the body in his space and was about to leave when he suddenly paused. Atop the castle's spire stood a slender figure, seemingly appearing out of thin air. A silver mask, battle armor, and a flowing robe from the divine judgment hall, with a silver scythe reflecting the cold moonlight in hand. Silver Mask Woman. Du Xiu's expression darkened. Zhang Yuan, a legendary figure within the academy. Some called her the Empire's greatest beauty, the top female prodigy, while others said she was the sharpest blade of the divine judgment hall, and some even described her as a war machine, executioner, or a genocide maker. But regardless of the tales, her power was undeniable. The two locked eyes across the distance, the air thick with tension. After a moment, the silver masked woman leaped into the air, sending several silver blade beams toward Du Xiu. His expression turned grim as the beams formed a net, sealing off his escape. Quickly, he summoned dozens of corpses to block the attack, but the beams sliced through them effortlessly, continuing their path toward him. Ugh! The blade beams tore through the obstacles, leaving several wounds on Du Xiu's body. The most severe was on his abdomen. If not for the beast blood strengthening his body, This strike could have cleaved him in two. Blood stained his suit, pain coursing through him. This was the first time Dushio had been so battered since entering the academy. The silver masked woman landed, scythe in hand, charging at Dushio without a word. Damn, what a ruthless woman. Dushio cursed inwardly. He didn't dare engage further, not out of fear, but because he was already seriously injured from the fight with Wang Zhaobin, and his mental exhaustion was worsening. Confronting her Hedon would be unwise. Dushio summoned a blood-colored mosquito beast, leaping onto its back to escape into the sky. Seeing this, the silver-masked woman coldly uttered two words, "Thunder strike." As the words of the silver-masked woman fell, a brilliant white light suddenly appeared in the starry night sky. Boom! Thunder shattered the darkness, lighting up the world as if it were daytime. The white light struck the shadow in the sky. Dushio's pupils contracted as adrenaline surged through him, his face turning pale. Instinctively, he leaped away, diving through the air. The blood-colored mosquito beast was hit by the thunder, instantly turning to charcoal and plummeting from the sky. In free fall, Dushio summoned another mosquito beast, clutching its leg tightly to stabilize himself. The silver-masked woman, observing this, retracted her silver scythe as a pair of pure white wings emerged from her back. She soared into the sky, the moonlight draping Huangya Island like a veil. The faceless man, riding a mosquito beast, fled desperately with the silver-masked woman in hot pursuit. This breathtaking scene was watched by millions of students. Dushio downed several bottles of calming and healing potions, his pallor improving slightly. He glanced back at the silver-masked woman drawing closer, resentment brewing in his heart. Her white wings were of a high grade, outpacing his mosquito beast. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she caught up. Moreover, the gathering storm clouds above made his scalp tingle. The ominous thunder sounded like the rumbling of 1,000 horses, each peal like a death knell. I can't stay in the air any longer. Dushio scanned below, quickly identifying his target. On the sea monster's army clashed with the academy's prodigies. The sea monster leader stood on the back of a blue whale, commanding his troops to attack. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky. The sea monster leader recognized Dushio, who had been marked earlier, and hurried forward to inquire, "Your Excellency, what's happened?" Dushio ignored him, unleashing a burst of energy that killed the blue whale. He swiftly took control of the corpse and slipped inside, sinking into the deep sea. The sea monster leader stood stunned, bewildered. The sky resounded with countless thunderclaps. The sea monster leader looked up to see a blinding white light. A barrage of lightning descended, twisting bolts stretching from sky to sea. Silver arcs raced across the water, instantly incinerating countless sea monsters. Those who escaped wore expressions of terror, scattering in all directions. High above, the silver-masked woman hovered with her white wings, surveying the vast ocean with cold eyes. Moments later, she flew back to Huangya Island. At dawn, on a deserted island, the blue whale's corpse washed ashore. A stone spear pierced its flesh, cutting back and forth until the opening widened. Covered in slime, Dushio crawled out of the whale's belly, stumbling a few steps on the beach before collapsing in exhaustion. Back on Huangya Island, the battle neared its end. The apex sea beasts were gradually slain, and with their top fighters defeated, the sea monster's army retreated in disarray. The island was littered with corpses. Members of the Wan Corporation, weary and battle-worn, tended to the battlefield and rescued the wounded. Uprooted trees, collapsed buildings, craters, and the heavy scent of blood in the air all testified to the previous night's carnage. Soon after, a piece of news spread like wildfire on the regional network. Wang Zhaobin had been killed by the faceless man. Shockwaves rippled through the community. No one had expected the clash between the faceless man and the golden flame wands to end with the faceless man's victory. This outcome left many jaws dropping. It had been years since a core heir of one of the 4 major conglomerates was killed. The last time it happened was during the Continental War, and coincidentally, it was the poisoned Taoist back then, and now his disciple, the faceless man. This left everyone both astounded and strangely accepting of the turn of events. The battle on Huangya Island quickly went viral on forums. As soon as the war ended, a post garnered 1 million likes from Academy students in just half an hour. The next Divine Ruins will surely be a spectacle. The masked man with the pig head is undoubtedly among the elite, on par with top experts like Zhang Sheng and Jiang Yuan. This indirectly highlights the terrifying prowess of the Faceless One. Every member of the First Day group is exceptionally powerful, with Zhao Di's mastery of wind powers being one of the strongest abilities. Curiosity abounds regarding the identity of the last member, leading to much speculation. However, someone cautioned, the Faceless One is an anomaly. Don't idolize blindly. No one said he's a good person, just that he's really strong, someone retorted. The conversation shifted as someone marveled at the strength of the silver-masked woman. The Faceless One was utterly defeated by her. Controlling thunder is a power of the highest divine order. The next divine ruin is bound to see the faceless one seeking revenge. Get ready for a show. Suddenly, someone warned, the sea beasts of the four great seas have been awakened. We need to tread carefully. Oh no, the next divine ruin is the chaotic ruin, and I need to earn cultivation points. Surely a super genius will step in. The divine descent left everyone wounded, and even the round table knights didn't escape unscathed. Only Goddess Jiang is available. Will she slay all the sea beasts of the four great seas? That's a monumental task. I'd gladly be the vanguard for Goddess Jiang. Do you even qualify? The scene shifts to a conference room on Huangya Island. A member of the Wan family pointed angrily at the silver-masked woman. Wan Dage is dead, and your adjudicators are entirely responsible. If you had arrived sooner, he wouldn't have died. Next to the silver-masked woman, a tall woman in red armor sneered, Wan Zhaobin brought this on himself. How is it our concern? Rubbish. The woman in red armor retorted. Leslie was blocked, leaving no one to handle the extreme sea beasts he was responsible for. While we were busy saving people, the Wan family member erupted with rage. Saving people? All the original cultivators on Huangya Island combined aren't worth a hair of Wan Dage. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver flash appeared, and his head rolled to the ground. Jiang Yuan swiftly executed him without explanation, then left with the woman in red armor. Other family members exchanged glances and gradually exited. The remaining Wan family members of the Golden Flame were furious. How dare Jiang Yuan kill our people? 10 years ago, she was nothing but an ant. Just because she has talent and the surname Jiang, she thinks she's a core member of the Jiang family? Don't talk nonsense, someone warned. The Jiang family treats her like a treasure. Her status is higher than the core heirs. Even if she causes a major incident, the empire's upper echelons wouldn't dare touch her. The scene shifts again to a beach. Du Xiu woke up coughing, and after confirming his surroundings were safe, he chuckled bitterly. That was a close call. He cursed the silver-masked woman in his heart, vowing revenge. After taking various potions, Du Xiu felt slightly better. He slapped his forehead in frustration. Darn it! I forgot I still need to take care of Cherry. He then summoned his mosquito beast and headed towards Fei Island. In the evening, in the courtyard, Cherry sat quietly with a blindfold, gripping a wooden stick. Du Xiu softly called her name. Brother? Where's sister? Cherry asked. She went out on business. Have you eaten? I have. The neighbor auntie brought me some food. Cherry smiled sweetly. Brother, can you take me for a walk on the beach? On the beach, Cherry suddenly asked, Brother, did you have a fight with sister? Why do you say that? Because that's how my dad left. Cherry paused, recalling, Dad was the best fisherman, but he wanted to see a bigger world. Mom was afraid of the danger and wouldn't let him go. They kept arguing. One day, Dad stopped arguing and made lots of delicious food. But the next day, he was gone forever. Cherry turned around, saying, when two people are together, they shouldn't be cold or say things they don't mean. They shouldn't hide things. If there's a conflict, it should be resolved immediately. Your sister really likes you. Du Xiu paused upon hearing this, furrowing his brows slightly. How do you know? Ying Tao smiled and explained, because I can't see the world. I can only sense people's emotions through the tone of their voices. Last time your sister came, she was surrounded by many people and kept herself in a cold little bubble. But when she's with you, her tone becomes much softer. She advised, brother, make sure you don't lose her. Du Xiu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and ruffled Ying Tao's hair. I won't. That's good. Ying Tao sighed with relief. Ying Tao. Yes? The deep blue coral has been found, and your eye condition can be treated soon. Really? That's wonderful. Ying Tao exclaimed with joy. Once your eyes are healed, do you have any wishes? I'll help you fulfill them. Ying Tao shook her head. I don't have any special wishes, just want to meet someone, my hero. Who is it? I can't tell you. It's Ying Tao's secret. A few days later, on a deserted island in the southern seas, Du Xiu controlled several corpses to carve out a cave in the rock wall. His injuries had mostly healed after some care. He muttered to himself, I wonder if Wan Zhaobin's body can yield fierce beast essence blood. Du Xiu summoned Wan Zhaobin's corpse and began the secret technique to extract fierce beast essence blood. Blood oozed from the corpse, gathering into a blood mass in the air. After a long while, the mass condensed into a drop of silver blood. Just ancient fierce beast essence blood? He was somewhat disappointed but thought, it's not bad. With 3 types of ancient fierce beast essence blood for body refinement, in terms of fortune, I've surpassed my master. Suddenly, Du Xiu squinted. Wait, this isn't right. He noticed traces of gold mixed in the silver essence blood. Golden essence blood is from a primeval fierce beast, a rare treasure. This isn't an ordinary ancient fierce beast. Du Xiu was overjoyed. No wonder the 4 major financial groups transplanted this bloodline. Meanwhile, on another island, Zhao Di and Gu Tong sat across from each other, the aroma of roasting game filling the air. Zhao Di stared at the flames, his face showing irritation. Where on earth has that faceless one gone? Gu Tong glanced at Zhao Di with disdain. At the last meeting, Zhao Di was still acting like a sycophant. Now, with the faceless one's identity as an outcast exposed, he turned on him, eagerly inviting others to hunt him down, which was truly disgraceful. Seeing Gu Tong remain silent, Zhao Di asked, Gu Tong, why didn't you attack the faceless one on Huangyar Island? He was entangled by two extreme sea beasts and couldn't escape. I tried, but I was blocked. Gu Tong replied with a grim expression. By whom? Zhu Jiu. Zhu Jiu, facing the entire divine descent group, still had the strength to stop you? Zhao Di was incredulous. Gu Tong pondered for a moment. He possesses a power that doesn't belong to him. But yes, he is indeed formidable. Zhao Di sighed. What a missed opportunity. The faceless one is cunning and cowardly. Who knows when he'll show up again? If we don't eliminate him soon, he'll become a great threat to the entire empire. Gu Tong stood up. This is the end of the sea currents from Huangyar Island. If we can't find the faceless one here, there's no need for us to continue together. He left with a parting remark. If you hear any news about the faceless one, you can inform me, and we'll join forces to eliminate him. Just a few steps away, Gu Tong suddenly stopped. A familiar sensation surged through him, and his once defiant face was now filled with terror. No! A piercing scream echoed. Startled, Zhao Di looked over. He saw Gu Tong's golden vertical pupils filled with blood, the extreme pain causing him to howl like a beast, repeatedly bashing his head against rocks, biting his arm, and pounding the ground in self-harm. Zhao Di's eyes widened, a chill running down his spine. He had only seen photos of Gu Tong cursed in such a state, but witnessing it firsthand left him gasping. After a long while, the surroundings were a mess. Gu Tong was covered in wounds, his blood staining the ground. The two exchanged a glance. Zhao Di spoke earnestly. Actually, there's no need for us to hunt the faceless one. The commander just practices the same technique as Elderlong. What does that prove? What if he just stumbled upon it? Even if the Divine Judgment Hall declares the commander an outcast, so what? Their judgment could be wrong. What if they wronged the commander? He continued. The commander saved hundreds of thousands of imperial talents in the Dream Marsh ruins. On Huangyar Island, he punished the heinous heirs of financial groups. Such noble acts, and we still doubt him. It's just not right. I, Zhao Di, firmly believe the commander is a good person. Even if he's an outcast, he's surely an undercover agent for the church, but loyal to the empire. I, Zhao Di, vice commander of the 1st Heavenly Regiment, will absolutely support the commander. Gu Tong remained silent, looking up at the sky. The ferocity in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by fear. He had a feeling that next time, he might truly die from the pain. After a long pause, Gu Tong finally spoke. I apply to join the regiment. For days later, on a deserted island inside a cave, a figure stood up, and crackling sounds echoed from his body. A smile appeared on Du Xiu's face as power surged through him like a tidal wave. After 4 days, he had finally completed the 3rd round of refining his body with the blood of a primeval beast. The strength of his body now far exceeded the previous 2 times. Clenching his fists, his eyes gleamed with determination, and he thought to himself that if he faced Wan Zhaobin again, he would surely crush him. Leaving the cave, Du Xiu headed straight for the deserted island where he had arranged to meet the sea spirit. The sound of a conch shell echoed, and soon, a middle-aged sea spirit wearing a crown appeared with his guards. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Du Xiu handed over the debt of 2,500 potions. Just as he was about to leave, the middle-aged sea spirit suddenly inquired about Du Xiu's purpose for this visit. Although slightly wary, Du Xiu revealed that he was searching for local specialties for the church. The sea spirit's eyes lit up, and he eagerly offered to help gather resources. After a brief consideration, Du Xiu took out a list. It detailed the resources from the divine ruins that could be exchanged for points. The middle-aged sea spirit was overjoyed upon seeing it. These resources were abundant on the seabed. They quickly reached an agreement to trade at extremely low prices. With the business settled, Du Xiu mentioned his need to find the carcass of an extreme sea beast, claiming it was for a church elder's specimen collection. The middle-aged sea spirit understood the implication, suspecting it might be a private transaction. While they were speaking, one of the sea spirit guards suddenly collapsed, convulsing. Du Xiu volunteered to treat him and quickly neutralize the poison. Seeing this, the middle-aged sea spirit had an idea and asked Du Xiu to treat other injured members as well. Du Xiu gladly agreed, secretly pleased. This was exactly what he wanted. By mingling with the high-ranking sea spirits, he could gather intelligence and collect powerful corpses, achieving 2 goals at once. Divine Envoy, I have one more request for you, said the Sea Spirit King. On that day, The deserted island was bustling with activity. Numerous high-ranking sea monsters were brought to the island, and Du Xiu began to showcase his medical skills. He easily healed those with lower combat power, but for the higher-ranked ones, he deliberately worsened their minor injuries and left those severely injured without hope. A week later, standing in a makeshift wooden hut, Du Xiu looked at the lifeless body in front of him and lamented. The Empire's treachery knows no bounds, using such deadly poison. They deserve nothing less than 1,000 cuts. A nearby sea monster guard quickly consoled him. Divine Envoy, you've done your best. Indeed, the commanders on the battlefield are prime targets for the Empire. It's impossible to guard against them. You've saved many lives. You're truly a noble soul. In a somber tone, Du Xiu said, bring in the next one. The guards carried the body away to the dense forest nearby. According to the Divine Envoy, the bodies were poisonous and required his personal attention for disposal. Everyone was moved, secretly admiring the tireless efforts of the Divine Envoy. After poisoning a few more sea monsters, Du Xiu suddenly sensed something and looked towards the horizon. The sea was tumultuous, and a group of sea monsters clad in scales was landing with heavy crates, followed by the carcasses of several massive sea beasts. Using his divine vision, Du Xiu was overjoyed at the sight. There were 5 supreme sea beasts. Unfortunately, one had been dead for too long to be revived and controlled. After advancing to a primary divine level, he could now revive bodies that had been dead for up to 5 days. 4 supreme sea beasts were already a significant gain. A moment later, a middle-aged sea monster stood with Du Xiu in an open area. Precious minerals and deep-sea herbs were piled high, leaving Du Xiu somewhat numb. These resources could be exchanged for at least 100,000 cultivation points, while a regular student at the academy might earn only 200 to 300 points in a divine ruin, and the strong might get 1,000 or so. Divine Envoy, are you satisfied? The middle-aged sea monster asked cautiously. Du Xiu nodded. It's acceptable. The sea monster felt a pang of anxiety, worried that the resources weren't right or that there were too few supreme sea beasts. Divine Envoy, how many doses of elixir can these fetch? How about 2,000? Du Xiu's voice turned cold. The sea monster quickly corrected himself. Just kidding, 1,000 will do. 200 doses, take it or leave it, Du Xiu said bluntly. The sea monster hesitated, then Du Xiu pointed to a list. These are the most important items, and you didn't find a single one? So how can I offer a high price? After a brief silence, the sea monster sighed. The last time the church visited was centuries ago. Those resources might be extinct. Du Xiu offered reassurance. Though I can't offer a high price, the elders will surely appreciate these supreme sea beasts. There will be plenty of opportunities for collaboration in the future, so don't be disheartened. Divine Envoy, is that true? Of course. I, Jean, value my promises above all. Next time the church comes, they'll definitely seek you out for cooperation. Otherwise, let the gods strike me down. The sea monster was overjoyed, clasping Du Xiu's hand tightly. There's no need for an oath, Divine Envoy. I trust you. Du Xiu nodded, handing over 200 doses of elixir, then stored the resources and sea beast carcasses in his space, mounted his mosquito beast, and left the island. The sea monster marveled at the Divine Envoy's efficiency. In the air, Du Xiu was in high spirits. Over the past fortnight, he had personally dispatched nearly 1,000 high-ranking sea monsters, and with the 4 supreme sea beasts, his army of corpses was formidable within a primary divine ruin. He hoped not to encounter another formidable opponent like the silver-masked woman in the next chaotic ruin. Recalling that night with the thunderclouds, Du Xiu felt both hatred and awe. The combat power of divine practitioners is unpredictable. His strength relied entirely on the quality of his corpses, while the silver-masked woman wielded thunderous attacks that countered his army. Her cold and ruthless nature posed a significant threat, and she needed to be eliminated soon. Du Xiu arrived at a deserted island and arranged a meeting with Zhu Jiu through a dream session. Hours later, he opened his eyes to see a hovering car come to a stop, and a chubby young man hopped out. Boss, are you here to settle accounts? Yes, your performance on this mission was commendable. How much do you want? Whatever you think is fair, the young man replied cheerfully. With a wave of his hand, Du Xiu produced 2 crates. Zhu Jiu looked puzzled, and upon opening the wooden crate, his eyes widened in shock. Is this for me? Are you satisfied? I am extremely satisfied. You're a generous boss. From now on, you're like a brother to me, born from another mother. The chubby man was visibly excited, his eyes gleaming with greed. He eagerly opened the box, revealing it to be filled with Shanbei minerals, so many that it was astonishing. He secretly calculated that these minerals could be exchanged for at least 1,000 cultivation points. And to think, 1 cultivation point has never been worth less than 10,000 gold coins on the black market. Boss, if there's ever another opportunity like this, don't forget to call me, the chubby man said obsequiously, though his eyes remained fixated on the box. Du Xiu nodded expressionlessly, summoned his mosquito beast, and vanished into the sky. Tisk, so cold, the chubby man muttered. But it's all right, as long as the boss is rich, I can overlook all his flaws. Zhuju squinted, watching Du Xiu disappear into the air, contemplating. Do you think he might be the holy son of the Tianyi sect? From what I know, the holy son is supposed to be a giant bat. How much? Someone nearby scoffed. You want that much money for such a worthless piece of information? Get lost. Boss, you must have quite the background. The chubby man murmured to himself, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. After the battle on Huangya Island, numerous newcomers formed teams to roam the four seas. They hunted sea monsters, searched for resources, and earned cultivation points, preparing for the next chaotic divine ruins. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the Thousand Island Divine Ruins expedition was nearing its end. During this time, several news stories emerged within the regional network. The silver-masked woman appeared in the Eastern Sea, hunting an extreme beast. The Round Table Knights launched an attack, slaying 1,000 sea monsters. The Divine Hunters returned healed, sweeping through the Western Sea. Zhao Di successfully rescued dozens of imprisoned academy girls. The brilliant talents of the Empire's golden generation frequently appeared across the seas, drawing attention. In addition, some unconventional news also caught people's eyes. The faceless man cursed again. The ancient pupil's screams echoed for a month. The Jin Yin Wan family dispatched over a dozen small flying ships, searching the entire ruins for the faceless man. Jiang Yi successfully assassinated the king of the Southern Sea. A student from a certain academy attempted to persuade a group of sea monsters in the Western Sea to surrender, but was imprisoned instead. On Scarlet Island, within a quiet courtyard, Du Xiu, who had been training for over a month, slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within them. 108 stages of blood energy realm. Success. He exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. After refining his body with the blood of 3 ancient fierce beasts, he achieved 108 stages, becoming a primary divine cultivator and a level 1 alchemist. He simultaneously cultivated in the paths of origin, body, spirit, and medicine, all reaching their peak. In the next chaotic divine ruins, Jian Yinwan family, Zhang Sheng, silver-masked woman, none of you will escape. Du Xiu's eyes flashed coldly. He disliked being passive. It was better to be proactive against his enemies. The expedition had been quite successful, and he had retrieved his master's wife's body. Du Xiu decided to keep it a secret from Old Long for a while, planning to surprise him on his birthday next month. Although his army of corpses had suffered losses, the replenished sea monsters and beasts were much stronger. In the blood energy realm, except for top-tier divine cultivators like the silver-masked woman, Du Xiu feared no one. The maximum cultivation under the calamity cultivation method was 108 stages, but the limit of the blood energy realm was 120 stages. Du Xiu pondered whether the so-called great opportunity within the divine ruins could help him reach the ultimate limit of origin cultivation. Upon returning to the academy, Du Xiu needed to learn a combat technique and acquire a weapon to fully unleash his strength. Old Long had left him many origin skill secrets, but they were too complex. One of them, the poison flame origin skill, he had been practicing intermittently for over half a year without mastering it. Cultivating origin skills differed from the calamity cultivation method. The former required opening subtle origin force nodes to create new cycles of origin force. The calamity cultivation method itself wasn't difficult and didn't require opening many origin force nodes. As long as one could endure the pain, the cultivation speed was swift. However, origin skill cultivation required genuine talent in origin cultivation. As for weapons, Du Xiu currently lacked any lethal ones. The crow, divine contract, and thousand faces he possessed were extraordinary but auxiliary and not considered lethal weapons. Fortunately, he had acquired many resources from the sea monsters, which he could exchange for cultivation points to buy origin skills and weapons, more than enough. At this moment, a notification suddenly appeared in the regional network. Attention all Academy students, the Thousand Island Divine Ruins will close in 3 days. The boarding locations are as follows. Please plan your route in advance based on your current position. Nighttime. Du Xiu took out 2 instant dinners and sat at the table with Ying Tao. Out at sea, a sudden gale began to blow. Standing in the wind, Ying Tao gazed out at the vast ocean, her heart filled with anticipation. But all she heard was the howling wind, with no response from the sea. She paused for a moment, then spoke to herself. I have a good friend. I first met him right here. Back then, my mother had just passed away, and I had lost my sight. The world seemed to have left me behind. Ying Tao recalled the scene of their first meeting, her voice trembling slightly. At that time, I couldn't find my way home and was crying by the shore. He appeared, comforted me, and showed me the way back. We promised to meet again. In the days that followed, we talked about everything and became good friends. He often described the outside world to me, becoming my eyes. I am so grateful to him. and I really like him. He is the light of my world. Yingtao's voice suddenly grew anxious, but now he's gone. Ocean, can you help me find him? He claims to be a human captain, yet every time he appears riding the waves, he's a sea monster. He might have a fierce appearance, with a blue face and sharp fangs, standing tall and intimidating. Her tone grew more determined as she continued, tell him. I've never believed this world is all sunshine and rainbows, and I'm not living in a dream. It's just that I can't see this world, so I have to please everyone. Without reason, the neighbor lady wouldn't bring me meals, and the islanders wouldn't buy me clothes. All of this is because a foolish sea monster appeared in my life. Yingtao's voice grew louder, tell him. I knew he was a sea monster all along. My world is just me now. I'm not afraid of being pointed at, criticized, or insulted. I'm willing to go with him. The sea was silent. Ramon stood at a distance, torn. He wanted to rush over and embrace the helpless girl, but the weight of the crown on his head held him in place. The enmity between the Thousand Islands people and the sea monsters had lasted for countless years, a hatred that two individuals could not easily break. Suddenly, a sea monster muttered, how can a king be with a Thousand Islander? As soon as the words left his mouth, a gray force struck his brow, and he fell dead instantly. On the beach behind Yingtao, for ferocious beasts were poised to strike. A deep-sea giant ape, towering over 10 meters with bulging muscles and fierce fangs. A 30-meter-long giant python coiled with red scales glinting like metal. A massive sea toad, its blue-purple skin oozing venom. And a 100-meter-long imperial crocodile, lying still, its heavy armor and powerful limbs intimidating. Above the beasts, a faceless man stood atop a mosquito beast, confronting the sea monster army. He said nothing, but the pressure he brought was overwhelming. The sea monsters whispered among themselves, it's the envoy from the church. He's backing up that girl. Why? Why is the envoy helping a Thousand Islander? That girl isn't from the Thousand Islands. She's from the church. The envoy saved us once. He's a benefactor to the sea monsters. Yes, we need to ally with the church. In the darkness, Ramon's body shook, tears welling in his eyes. He rushed to Yingtao's side, softly calling, hey, Yingtao. A brilliant smile spread across the girl's face. Director Yao stared at one of the potions, his pupils gradually dilating. The diluted potion was different from the regular one, with a slight variation in color. His hands trembling, he drew out the potion and drank it in one gulp, savoring the sweetness on his tongue. Yes, that was the taste. Master Yao's old eyes filled with tears. Xiao, I've searched so hard for you. The War Academy, potion mixing building. Dean Yao hurriedly arrived with 2 alchemy instructors. Leading the way, Dean Yao was followed closely by the 2 instructors, their steps brisk yet maintaining an air of authority. They approached a particular mixing room door. The plump instructor was about to knock when Dean Yao stopped him with a glance. Do not be disrespectful, Dean Yao whispered. Interruptions are the last thing a potion maker needs. Press the notification button, and we'll wait outside. The 2 instructors exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with confusion. It was well known that the dean was not known for his politeness. Such behavior was indeed unusual. Dean, the plump instructor couldn't help but quietly grumble. You knocked on the mixing room door quite loudly when you called for me earlier. Dean Yao seemed unfazed, instead adjusting his attire. Wenfeng, how does my outfit look? Presentable? You always look presentable, even more so today. The plump instructor flattered professionally. Dean Yao nodded in satisfaction, leaving the instructors even more perplexed. What kind of student inside could warrant such formality from the dean? While they pondered, the door to the mixing room opened, and a young man stepped out. Seeing the trio at the door, he was momentarily stunned before stammering, Dean, what brings you here? Dean Yao asked warmly, Hanya, did you make the soul-calming potion? Hanya's heart skipped a beat, and he stammered, I suppose so. Dean Yao frowned. It's either yes or no. What do you mean by I suppose so? Realizing he was in trouble, Hanya confessed, Dean, instructors, I bought the soul-calming potion on the black market. I know I was wrong. This is my first time. Upon hearing this, Dean Yao's expression changed dramatically. Suppressing his anger, he turned to the instructors and said, investigate this matter thoroughly. No matter what, we must find the true creator of the soul-calming potion. Also, check the top students for any fraudulent behavior and come up with a corrective plan. The 2 instructors, frightened by the dean's fury, nodded repeatedly. Dean Yao swept out, leaving the instructors glaring at Hanya. The warship flew through the bronze gates, speeding its way to the landing point. As Du Xiu disembarked, a message arrived. Ma Juanhao, Your Grace, I sincerely apologize for my absence due to prolonged sleep. I hope for your understanding. Over an hour later, Du Xiu arrived at Ma Juanhao's villa. Ma Juanhao dismissed the servants and warmly welcomed Du Xiu. His face was full of smiles, but they couldn't hide his sunken cheeks. Du Xiu frowned slightly, sensing that the poison within Ma Juanhao was still present. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Du Xiu got straight to the point, requesting Ma Juanhao's assistance in exchanging resources from the divine ruins. Ma Juanhao respectfully agreed and led Du Xiu to the underground space. With a wave of Du Xiu's hand, minerals and herbs instantly filled the surroundings. Ma Juanhao was shocked, secretly wondering about the origin of these resources. Changing the subject, Ma Juanhao asked if Du Xiu had killed Wan Xiaobin. Du Xiu's eyes narrowed, prompting Ma Juanhao to quickly explain and instead discuss the transplantation of special abilities. He provided a detailed account of the Imperial Club and warned Du Xiu about the dangers of the chaotic divine ruins. Du Xiu pondered this information, quietly planning his next steps. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Juanhao pledged his loyalty, stating he was already a member of the Imperial Club and could serve as Du Xiu's informant. Du Xiu remained expressionless, simply patting him on the shoulder. As they were about to part ways, Director Yao unexpectedly arrived with a group of people, instantly heightening the tension. Director Yao questioned Ma Juanhao about the soul-calming potion, to which Ma Juanhao responded cautiously. Du Xiu intended to leave, but was met with a sarcastic remark from Director Yao. Du Xiu met his gaze coldly, eventually leaving in silence. Back in his dormitory, Du Xiu focused on his research in pharmacology. He compiled introductory materials on extreme pharmacology and sent them to Ruan Dalao. Soon after, a particular formula caught his attention. As Du Xiu examined the potion formula, he felt an urge to experiment. Crafting potions was akin to fishing, an activity that could easily become addictive. The imaginative concoction intrigued him, and he couldn't resist the temptation to try it. The herbs needed for the Dao value potion were just enough. Du Xiu stood in the mystical ruins of Mengzi, surrounded by a miasma of toxic fog. He surveyed the area, satisfied with the large collection of toxic herbs he had gathered in his hands. He had everything from Jinsha vine and Hunan flower to whipgrass, and the few missing herbs could be substituted with others. He began to concoct the Dao value potion. Unlike the toxic potions used in the calamity cultivation method, the Dao value potion followed a single formula where herbs could be interchanged. Du Xiu silently praised the wisdom of the ancients, who managed to combine so many life-draining herbs into one potion, a feat not easily achieved. The preparation was complex, involving over 8,000 steps. Du Xiu patiently worked through them, finally succeeding on his 18th attempt. He summoned a Treant corpse and administered the potion. Moments later, the Treant's aura surged, its Dao value rising from 35 to 60. However, an hour later, the Treant's body aged rapidly, eventually turning into a dried husk. Du Xiu pondered this, considering how to improve the formula. He consulted the notes of master alchemists, trying to adjust the main herb ratios, only to find the results worsening. Just as he hit a dead end, a message came through the local network. Shi Ping invited him to an alchemist symposium. Du Xiu gladly accepted, hoping to find inspiration at the Alchemy Institute, a revered place for such endeavors. He met Shi Ping and Guaning on the shopping street. Guaning teased him about being as elusive as a dragon, even trying to set him up with her friend. Du Xiu politely declined, saying he wasn't interested in romance at the moment. After receiving the invitation, he hurried off, already planning how to find a breakthrough at the symposium. All right then, I just thought they made a good match, Guaning said. Yinger, let's go watch a movie tonight. What time are the tickets for? The tickets are for 11 p.m. Guaning gave Shi Ping a sideways glance, while Shi Ping looked up at the sky. The Alchemy Academy is located on another island. While on the airship, Du Xiu gazed out the window. The Imperial Academy consists of 8 floating islands, with nearly 1,000 airships commuting between them. Since the Academy reopened, students have been traveling frequently, with 80% heading to the Alchemy Academy. Most go to purchase potions, while others use the guise of romance to obtain potion tickets. Once the airship landed, Du Xiu followed the instructions on his invitation to board a levitating train. The scenery of the Alchemy Academy passed by the window, filled with a strong commercial atmosphere. Unlike the solemnity of the War Academy, this place is equipped with entertainment facilities, vibrant and lively. Du Xiu mused that this was the result of alchemists relieving stress and the commercialization efforts of corporate entities. When the train reached its destination, Du Xiu navigated to a large building. An LED screen displayed a scrolling welcome message, which he understood as the Alchemy Academy's way of showcasing its prowess to attract talent from other academies. While waiting in line, a commotion erupted at the entrance. A young man angrily accused the guards of not allowing him entry, claiming his mentor had promised him access. The guards unceremoniously turned him away. Du Xiu observed this with mixed feelings. Coming from the wilderness, he was well aware of the hardships faced by those at the bottom and the injustices hidden within the Empire's machinery. When it was Du Xiu's turn, he was surprised to recognize the welcoming girl as Hu Chui. Once modest and diligent, she now wore elaborate makeup and revealing clothing. Du Xiu frowned and silently handed over his invitation. Upon entering, a black-clad original adept approached him, boasting about arranging Hu Chui for Du Xiu. Du Xiu politely declined, but the man was unfazed, hinting that signing a contract would grant access to such high-end goods. The black-clad adept leader advised that these beautiful and delicate welcoming girls were all alchemists, the pride of fortress cities. Only this could spark a man's desire for conquest. In the circles of imperial elites, they were considered high-end goods. The leader remarked, "We never told these girls they had to do such things, did we?" To which the black-clad adept coldly laughed. Do their wishes matter? In the central area of the building, Du Xiu stopped in front of a directory. Du Xiu paused at the directory, his eyes quickly scanning the details of the symposium. Dozens of halls, each featuring a scholar discussing their specialized field. He nodded slightly, impressed by the rich content. His gaze lingered on the last two topics: the relationship between ferocious beast blood and potions, and benign potion power extension and transformation. Ferocious beast blood application? Du Xiu frowned slightly. This is extremely novel in current potion studies, mostly seen in extreme potionology like body-refining potions. However, the combinations are limited and don't significantly aid in improving Dao value potions. Benign potion power extension and transformation? Du Xiu's eyes lit up. Dao value potions require the fusion of malignant and benign potion powers. After a moment of thought, he chose the latter topic and headed towards Hall 37. There were only a few students in the hall. Du Xiu wasn't surprised. Such high-level topics naturally have high entry barriers. Soon, an elderly instructor took the stage, gave a brief introduction, and began the lecture. Du Xiu listened intently, nodding frequently. The instructor was concise and to the point, enlightening Du Xiu. No wonder the civilian potion masters at the academy endure oppression without transferring. The teaching quality is indeed exceptional. After the lecture, students were free to ask questions. Du Xiu listened to a few, which were quite basic, so he quietly left and headed to Hall 36. The relationship between ferocious beast blood and potions. Du Xiu was taken aback as soon as he entered. The hall was filled with women, some even from the original cultivation department. As he wondered why, a young voice came from the stage. Looking up, he saw a young man about his age lecturing, his face slightly flushed, his tone a bit nervous. Du Xiu raised an eyebrow. A student instead of an instructor? Upon closer inspection, he realized who it was. The speaker was Zhang Guanqi, the only SS-level genius in the Potion Academy, lauded as King of Potions in the freshman evaluations. No wonder he attracted so many female fans. Du Xiu chuckled silently and was about to leave when Zhang Guanqi's lecture caught his interest. He stayed to listen, finding it increasingly intriguing. Zhang Guanqi advocated replacing some herbs with ferocious beast blood and elaborated on their reactions. Despite a few logical errors, there were remarkable insights. After more than 2 hours, Zhang Guanqi finished his lecture and, despite feeling unwell, invited questions. The room erupted as the girls eagerly asked questions unrelated to the topic. Zhang Guanqi, looking pained, noticed Du Xiu and said, "That male student, do you have any questions?" Du Xiu thought for a moment and got straight to the point. The reaction between Guanmu grass and the earth beetle's blood is incorrect. Additionally, the fury force commonly found in ferocious beast blood can weaken benign potion power. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls in the audience erupted in indignation, accusing Du Xiu of talking nonsense. Unfazed, Du Xiu turned to leave. Meanwhile, on stage, Zhang Guanqi's eyes grew brighter. Hearing Du Xiu's comments, Zhang Guanqi's eyes on the main stage shone even brighter. Night had fallen. Du Xiu left the building, idly fiddling with a black room key card as he walked down the street. Neon lights flickered, and hovering cars sped by. Amidst this vibrant scene, Du Xiu felt somewhat dazed. The stark contrast between the tranquil environment of the Apothecary Academy and the commercial atmosphere here left him uneasy. In the center of the street stood a towering building, with the word Count flashing on its facade. Hundreds of hovering cars headed towards it, exuding an air of opulence. Du Xiu thought of Hu Chui inside. Back in his hotel room, just as Du Xiu began to take out his notes, he heard a knock at the door. The surveillance screen showed a figure wrapped up tightly. Puzzled, Du Xiu opened the door, and the visitor slipped inside. "Who are you?" Du Xiu asked. The visitor removed their disguise and introduced themselves. "My name is Zhang Guanqi. You pointed out an error in my project this afternoon, and I've come for guidance. This getup is to avoid fans." Du Xiu frowned. "How did you find out I was here?" "I tracked you through the surveillance," Zhang Guanqi admitted sheepishly. Just as Du Xiu was about to send him away, Zhang Guanqi quickly produced his research findings. Du Xiu took them and began reviewing, gradually becoming engrossed. 2 to 3 hours passed, and Du Xiu had marked numerous annotations. Zhang Guanqi waited expectantly for feedback, only to hear Du Xiu say, "Sorry, this is my mentor's research. I've only learned this much." Though disappointed, Zhang Guanqi quickly rekindled his enthusiasm. "Classmate, are you interested in collaborating on this? It's bound to be a groundbreaking project." After a moment's hesitation, Du Xiu agreed to give it a try. Zhang Guanqi excitedly led him to the mixing lab. Half an hour later, they arrived at a tall building. Many apothecaries greeted Zhang Guanqi with respect. Zhang Guanqi courteously told them to take a break and that he would reach out if needed. Goodbye, young master. The pharmacists left one after another. Zhang Guanqi, in high spirits, led Du Xiu into the mixing room as if returning to a sanctuary of the heart. Du Xiu glanced around, his eye twitching slightly. This wasn't just a mixing room. It was an empire of alchemy. The space spanned thousands of square meters, with white walls creating a monotonous and oppressive atmosphere. Tens of thousands of herbs were organized by category, and thousands of vials of fierce beast blood were neatly arranged in refrigerated cabinets. The emblem of the Zhang family from the imperial capital hung on the wall, a testament to the owner's identity. Have there been any breakthroughs in the fierce beast potion project? Du Xiu asked, getting straight to the point. Zhang Guanqi, slightly embarrassed, replied, there's only one semi-finished product. No other progress yet. Du Xiu requested all the theoretical results, and Zhang Guanqi readily agreed. For several days, Du Xiu immersed himself in Zhang Guanqi's research. He gradually realized that this king of potions truly lived up to his reputation. On the afternoon of the 7th day, a sudden inspiration struck. Du Xiu discovered a way to introduce malignant potion energy to resolve the conflict between benign potion energy and fierce beast blood. The chemical reaction of the three types of energies would open up vast possibilities. Zhang Guanqi was thrilled and thanked Du Xiu for the insight. Du Xiu humbly attributed the breakthrough to the legacy of his master. Before leaving, Zhang Guanqi gifted him with fierce beast blood and earnestly invited Du Xiu to join the Potion Academy. Du Xiu politely declined, citing his limited knowledge. At the doorway, Zhang Guanqi asked, Brother Lian, are we friends? Du Xiu pondered for a moment and gave an ambiguous reply. Perhaps. Standing there, Zhang Guanqi muttered to himself, somewhat disappointed. Did I not give enough beast blood, making Brother Lian think I'm stingy? Even though Master Xiu is gone, the Xiu clan will live on. Brothers, let's bring this building down. With a furious shout, Zhang Juni rallied several thousand young pharmacists behind him. These were the prodigies from various fortress cities, driven to desperation by the oppressive conglomerates. The new regulations at the Academy of Pharmacology had slashed drug prices and stripped ordinary students of their herbal resources under the guise of conduct violations. Caught between these pressures, the commoner pharmacists had no choice but to fiercely resist the injustice. Fellow students, if you don't want to be slaves to the conglomerates, charge with me. Zhang Juni led the charge, with over 10,000 enraged young people following him straight to the conference building where the elites gathered. The black-clad guards at the entrance, despite their abilities, dared not retaliate. The unspoken rule within the pharmacy community was that outsiders must not interfere in disputes among pharmacists. Outnumbered, the black-clad guards fell back step by step. The furious young pharmacists stormed into the venue, shouting, even though Master Xiu is gone, the Xiu clan will live on, as they smashed everything in sight. The elites, unable to escape in time, received several loud slaps. The chaos raged for hours until a large group of enforcers from the conglomerates arrived and forcibly dispersed the rioters. Inside the meeting room, dozens of young scions of the conglomerates were seething with anger. They represented the largest faction within the Academy of Pharmacology, controlling over 80% of the empire's territory. Usually, when commoner pharmacists caused trouble, they would quietly suppress their friends and family, effectively quashing the unrest. Are these lowlifes insane? We can't let them go unchecked any longer, they clamored. Xing, make a decision. All eyes turned to the burly man at the head of the table. Zhang Xing, despite lacking supernatural powers, was an intimidating figure in the pharmacy circle due to his muscular build. Zhang Xing sneered. It seems we've been too lenient. Which region is Zhang Juni from? Send someone to his home, disguise it as an attack by outsiders, and cut off his parents' arms. Someone objected. No, Zhang Juni is second only to Qi in terms of talent and is favored by the academic elders. Doing this will anger them. Zhang Xing glared and barked. Then what do you suggest? Silence fell, with some casting disdainful glances. Zhang Xing's position was solely due to his family ties with the director, as he lacked intelligence and strategy. One person suggested, why not have Qi step in to calm things down? Once the situation cools, we can secretly eliminate a few of the most disruptive ones and spread the word to intimidate others. Zhang Xing slammed the table and opposed. How can that work? If we don't crush them with overwhelming force now, it will only show we're afraid. In the imperial capital, the Zhang family produced two exceptional talents during the Golden Generation. Zhang Sheng and Zhang Guanqi were the pride of the Zhang family, one a genius in cultivation, the other a master alchemist. Zhang Sheng was domineering and decisive, while Zhang Guanqi was reserved and focused. Despite their contrasting personalities, they complemented each other perfectly. To Zhang Xing, Zhang Guanqi was an unreachable rival but also a tool to expand his own influence. Understanding Zhang Guanqi's disdain for political maneuvering, Zhang Xing took control of the Alchemy Institute, recruiting talent and building his own achievements. I have another plan. Zhang Xing's eyes gleamed with cunning. These commoners keep talking about the showman. Why don't we humiliate this so-called showman? But Du Xiu is dead. How can we humiliate him? Don't worry, just listen to my detailed plan. Under the cover of night, the riot did nothing to disturb the bustling district. Neon lights continued to flicker as the children of the elite indulged in their hedonistic lifestyles. A couple stumbled into a dark alley, and the man abruptly let go of the woman's arm. Senior sister, why did you do this? Li Huiping asked, suppressing his anger. Hu Chui lowered her head in silence, her short skirt barely reaching her knees, her sheer jacket torn in the chaos, leaving her disheveled. If you needed money, you could have told me. Why turn to the conglomerates? Aren't you ashamed to stand at their door? Li Huiping grasped Hu Chui's shoulders, his emotions running high. After a long pause, Hu Chui gave a bitter smile. Ashamed? I've already let myself down. She explained tearfully about her family's financial struggles, with her parents giving everything to support her education, leaving her no choice but to rely on the conglomerates. Li Huiping stood there, stunned, retreating step by step. Hu Chui leaned against the wall, despairingly recalling the hopeful night before the exams. Who would have thought that the geniuses from Burt City would become so insignificant in the vast empire? She suddenly remembered a young man sitting in the wind, warm yet distant like the sun. If he were still around, perhaps he could bring some change to this troubled era. In the distance, neon lights flickered, a testament to a brilliant civilization. Yet in the dark corners, there was only chaos. In the mixing room of the War Institute, Du Xiu was conducting his 76th attempt to improve the Dao value potion. After a moment of thought, inspiration struck him. That's it, the sacred leaves of the Yago tribe. He retrieved a few sacred leaves and began a new round of experiments. 2 hours later, the silver potion was successfully created. Du Xiu was ecstatic, but human trials were still necessary. He pondered how he could find enough test subjects. He was worried that after taking it, there might be no side effects initially, but after a while, it could lead to sudden death. Du Xiu furrowed his brows, his mind swirling with thoughts. The potential risks of the Dao value serum sent chills down his spine. Dying from it would be such an unjust fate. He shook his head, temporarily pushing that thought aside. The more pressing issue was the serum's composition. With his current Dao value of 108, he needed to keep experimenting to achieve significant improvement. Ideally, the test subjects should be original cultivators with a Dao value over 100. Du Xiu sighed softly. Ordinary test subjects were easy enough. Ma Juanhao could help with that. But original cultivators with a Dao value over 100 were all prodigies of the empire, and even Ma Juanhao might find it difficult to locate them. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Fine, worst case. I'll go to the divine ruins and personally capture a few geniuses for experimentation. Even if he couldn't take the serum himself, enhancing the combat power of corpses would be a considerable benefit. With this in mind, Du Xiu continued focusing on formulating the Dao value serum. As time passed and the sun set, he finally stored the carefully concocted serum in his spatial storage. Suddenly, Du Xiu's expression changed. Damn, I almost forgot old Lung's birthday. He quickly opened the church channel. Moments later, Lung Lidao's voice came through. You remembered. Du Xiu smirked to himself, thinking, Old Lung, you really are cold, Richard. Lung Lidao replied calmly, no need. I don't care for these superficial rituals. After hesitating for a moment, Du Xiu decided to recount the events inside the Thousand Islands divine ruins, carefully selecting the details to share. After a long silence, Lung Lidao finally spoke. How is your master's wife's body? Fine, Du Xiu replied, then shifted the topic. By the way, do you know my current combat power? Rarely, Du Xiu boasted to his master like a child, mentioning only his corpse control and using the serum to employ the sea monster clan, but said nothing about his disaster cultivation method and body refinement progress. Partly out of habit to keep something hidden, and partly to surprise old Lung next time they met. Lung Lidao remained silent for a long time before sending a message. I've investigated your being wanted by the church. It's unrelated to the divine authority. It's the doing of the Zhang family from the imperial capital. Du Xiu was stunned upon hearing this, his gaze gradually turning cold. Lung Lidao continued explaining, during your level 1 alchemist assessment, you improved the genetic serum. The head of the review panel was from the Zhang family of the imperial capital. The genetic serum has far-reaching implications. If the formula were leaked, it could significantly enhance the empire's military strength. So, the Zhang family altered your results and erased the review staff's memories. They informed the church, leading to your current predicament. Upon hearing this, Du Xiu fell into deep thought. He knew the inspiration for the genetic serum came from extreme pharmacology, but he hadn't anticipated such wide-ranging implications. Moreover, during the assessment, very few people knew his identity. How could it have been leaked? He was puzzled again. Wait, something's not right. The Zhang family is already the empire's largest financial conglomerate. Why would they collude with the church? And why, as the leader of the aberrant group, does old Long show no affinity towards the church? Long Li Dao spoke earnestly. Child, do you see the world as purely black and white? Why are you so fixated on sides? Follow your heart. My position and identity can't be explained in a few words. Even up to the last moment, I don't know how to choose. You just need to understand that whether in the empire or the church, you must make choices that are most beneficial to you. Du Xiu stood there, tears welling in his eyes. The umbrella the masked man held over him during last year's kidnapping had never been put down, and it never would be. As night fell, Du Xiu left the lab and strolled through the woods. Under the bright moon, the empire's lights shone brightly. The Western continent, the holy prison of the church. It holds the most heinous criminals of the land, a place that strikes terror into countless souls. The warden of the holy prison stands 5 meters tall, with a lion's head and a human body, clad in golden armor and a flowing cape. A cross-shaped sword hangs at his waist, and the sound of his boots echoes through the dim corridor. The inmates cower in the corners of their cells, trembling in fear. As he ventures deeper, the surroundings grow increasingly silent. The warden pauses in front of a cell. Inside, Long Li Dao sits cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes with a smile. It seems you're in a good mood today, the warden remarks. Yes, quite good, Long Li Dao replies, standing up as chains clink. Can I have the antidote now? The warden instinctively steps back. Long Li Dao had lived under an alias for 20 years before suddenly appearing in the Western continent last year, slaughtering many with his dark powers. He even killed a church elder, extinguishing his influence, and the black flames of poison burned for days, striking fear into all. The divine decree should arrive soon, Long Li Dao states. The warden inwardly sneers, thinking how unlikely it is for the divine decree to appear after so many years, let alone for him. Suddenly, golden words appear in the air. The warden is shocked and kneels. The divine decree pardons Long Li Dao, promoting him to Red Elder and commander of the 100 Clans Alliance. The ascension ceremony is to be held the next day, and if successful, he will wield the Eye of the Gods. The divine decree spreads throughout the prison. Countless guards kneel on one knee, proclaiming, by the divine decree, may Elder Long, commander, successfully ascend the heavenly ladder and wield the Eye of the Gods. The warden looks at Long Li Dao with a complex expression. Have you broken through? Long Li Dao remains silent, black flames igniting around him, instantly melting the cell. The warden sweats profusely, kneeling in congratulations. Long Li Dao says indifferently, you should have died. However, someone has spared you. Sever an arm yourself. With that, he vanishes. The warden rises shakily, cutting off his arm with his sword, letting out a painful growl. The next day, all eyes in the Western continent are on Long Li Dao. He sits in a valley, responding to the cold voice of a woman from the heavens, calling him to ascend. He steps onto the skyward stairs, climbing steadily. His figure rises through the clouds, visible in the sky above the Western continent. The masses gaze up, exclaiming in amazement. As he ascends, the pressure increases. Long Li Dao ignites his black flames, surrounded by roaring poisonous beasts that aid him in reaching the summit. A colossal eye appears in the sky. The cold voice of the woman announces, Long Li Dao has successfully ascended the heavenly ladder and now wields the Eye of the Gods. The Western continent erupts in cheers, while the subjugated races mourn in silence. In the void, several powerful figures converse in secret, discussing Long Li Dao's strength. Some marvel at his rapid breakthrough, while others express concern about his potential. Opinions vary, but all agree on the need for caution regarding this new formidable force. At the Alchemy Institute by night, a few young alchemists drink and make merry. One, unable to handle his liquor, is coerced into unconsciousness. His companions depart in silent agreement, and a figure in black appears, taking the unconscious one away. A hovercar speeds through the night, stopping in front of the Count's Tower. Neon lights flash atop the building. Count's Tower. It's a playground for the children of the elite, the largest den of indulgence within the Empire's academy. The next morning, at the Academy of War, inside Ma Juanhao's villa, the hall was bustling with people, the atmosphere tense. Ma Juanhao, having recovered somewhat through rest, stood obediently to the side, still appearing frail. Ding Yao paced with his hands behind his back, brows furrowed. A subordinate rushed in to report, Dean, the last alchemist has been checked. He's not the one we're looking for. Ding Yao irritably turned to Ma Juanhao. Are you sure only these people have prepared the soul calming potion? Ma Juanhao respectfully replied, I wouldn't dare to hide anything. It was indeed only these people. A stout instructor nervously stepped forward. Dean, the black market trail has also gone cold. Ding Yao erupted in anger, kicking the stout instructor. What are you all doing? You can't even handle this simple task. The stout instructor shrunk back, explaining, during the academy closure, potion prices soared, and the intermediaries were killed, making it impossible to trace. Get out of here. Dean Yao kicked him again. The stout instructor dared not protest, knowing the dean's infamous temper was known throughout the empire. At this moment, Ma Juanhao suddenly spoke up. Dean, I know of someone else selling potions. Who? Shi Ping. The stout instructor was taken aback, quickly adding, Shi Feng's son. Dean Yao frowned in thought. Ma Juanhao secretly rejoiced, finally finding an opportunity to divert attention. By revealing Shi Ping, he not only wanted to upset the other party, but also hoped to quickly send Dean Yao on his way. The resources from Do the Demon's divine ruins were still hidden in the basement, and each day was like sitting on pins and needles for him. You come with me to find Shi Ping, Dean Yao said to Ma Juanhao. Ma Juanhao was startled. Huh? Stop dawdling, let's move. Before long, several hovercars headed towards Area R1. Shi Ping was sound asleep, awakened by the knocking on his door. Wearing baggy shorts, he opened the door to see a crowd outside, and he was momentarily stunned. Grandpa Yao, why are you here? Dean Yao got straight to the point. Have you sold the soul calming potion? Sure. Is selling potions illegal? Who made them? My roommate Defei, he's often in the mixing room. Lead the way. Sitting in the car, Shi Ping gradually came to his senses. Something was off. Why was old Canon Yao looking for Defei? Could Defei be in trouble? He quickly sent a message to Du Xiu to warn him, but there was no response. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the mixing room. The stout instructor was about to ring the bell but received another kick from Dean Yao. Idiot. Just knock on the door. After a long while, the door slowly opened. Du Xiu appeared, his face icy. He had been in the middle of concocting a Dao value potion and was forced to stop. Recognizing the visitors, Du Xiu's expression turned grave. Dean Yao, Shi Ping, Ma Juanhao, and a group of unfathomable primordial cultivators. Did they end up together? Instinctively, he glanced at Ma Juanhao, who seemed hesitant to speak. If his other identity was exposed, there would be no need for the dean to come personally. But if it wasn't that, he couldn't fathom the reason for Dean Yao's visit. Shi Ping quickly spoke up. Defei, is there something wrong with the soul calming potion you made? Even Dean Yao has come looking for you. Hurry up and apologize. Du Xiu's pupils contracted upon hearing this, and alarm bells went off in his mind. He recalled the scene at Ma Juanhao's villa when he encountered Dean Yao, knowing the old man was investigating the soul calming potion. Looking for me? Du Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. But the potion I concocted is of impeccable quality. He was puzzled, unaware that only a master alchemist or someone who frequently consumed the potion could detect the subtle differences in the diluted version. Dean Yao's sharp gaze swept over Du Xiu's face, his expression a mix of suspicion and intrigue. He remembered Du Xiu. This young man had once pressed him with fundamental questions about elementary alchemy, much to his irritation. He couldn't believe anyone could fully grasp elementary alchemy in just 10 days. More importantly, he had seen Du Xiu in the Ma Juanhao villa complex and had even reprimanded him. Could this person really be Du Xiu? Dean Yao stepped into the mixing room, glanced at the array of herbs on the workstation, and turned to Du Xiu, saying, Are you Du Xiu? Du Xiu was momentarily speechless. He didn't know how the dean was so certain, but if Dean Yao uncovered his identity as the faceless man, he wouldn't sit idly by. However, as far as the identity of Du Xiu was concerned, as long as Ma Juanhao wasn't suicidal, there should be no issue. Old Long had protected him well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to the Imperial Academy. Seeing Du Xiu's silence, the delight in Dean Yao's eyes became more evident. You really are Du Xiu. He noticed that other alchemists appeared bewildered when questioned, while this person remained expressionless. Everyone was stunned. They knew Dean Yao was looking for a disguised alchemist, but they weren't sure who it was. Shi Ping was shocked. Wait a minute, Du Xiu? Defei is Du Xiu? This is too exciting. Dean Yao waved the others away, and someone reminded him, Dean, if he really is in disguise, could he be the faceless man? Dean Yao was dismissive. The faceless man must at least be a primary level divine cultivator. How could he also be an alchemist? He explained that the number of corpses controlled by the faceless man suggested at least a primary level divine cultivator. Reaching that level required immense time and effort. Even Jiang, the girl from the Divine Judgment Academy, with all her top-tier resources and constant seclusion, was only a primary level divine cultivator. Last year, Du Xiu was just a weak mining slave being hunted, with many witnesses to prove it. Becoming a first-level alchemist and then a primary-level divine cultivator in 1 year was simply impossible. The others left, leaving only Du Xiu and Dean Yao in the mixing room. Dean Yao smiled and said, Now that we're alone, you can show your true face. Du Xiu weighed his options and decided not to keep up the pretense. The guards outside were all high-level cultivators. Escaping was not feasible. Instead of stubbornly denying and being exposed through their methods, It was better to be straightforward. After all, they only knew him as Du Xiu, not the faceless man. Du Xiu slowly removed the thousand faces mask, tucked the human skin mask into his pocket, and revealed his original, delicate features. Seeing Du Xiu's true face, the joy on Ding Yao's face intensified. He suppressed his overwhelming excitement and said, "Last time you asked me a question, my attitude was poor. Here, I apologize to you." Du Xiu was taken aback for a moment, then respectfully replied, "Dean, you were too kind. It was I who didn't know your identity and acted presumptuously." Ding Yao frowned, detecting a hint of distance in Du Xiu's tone. He suddenly recalled the public announcement made by the Imperial Academy rejecting Du Xiu's admission. A genius like this, full of youthful pride, would naturally harbor resentment. Ding Yao explained, "The matter of rejecting your admission was orchestrated by the Alchemy Academy. I argued vehemently for you in the meeting, but the main academy acted unilaterally and issued the announcement in its name. If you hold any grievances about this, I can take you to confront them now." Du Xiu bowed. "Dean, I am deeply grateful for your care. May I ask why you sought me out? If it is to enforce the main academy's decision to expel me, I will leave now. If there's anything else, I will do my utmost to cooperate." Ding Yao felt a chill in his heart, the fervor in his eyes gradually fading. He recalled bits and pieces about Du Xiu, the youth fleeing for his life in the wild snow forest, ultimately turning the tables on his pursuers. The young man wielding an iron rod, roaring defiantly at the Imperial Academy's mentors, and the respectful figure at Ma Juanhao's villa entrance. These scenes connected, merging with the young man before him. Ding Yao spoke calmly, "I know you come from the wilderness. Years of wandering have shaped your character to be as fierce as a wolf, vengeful and extreme. Having finally entered a fortress city and become an alchemist, you hope to defy fate, only to be rejected by the Imperial Academy. So you had no choice but to turn to the Ma family conglomerate, enduring humiliation and compromise. These experiences have left you with no fondness for the empire. You've never enjoyed the protection of authority, nor are you a beneficiary of privilege, hence your resentment, indifference, and caution. But now things are different. Accept me as your master, and I will be your pillar of support. As long as I live and the empire's cemetery stands, no one in the empire will dare to harm you." Upon hearing this, Du Xiu remained silent. The deans of the empire's 7 great academies are considered top-tier figures across the empire. Now, being offered such a position as a disciple seemed too good to be true. Du Xiu cautiously asked, "It's not that I'm ungrateful, but why would you choose to take me as a disciple without knowing much about me?" Ding Yao candidly replied, "I once visited Burt City, initially driven by the allure of the alchemical knowledge from the previous empire in your possession. There was a degree of self-interest, but after learning of your talent and history, I genuinely wished to take you as my disciple." With that, Ding Yao detailed how he discovered the concealment of Du Xiu's achievements and the dilution of the soul-calming potion. After he finished speaking, Du Xiu felt a complex mix of emotions. From any perspective, the dean had shown genuine care for him. Du Xiu took a step back, formally bowing, "If you are willing to accept me, I am honored to become your disciple." Ding Yao was taken aback. The distinction between a teacher and a master was significant. Frowning slightly, Ding Yao recalled Huyan Lai's stories about Du Xiu's past. The mentor who saved him in the wilderness near Burt City but was tragically killed by creatures must have been the teacher Du Xiu referred to. No wonder Du Xiu was hesitant to speak, reminiscing about his late mentor. Ding Yao nodded to himself, appreciating Du Xiu's loyalty and sense of honor. "Xiu, one day you'll realize that I, Yao, am the most important person in your life," Ding Yao thought to himself as he pushed open the door to the mixing room. As soon as Ma Juanhao stepped in, he received 2 resounding slaps. "Are you the one bullying my apprentice, making him call you young master?" Ding Yao demanded harshly. Ma Juanhao, holding his stinging cheeks, looked bewildered. He glanced at Ding Yao, then at Du Xiu, feeling so wronged he was on the verge of tears. "I wouldn't dare," he screamed internally. Without further ado, Ding Yao immediately declared Du Xiu's contract with the Lin Tama family void. Turning to Du Xiu with a gentle expression, he said, "Good disciple, bear with it for another day. I'll head to the main academy and give those old fools a piece of my mind." With that, he stormed out, full of determination. Left in the mixing room were only Du Xiu, Ma Juanhao, and Shi Ping. Ma Juanhao hesitated, then simply snorted before turning to leave. Shi Ping looked at Du Xiu in shock, disbelief etched across his face. "What did Ding Yao see in you?" Feigning nonchalance, Du Xiu replied, "I was singing in the mixing room, and old Yao just insisted on becoming my master. It's so annoying." Shi Ping was green with envy. "Xiu, even if you're putting on airs, you're undeniably impressive. When you make it big, don't forget your brothers." As Ma Juanhao exited the mixing building, he saw Ma's original repairman waiting. With a stern face, he ordered, "Prepare the car. We're going to the Potion Academy, Earl's Tower." On the rooftop of Earl's Tower, Ma Juanhao's vehicle landed, and the manager warmly greeted him. Scanning the area, he noticed Lin Nanjie's car and others. The manager explained that Zhang Xing had gathered everyone, promising some entertainment. Ma Juanhao headed straight for Lin Nanjie's suite. As he entered, the other 3 members of the Heroic Life group rose to greet him. Lin Nanjie introduced his brother, a senior potion master. Ma Juanhao nodded and said, "Little Jie's brother is my brother too. If you ever need anything at the War Academy, just let me know. Thanks for taking care of things, Hao." Lao Ba clapped his hands with a grin, and the door to the private room swung open. A group of young, attractive women filed in, lining up in a row. Lao Ba introduced them. "Hao, these are the best from the Earl's selection. I had Brother Xing save them just for you. Take your pick." Ma Juanhao glanced at the women, noticing their nervous expressions and even some hints of fear in their eyes, clearly brought here against their will. He waved his hand and said, "Thanks for your kindness, brother, but no need." Lin Nanjie joked, "Little Ba, how doesn't go for the inexperienced ones? He likes women with skills." Ma Juanhao just smiled without saying a word. At that moment, a waitress in a short skirt came over, carrying a tray of fruit and wine. Ma Juanhao stared at her, feeling a sense of familiarity. Lin Nanjie noticed and pulled the waitress onto the sofa, saying, "You should keep Hao company today. If my brother's satisfied, you'll have whatever you want in the future." The waitress struggled. "Let go of me." Lin Nanjie slapped her. "Stop pretending to be innocent." Ma Juanhao's eyes narrowed as he remembered the girl from a dinner in Zanqing with Du Motu. His heart skipped a beat, and he kicked Lin Nanjie away. The waitress seized the opportunity to escape. Embarrassed and angry, Lin Nanjie shouted, "Ma Juanhao, what the hell are you doing?" Others quickly stepped in to calm things down and suggested going outside to see what was happening. Outside the Earl's building, Zhang Xing was using a loudspeaker to announce that a disgrace from the Alchemy Academy had assaulted a female student. The young man in just his underwear on the ground was Ding Yao. Recognizing him, Ma Juanhao sent out a message. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the square. Zhang Junyi led a standoff between civilian alchemists and the children of the wealthy. Zhang Xing presented evidence, displaying footage on a large screen. In the dimly lit room, Ding Yao's eyes were bloodshot as he walked, unbuttoning his shirt. A woman's terrified scream came from the bed. The video abruptly stopped just as Ding Yao lunged at her. Zhang Xing let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over the people present. The ordinary pharmacists exchanged uneasy glances, remaining silent. They found it hard to believe that Brother Du Xiu would commit such an atrocity, yet the evidence before them was undeniable. Zhang Xing's smugness grew as he observed their disbelief. "Everyone, the evidence is irrefutable. What more is there to say?" Zhang Xing sneered. "Men, hang Ding Yao up for me." A few members of the consortium stepped forward, roughly tying Ding Yao to a flagpole. With tape over his mouth, Ding Yao could only make muffled sounds, his eyes filled with humiliation. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Wait, Brother Ding Yao is being framed." Everyone turned to see a young woman in a maid's uniform stepping forward. It was Hu Chui, who spoke with determination. "Last night, I saw with my own eyes that Brother Ding Yao was drugged and brought here. They must have given him something." Her words caused an uproar. Zhang Xing's expression darkened as he quickly approached Hu Chui, grabbing her hair and dragging her into the open. He kicked her in the stomach, and she fell to the ground with a cry. Li Huiping, unable to hold back any longer, shouted angrily from the crowd, "Zhang Xing, how dare you hit a woman? What kind of man are you? If you have the guts, fight me unknown." Zhang Xing sneered in response, "What business is it of yours? She's a contracted pharmacist of the Zhang family, and I have the right to discipline her." Though the ordinary pharmacists were furious, they remained silent. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and a light rain began to fall. On a distant street, a young man with an iron rod at his waist walked slowly, sheltered by a black umbrella. He looked up at the gloomy sky, murmuring to himself, "The first time I killed someone, it was raining too." His words were carried away by the fierce wind, mingling with the rain, like the sound of clashing iron, charging towards the distant crowd. The Grand Hall of the Empire. The headmaster was hunched over his desk, reviewing documents submitted by various academies, occasionally picking up a pen to make annotations. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway, and the office door was kicked open. Ding Yao stormed in, visibly furious. The headmaster glanced up briefly and remarked calmly, "What's got you so worked up today?" With a stern face, Ding Yao got straight to the point. "I don't want to waste words. Issue a statement in the name of the Grand Hall to restore my disciple's reputation immediately." The headmaster frowned. "Where did this disciple of yours come from? And what do you mean by restoring reputation?" He set his pen down and closed the unfinished documents. "I just took him on. His name is Du Xiu. The one the Grand Hall rejected for admission, Ding Yao replied curtly. The headmaster pulled up the relevant notice, skimmed through it, and suddenly understood. Wait a minute. This kid only had an A-level rating. Why would you take him as your disciple? He knew Yao's pride well, knowing he wouldn't even consider S-level geniuses. Ding Yao responded seriously. Du Xiao isn't a level. He's SS level. What? That's impossible. The headmaster's expression turned serious. Old Yao, you can't just throw claims like that around. If it's false, it would imply the review board made a mistake. This is a major event for the Empire. Ding Yao sneered. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Xiao Qian, come in. A middle-aged man in a white coat entered, handing over several signed whistleblower reports. Headmaster, these are from our review team. During the assessment, the garrison forcibly removed us under the pretext of mixed species presence and erased our memories. After reading, the headmaster dismissed Minter Qian. He pondered for a moment and asked, does Du Xiao truly possess the pharmacology knowledge of the previous empire? Otherwise, why would the church offer a bounty? Ding Yao responded coldly. What do you intend to do? Restore my disciple's reputation and charge the Zhang family with treason. The headmaster remained expressionless. The first can be arranged, but the second is impossible. The atmosphere turned tense. Ding Yao roared. The Yao family of the Far East has defended the empire's stronghold for 800 years. Do you know how many of my kin have died due to the side effects of genetic serums? Do you understand what improved serums mean to us? The headmaster was silent for a long time before finally speaking. I will address the Zhang family issue seriously. At that moment, Ding Yao received news that Du Xiao had been abducted to the Pharmacology Academy. Enraged, he slammed the table. Damn it, this is too much. Zhang, you really want to push me, don't you? Ding Yao stormed out furiously, leaving the headmaster in shock, who quickly followed. He wasn't sure what had happened, but knowing Ding Yao, the old firebrand was about to explode. The Alchemy Institute, the Count's Tower. A fine drizzle, like rays, swayed in the air with the wind. Du Xiao walked against the flow, holding a black umbrella. He was well aware of his own indifference and selfishness, his reluctance to take responsibility. There were countless reasons for him not to come. A low-key personality, unwillingness to confront the conglomerate, a shallow relationship with Ding Yao. Yet the one reason that drove him here was the person who had been humiliated, Ding Yao. Memories surged like a tide. The rescue in the wilderness, the introduction to alchemy, the guidance of imperial technology, all were inseparable from Ding Yao. Lao Long gave him life. Ding Yao taught him how to live. In the square, two groups stood in tense opposition. Zhang Xing sneered as he stepped on Li Huiping, mocking the commoner alchemists. The whispers of the conglomerate disciples fueled his excitement, leading him to question Hu Chui's testimony. The commoner alchemists were angry yet powerless, their indecision compounded by the video looping on the big screen. Suddenly, a commotion stirred in the crowd. A figure pushed to the front, moving directly forward. Gasps erupted as people recognized the deceased Du Xiao. Zhang Xing was initially shocked, then overjoyed. Great, today, I'll break the spirit of the commoner alchemists. Du Xiao calmly demanded Ding Yao be released, but Zhang Xing grew more arrogant. He proposed a deal, freedom in exchange for signing a contract. The commoner alchemists urgently pleaded against it, while Zhang Xing threatened to break Hu Chui's fingers. As the countdown began, Zhang Xing was smugly triumphant. Du Xiao murmured, isn't it good to be alive? Before the words faded, he had swiftly subdued Zhang Xing. This sudden reversal left everyone dumbfounded. The conglomerate's original enforcers quickly surrounded Du Xiao, tension escalating, until an institute mentor arrived just in time, shouting, what are you doing? Stop this at once. The hook-nosed mentor in charge barked, what are you primitive alchemists doing here? Matters of the Alchemy Institute are none of your concern. Get lost. Seeing the mentor intervene, the primitive alchemists from the consortium dared not act rashly and stepped aside. The hook-nosed mentor strode over to Du Xiao, speaking coldly, kid, you've got quite the temper, huh? Planning to commit murder? The surrounding commoner alchemists began to murmur among themselves. Zhang the Skinner is here? Of all times, he shows up just when Zhang Xing is getting beaten. He must have been hiding in the crowd all along. It's over for Xiao now. Caught red-handed just as he made a move. It turned out the hook-nosed mentor was the one in charge of assessing conduct at the Alchemy Institute, and the commoner alchemists had long harbored resentment toward him. The mentor shouted sternly, release him immediately. Du Xiao expressionlessly let go of his grip. Zhang Xing collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and gasping for air, pointing at Du Xiao and shouting hysterically, someone, kill him for me. Kill this lowly commoner now. In that brief moment, Zhang Xing had felt a tangible murderous intent emanating from Du Xiao. If not for the mentor's timely appearance, he might have been killed on the spot. Humiliated, he wished to tear Du Xiao to pieces. The consortium's primitive alchemists instinctively looked to the hook-nosed mentor, as he was a high-ranking member of the Zhang family, far above Zhang Xing. The mentor glared at Zhang Xing and said coldly, "Useless. Does the alchemist circle need primitive alchemists' help? Are you out of your mind?" He then turned to Du Xiao, speaking harshly, "So, you're Du Xiao?"
Yes.
"If I recall correctly, the Imperial Academy explicitly rejected your admission, correct?" "Correct. Then do you realize your crime for being here at the Imperial Academy?" "What crime?" "Impersonating a student, attempting to murder someone, and illegally learning alchemical knowledge. With these 3 charges, I could justifiably execute you right now," the hook-nosed mentor shouted. Silence fell over the crowd. Zhang Xing and the consortium disciples looked on gleefully, while the commoner alchemists showed dismay. The Empire held the preservation of alchemical knowledge in the highest regard, and illegally learning it could be punishable by death. Du Xiao remained silent. Zhang Xing, seeing this, pointed at him and shouted to the commoner alchemists, "Du Xiao, just a lowly commoner from the wilderness, dares to attack the mentors of the Imperial Academy with a bit of brute force. We disdain to bother with him, sparing his worthless life. But you consider him a symbol of hope? Do you really think he can overturn the Alchemy Institute?" Thousands of commoner alchemists stood in the rain, the atmosphere oppressive. Their previous disruption of the symposium was a surprise attack, catching the consortium off guard. Now, Zhang Xing was prepared, having gathered the elite of the 7 major academies and many mentors. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. Their only hope, Du Xiao, had been caught by the hook-nosed mentor. Seeing no one stepping forward, Zhang Xing smirked arrogantly and sneered, "I, Zhang Xing, declare here today that Du Xiao will die. No one can save him." Just then, a voice echoed from the sky. "Who do you want dead?" Everyone looked up to see blue light flickering amidst the gray clouds as several warships broke through, hovering over the Earl's tower. On the virtual screen in the sky, an elderly face appeared, his cold voice broadcasted through loudspeakers. The crowd erupted. "Aren't those warships from the War Academy? Why are they here?" "Oh my, that's Dean Yao speaking. Look, someone's flying in the air. They're all high-level cultivators. My God, they're all Academy mentors. There must be hundreds. Is the War Academy here to fight? Could it be Dean Yao is here to support Xiao? This can't be real. They're landing." It's not just Dean Yao, but the headmaster too. Dean Yao and our Dean Zhang have always been at odds. Why would he come personally? Dean Yao and the headmaster approached slowly, followed by hundreds of mentors from the War Academy. As the Academy leaders appeared, the crowd parted to make way. Dean Yao quickly reached Du Xiao, asking with concern, "My dear student, are you hurt?" Du Xiao replied calmly, "You said you would back me up. Does that promise still stand?" "Of course it stands." Dean Yao was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you ask?" He had assumed Du Xiao had been captured by the Zhang consortium, prompting his grand rescue mission. But the situation seemed different than he expected. Du Xiao did not answer, instead turning and walking towards Zhang Xing. "Hey, Du Xiao, what are you doing? Someone, stop him!" Zhang Xing shouted in panic. However, the Zhang family's primitive alchemists stood frozen, drenched in sweat, unable to move. Surrounding them were several mentors from the War Academy, their presence as deep as an abyss. Du Xiao took a few strides to reach Zhang Xing, drew an iron spike from his waist, and drove it into Zhang Xing's neck. Zhang Xing clutched his throat, eyes wide with disbelief, trying to speak but only managing to cough up blood before collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before breathing his last. In the midst of countless shocked gazes, Du Xiao swiftly moved and appeared before the hook-nosed mentor. Just as the mentor was about to reprimand him, a cold, glinting iron spike mercilessly pierced his heart. He looked down at the spike in his chest, eyes wide with disbelief, as a wave of excruciating pain surged through his body. Trembling, he pointed at Du Xiao, but collapsed before he could utter a word. Du Xiao expressionlessly withdrew the spike, blood splattering all over him. Rain washed over Du Xiao's blood-soaked figure, plunging the entire scene into a deathly silence. When Dean Yao arrived, Du Xiao had already killed 2 people, executing the act swiftly and decisively in less than a minute. Master Ma of the Alchemy Institute frowned and retreated behind the crowd as Du Xiao approached. Seeing Du Xiao covered in blood, he couldn't help but tremble, muttering to himself, "That familiar feeling. I knew this kid would really dare to kill." Everyone present remained silent, their eyes collectively turning to the Chief Dean. The Chief Dean, furious, shouted, "Du Xiao, how dare you act so brazenly and commit murder in public? In the 1,000-year history of the Ninth Empire, no one has ever dared to kill an imperial mentor in broad daylight. This incident will have a disastrous impact and shock the entire empire." Dean Yao looked at Du Xiao in astonishment and bitterly smiled. "My disciple, your methods are too wild. I can hardly keep up." He had always known Du Xiao to be ruthless, but he hadn't expected such madness. The drizzle washed away the blood on the ground, and Du Xiu coldly surveyed his surroundings. He calculated in his mind that even if Ding Yao couldn't protect him, he could use the secret of extreme alchemy as a bargaining chip and escape to the Dream Zephyr ruins. With the toxic mists of the Misty Mountain region and his own skills, he was confident he could ensure his safety. The chief dean, looking at Du Xiu's cold expression, felt his scalp tingle and shouted loudly, "Guards, quickly, someone, capture this outlaw." The mentors from the War Academy turned to Ding Yao in unison. With a serious expression, Ding Yao declared in a deep voice, "We received a tip-off that 2 spies from the church have infiltrated the Alchemy Institute." The 2 spies were indeed those 2. As Ding Yao looked at the 2 bodies on the ground, both unfamiliar to him. As soon as Ding Yao finished speaking, the headmaster's face showed a look of shock, and his eyes twitched involuntarily. He wanted to refute this far-fetched explanation, but as his gaze swept over Du Xiu and remembered what Ding Yao had said earlier in the office, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As the headmaster of the 7 great academies, he appeared to wield immense power, but in reality, he could hardly control any single academy. Take Ding Yao Bolin of the Warfare Academy and Ding Zhang Zhongwang of the Alchemy Academy, for example. One had the backing of the imperial military, and the other was supported by the top of the 4 major financial families, the Zhangs. He couldn't afford to offend either. In essence, his role as headmaster was to maintain a fragile balance. Seeing how much Yao Bolin valued Du Xiu, the headmaster knew he couldn't touch the young man. The issue of gene potions was too critical. If he dared to harm a single hair on Du Xiu's head, the military would surely be furious, and his position as headmaster would likely be gone the next day. Over the years, he had cleaned up Zhang Zhongwang's messes more than once, but now it seemed he was tidying up for Yao Bolin for the first time. The headmaster glanced at the body of the hawk-nosed tutor on the ground and thought to himself, "To be honest, this time it feels quite satisfying. This scoundrel was infamous, and the pricing of potions was his idea. The plight of civilian alchemists was all thanks to him. You'd better coordinate with Zhang Zhongwang on this matter," the headmaster said in a low voice to Yao Bolin. After all, Du Xiu had killed a member of the Zhang financial family and a tutor from the Alchemy Academy in front of tens of thousands of people. Such a negative impact couldn't simply be smoothed over with a few words from Yao Bolin. It required the cooperation of Zhang Zhongwang from the Alchemy Academy. "I am well aware," Yao Bolin replied coldly. "Since we're at the Alchemy Academy, I might as well have a word with that old bastard." With that, he cast a sharp gaze like a knife towards the group of financial family members at the entrance of the Earl building. Anyone who met his gaze trembled and lowered their heads. They might not know the specific influence Yao Bolin wielded, but they understood his current message. "Du Xiu is my disciple, and anyone who dares to touch him will face dire consequences." As the rain began to ease, Du Xiu stood still, with blood from the corpses slowly seeping into the ground at his feet. Today, he felt particularly impulsive, as if a long-suppressed restlessness was churning inside him. Lao Long had urged him to put aside his prejudices and see, touch, and examine this world and himself. He had to admit that in this empire, there were indeed people he cared for and liked: the gentle Ding Yao, the always eager to take him as an apprentice Hu Yinlai, the diligent and hardworking Hu Chui, the ambitious Zhu Zhangxian, the straightforward and talkative Shi Ping, and the blunt yet skilled cook Jiang Zhao Zhao. As Lao Long said, the empire is vast. What he hated wasn't the empire itself, but the arrogant financial clans and the rotten system. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiu walked toward the flagpole to rescue Ding Yao, taking off his coat to drape over him. He carried his senior brother on his back, then took Hu Chui and Li Huiping by the hand, and slowly walked forward. As he passed by Ding Yao, Du Xiu paused and softly said, "Thank you, teacher." Ding Yao nodded in satisfaction. Du Xiu continued walking, and the crowd parted to make way for him. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction. There stood a group of elders, and Du Xiu's gaze fell on one of them. "Professor Huang," he began, "I used to respect you greatly. At the Alchemist Exchange Conference in Zanqing, you sat at the main podium, teaching us about alchemy with wit and humor, referencing classics, and opening a new world to me. Meeting you, I realized the importance of an excellent mentor in alchemy. It was also because of you that I developed a great interest in the Empire's Academy." Du Xiu paused, then continued, "Today, when I learned my senior brother was humiliated, I was furious. But when I truly stood before the financial clans, witnessing their wanton behavior and shamelessness, I realized I didn't particularly hate them. The iron rod in my hand could pierce their throats and silence them forever. But what about you? You, the academic mentors renowned throughout the empire?" His voice gradually rose. "The conflict between the financial clan's offspring and civilian alchemists has persisted for years. I know the waters run deep in the Alchemy Academy, with the financial factions in power, and you have many concerns, forced to avoid their sharpness. But you can't remain so silent, letting a female alchemist disrobe from her alchemist's robes, don a maid's outfit, and stand at the entrance to cater to the perverse tastes of those second-generation elites? Can you? Surely you can offer them a way out. Rage burned in Dushio's eyes. It is not the aggressive financial factions that destroy alchemy, but your constant compromise. There's a saying in the Empire's alchemy circle: the greatest romance for an alchemist is to cultivate even better future alchemists. In this regard, the entire Empire's academic mentors are not as good as an elder named Hu Yenlai. After speaking, Du Xiu threw the iron rod forcefully, embedding it at the feet of the academic mentors. The rod wobbled as silence descended on the crowd. This young man of legend, silent since his arrival, faced the arrogance of the financial clans without fear, submission, or hysteria. After Dean Yao's intervention, within a minute or two, he killed a financial clan member and an academic tutor with decisive action, without explanation or regard for protocol. As he departed, the young man hurled an iron rod at the academic mentors. After doing all this, he laughed heartily in the wind and rain, declaring, "The Empire's alchemy is dead." With that, he carried his senior brother on his back and left under everyone's gaze. For the first time, this young man from the wilderness examined his heart, unafraid of responsibility, and stood in opposition to the financial factions in full view. With an iron rod, he killed 2 people and exposed the rod in alchemy. Moments later, Zhang Juni approached Dean Yao and bowed deeply before asking earnestly, "Dean Yao, may I ask if the Warfare Academy's allocation room is large enough? Can it accommodate tens of thousands of civilian alchemists?" Dean Yao, looking at Du Xio's retreating figure, felt a mix of emotions and turned to laugh heartily. "It can?" Zhang Juni turned to the civilian alchemists and declared, "Classmates, the Alchemy Academy sees us as commoners, lowly swine. Since enrollment, we've been oppressed and treated unfairly everywhere. Everyone knows our plight, but no one speaks up for us. Now, someone dares to cry out for us, and I am willing to recognize him as our leader. What will you do? Please tell me." In the dense crowd, countless voices suddenly erupted. The crowd burst into thunderous shouts. "We support Master Xiu." Countless civilian pharmacists raised their arms, their voices merging into one. They praised Du Xiu for exposing the exploitation of pharmacists by the conglomerates and hailed him as their advocate. "Transfer. Go to the War Academy," someone in the crowd shouted, instantly sparking a wave of agreement. To hell with the divisions, to hell with the future. The young pharmacists were passionately riled up. "Even if the pharmacology department of the War Academy starts from scratch, I'll follow our leader." They vowed to dedicate their lives to strengthening the pharmacology branch of the War Academy, firmly believing the future of imperial pharmacology lay there. Wherever the leader is, there is the home of the pharmacists. The cries echoed continuously. The young people passionately declared their willingness to sacrifice their futures to build the backbone of imperial pharmacists for generations to come. Better to sing and die in the rain than to live under someone else's roof. They followed Du Xiu's figure, resolutely plunging into the darkness. That night, countless young pharmacists packed their belongings, called their friends, and headed to the War Academy. The headmaster stood frozen in place, witnessing this astonishing scene. It was as if he saw a young man holding a torch, igniting a blazing fire to dispel the darkness. He turned to look at Dean Yao, who was deep in thought. The headmaster thought to himself, "The entire Imperial Academy is likely to be turned upside down." He was well aware of the challenges of transferring academies, but now that Yao Bolin had leverage over Zhang Zhongwang, the situation was entirely different. The military background of the Yao family in the Far East was enough to shake the existing order. The headmaster sighed deeply, once more gazing at the energetic young people, filled with admiration. What a fortunate bunch of young men, and one remarkable young man indeed. As the civilian pharmacists dispersed, the headmaster and Dean Yao also left. The open ground was left with only 2 corpses and the perplexed disciples of the conglomerates and academy mentors. The turn of events had completely exceeded their expectations, and they realized they were powerless to influence the situation, forced to await the outcome of the high-level power struggle. The entire Imperial Academy is likely to be turned upside down. 2 nights later, several notifications began to appear on the regional network. The announcement from the Imperial Academy hit the network like a bombshell. Zhang Xing and Zhang Wenba were exposed as members of a rogue sect, and their actions were described as heinous. Meanwhile, the true identity of Du Xiu was revealed: an undercover special agent from the Imperial military, operating under the alias Lian Ruafei at the War Academy. Even more astonishing was Du Xiu's performance in the pharmacist assessment, where he demonstrated extraordinary talent and earned an SSS certification. This series of announcements caused an uproar. Internet users flooded the comments section, with some applauding Du Xiu's bravery and others questioning the Pharmacy Academy's handling of the situation. Simultaneously, the War Academy announced the introduction of a pharmacy program, and the Pharmacy Academy opened transfer channels, all hinting at significant changes within the empire. As the news spread, people began to suspect that deeper changes were afoot. Rumors emerged about the mysterious death of a senator and increased military expenditures. There were even claims that all previously signed contracts with pharmacists had been nullified. All these signs pointed to one undeniable fact. The empire was undergoing a massive transformation, with Dushio seemingly at the center of it all. Several notifications appeared to be released simultaneously, as if coordinated. The comments section once again erupted with responses. Brothers, they've already packed up and left. The reform at the War Academy has swept through the cultivation world like a storm. The facilities for alchemists are astonishingly complete, as if overnight. This place has transformed from a former holy land into a paradise for alchemists. Xiao Ye's autograph photos have become the hottest perk in the high-level talent policy, with the limited edition of the first 1,000 copies causing a frenzy. The news spread like wildfire. The mentors from the Alchemy Academy have also transferred. Dinyao couldn't stop smiling, and a dinner with Xiao Yi and a group of alchemy mentors confirmed the rumor. This move by the War Academy is undoubtedly a huge win. On the forums, supporters of alchemists and the original cultivators are engaged in heated debates. Some question the alchemists' admiration for Xiao Yi, only to be rendered speechless by the rebuttals. Although the original cultivators have strong figures like Zhang Shang and Jiang Yuan, they still pale in comparison to Xiao Yi. The mystery surrounding the identities of Xiao Yi and the faceless man has resurfaced. While some believe it's impossible for them to be the same person, many still hold on to this bold speculation. After all, both hail from the War Academy, and their strength is off the charts. A series of announcements completely ignited the regional network. Especially with the revelation of Dushio's identity, countless people are left with mixed emotions. In the Alchemy Academy's mixing room, Zhang Guanqi browsed the forum, feeling restless. He took the elevator to the rooftop, overlooking the bustling commercial street below. Despite the departure of tens of thousands of civilian alchemists, the prosperity remained unchanged. Zhang Guanqi's gaze fell on the distant Earl Square, the place where Du Xiu assassinated Zhang Xing. He murmured to himself, Lian, Du, are we still friends? His heart was filled with conflict and reluctance. As the last surviving member of the Zhang family consortium, Zhang Guanqi felt no attachment to family feuds. He was solely immersed in alchemy, longing for a like-minded friend. Now, knowing Du Xiu is a genius with an SSS talent, Zhang Guanqi couldn't help but smile. Du, you've hidden it so well. Your acting those days was truly superb. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Guanqi's face. Indeed, Du's acting during those days was truly superb. Original dormitory. Inside the dorm room, a chubby guy lay on the bed, legs crossed, hands behind his head, eyes half closed. The chubby guy lounged lazily on the bed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he squinted his eyes. He replayed the newly acquired information in his mind and couldn't help but marvel, boss, you really are a hidden gem. Lian Ruofei from the War Academy turns out to be Du Xiu. To concoct a perfect grade gene potion during the first-level pharmacist assessment, that kind of skill is something even the Pharmacist Academy might struggle to match. He turned over, continuing his monologue, an SSS-level pharmacist, an original cultivator, a spiritual cultivator, and a master of multiple disciplines. Your ambitions are nothing short of grand. However, a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. Just your wild origins alone aren't worth such a steep price for information gathering. Scene shifts to the Mech Academy. As night fell, stars dotted the sky. Zhu Zhangxian sat on the steps of a building, his expression complex. He murmured to himself, Lian, you're actually Du Xiu? That's just too awkward. Recalling his boastful words in front of Lian Ruofei about appearing as a big shot before Du Xiu, Zhu Zhangxian felt his face burn with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. At that moment, urgent shouts from an instructor echoed from the brightly lit hall behind him. Number 117. Prepare to enter Class 1 Mech Operation Room 2. Number 117, if you're here, hurry up. Startled, Zhu Zhangxian quickly got up and ran towards the hall. Behind him, a towering silvered mech, over 100 meters tall, stood quietly at the back of the building, like a sleeping giant waiting to be awakened. Zhu Zhangxian dashed into the hall, only to be sternly reprimanded by a bearded instructor. What a mess! Compose yourself. He quickly straightened up, while a bald instructor tried to smooth things over. All right, kid. Hurry up and get in there. Once Zhu Zhangxian entered the operation room, the two instructors began to converse in hushed tones. Why bother with the students? The bald instructor asked. The bearded instructor sighed. The Mech Academy hasn't produced a single promising student this year. How can I not be worried? At the start of the year, there were already proposals in the Imperial Council to abolish the Mech Academy. Well, it hasn't been abolished yet. Those counselors are just blaming us for the setbacks on the front lines. If not this time, then what about next time? The bearded instructor was troubled. Since the Mech Academy was founded, we've never had a standout performance. Graduates end up in the maintenance units on the front lines. If this continues, The academy's closure is inevitable. But what can we do? Our academy is unique. We don't focus on original cultivation talent, but on the students' compatibility with mechs. The bearded instructor let out a long sigh. I really wonder if anyone can awaken that mech. Meanwhile, Zhao Di was staring intently at a video screen, watching Du Xiu toss an iron spike in the rain and then leave amidst the crowd's admiration, laughing. He couldn't help but feel envious, muttering, "Man, that's so damn cool. If only that were me." Just then, a message popped up in the regional network. Zhang Yi inquired, "Deputy leader, about my promotion. What does the leader say?" Zhao Di read the message and sneered. Gu Tong wants to show loyalty to the leader. Even if he wanted to kowtow, he wouldn't know where the grave is, let alone you. He didn't reply to Jiang Yi but instead posted a handsome photo on his profile to subtly hint at his status. Scene shifts again to the War Academy. Inside the dean's office, Du Xiu walked into the office, carrying a stack of books. "Teacher, these are the ancient imperial civilization's pharmacology books you wanted." He briefly explained the books' origins, mentioning they were organized from Master Long's relics. Yao Bolin took the books, flipped through them briefly, and exclaimed "excellent" 3 times, unable to hide his joy. The herbal reaction formulas recorded in these books were the valuable information he had longed for. The more Yao Bolin looked at Du Xiu, the more he liked him. Now, the number of pharmacist students transferring to the War Academy had reached over 80,000 and was still growing. They had secured agreements with 183 academic-oriented instructors to transfer to the War Academy, all of whom were top in their fields. "My good disciple," Yao Bolin said earnestly, "I will establish a department for improving gene potions, and it will bear your name." Du Xiu cautiously asked, "Will I need to be stationed in this department?" Yao Bolin chuckled, waving his hand. "No need at all. Providing these books is already a tremendous contribution. Without you, this department wouldn't exist, so there's no need for you to be stationed there." This department was highly coveted, and countless pharmacology instructors wanted to be part of it. Moreover, apart from Du Xiu, all official members of this department had to be at least master pharmacists, with even assistants required to be level 4 pharmacists. There's truly no need for Du Xiu, a first-level pharmacist, to be stationed there. Having his name associated with it is merely to allow him to share in the achievements, paving the way for his future advancement. Du Xiu pondered whether he should reveal the matter concerning Jiang Zhaozhao. After a moment of deliberation, he decided against it. With a slight furrow in his brow, Du Xiu tapped his fingers gently on his knee. Weighing the pros and cons ultimately, he chose not to mention Jiang Zhaozhao. Over the past few days, attending dinners with Yao Bolin, he had uncovered many hidden truths. The recent concession by the Zhang family of the empire was merely the surface of a turbulent undercurrent. Beneath the negotiation table lay a battlefield of silent power struggles. From what he knew, many instructors from the alchemy academies who had transferred managed to secure their own safety, but had to send their children to the Zhang family's conglomerate, becoming pawns for leverage. If even these well-connected instructors were under such control, Jiang Zhaozhao, as an ordinary practitioner, stood little chance. If he rashly asked Old Yao to exert pressure from above, a simple investigation could reveal Jiang Zhaozhao's past visit to Burt City and her acquaintance with him. As someone loathed by the Zhang family, he feared bringing disaster upon Jiang Zhaozhao. If they quietly detained her and claimed she was missing, even Yao Bolin would be powerless. With this in mind, Du Xiu respectfully rose and said, "Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Yao Bolin smiled and replied, "I've upgraded your regional network account permissions. You'll have unlimited access to herbal resources, and you don't need to worry about your credits. I'll cover your expenses." Du Xiu was momentarily taken aback, then bowed deeply. "Thank you, teacher." After Du Xiu departed, Ding Yao sat on the sofa and suddenly spoke. "Have all of Du Xiu's statements been verified?" A voice from the air reported on the investigation into Du Xiu's background. After listening, Yao Bolin nodded and inquired about Du Xiu's relationship with Ma Juanhao. Learning they weren't closely connected, he tapped the sofa's armrest and suddenly said, "In preparation for the millennial change, the Empire Academy plans to launch the General Seed Program. What do you think of Du Xiu?" A subordinate cautioned that Du Xiu was an alchemist, and forcing him into the General Seed sequence might be inappropriate. Yao Bolin's eyes gleamed as he revealed his plan to use the credits Du Xiu earned from the ancient empire's alchemical achievements to secure a spot in the General Seed sequence. The subordinate was about to suggest giving the slot to someone else when Ding Yao interrupted coldly. "It seems you've made quite a few friends lately, and accepted quite a few gifts, I presume?" A member of the bestowed species appeared, kneeling and begging for mercy. Yao Bolin said expressionlessly, "Spread the word. Once the genetic potion is successfully improved, that will be the day I take Du Xiu as my inheriting disciple. Until then, keep your eyes open." As Du Xiu left the dean's office, many people greeted him along the way. He responded politely and headed to Ding Yao's dormitory. After catching up briefly, Du Xiu offered to introduce Ding Yao to a renowned mentor. Ding Yao politely declined, admitting he knew his own limitations and didn't want to burden a mentor or cause trouble for Du Xiao. Du Xiao sighed inwardly, appreciating Ding Yao's conscientious nature. Unable to persuade him, he left behind a collection of insights from a master alchemist and departed. With time still on his side, Du Xiao headed to the mixing room, deep in thought. Now that he was in the spotlight, his regional network account was surely being monitored. If he exchanged for combat techniques or original repair tools, it would definitely be noticed. Alas, plans often can't keep up with changes. Ma Jinhao respectfully bowed his head, awaiting further instructions from Du Xiao. Du Xiao waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was nothing else. Ma Jinhao bowed and left, silently vowing not to disappoint the Holy Sun. Watching Ma Jinhao's departing figure, Du Xiao smirked inwardly. If such a trivial task couldn't be handled, he wouldn't hesitate to be harsh. Clearing his mind, Du Xiao focused on concocting the Dao Value Potion. With free access to herbal resources, he could fully unleash his skills. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was late at night. Du Xiao carefully stored the finished potion in his backpack. Given his current status, he dared not recklessly use his spatial abilities. Caution was paramount in all his actions. On his way back to the dormitory, he received a message on the regional network. It was from Jiang Zhao. Leader, you're amazing. Do you still need someone to warm your bed? Should I sign up and wait in line? Du Xiao couldn't help but smile at the message. He replied jokingly, no need to wait in line. I'll give you a fast pass. Jiang Zhao quickly responded, with your skills, how could I be worthy? There are so many beautiful potion masters on the forum willing to do anything for you. Why would you need me? Detecting the hint of jealousy in her words, Du Xiao shook his head lightly. He replied earnestly, no more jokes. In time, I'll rescue you from the Zhang Corporation. Then, come to the War Academy, and I'll have your back. If I have food to eat, you'll have a pot to wash. In the sky above a divine ruin, an airship sped past. On the deck, a stunning girl with a cool demeanor leaned against the railing, her eyes reflecting the starlight. Her lips curved into a smile, creating a breathtaking beauty. A woman in red armor approached, surprised. Why are you so happy? Someone said they'd have my back, the girl replied softly, her face adorned with a gentle smile. The woman in red couldn't help but laugh. Have your back? Who's so audacious? The stunning girl didn't answer, merely resting her hands on the railing, watching the swirling maple leaves with a silly smile on her face. The woman in red glanced at the regional network information and said seriously, the next open divine ruin is the Falling Sun Ruin. Talents from both the eastern and western continents in the Qi and Blood realm will enter. Some of the peerless talents have backing from races hostile to the Empire. You need to go personally. Okay, the girl replied softly. A while later, Du Xiao received a reply from Jiang Zhao on his regional network. All right, you better keep your word. The next day, in the Empire's General Academy conference room, the atmosphere was tense as the deans of the 7 academies gathered. The General Dean spoke seriously. The next open divine ruin is the Falling Sun Ruin. Each of you should prepare accordingly. The deans looked grave. Someone asked, do the rules within the Falling Sun Ruin differ this time, Dean? The General Dean shook his head. The Ninth Empire has only opened the Falling Sun Ruin 3 times in a millennium, and each time was different. Previous ruin rules offer no reference. The group fell into contemplation. The General Dean continued, this meeting is to vote on a proposal by Dean Zhang Zhongwang of the Potions Academy, suggesting a new school rule. All new students of the Empire's academies must enter the open divine ruin. Dean Zhang of the Divine Judgment Academy frowned. Does this mean all students must enter every time a ruin opens? Yes, Yaobalin retorted. Including potion masters? Zhang Zhongwang sneered. Why? Aren't potion masters academy students? Yaobalin erupted in anger. You must be kidding. I disagree. Why should potion masters enter some godforsaken ruin? The two argued fiercely. The General Dean, exasperated, intervened. All right, that's enough. Let's settle this with a vote. Yaobalin insisted. No way. We can't start potion master training with the Falling Sun Ruin. Let's wait for the one after that. He explained that the Falling Sun Ruin is a unique, chaotic ruin, unopened for centuries, lacking the Empire's foundation. Once Empire Academy students enter, they'll immediately clash with various factions. For potion masters, entering is a sheer waste. Principle, sending the pharmacists into the sunken divine ruins is nothing short of a death sentence. Yao Bolin slammed the table, his eyes ablaze with anger. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. Yao Bolin stared directly at Zhang Zhongwang, his eyes flickering with fury. He was convinced that Zhang Zhongwang was using the pretext of training the pharmacists to actually endanger civilians, with a particular aim at Du Xiao. The principal sighed softly and began to explain. Though there are dangers, the sunken divine ruins offer numerous opportunities. The growth in mental strength is invaluable for pharmacists. He recounted the benefits of the ruins, referencing the history of the empire during the second opening of the ruins. Yao Bolin furrowed his brows, his unease growing stronger. The principal then shifted his tone. If left to a voluntary basis, no one would dare to go. Only through mandatory participation can we select the elite and promote the prosperity of the empire. As the 7 deans voted, Yao Bolin stood alone in opposition. The principal scanned the room and announced that the regulation had passed. As the meeting adjourned, Yao Bolin stopped Dean Jiang, a sly smile on his face. Old Jiang, lend me that talented girl from your department. Dean Jiang's silver hair stirred slightly, a glint in his eye. You want her to protect your apprentice? Protection is part of it, Yao Bolin replied with a hint of pride. Mainly because my apprentice is exceptionally talented and handsome. A perfect match for your daughter. Dean Jiang chuckled and shook his head. Yao, you're just trying to find your apprentice a lifelong bodyguard. Their banter revealed the cunning nature of these old foxes. After Dean Jiang politely declined and turned away, Yao Bolin was left to ponder alone. After a long while, Yao Bolin took out his communicator and sent a secure message. Half an hour later, a reply came. The two engaged in a negotiation over the bodyguard matter, with Yao Bolin trying to uncover the other party's identity, only to be skillfully evaded. Ultimately, Yao Bolin conceded and agreed to the terms. Once the deal was sealed, the other party offered an additional piece of information. The sunken divine ruins are perilous. The golden generation would do well to stick together. Yao Bolin's brow furrowed as he pressed for more details. The other party, however, impatiently declined to elaborate. Gazing at the communication log, Yao Bolin fell into deep thought. The identity of this mysterious individual was perplexing, and their demeanor didn't match that of the higher-ups. In recent years, the atmosphere at the top of the empire had grown strange, as if an unseen hand was orchestrating everything. Yao Bolin became increasingly agitated. The empire and the church, these two colossal entities, seemed shrouded in a layer of fog, obscuring the truth from view. Preparation room. The indicator light turned on as Du Xiu opened the door to find Yao Bolin standing outside. Du Xiu exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher, if you needed something, you could have just messaged me and I would have come to see you. There's no need for you to come all the way here." Yao Bolin smiled and replied, "It's no trouble at all. You've been my apprentice for a few days now, and today I thought I'd test your proficiency in pharmacology." He glanced over the array of potions on the workbench, his face a mix of surprise and delight. "All of them are perfect-grade potions?" "Yes," Du Xiu responded calmly. "I have about a 90% success rate in concocting perfect-grade potions." He held nothing back. Standing at the forefront, he naturally wanted to demonstrate his worth. Yao Bolin's joy intensified upon hearing this. Seizing the opportunity, Du Xiu said, "Since you're here, I have some questions I'd like to ask." He then presented several queries regarding the improvement of Dao value potions. After spending half a day absorbing Yao Bolin's answers, Du Xiu was deep in thought. Yao Bolin then asked, "The questions you asked touch on modern pharmacology, but not entirely. Are you by any chance improving potions from the previous imperial civilization?" Du Xiu smiled slightly. "To be honest, my former mentor left behind a partial potion formula of immense value. Should it be completed, it would certainly cause a sensation. I'm working hard to improve it." Yao Bolin was taken aback. "How far along are you? Do you need my help?" "I'm nearly finished. It should be complete in about 10 days to 2 weeks, Du Xiu replied. The improvement process is quite complex, as each herb requires its optimal reaction, demanding significant manpower and resources. Yao Bolin looked astonished. He knew that those who successfully improved potions were often renowned figures in pharmacology. Seeing Du Xiu's talent, he was increasingly reluctant to let his pupil take risks. "My student," Yao Bolin sighed, "I've come mainly to remind you that the falling sun ruins will soon be open, and it seems alchemists will also have to enter." Du Xiu felt a surge of excitement, though his expression was grim. "What do you mean, teacher? Isn't entering the ruins voluntary?" Yao Bolin grumbled. That old fool Zhang Zhongwang proposed a new school regulation. From now on, when the ruins open, all students must enter. This rule has already been passed. It's infuriating. Du Xiu frowned. Wouldn't that be disadvantageous for alchemists? "Don't worry," Yao Bolin reassured him. "I've arranged for a bodyguard for you. Just stay with him when the time comes." He then sent Du Xiu some information about the falling sun ruins, gave a few pieces of advice, and left. As he closed the door, Du Xiu wore a peculiar expression. He had been contemplating how to enter the ruins. As a divine practitioner, he required numerous living beings' corpses to pave his way and could only act with impunity within the ruins. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhongwang inadvertently aided him. As for the bodyguard Yao Bolin arranged, Du Xiu decided to meet them before making any decisions. He began to browse the information, becoming increasingly astonished. The falling sun ruins were known as a land of slaughter and plunder, attracting geniuses from various factions each time they opened. The most enticing aspect was the ability to gain benefits and grow stronger through killing within the ruins. Du Xiu felt exhilarated. Collecting corpses and concocting potions was both his passion and his means of survival. He resolved to spend the next 3 days preparing more potions, then turn back to the workbench. That evening, the Imperial Academy's official website released details about the falling sun ruins. Are extreme realm experts really that valuable? 99 points are worth 20 cultivation credits, but 100 points suddenly skyrocket to 500? As soon as the news spread, the Academy erupted. Practitioners were buzzing with discussion. Some were amazed, others puzzled, and many more were filled with a longing to reach the extreme realm. Of course, without reaching the extreme realm in the chi and blood stage, one can never become a top-tier expert. Naturally, it's valuable, an old cultivator scoffed. Just look at how many practitioners get stuck at 99 points every year. The limit of the chi and blood stage will determine the limits of future realms, another added. With the Sunken Day ruins about to open, talented individuals from the chi and blood stage across the eastern and western continents were flocking in. The number of extreme realm experts would undoubtedly be significant, and the danger level was escalating rapidly. I'm only at 76 points right now. Someone expressed their worry. Don't worry, just be more careful in your next life. Someone else comforted, with a hint of self-mockery in their tone. Suddenly, someone asked, why do alchemists have to go in too? Yeah, I protest. The alchemists voiced their dissatisfaction. It's about time alchemists were forced into the ruins. Why should practitioners fight on the front lines while alchemists make money in the back? A practitioner said disdainfully. Seeing the situation turning against the alchemists, someone immediately seized the opportunity to offer services. Alchemists? Need a bodyguard? The price is negotiable. Haha, it's the first time I'm earning money from an alchemist. Someone laughed. This must be insanely dangerous. Someone exclaimed. They're even forcing the academy to start giving out loans. Afraid we won't have equipment for self-defense. Should I curse the academy for pushing me into the Sunken Day ruins, or thank them for the support? Someone found themselves in a dilemma. Alchemists, hire me as your bodyguard now. Since we've stayed up late together, I can give you a discount. But by tomorrow, the price won't be the same. Someone advertised. Hey, message me privately. Someone immediately responded. It's my birthday today, and my wish is to come out of the Sunken Day ruins alive, someone said with a bitter smile. For 3 consecutive days, the entire Imperial Academy was in turmoil. Information about geniuses from the church, tribes, and other empowered races spread widely. Various practitioner tools sold out instantly. After Ma Juanhao left, Du Xiu closed his eyes to rest. On the church channel, Ma Juanhao assured, Holy Son, the equipment is in the box. You can check it at your convenience. I specifically had it forged by a weapon master and used a potion to erase his memory afterward. There will be no issues. It's my duty, and I'm willing to serve you, Holy Son, with my life. Ma Juanhao's words and actions were deliberately orchestrated by Du Xiu. His life would undoubtedly be under surveillance and protection, and only by doing so could he avoid suspicion. In the Vatican channel, Du Xiu skimmed through the original technique secrets that Ma Juanhao had found, his face turning grim. Du Xiu's brows furrowed as his eyes roamed over the densely packed diagrams of primal force nodes. Each original cultivation technique required the construction of entirely new force nodes, the sheer number of which was staggering. A lower-grade technique required at least 12 nodes, a mid-grade 48, an upper-grade 72, and a supreme-grade technique over 100. He initially intended to casually practice a lower-grade technique, but to his surprise, the Annihilation Hammer technique that Ma Juanhao found for him required the construction of 96 nodes, nearly reaching the supreme level. Du Xiu remained silent for a long time, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He wasn't seeking unnecessary hardship, but had realized his own shortcomings after the last battle with the silver-masked woman. His strength relied too heavily on the corpse army, and the lack of original techniques made it difficult to fully utilize his primal cultivation potential. If he faced a god cultivator wielding top-tier divine authority, his strategy of overwhelming numbers would be easily countered, drastically reducing his combat effectiveness. The warship shuddered, its base emitting a blue glow as it slowly ascended. Hundreds of ships entered the Bronze Gate one after another, while over 100 upper third realm mentors watched with complex expressions. They were aware that the fall of the sun ruins would influence the next century's landscape, both hopeful and anxious. Inside the ship, Du Xiu closed his eyes to rest. When he donned his mask, he became the greatest calamity within the ruins. At that moment, a chubby boy wearing a pig mask knocked on his door. Du Xiu opened it, his pupils contracting as he silently cursed. He realized that his identity might have been exposed due to the perfect grade potion. Suppressing his murderous intent, Du Xiu invited the pig-masked person inside. The visitor claimed to be responsible for his close protection, and Du Xiu feigned gratitude. Half an hour later, in a dream meeting, the faceless one confronted Zhu Jiu. Zhu Jiu hurriedly pledged loyalty, stating that they were both outcasts. The faceless one replied coldly, "But what if I'm not an outcast? In that case, I unilaterally announce my withdrawal from the Vatican." Zhu Jiu patted his chest and said, "Boss, ever since we parted ways at the Qiandao Divine Ruins, I have been thinking of you day and night. The imposing figure you cut when you paid me has been etched deeply into my mind." Zhu Jiu passionately declared his loyalty, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Du Xiu listened with an impassive expression, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He lowered his head in thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, and eventually, he decided against any violent intentions. Although Zhu Jiu couldn't read Du Xiu's mind, he sensed a hint of danger. He discreetly adjusted his stance, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Du Xiu raised his head, his gaze sharp. "Hold on," he said, suddenly struck by a crucial thought. "Zhu Jiu is affiliated with the church. How did old Yao contact him? Where did you receive this assignment?" Du Xiu asked, looking Zhu Jiu straight in the eye. "Did Yao Bolin approach you directly?" Zhu Jiu shook his head. "It wasn't Dean Yao. Another boss contacted me." His tone carried a hint of confusion. "I was surprised when I got this task. Does Du Xiu really need protection? It's a wonder if he doesn't protect me instead." Hearing this, Du Xiu fell silent, furrowing his brow. He tried to untangle the connections, but the more he thought about it, the more perplexing it seemed. Old Yao was certainly not a member of the church. As far as he knew, Yao Bolin was backed by the military. If old Yao were with the church, the empire's fortress would have long been breached. Seeing Du Xiu deep in thought, Zhu Jiu cautiously asked, "Boss, are you the holy son of the Tianyi sect?" Du Xiu snapped back to reality and shook his head. "No, but you can send a message to him, and he'll forward it to me." He realized that the Tianyi sect's Holy Son's network account was likely monitored, so he and Zhu Jiu needed an alternative means of communication. "Got it." Zhu Jiu agreed readily. Du Xiu continued, "Once inside the Divine Ruins, you can move freely. There's no need to stay by my side. I'll contact you when we return." "All right, boss." Zhu Jiu agreed without hesitation, secretly delighted. Getting paid without having to work was indeed a blessing. Du Xiu exited the Dream Forum and turned his attention to studying pharmacology books. He knew that the upcoming journey to the ruins of the fallen sun would be a thrilling adventure. The ruins of the fallen sun. The sky was blood-red, oppressive. Hundreds of warships sailed across the crimson sky. Below, a towering mountain rose into the clouds, obstructing the view. The lead escort ship in the fleet passed over the mountain. The guard, lighting a cigarette, glanced at the screen again, his pupils shrinking and sweat breaking out on his forehead. The cigarette fell onto his leg unnoticed. On the screen of the flying ship, a terrifying scene unfolded. Behind towering mountains, countless massive beasts with wings lay dormant along the ridges, exuding a menacing aura. As the fleet of flying ships appeared, the beasts let out a collective roar and took to the skies. In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening cries of the beasts, blotting out the sun. Simultaneously, from the ground, hundreds of level 1 insect nests, disguised as small hills, emitted a blue glow and ascended rapidly to collide with the warships. "Damn it! An ambush by the church," the commander cursed. "What are the forward escort ships doing?" "Reporting. The rules of the Divine Ruins are abnormal. Our detection instruments have failed. The firing system is down. We can't provide fire coverage. The swarm drones can't be activated. The insect nests are airborne. Who equipped them with propulsion systems?" "An Imperial trader. He brought Imperial technology to the Western continent." Amid the chaos, a voice shouted orders: "Escort ships, engage the enemy. Ships carrying Imperial geniuses, scatter and escape. Abandon the original route. It may have been compromised." With the command given, escort ships moved to confront the enemy, while the warships turned and scattered in retreat. On the ground, another group of aliens riding beasts appeared, diverse in form but all with fanatical expressions. "Tribesmen, attack the designated numbered ships as planned. For the gods, fear no death," a young lion man shouted, leading a suicide charge with his beast. The sky was thick with beasts, obscuring vision, while the airborne insect nests continued their assault, causing heavy losses to the escort ships. Inside the main ship, a broadcast announced, "This ship may crash land. Prepare for parachute evacuation. Watch the regional network for assembly instructions." New task: protect the Imperial alchemists. Earn 1 merit point per day for each person protected. Du Xiu opened his eyes, a cold gleam in them. He realized the ship's route had been leaked, likely involving the dean of the Alchemy Academy. Remembering Old Lung's words, he smirked. "No matter the changes over a millennium, I will break through it all." Just then, a guard knocked frantically at the door. "Du Xiu, come with me to the escape craft." Du Xiu squinted, sensing something was amiss. If it were the dean's arrangement, they wouldn't address him by name. He feigned ignorance and followed the guard to the lower deck. After the escape craft departed the warship, the guard relaxed, lighting a cigarette. "Du Xiu, I know you're a genius. I won't survive, but as long as you die." Before he could finish, Du Xiu had him by the throat. The guard's eyes widened. Did you already? Du Xiu sneered. I knew you were deceiving me from the start. He maneuvered the craft, commanding, descend. A few minutes later, the craft hovered at low altitude over a mountain range below. The three of them leapt down. Du Xiu, Zhu Jiu, and the original guard jumped from the vessel, landing in a cloud of dust. Du Xiu squinted, gazing into the distance towards the headquarters of the church, contemplating his next move. He turned to Zhu Jiu and said calmly, Zhu Jiu, we'll part ways here. Zhu Jiu nodded in agreement and, before leaving, reminded him, Boss, if you need anything, just reach out. Du Xiu summoned the corpse of a mosquito beast, stepped onto it, and flew deep into the mountains. He settled in a secluded mountain ravine surrounded by jagged rocks and clear streams. Sitting cross-legged on a large stone, over 100 sea monster corpses lay on the ground, their energy gradually intensifying. The original guard kneeled on the ground, nervously confessing how he had been bribed. Du Xiu's expression remained calm, but he had already blamed the Zhang family from the imperial capital for the incident. While he was pondering, a message came through the church's channel. Lung Lidao provided a detailed introduction to the Suntipan Sunfall ruins, advising Du Xiu to seize the opportunity to enhance his original cultivation talents. After a brief exchange with Zhang Zhaozhao and Yao Bolin, Du Xiu checked the latest information on the communication channel. The Sunfall ruins were divided into three main areas: the original domain, the divine domain, and the beast domain, each manifesting original cultivation, divine cultivation, and body cultivation talents, respectively. He was currently in the original domain but found that no talent mark appeared on his forehead. Du Xiu instinctively touched his forehead. It was empty. The manifestation was surprisingly slow. While waiting, Du Xiu raised his hand, and a massive black hammer appeared. Du Xiu examined the black hammer closely. This formidable weapon was specially crafted by a master weaponsmith at the request of Ma Juanhao. In the hierarchy of weaponry in the realm of elemental cultivation, the levels range from basic implements to renowned, kingly, and imperial artifacts. Though this hammer is classified among renowned artifacts, its quality far surpasses the average, showing the great effort Ma Juanhao put into its creation. Gently stroking the hammer's surface, Du Xiu thought to himself, this newly forged hammer has yet to be named. I'll call it the Annihilation Hammer. He gripped the Annihilation Hammer firmly, feeling its immense weight, and nodded in satisfaction. The unique characteristic of the Annihilation ore is that the more elemental force it absorbs, the larger and heavier it becomes. This makes it a favorite among the top-tier physical cultivators. With this in mind, a smile crept onto Du Xiu's face. A physical cultivator wielding a tool made from annihilation ore is a match made in heaven. On the battlefield, they are like ancient beasts, unmatched by ordinary elemental cultivators. Just as Du Xiu was lost in satisfaction with his new weapon, the corpses of the surrounding sea demons began to rise. With fervent expressions, they knelt in unison, showing their allegiance to Du Xiu. He nodded slightly, calculating in his mind. These sea demons were originally of a commander rank, with elemental values of 80 to 90. Enhanced by the elemental value potions, even the weakest of them reached 90, with most nearing the extreme limit. Among them, the 6 strongest sea demon corpses had already achieved extreme combat power. Along with 4 extreme sea beasts, Du Xiu now had 10 extreme-level warriors under his command. Thinking of this, a gleam flashed in Du Xiu's eyes, and his smile deepened. Meanwhile, near the mountain ravine, hundreds of church personnel were swiftly moving through the forest. Leading them was a figure with black wings, human-like limbs, but a bird's beak for a mouth, and a round moon mark on his forehead. He exuded the unique, oppressive aura of an extreme-level warrior, none other than Lamo, the young chieftain of the winged people. The Empire's forces are in the forest. Spread out and find them, Lamo commanded, and the winged warriors behind him took to the sky, searching the area. Young chieftain, it's impressive that you've already made such achievements upon entering the Fallen Sun ruins, someone flattered. Lamo snorted disdainfully. This expedition claims to gather all races, but how many can truly compete with me? Young chieftain, it's said that those who contribute most in the Fallen Sun ruins can join the Holy Knights. Is that true? Someone asked cautiously. Ambition burned in Lamo's eyes as he replied, it's absolutely true. Otherwise, this expedition wouldn't attract so many races. The Holy Knights, along with the Council of Elders and the Federation of 100 Races, are the top 3 institutions on the Western continent. Those who join are unparalleled talents, admired by countless beings. Once selected, their entire race benefits. On the Western continent, the hierarchy among the bestowed races is extremely strict. Lower races must kneel before higher ones. The winged people are currently a silver clan. If Lamo is selected for the Holy Knights, they will ascend to a gold clan, gaining more territory and resources. With this in mind, Lamo ordered sharply, pass the word. Have our people search every corner thoroughly. We can't let a single Empire person escape. This merit must not go to other races. After occupying the original domain, the church divided the territories among its bestowed races. Although most of the Empire's airships escaped the encirclement, more than 10 were shot down. Thousands of Empire talents scattered, becoming targets for various races. Talents with any fame in the Empire Academy are on the church's wanted list, with their deaths exchangeable for resources. Understood, young chieftain, came the unified response. Meanwhile, beneath the dense forest, nearly 100 figures were fleeing in haste. Leading them was a man wielding a giant axe, with a round moon mark on his forehead, looking serious. He leaped onto a tree branch, surveyed the surroundings, and said, "We've momentarily shaken off the church's people. Let's rest for 20 minutes. As Jiang Yi finished speaking, those below quietly sighed in relief. Damn it. Are the church people crazy? Out of so many airships, they just had to attack ours, Shi Ping complained angrily, carrying Guaning on his back. Their airship had been hit by dozens of suicide attacks from insect nests, damaging the engines and forcing a landing. What followed was a day of fleeing. At that moment, Shi Ping felt a warmth on his neck as Guaning spat out blood again. He hurriedly laid her under a tree, calling out anxiously, "Inger, you can't get into trouble." He then turned to Zhang Junyi, "Brother Zhang, do you have any potions left?" Zhang Junyi, also carried by an elemental cultivator, was sweating profusely. He took a high-grade potion from his bag. "Here, use this." "Thank you, Brother Zhang." Shi Ping took the potion and quickly administered it to Guaning. Jiang Ye's expression was grim. "It's not that simple." Their airship carried many talents from the War Academy, including Du Xiu, Zhang Junyi, and several renowned alchemists. Moreover, their airship was at the center of the Empire's fleet. The church went to great lengths to take it down, suffering heavy losses. The effort spent on their airship could have sunk dozens on the outskirts. "You mean there's a high-ranking traitor in the Empire Academy?" Zhang Junyi frowned. Jiang Yi smiled bitterly indeed. The Empire Academy's airship route being leaked involves both the Academy and the military, a wide scope. But the information about students on specific airships is known only to the high-ups. Now, with such precise targeting, it's clear there's a traitor among the Academy's senior ranks. Their airship's crash drew immediate attention. Countless beasts and bizarre bestowed races ignored other airships, charging straight at them. The Empire fleet's successful escape likely owes to them attracting much of the church's focus. After Jiang Yi spoke, everyone fell into thought. Zhang Junyi suddenly speculated. Could it be for the leader? It must be Du Xiu. Besides him, no one else warrants such a spectacle, Jiang Yi sighed. Du Xiu, the leader of civilian alchemists, an SSS talent, disciple of Yao Bolin, rising power in the Empire military, and the inheritor of the previous empire's alchemical civilization. Each title is a significant draw for the church, let alone all combined. It's as if the word target is written on his forehead. Though Jiang Yi didn't know Du Xiu's bounty in the church, he sensed it must be astronomical. Otherwise, why would so many church personnel be so frenzied? "I hope the leader is safe," Zhang Junyi said worriedly. Jiang Yi glanced at him, speechless. He'd heard that civilian alchemists revered Du Xiu, offering discounts on potions if praised. He hadn't believed it until now. Even surrounded, they worried about Du Xiu's safety. "What should we do?" an elemental cultivator asked. Jiang Yi replied, "I've sent a distress signal to my sister. Hold out for half a day and she'll arrive." Someone familiar with Jiang Yi chuckled. "Older sister? Jiang, you've never mentioned having an older sister in the academy?" Jiang Yi smiled slightly and explained, "She's not my biological sister, but someone from the same clan. We don't interact much, so you're not aware of her. But rest assured, she is incredibly powerful and has always looked out for me. She will come to our rescue. Let's hold on a bit longer." Hearing this, the group felt somewhat reassured. After all, Jiang Yi was already a top talent in the Empire's academy, and for someone he held in such high regard, her strength must be extraordinary. Just then, a sinister laugh echoed from the dense forest. "Oh, from what you say, more people from the Empire will walk right into our trap. That's excellent news, another achievement to claim." The Winged Clan's young leader, Lamo, appeared in the sky, flapping his wings. The Empire's group turned pale with shock and exclaimed, "The church's aliens have chased us here. Where are scouts? How could they be so unreliable?" Lamo sneered as he tossed several heads from the sky. "Scouts? Are you talking about these useless fools?" The students of the Empire's academy recognized the faces of their slain comrades and glared with rage, gritting their teeth. Lamo taunted, "I love seeing humans angry. I hope your expressions are filled with anger, not fear, when you die." With that, he waved his hand and commanded, "Kill them." The surrounding Winged Clan members swarmed in. Jiang Yi, wielding a massive axe, charged to the front, swinging left and right, cutting down the advancing Winged Clan members without a single one able to withstand him. His axe was soon drenched in blood. Seeing this, Lamo's face lit up with delight. He checked the church's contact channel and found Jiang Yi ranked 37th, letting out a triumphant howl. I didn't expect such a great reward from this mission. However, Lamo sneered repeatedly. Jiang Yi is truly a fool. With his strength, if he focused on escaping, no one could stop him. Yet he insists on protecting the weak, leading himself to certain death. He ordered, clan members, avoid the one with the axe and kill the others first. In the forest below, the winged clan frequently attacked the alchemists and the wounded. To protect his companions, Jiang Yi had to stand firm, enduring the attacks. In just a few minutes, he had accumulated 7 or 8 wounds. The other original cultivators were in a similar state, forming a protective circle around the alchemists and the injured. Many original cultivators fell heavily wounded. Zhang Junyi, overwhelmed with grief, shouted, Jiang Yi, take them and leave. Don't worry about us. At this rate, everyone will die. Jiang Yi, gripping his axe with both hands, roared, Men of the Empire do not fear death. The alchemists, tears streaming down their faces, cried, You're being foolish. This is a meaningless sacrifice. Jiang Yi beheaded a winged clan member with a single swing. His light armor shattered, fighting fiercely. He laughed loudly. If you weigh everything for its meaning and benefits, then what is the meaning of living? The people of the Empire would rather die than retreat. I, Jiang Yi, have no habit of abandoning my comrades. Hearing this, the alchemists burst into tears. Ping shouted in approval. Well said. We original cultivators fear no death. Lamo of the winged clan chuckled disdainfully, unmoved by the Empire genius's spirited determination. To him, the strong survive, and the weak perish. Protecting the weak was laughable. He scanned the injured Empire geniuses, a cruel glint in his eyes. All right, ants, you may die now. Lamo flapped his wings, leaving a trail in the air. Suddenly, he paused and retreated to a higher altitude. Not far away, atop a giant tree, stood a figure. He wore a black robe, his face obscured, with a white-eyed, black-feathered raven circling around him. Everyone held their breath, staring at this person, the faceless man, the most enigmatic figure of the golden generation and the greatest omen within the Empire's academy. Lamo, filled with suspicion and uncertainty, addressed the faceless man. Faceless man, the Empire may not accept you, but the Church welcomes you. However, you need a token of allegiance. Kill these Empire geniuses, and the Wing Clan will accept you. The faceless man remained silent, standing quietly at the high vantage point. Lamo, growing impatient, warned, Faceless man, don't be ungrateful. The entire original domain is surrounded by the Church's army. If you don't comply, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi quickly spoke up, Captain, others may not believe you, but I do. Back in the Dreamsay God's ruins, you personally saved tens of thousands of classmates. That could never be faked. As soon as Jiang Yi finished speaking, the students from the War Academy present began to voice their agreement. Their eyes were resolute and their expressions firm as they recalled the awe-inspiring scene when the Faceless One commanded a swarm of mosquito beasts, arriving under a magnificent glow. The oppressive feeling of dark clouds threatening to overtake the city remains unforgettable to this day. If the Faceless One were truly an outsider, controlling such a powerful army of mosquito beasts, why didn't he slaughter all the students from the Empire Academy? Instead, he left behind life-saving potions. This first-hand experience made it hard for the students of the War Academy to believe that the Faceless One was an outsider. Du Xiu looked down, puzzled by Jiang Ye's intense gaze. Just as he was about to speak, the winged man, Lamo, interrupted coldly, Faceless One, you are so arrogant. Do you really think you're someone important? The Faceless One sneered, and with a wave of his hand, over 100 sea monster corpses appeared around them. These sea monsters knelt in submission, calling him great and noble master. The Faceless One pointed towards the winged tribe, his voice icy. Kill them all. Jiang Ye's eyes shone even brighter, relieved that he hadn't misjudged the man. Meanwhile, Lamo was horrified and hastily ordered a retreat. Jiang Yi, wielding a giant axe, charged towards the front line with high spirits. Half an hour later, covered in blood, Jiang Yi dragged Lamo's corpse in front of the Faceless One. Captain, mission accomplished. Suddenly, the Faceless One jumped back, creating distance, and summoned more extreme sea monsters and sea beasts. Just as everyone was in shock, a graceful figure appeared in the sky-silver masked woman, Jiang Yuan. Jiang Ye's face changed drastically, recalling the enmity between his sister and the Faceless One. He shouted, Sis, don't be impulsive. The captain saved me. The silver-masked woman coldly warned the Faceless One not to act rashly. An hour later, the group relocated to a secluded area. The silver-masked woman and the Faceless One stood on giant trees to the north and south of the crowd, facing each other from a distance. Jiang Yi approached the tree under which his sister stood, explaining the situation. The silver-masked woman's tone softened slightly, but she still didn't trust the faceless one. She instructed Jiang Yi to tell the faceless one that if he wanted to stay alive, he needed to cooperate with her over the next few days. Jiang Yi smiled and agreed. All right, sis, I'll definitely pass the message on. After a moment, Jiang Yi arrived at the resting place of the faceless man and hurriedly said, Captain, please don't be angry. Don't take my sister's words to heart. The faceless man stood straight, his face expressionless, and replied coldly, Why would I bother with a long-haired woman? Jiang Yi sighed in relief and quickly agreed. Of course, Captain. You are a peerless genius, far above such trivial matters. My sister's behavior is influenced by the imperial artifact, which is beyond control. You have one too, so you must understand. The faceless man frowned slightly. All right, just tell me what you want. Jiang Yi rubbed his hands awkwardly. It's not me. My sister is asking for your help. No. The faceless man interrupted firmly. Jiang Yi panicked, his voice rising. Captain, even if you don't do it for my sister's sake, at least for mine, at least for... He struggled to find any connection and finally, blushing, pleaded. I'm begging you. The faceless man waved his hand impatiently. Stop babbling. Just say what you have to say. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and said seriously, the church is gaining power. Several imperial airships have been shot down, and my sister is all alone, struggling to handle everything. She needs your help to rescue talented individuals across the regions. The faceless man sneered. Their misfortune is none of my business. In the academy, everyone sees me as an outcast. The silver-faced woman nearly killed me. Now you talk of cooperation. Do you think that's possible? Jiang Yi pressed on reluctantly. Captain, my sister can be too kind and stubborn. If she finds out you refused, she might... Before he could finish, the faceless man interrupted. I may not fear the silver-faced woman or want to work with her, but with so many classmates in danger, how can I not help? Moments later, the silver-faced woman and the faceless man sat facing each other, with Jiang Yi desperately trying to ease the tension between them. The atmosphere was indescribably awkward. Students from the academy, like Shi Ping and Zheng Junyi, who had recovered, were eavesdropping nearby. This meeting of the century, long speculated about on forums, was unfolding before their eyes. Jiang Yi cleared his throat and began. From what I can deduce, the church not only obtained our route information but also the details of the students on each airship. That's how they managed such precise attacks, sparing no effort to target the ships carrying the Empire's top talents. He added bitterly, the ship I was on was attacked because I was traveling with Du Xiu. After hearing this, Du Xiu felt a bit strange. He and Zhu Jiu had already left the fleet in an escape pod before the ship crashed. Moreover, he had his communication channel set to Do Not Disturb and wasn't aware of what happened afterward. But from Jiang Ye's words, it seemed their misfortune was somehow his fault. Although Du Xiu was thick-skinned and shameless, being criticized to his face left him feeling odd. At this point, the silver-faced woman spoke coldly. Why blame others for your lack of ability? Besides, even without Du Xiu, when has the church ever shown mercy to the Empire? The faceless man nodded. Indeed, she's right. Jiang Yi was stunned, internally questioning if Du Xiu's ability to attract fans was so strong it transcended boundaries. The silver-faced woman glanced at the faceless man and then addressed Jiang Yi. Just tell us what needs to be done. Jiang Yi straightened up and said, From what I know, many talents have been severely injured and captured by the non-humans. However, they haven't killed them but imprisoned them instead. Just imprisoned? The faceless man asked, frowning. Yes, Jiang Yi confirmed. From what I understand, the non-humans have captured a large number of imperial talents, all with full moon innate abilities. After saying this, Jiang Yi glanced surreptitiously at the faceless man. In the original domain, innate abilities manifest without being affected by any disguise masks or techniques. Like his sister, whose mask showed 3 full moons, faintly glowing. In contrast, the faceless man's forehead only bore a single glowing shard, which piqued his curiosity. The manifestation of innate abilities is a distinctive feature of the fallen sun divine ruins. It's said that the ruins were once a place where gods watched beast fights. To make each beast's abilities clearly visible, this rule was established. The manifestation of abilities cannot be faked. Since the ruins opened, only crescent, half moon, and full moon levels have been recorded. Even imperial soldiers who became original practitioners through force potions could manifest a small crescent moon. This shard ability was a first. Not only him, but even the silver-faced woman cast a peculiar look at the faceless man's forehead. Noticing their curiosity, the faceless man shifted slightly and said, If they're imprisoning academy talents, it might be a trap to lure the Empire into a rescue. We mustn't fall for it. Hearing this, Jiang Yi stopped pondering the shard ability and instead considered the faceless man's words. The church and the Empire had a deep-seated enmity, Capturing imperial talents and imprisoning, rather than killing them, seemed suspicious indeed. After a moment, Jiang Ye's expression turned grim. If it's truly as the captain said, then we're in big trouble. Upon hearing this, the faceless man slowly stood up, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "It's definitely a trap. Rescuing them would be akin to walking into our own deaths." Before he could finish speaking, a message suddenly came through Du Xiu's regional network. "Zhang Zhaozhao, where are you?" Du Xiu quickly replied. "In the original domain." Zhang Zhaozhao answered briefly. "Which part of the original domain?" Du Xiu pressed on. "Not convenient." Zhang Zhaozhao replied vaguely. Du Xiu frowned, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The phrase "not convenient" hinted at numerous possibilities. He quickly analyzed the situation. Zhang's family were traitors to the empire, so the ship Zhangshang was on was likely under attack. Even if the ship crashed, Zhangshang's capabilities would prevent him from being easily captured. But Zhang Zhaozhao was different. With only 60 to 70 units of strength, she would likely face dire consequences if the ship went down. Thinking of this, Du Xiu's face darkened as he strode away. At the same time, the silver-masked woman's gaze became increasingly cold, as if she sensed something amiss. The scene shifts to the depths of a dense forest. The faceless man stands with his hands behind his back, looking down at the kneeling winged man, Lamo. "Have you imprisoned the Empire's prodigies?" the faceless man asked coldly. Lamo respectfully replied, "Yes, master. But it wasn't to set an ambush. It was for a divine ritual." "A divine ritual?" The faceless man frowned slightly. "Explain in detail." Lamo elaborated. "The ruins of the fallen sun is the former residence of the gods. This time, its opening coincides with the selection of the holy knights, attracting numerous gifted races. We obtained the Vatican's ship route information in advance and captured many of the Empire's prodigies to sacrifice these human traitors to the gods. So, during the divine ritual, many gifted races will gather." The faceless man mused. Lamo nodded in confirmation. "This divine ritual is being jointly organized by the Silver Clan, with over 1,000 races participating in the grand event." Upon hearing this, Du Xiu appeared thoughtful. The ruins of the fallen sun is the former abode of the gods. However, previous openings of the ruins were not as grand as this one, and there was no mass capture of the Empire's prodigies, so no divine ritual took place.